Chapter 1, The Relentless College Entrance Exam. Peugeot. Maybe you should just give up on the ability examination. In the ward of Qingcheng City First People's Hospital, two men sat solemnly by the bed, gazing at the black-haired teenager who held a white-furred puppy in his arms. The black-haired youth absent-mindedly stroked the fluffy fur of his dog, yet his eyes held an unprecedented determination. Teacher Dai. I've made up my mind. I absolutely won't give up on the ability examination. Lin Peugeot. You. The middle-aged man addressed as Teacher Dai let out a long sigh. Don't you know how dangerous the ability examination is? Even with protective measures in place, students die on the exam grounds every year. Last year, one of our school's first-level advanced students died during the examination. The wrinkles on Teacher Dai's face deepened as they gathered together. Peugeot, even if you won't consider this for yourself, at least think about. Dai. He gritted his teeth and finally brought up the painful past that everyone was reluctant to mention. I know it's because of your parents that you're so determined to take the ability examination, but if your parents were still alive, they wouldn't want you to take it either. At the mention of the word parents, Lin Peugeot's expression darkened completely. Hundreds of years ago, intense radiation emerged across Earth, centered around its oceans. Under the influence of this radiation, various animals, plants, and even other species on Earth mutated, becoming highly lethal mutated beasts. Fortunately, some humans also awakened abilities under the radiation. Generally, individuals would awaken their abilities around the age of 14 or 15, then continuously train to enhance their strength. Powerful ability users could split mountains, part seas, and soar through the clouds, not only serving as the last line of defense against mutated beasts and maintaining human order but also controlling the world's resources, wealth, and power, making them the envy of all. Powerful ability users can even utilize their psychic energy to form contracts with exotic beasts, making them serve their own purposes. These exotic beasts are not only immensely powerful but also possess a strong innate bloodlust and killing instinct. They even gather to form colonies in beast tides, disrupting the original order of human life. Lin Peugeot's parents lost their lives in a massive beast tide, leaving only Lin Peugeot and the family dog to rely on each other. This past event is Lin Peugeot's most painful and least willing memory to bring up. Seeing Lin Peugeot's expression change, his homeroom teacher Dai, he added in a deep voice, "You don't know, but the student who passed away last year was already a first-level advanced practitioner. Peugeot, it's true that you awakened your ability very early, but after all these years, you're still only at the first-level initial stage with an E-grade skill, right? You don't know how heartbroken his parents were after that student died." Chapter 2, Awakening the Ability. To differentiate the strength of various ability users and mutant beasts, people classify them into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. Due to the vast differences in power between each level is further divided into 5 stages, from low to high, initial, advanced, intermediate, high, and peak. The abilities awakened by each superhuman are classified into 7 levels based on potential, from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Lin Peugeot is just an ordinary student in class 6 of the 3rd year at Qingcheng No. 1 Superhuman High School in Dongjiang Province. Although he once entered Qingcheng No. 1 High School with the reputation of being a child prodigy who awakened his ability at the age of 10, 8 years have passed. Despite his relentless hard work and training, his level has remained unchanged, currently stuck at the lowest initial stage of level 1, with only a very ordinary E-level ability called Healing Water. But now, this seemingly mediocre student spoke with unusual determination. Teacher Dai, there's no need to persuade me further. I've already made up my mind to take the superhuman college entrance exam. Hearing this, Dai he grew even more anxious. Child, how can you be so careless with your own life? Have you forgotten how you ended up in the hospital? You were attacked by a shrieking falcon during the 3rd mock exam and rolled down the hillside. You've been unconscious for 3 full days up until today. If you actually go to the exam hall. Teacher Dai. Lin Peugeot interrupted his homeroom teacher with a detached expression. I wasn't attacked by the shrieking falcon and fell down the hillside. It was Chen Yan from my team, who had just contracted a mid-level tier 1 burrowing lizard, who provoked a tier 2 shrieking falcon. When the bird chased after us, he used his earth shield ability to trap me in place and ran off himself. As he spoke, the venomous hatred on Lin Peugeot's face deepened. After I barely managed to break free, he hurled another rock, but instead of hitting the shrieking falcon, it struck me. That's why I fell down the slope. What? Hearing about these despicable incidents, Dai he was both shocked and furious. He had only been away on a business trip for a few days. How could such a vicious attack on a fellow student have happened? But why did Lin Peugeot's account differ from what the proctor, Chen Ping, had described during the 3rd mock exam? Teacher Dai, every word Peugeot said is true, I can vouch for him. Seeing the disbelief on Dai he's face, Song Cheng, who had been silently sitting by the hospital bed, finally spoke up. Or you can check the exam hall surveillance footage to confirm we're telling the truth. Seeing his childhood friend stand up for him, Lin Peizhou shot Song Qing a grateful look. Alright, die, he thought to himself, observing Lin Peizhou and Song Qing's resolute tone. Recalling how Chen Yan and his father Chen Ping had often engaged in sycophantic and bullying behavior, even he hadn't been spared, he found himself believing their words. However, when he spoke again, his tone grew even more serious. Attacking classmates is a violation of the rules, whether during the third mock exam or the actual college entrance examination. If Chen Yan dares to do such a thing during the Gaokao, his results will absolutely be disqualified. No, with something like this happening, I need to go back and report to the leadership. He stood up anxiously, gathered the teaching materials he had placed aside, and hurriedly got up. Turning back to Lin Peizhou, he added, Peizhou, no matter what, you should rest properly for a few days. As for the ability college entrance exam, take some time to think it over. Lin Peizhou looked at Daihe's weathered face and the dark circles under his eyes, knowing he had likely been juggling his duties as a homeroom teacher while keeping vigil by his side for several days. Thinking of the care Daihe had shown him since his parents' passing, he felt a surge of gratitude. Song Qing also stood up to see teacher Dai out. Lin Peizhou leaned back on the hospital bed and slowly closed his eyes. In truth, the reason he refused to give up on the ability examination wasn't out of stubbornness, it was because misfortune had turned into blessing. During his coma, he had awakened an ability system. After Lin Peizhou tumbled down the slope, his previously injured leg from battle was completely useless. Unable to control his body, he rolled uncontrollably downhill only to feel his entire body submerged in a pool of icy, bone-chilling liquid. Where did this huge puddle of water come from? There was definitely nothing like this during the terrain survey earlier. Lin Peizhou panicked. For some reason, as soon as he was submerged in this strange liquid, his limbs felt frozen and powerless. Just as Lin Peizhou struggled desperately, he felt the icy spring water seemingly invade his skin with a will of its own. The biting cold seeped into his bones, freezing his body as if a sharp knife had pierced deep into his marrow. Intent on scraping it out, Lin Peizhou tried hard to move his limbs, attempting to stand up, but only felt himself sinking deeper. His limbs, soaked in the liquid, seemed to have lost all strength. In this moment of utter helplessness, a drop of cool liquid fell onto Lin Peizhou's forehead. Instantly, this touch of coldness seemed to seep into his spiritual core, jolting his mind with a sudden shock. Before Lin Peizhou could react, the icy sensation, as if alive, rapidly permeated his entire brain. Lin Peizhou's body and mind trembled violently from the overwhelming impact. Soon, his brain could no longer endure the agony, and he passed out. However, during these 3 long days of unconsciousness, a crisp and melodious voice echoed in Lin Peizhou's mind. Ding! Detecting host's awakening of an SS-level ability. Beast God system loading. After being a loser for so many years, is my golden finger finally arriving? Chapter 3, The Dog Named Tun Tun. / You really scared me to death. / said childhood friend Song Chong, turning back into the ward after seeing teacher die off. / The doctors checked multiple times and said you had no wounds, but for some reason just wouldn't wake up. Luckily, they said as long as you woke up, you'd be fine. / what? / Lin Peizhou froze, lifting the blanket to see his left leg completely unscathed, and was stunned. How can you say there's no wound? Did the doctor heal the injury on my left leg? The doctor? No, when I found you at the foot of the hill, there was still blood on your leg, but the wound had already healed. Foot of the hill? Wasn't that a pool? What pool? Song Qing showed a puzzled expression. There isn't any pool in our examination area at all. Peizhou, did you hit your head or something? Screw you. Lin Peizhou laughed and cursed. The dog leaning against him sensed its owner's cheerful mood and started barking excitedly. Speaking of your dog, Peizhou, you wouldn't believe it. Song Qing seemed to recall something and said excitedly, it's practically supernatural. I originally packed you a meal, but since you were still unconscious, your dog Tun Tun quietly opened the plastic bag in the meal box by itself. By the time I noticed, it had already wolfed down the food in 2 bites. Your dog is seriously smart, it knows how to use its paws to open plastic bags. Turning his head to look at the dog's evasive eyes, Lin Peizhou chuckled. He wasn't sure about his dog's IQ, but its eating intelligence was definitely off the charts. Tun Tun had been in Lin Peizhou's household almost since he was born. Over the years, the dog showed no signs of aging, but its eating skills had improved dramatically, from pretending to be sick to beg for food, to biting open entire bags of dog food in one go, to sneaking into the fridge at midnight for snacks. Tun Tun's appetite seemed insatiable. Forever a drooling, gluttonous mutt. And another thing, I still don't know how Tun Tun managed to come to this hospital. Song Qing continued chatting while grabbing an apple from the fruit basket she brought and handing it to Lin Peizhou. Even though your home isn't far from the school or the hospital, how did it know you were hospitalized? And how did it open your front door, run to the hospital, and accurately find your ward? When the doctors were examining you, It just lay beside you and refused to leave no matter how much they tried to shoo it away. Luckily, I recognized it as your dog and barely managed to let it stay. Is that so? Lin Peijo stared at Tun Tun, as if trying to uncover something from its face, but Tun Tun just fawningly nuzzled Lin Peijo's hand, eyeing the apple in his grasp, its tail spinning like a propeller. Tun Tun was indeed a special dog. Not just because it was Lin Peijo's only family after his parents passed away. According to Lin Peijo's parents, they found Tun Tun at their doorstep on the very day Lin Peijo was born. By that count, Tun Tun was at least as old as Lin Peijo, making it 18 years old. Yet, apart from its ever-growing appetite and an unshakable calmness even when caught stealing food, Tun Tun didn't behave like an elderly dog. Even visits to the vet couldn't uncover anything unusual. On top of that, Tun Tun seemed to have an exceptionally robust physique. It rarely fell ill and was always keenly interested in Lin Peijo and Song Qing's ability training sessions, eagerly trying to join in. At first, for its safety, Lin Peijo would always stop it. But one time, it broke through his restraint and took a full hit from Song Qing's fire thunder, chain lightning, yet remained lively and unharmed, without a single scratch. After that, Lin Peijo stopped interfering. Now, it had become half a training partner for the two of them. Lin Peijo had once suspected that Tun Tun was an exotic beast rather than an ordinary pastoral dog, but no matter which pet hospital he went to, nothing unusual could be detected. My pet actually has better damage resistance than me, Lin Peijo pondered, biting fiercely into a juicy apple while coldly rejecting Tun Tun's food-sharing proposal. The difference between people is even greater than that between humans and dogs, Song Qing exclaimed indignantly while rubbing the dog's soft, bouncy ears. Your dog knows to visit you in the hospital, but the one who caused your hospitalization hasn't shown up at all. Chen Yan hasn't come once these days. How dare someone who abandoned you to the care of Ming Junyao call themselves your friend? At the mention of Chen Ping and Chen Yan, Lin Peijo's eyes turned cold. Chapter 4, The Dark Space. Years ago, when he first enrolled with the reputation of being the earliest awakened prodigy, Chen Ping had secretly instructed Chen Yan to build a good relationship with him. However, as time passed, Lin Peijo's level remained stuck at the initial stage of level 1, and even Chen Yan surpassed him. From then on, the attitudes of Chen Ping and his son shifted from warmth to contempt. Though Chen Yan claimed to still be friends with Lin Peijo, behind the scenes, he merely treated him as a backdrop to highlight his own strength. Later, Chen Yan seemed to want to use Lin Peijo to get acquainted with Song Chang, the top-performing student in their class. Unexpectedly, Song Qing refused to play along and adamantly declined to attend Chen Ping's extracurricular tutoring sessions. After that, the way Chen Ping looked at the two of them changed, always finding ways to pick on them in various situations. Lin Peijo never considered himself a magnanimous person. Those who harmed him, he would make sure they paid 100-fold in return. Speaking of Chen Ping, sigh, we have his class again this afternoon. Seriously, who would schedule such a dreadful class on a happy Friday afternoon? Song Qing muttered, letting out a long sigh. Chen Ping's class is utterly pointless. In a 45-minute lesson, he spends 20 minutes bragging about his achievements, another 20 minutes berating students one by one, and only the last 5 minutes briefly covering the key points. Lin Peijo remarked calmly, Chen reserves the most important knowledge for his paid weekend tutoring sessions without paying. You won't hear a word of it. Now that we're in our final year of high school, time is too precious to waste on such a class. It's better to spend that time reviewing the ability examination beast encounter predictions that old Dai prepared for us. He spent years researching the types of beasts that appear in exam venues across the country and even collaborated with a teacher he knows from Provincial No. 1 high school to compile the materials. Really? Even teachers from Provincial No. 1 high school? Song Qing turned to rummage through his backpack for the materials. Qingchang was just an ordinary county town in the province, although Qingchang No. 1 high school was the best in the county. Its educational resources and teaching quality paled in comparison to schools in the city, let alone those in the provincial capital. The moment he heard it involved renowned provincial teachers, Song Qing eagerly flipped open the materials. Wait, what time is it now? Song Ran suddenly looked up from the documents and glanced at the clock on the wall, then sprang up from his chair as if his pants were on fire. Oh no, if I miss Bald Shen's class, I'll definitely get scolded to death. Song Qing frantically yelped, shoving everything into his backpack in a panic. Peijo, I gotta run, you take care and rest up. Before the words even finished, Song Qing had already bolted out of the hospital room door, wailing louder than if he'd been eaten by a shrieking hawk. Lin Peijo couldn't help but silently light a candle for Song Qing in his heart. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, and the mountain breeze carried the scent of early summer into the hospital room, gently lifting Lin Peijo's hair and the long, soft fur of Tun Tun. Like a contented dog, Lin Peijo closed his eyes, savoring the caress of the breeze. Let me test if this system is real. System. Lin Peijo lay on the hospital bed, and as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a vast dark space appeared before his eyes. Chapter 5, System Panel. An endless expanse of dark space, boundless, empty and silent, with only a massive panel standing at the center of the space, emitting a fluorescent blue glow. Name, Lin Peijiu. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Ability, Lord of Liquid, SS+. Controls all water elements and liquid substances within the domain. Extremely powerful. Usage requires high physical fitness. Skill, B-grade skill, Water of Life, beginner. A-grade skill, Mimetic Frost, beginner. Level, peak of Tier 1. Constitution, 85. Strength 80, Stamina 80, Agility 85, Defense 90. Spirit, 105. Comprehension 105, Magic Resistance 105. Exchange points, 0. Space level, 0. Beginner's Gift Pack. Enable? Seeing the words Lord of Water and Liquid, Lin Peijiu felt his breath almost stop, and when he spotted the SS+ that followed, his eyes widened in shock. Doesn't the textbook clearly state that the highest level of abilities is S-class? How could it show SS class here? SS class. Could it be the legendary SS class that only appears in myths and legends? In fact, he had also doubted whether his ability was limited to just healing water. During actual combat, he noticed that his sensitivity to blood seemed particularly strong when wounds bled. His ability could stop the bleeding with remarkable efficiency, but it wasn't as effective for other injuries. Moreover, through years of practice, he had even learned to condense ice spikes to attack enemies. However, during an ability test years ago, when Lin Peijiu placed his hands on the testing machine, it buzzed once and completely shut down without displaying any results. At the time, Lin could only produce a tiny amount of healing water, so his homeroom teacher, Old Dai, sighed and simply wrote healing water as his ability on the record sheet. Now that I think about it, the test machine showed no results simply because it couldn't detect an SS-level ability. Lin Peijiu's heart pounded with excitement. After all these years, the golden finger has finally come to me. Looking at his skill list, just the Water of Life skill alone is far more powerful than the previous healing water. Healing water could only treat wounds in a small area, while Water of Life not only heals wounds but can also be used externally or internally, with effects that improve physique and strengthen the body. Looking down, Lin Peijiu saw a series of skills, levels, and a physical attribute scale extended by his abilities, and couldn't help but feel another wave of joy. Peak Level 1. This is the level only the top students in the elite class of the grade have achieved. Wasn't I just at the initial stage of Level 1 before? It must be because of that mysterious liquid, Lin Peijiu pondered. After soaking in it, he felt as if his meridians had been unblocked, his entire body brimming with strength. And he actually had a physique as high as 85 and a spirit as high as 105. This data was also tested on the testing machine. At that time, the physical and mental attributes of the entire grade students ranged between 20 and 40. And Lin Peijiu himself was just average with a physique of 33 and a mental stat of 38. Yet after undergoing the baptism of that unknown liquid, he had improved so dramatically. What's this now? Lin Peijiu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to something else. Chapter 6, The Sword That Parts Water. Just as Lin Peijiu was carefully studying the data, a longsword-shaped form unexpectedly condensed between the glowing trunks of the great tree. Unable to resist, he reached out his hand, and upon touching the trunk, he felt a cool sensation, as if submerged in seawater. Lin Peijiu touched the slightly cool hilt, and the moment he grasped it, the longsword emitted a tremendous resonant hum. The sound was deep and ancient, as if an ancient divine beast had awakened. Lin Peijiu's heart trembled, and with his right hand, he directly drew out the longsword. The weapon was nearly a meter long, its blade cold and sharp, exuding a chilling aura as if soaked in the blood of ferocious beasts and then frozen in ice for countless years. Yet Lin Peijiu felt an extraordinary compatibility with this longsword. As he swung it a few times in his hand, the sword seemed to understand his intentions, resonating in perfect harmony. Could this be a weapon directly condensed from ability elements? Lin Peijiu exclaimed in amazement. He knew that other ability users would awaken weapons innate to their abilities upon awakening, with an extremely high compatibility with the cultivator. He supposed this sword was the same. The longsword trembled slightly as if it had a life of its own, leaving behind several glowing blue trails in the air. Suddenly, the luminous blue traces intertwined and entangled, gradually forming the shape of a magic circle in the air. This is. Lin Peijiu carefully examined the glowing patterns on the magic circle. Why did they look like several seal script characters? Contract magic circle, elemental interaction, power amplification. Lin Peijiu barely made out the words, and his heart surged with wild joy once more. As a student who had taken beast taming classes, he immediately recognized this as the exclusive contract array used to form packs with exotic beasts. However, every ability user's array is unique and can only be refined through personal comprehension. Thus, mastering the contract array has become one of the key challenges in beast taming. For beast tamers, once they comprehend the contract array, they gain access to a contract space where their bonded beasts can rest and recover when not in use, only to be summoned during battles. Who would have thought that his coma would turn misfortune into blessing? Not only did his strength increase dramatically, but he also directly grasped the contract array. Lin Peijiu opened his eyes, the clear early summer sunlight outside the hospital room spilling onto his face. He felt nothing but boundless joy and exhilaration in his heart, immense power and limitless potential. He had finally obtained them, as Lin Peijiu silently recited in his heart. Long sword. Instantly, the gleaming long sword appeared in his hand, its blade like frost and snow, cold and deadly as a god of slaughter. Only when Lin Peijiu held it up to the sunlight outside the hospital room could he make out the faint seal script characters engraved on the hilt. Severing Water. The Severing Water Sword. So your name is Severing Water. The long sword hummed, seemingly responding to his call. Lin Peijiu caressed the Severing Water Sword with great fondness. This weapon, brimming with lethal intent for enemies, held an innate closeness and affection for Lin Peijiu. Throwing off the blanket and rolling out of bed, Lin Peijiu quickly dressed, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and with a mere thought, the long sword vanished back into the dark space. He hurried to the window, where lush phoenix trees rustled softly in the breeze outside. But the scene before Lin Peijiu's eyes was different from what ordinary people saw. In his vision, he perceived faint blue water elements permeating the air and trees, all of which he could harness. Lin Peijiu couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, as if the previous gloom had been swept away in an instant. With his laughter, he clearly saw the moisture in the air continuously condensing, rising, and eventually dispersing under his will. If anyone had looked up from below at that moment, they would have seen a handsome young man by the fourth-floor window of Qingqing First Hospital. The boy stood as straight as a bamboo, his clear eyes shining with joy, seemingly brighter than the early summer sunlight. Then, the boy leaned out of the window and, to everyone's surprise, leaped from the fourth floor, landing steadily on the ground below. Almost simultaneously, a white figure followed suit, leaping down. Despite its fluffy and chubby appearance, the creature landed lightly and steadily beside Lin Peijiu. Tun Tun raised its head again, squinting its eyes as it enjoyed its master's affectionate strokes. Lin Peijiu gazed at Tun Tun's furry head, seemingly lost in thought, but he said nothing. With a long stride, he dashed into the forest like a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Tun Tun followed closely, disappearing even faster than Lin Peijiu into the overlapping shadows of the trees. Chapter 7, The Weaver Wind Sparrow. Bang! At Qingqing First Hospital, Nurse Wang on the third floor hurriedly opened the window, anxiously looking up and down. Just moments ago during her shift, she had seen a figure leap from the upper floors. Was it a patient attempting suicide? She frantically searched but found nothing outside, only the sprawling Chiwu mountain range and the faint rustling of swaying phoenix tree branches in the breeze. Nurse Wang stared suspiciously for a long time but couldn't find anything amiss. It wasn't until a colleague urgently called for her that she finally stepped away from the window. Am I seeing things? That can't be right. Am I just exhausted from overtime work? Xiao Wang shook his head, trying to shake off the strange thoughts. Deep within Chiwu Mountain. Chiwu Mountain is the largest mountain range in Qingqing City, composed of numerous hills and small mountains. The residential areas and facilities in Qingqing City are either built along the mountains or clustered in the flat areas between the slopes. Just like Qingqing No. 1 High School, Qingqing First People's Hospital is located at the foot of Chiwu Mountain, sharing a section of the perimeter wall with the high school. At this moment, two swift figures darted through the dense forest of Chiwu Mountain. One was a small white-furred dog, its long fluffy hair swaying as it ran. The other was a tall, radiant young man. The early summer sunlight filtered through layers of branches, casting dappled light on his face. But even more dazzling than the light spots was his confident, carefree smile. At this moment, Lin Peijiu was carefully sensing the surging power and elements within him. This transformation was comprehensive. From the inside out, his entire body had become stronger, his muscles firmer, and even his reflexes had quickened. Power. So this is what power feels like. It was even more incredible than he had imagined. Ha ha ha. Lin Peijiu couldn't help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing far and wide. It seemed that nothing could bring down such a spirited young man. Suddenly, Lin Peijiu came to a halt. Before him was a familiar hillside, the very one he had tumbled down just 2 days prior. Yet, despite his thorough and repeated inspections, he still couldn't find the slightest trace of the pond nearby. Just as Lin Peijiu was puzzling over this, Tun Tun suddenly let out a few warning barks before darting off like an arrow shot from a bow. Hey Tun Tun, why are you running? Lin Peijiu chased after the dog without hesitation. The boy and his canine companion moved at incredible speed, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. After running a certain distance, Tun Tun suddenly stopped, bared his teeth, and stared intently ahead, assuming an attacking stance. Lin Peijiu slammed on the brakes and took a closer look only to see a large tree ahead densely covered with a flock of windweaver sparrows. Windweaver sparrows? Wind elemental creatures unleash tiny wind blades through the rapid vibration of their wings. They are only slightly larger than sparrows, with an unassuming dark gray-brown plumage, appearing to be an ordinary type of magical beast. However, while a lone windweaver sparrow is easy to deal with, a gathering of dozens like today is a different story. When facing intruders, a flock of windweaver sparrows will synchronize their wing flaps, causing the power of their wind blades to multiply exponentially. At this moment, a large group of windweaver sparrows was glaring menacingly at Lin Peijiu and the dog, with the highest level individuals already reaching early tier 2. Their feathers were slightly raised, clearly treating Lin Peijiu and the dog as enemies and preparing to launch an attack. Lin Peijiu sensed danger and instinctively spread his right hand, positioning the Duan Shui sword horizontally in front of him in a defensive stance. The next moment, dozens of wind blades spun rapidly, slicing through the air toward him. Lin Peijiu held his breath and focused, swiftly swinging the Duan Shui sword to cleave through the air, meeting the attack head-on. But someone moved even faster than him. It was actually Tun Tun. Before Lin Peijiu and the Weaver Wind Sparrow could react, Tun Tun's white figure leaped forward, opening its mouth wide and actually swallowed the wind sphere whole. Chapter 8, Ice Spike Assault. Tun Tun. Lin Peijiu rushed forward anxiously, ignoring the Weaver Wind Sparrow for the moment as he carefully examined Tun Tun's body. Unexpectedly, Tun Tun remained completely unharmed after swallowing the wind sphere. It even showed a hint of satisfaction, as if it had just eaten a snack handed to it by Lin Peijiu. It seemed Tun Tun's abilities were even more formidable than he had imagined. But Tun Tun wasn't a mutant beast, so why was this happening? On the other side, the Weaver Wind Sparrows grew anxious when their attack failed to inflict any damage. They quickly regrouped, forming a massive net of dozens of wind blades that came slashing once more. Bang! Lin Peijiu wielded his sword with agility, executing horizontal slashes and diagonal thrusts. Though his moves were merely the most basic techniques from high school curriculum, the immense power surging through his body, combined with his lightning-fast reflexes, ensured that not a single wind blade could get close. Each strike was swift and decisive. As for Tun Tun, it practically had stars in its eyes as it stared at the wind blades. The dog gobbled up several of them, smacking its lips afterward as if craving more. It looked less like a battle and more like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, the Weaver Wind Sparrows weren't faring so well. With each of their organized attacks effortlessly deflected, their energy gradually depleted, leaving them unable to mount any effective offense. In the end, the level 2 Weaver Wind Sparrow that appeared to be the leader let out a miserable screech. Flapping its wings, it gathered the last of its wind energy and shot toward Lin Peijiu like a cannonball. The other Weaver Wind Sparrows followed suit, diving at him one after another. Though much energy had been depleted in the battle, the desperate, all-out attacks from dozens of Weaver Wind Sparrows were not to be underestimated. Wind elements surged from all directions, seemingly trapping Lin Peijiu and Tun Tun in the eye of a typhoon. At this critical moment, Lin Peijiu suddenly closed his eyes. Darkness seemed to envelop his vision, yet Lin Peijiu could see even more clearly. The surrounding water elements enveloped the air in the mountains, where humidity reached 65%. The condensed water element nearby was the dog Tun Tun, whose body contained 70% water. In the middle was himself, a human, with a water content also close to 70%, and in midair, several condensed water masses seemed to be rushing toward him, with wind blades about to slice off his head. In that split second, the leader of the Windweave Sparrows suddenly stiffened. Over 70% of the water in its body condensed into a sharp ice spike, brutally piercing through its body, with its body suddenly dehydrated and its internal organs completely impaled. Even as a second-level creature, it couldn't survive. With a final hoarse cry, it collapsed heavily onto the ground. Its final vision lingered on the other weaver finches that had fallen with it. Merciless thuds as the same ice spikes spared none of them. Ding! 6 level 1 and 2 weaver finches killed. Exchange points plus 136. Chapter 9, First Victory. So this is how the system gains ability points. The mechanical voice of the system rang out, filling Lin Peijiu with joy. Yet he remained steady in place, eyes slightly closed, expression indifferent. With a casual wave of his left hand, another 7 or 8 weaver finches plummeted to the ground like broken kites, shrieking in agony. Ding! 7 level 1 Windweave Sparrows killed. Exchange points plus 60. Ding! 7 level 1 Windweave Sparrows killed. Exchange points plus 85. Ding! The constant ding sounds echoed in Lin Peijiu's mind as his movements grew increasingly swift. Before the wind-based attack net formed by the Windweave Sparrows organization could harm him, their lives were already claimed by sharp ice spikes. Huff! Lin Peijiu let out a soft exhale and opened his eyes. Before him lay the chaotic aftermath, corpses of Windweaver Sparrows strewn across the ground, their blood and water mixing with scattered feathers and shattered entrails, painting a gruesome scene. In this battle, Lin Peijiu had swept through dozens of Tier 1 and Tier 2 aberrant beasts like autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. Feeling the surging energy within him, it had slightly diminished after his repeated use of abilities, But it hardly mattered, more violent energy surged forth to replenish it, even fiercer than before. So this is what it feels like to possess such formidable power. It's absolutely exhilarating. As Lin Peijiao carefully attuned to the energy within, he suddenly felt warmth against his leg. Looking down, he saw Tun Tun nuzzling up to him, a gleaming stone clutched in its mouth, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at Lin Peijiao with an unmistakable master. Praise me now. Expression. Lin Peijiao picked it up and was astonished to find it was a level 2 wind element ability crystal. It was stained with blood, apparently dug out by Tuntun from the corpse of a weaving wind sparrow. At Tuntun's feet, there was also a scattered pile of crystals. With a flip and a tug of its paw, Tuntun deftly retrieved another crystal, proudly biting it and presenting it to Lin Peijiao like a treasure. Lin Peijiao weighed it lightly in his hand. Crystals were incredibly useful for ability users, who would collect large quantities of crystals slightly above their own level and of the same elemental affinity. The powerful energy contained within could be used to level up, forge weapons, or concoct potions. As a result, crystals had always commanded high prices in the market, especially high-level ones, which could fetch astronomical sums at auctions. These crystals must be kept safe, to help with household expenses. Lin Peijiao wiped the blood off the surface of the crystals and stuffed them all into his pocket. Although Lin Peijiao's parents left him some inheritance, the path of cultivation as an ability user is indeed a long and costly journey. Various potions to enhance levels and combat power, forged weapons, battle equipment, materials for taming beasts. Which of these doesn't burn through money? Most young ability users rely on their family's support to improve their strength. Therefore, for someone like Lin Peijiao, who is determined to walk the path of abilities for the long haul, money remains a crucial driving force. Tuntun's footsteps never ceased, charging like a gust of wind toward the depths of Chiwu Mountain. Lin Peijiao followed closely behind, pressing forward all the way. Chapter 10, The Blackbone Screeching Crow. Chiwu Mountain. The mountain range stretches endlessly, resembling a colossal beast crouching at the edge of Qingqing City. Yet this once peaceful and serene mountain was now brewing with a deadly intent. After effortlessly dispatching a flock of windweave sparrows, Lin Peijiao and Tuntun pressed onward, advancing deeper into Chiwu Mountain. But the further he went, the more alarmed Lin Peijiao became. Since when had Chiwu Mountain gathered so many avian mutant beasts? Not only were there large numbers of them, but each one was as frenzied as the shrieking raptor and the wind-weaving sparrow he had encountered earlier. Unable to defeat Lin Peijiao and Tuntun, they resorted to suicidal attacks, recklessly hurling their bodies at them. Lin Peijiao tightened his grip on the Duanshui sword, coldly eyeing the Blackbone Screeching Crow that was charging at him behind the wind-weaving sparrow. Blackbone Screeching Crow, an avian mutant beast with dark-type abilities, accustomed to fighting in groups. These Blackbone Screeching Crows are another group of avian mutant beasts. Though their numbers are fewer than the windweave sparrows encountered earlier, their average level is significantly higher. Each of these crows is at least level 2. Keep in mind, Lin Peijiao is only at the peak of level 1 at this point, and the gap between each level is nothing short of an insurmountable chasm. Right now, the Blackbone Screeching Crows seem to have fallen into an extremely agitated state. Their feathers bristled all over, their eyes locked fiercely onto Lin Peijiao, their claws scraping impatiently against the ground. Suddenly, their sharp beaks gaped wide as dark energy gathered within. The power of over a dozen crows coalesced into a massive black energy sphere, which they unleashed in a furious blast. Tuntun, be careful! Lin Peijiao swiftly dodged, avoiding the first wave of attacks, his longsword held horizontally in front of him to block the damage. Meanwhile, Tuntun leaped high once again, opening its mouth to directly swallow balls of dark energy. After finishing, Tuntun even showed its usual greedy expression. It turned its head to look at the group of Blackbone Screeching Crows, its eyes not filled with fear or hatred but rather seeming to say, "Got any more? Bring it on." Witnessing this scene, the Blackbone Screeching Crows were stunned. After being mutant beasts for so long, they had never encountered a creature that treated attack energy as a snack. If the first move fails, there's always a second one. The previously clustered Darkbone Screech Ravens swiftly dispersed, some soaring high, others perching on branches, yet once again uniformly opened their beaks wide. A dominant surge of dark energy, howling with piercing sonic attacks, was gradually forming an overwhelming offensive. Before this powerful offensive could fully form, the leading Blackbone Screeching Crows suddenly let out a shrill cry of pain. Just as they were fully focused on organizing their attack, an ice spike radiating cold energy appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight through their chests. As the first wave of the Blackbone Screeching Crows' assault was intercepted by Tuntun and they prepared to shift tactics, Lin Peijiao seized the opportunity, launching another round of mimicry ice spikes, turning the water naturally present in their bodies into lethal weapons once more. The Blackbone Screeching Crows were quickly thrown into disarray by this counterattack, failing to regroup their offensive and instead suffering a devastating blow. Seizing the initiative, Lin Peijuo's attacks grew even more fierce. Wave after wave of ice spikes materialized and pierced through the enemies in one fluid, ruthless motion. With repeated use, Lin Peijuo's mimetic frost ability became increasingly refined. At a mere thought, the Blackbone screeching crows, before they could even unleash their powers, were impaled by ice spikes erupting from within their own bodies, pinned lifelessly to the trees. The usual gap between power levels seemed utterly insignificant against such an overwhelming ability. At this moment, Lin Peijuo no longer resembled a high school student but rather a death god who had descended to swiftly reap the lives of the mutated beasts. Soon, over a dozen of the once screeching beasts were reduced to nothing more than chaotic piles of bloodied flesh and feathers on the ground. Ding! 13 Blackbone screeching crows eliminated. Exchange points plus 792. Sheathing his blade, Lin Peijuo stared coldly at the chaotic mess on the ground, though his mind was in turmoil. Compared to other regions, Huagua maintains strict management of aberrant beasts. Areas rampant with such creatures are officially designated as secret realms by the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, keeping them at a distance from residential zones. While occasional escapes do occur, most are neutralized by officials or ability users immediately after breaching the realms. How could they have reached this place? After all, Chiwu Mountain is relatively close to human settlements adjacent to Qingqing No. 1 high school and Qingqing First Hospital, with Lin Peijuo's own home located in a nearby residential community. If there are more mutated beasts, if they take even one step closer to the residential area, a beast tide might form. Lin Peijuo's eyes darkened, then ignited with bloodthirsty killing intent. I absolutely cannot let these beasts advance any further. If the situation gets out of control, then we must notify the staff at the Ability Bureau. Lin Peijuo considered his own circumstances and suddenly remembered he had forgotten his phone at home. Feeling a wave of frustration. Chapter 11, The Mysterious Mutated Beast. Lin Peijuo flicked the blood off his longsword and continued forward. After an afternoon of traveling and fighting, he had just killed nearly 200 mutated beasts of various kinds. His backpack was stuffed with elemental crystals of all sizes and types, but unfortunately, none were of a higher level or water element for him to absorb. Among this pile of crystal stones, the highest grade one came from a swift wind kite, reaching the late stage of level 2. However, as Lin Peijuo became increasingly proficient in using his abilities, and with its skill whirling wind wings being swallowed whole by Tun Tun, the mimicry ice spike mercilessly pierced its chest, leaving no chance for struggle. After prolonged use of his abilities and high-speed running, Lin Peijuo felt slightly fatigued, but his offensive momentum remained relentless, with each strike aimed at the weakest points of the beasts, their hearts and brains, with Tun Tun devouring any ability in one gulp as support. The battlefront efficiently advanced deeper into the Chiwu Mountain range. As they ventured further in, the number of beasts suddenly dwindled. Gone were the screeches of birds and the clamor of battle, leaving only the rustling sounds of Lin Peijuo and Tun Tun stepping on fallen leaves, which instead gave the forest an eerie sense of tranquility. Tun Tun no longer dashed ahead as before but instead became alert, looking left and right with ears perked high, carefully listening to the surroundings. Suddenly, Tun Tun halted in his tracks, then dashed off in a determined direction. Lin Peijuo followed closely behind. As the sky darkened, layers of overlapping tree shadows obscured most of the light, adding an eerie and sinister atmosphere to Chiwu Mountain. Lin Peijuo and Tun Tun moved swiftly, crossing over a slope in the vast mountain range in the blink of an eye and arriving at the summit of another mountain. Ahead lay a valley between two peaks, a relatively open expanse. When Lin Peijuo looked down from the mountaintop and fixed his gaze on the valley, his pupils suddenly constricted. What an astonishingly bizarre sight he beheld. At the center of the valley, a radiant and dazzling large avian beast perched on the branches of a phoenix tree. Its slender and graceful neck, molten golden eyes, strikingly crimson wings, and most eye-catching of all, the iridescent, shimmering long tail that cascaded from the high branches over 10 meters down to the ground. The bird's overall form exuded elegance and poise, not to mention its lustrous feathers, resembling clusters of flames or intricately woven strands of flowing, multicolored sunlight. Even as a human, Lin Peijuo had to admit this was a beast of both divine beauty and eerie mystique. What kind of beast is this? Lin Peijuo was utterly astonished. He frantically searched his knowledge but realized he had never encountered such a creature in any official beast textbook. As if sensing the prying gaze, the great bird's golden glowing eyes abruptly swept toward Lin Peijuo's direction. His heart lurched. He hadn't expected such an alert beast to detect him from such a distance. Moving swiftly, he dropped to the ground and hid with Tun Tun behind the dense layers of shrubbery, completely concealing themselves under the dim twilight. The golden eyes of the great bird withdrew their gaze, sweeping majestically over the multitude of avian beasts prostrating before it. Peering through the gaps in the bushes, Lin Peijuo noticed the unusual situation. In the middle of the valley lay an even more bizarre sight. Chapter 12, Blazing Flames. In this very clearing within the valley, hundreds of avian beasts of various kinds were densely gathered. An astonishing sight. Among them, Lin Peijiao spotted the Blackbone screeching crow and the wind-weaving gray sparrow that had just confronted him, along with rare species like the swift-winged kite and the giant-beaked falcon. These extraordinary beasts, some reaching levels above 3, were formidable in their own right, yet now they lay prostrate on the ground, trembling with reverence as if paying homage, and the object of their worship was none other than that radiant, dazzling bird perched majestically on the phoenix tree ahead. Though the bird was beautiful, what captivated even more was the aura of majestic nobility it exuded, an unmistakable presence of a superior being. Lin Peijiao's gaze was once again drawn to the magnificent bird. Despite his attempts to sense its level, he failed, a clear sign of the vast disparity between them. This phoenix's rank was no lower than level 7. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Peijiao's mind. As someone at the peak of level 1, combined with Tun's unknown energy and his own SS-grade ability, he could handle killing a few level 2 beasts in one go. But encountering a beast whose level was so high he couldn't even sense it clearly, he'd likely only be able to take a beating, not to mention the other beasts lying obediently on the ground. Seeing their reverent demeanor, Lin Peijiao had no doubt that if the giant bird ordered them to attack him, they would swarm him without hesitation. However, the appearance of a beast of this level in Chiwu Mountain was indeed an extremely rare occurrence. Just like human classifications, most of the beasts Lin Peijiao had encountered fell between level 1 and level 3, a range referred to as the primary tier. For humans, most would spend their entire lives cultivating without ever breaking through this tier. As for levels 4 to 6, they fall into the intermediate range, representing outstanding professional ability users among humans, while among exotic beasts, they are considered dangerous elements, strictly confined within various secret realms under heavy surveillance, not to mention levels 7 to 9 and above, which belong to the advanced range. In humans, these are grandmaster-level figures with extremely high social status, resources, and wealth. Exotic beasts in this range are naturally formidable. Just one escaping from a secret realm would be enough to give local ability bureaus and ability users a serious headache. In Hua country's legends, there are also said to be ability users and exotic beasts that surpass level 9 and reach level 10. However, these remain mere legends. Despite Hua country's vast population and thriving cultivation culture, which ranks first globally, level 9 ability users are already as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone those beyond. Thus, such tales have always been just stories, far from reality. Yet for such a high-level giant bird to suddenly leave a secret realm and appear near a civilian-populated area, accompanied by a group of other exotic beasts, is undoubtedly a dangerous sign. Just as Lin Peijiao was lost in thought and preparing to escape secretly, the large bird on the tree suddenly moved. The bird gracefully arched its long neck and let out a prolonged cry. In the next second, its crimson feathers, red as flames, actually burst into intense fire. The flames surged with overwhelming force, shooting dozens of meters high. The fiery blaze, crimson and roaring with scorching heat, engulfed the small valley. Even from a distance, Lin Peijiao was awestruck by the astonishing intensity of this violent energy. He had never witnessed such powerful flame abilities in any human or beast in his life. The flames were extremely intense, instantly engulfing the entire giant bird. The tongues of fire raged, devouring several other beasts that were closest to the bird. Before they could even let out a cry, their lives were taken by the overwhelming, scorching heat. Chapter 13, The Phoenix Rising from the Flames. The flames burned fiercely, consuming one life after another, filling the air with the scent of blood and charred flesh in an instant. Yet, despite this, the other beasts crouching behind still trembled and cowered, not daring to move an inch. Even from a distance, Lin Peijiao could almost feel the scorching heat rushing toward him. His expression grew even more grave. The strange, beautiful giant bird, its extraordinarily high level, the inexplicably agitated shrieking vulture during the exam, the large gathering of avian beasts on Chiwu Mountain where no beasts had appeared for years, the worshipful postures, the searing flames. When all the above clues are pieced together, they point to only one conclusion: the king of birds, the phoenix. It's no wonder Lin Peijiao didn't recognize it at first, as none of the textbooks he had ever seen mention such a creature. After all, people generally believe that the phoenix exists only in mythology. How could it possibly appear in reality? Thus, information about the phoenix is absent from mainstream bestiaries and school textbooks, leaving people to glimpse it only through myths and legends. Just as Lin Peijiao was marveling at his discovery, the phoenix bathing in flames let out an agonizing screech. Lin Peijiao cautiously looked down and saw that the flames on the phoenix had grown even fiercer. The intense and raging inferno brought extreme heat, so unbearable that even the phoenix, born from the flames, let out agonized cries. Lin Peijiao frowned deeply. According to mythological legends, Nirvana is an essential path for a phoenix to enhance its abilities. But not every rebirth is successful. Some phoenixes perish from the unbearable scorching of the flames. It seemed this phoenix was trapped in a life or death struggle, succeed or face destruction. Listening to the increasingly piercing and mournful cries, Lin Peizhou carefully extended his spiritual senses to assess the phoenix's condition. To his surprise, he could now perceive the phoenix's level. This wasn't due to an improvement in his own spiritual power but rather because the phoenix's level was rapidly declining. Mid-6th tier, early 6th tier, peak 5th tier, early 5th tier. The speed at which the phoenix was losing levels shocked Lin Peizhou. He realized that if the phoenix's power continued to drain like this, the only outcome would be complete loss of cultivation, exhaustion, and death. Meanwhile, the entire valley descended into chaos. The horde of mutated beasts, previously suppressed by the phoenix's overwhelming pressure, were now caught in the devastating sweep of its scorching flames. Some perished, others lay wounded, filling the small valley with cries of agony. The remaining beasts, fortunate enough to stand farther away, escaped the initial onslaught, but as the phoenix's power waned, its once dominant pressure collapsed, sending the avian mutants into a panicked, scattered retreat. Lin Peizhou turned his head and signaled Tun Tun with a glance. The dog immediately understood and followed. Moving cautiously through the underbrush, the duo worked in perfect sync, activating their abilities, devouring energy, and picking off the frantic beasts fleeing in their direction. Ding! 1 level 2 early stage Swiftwind Kite slain. Exchange points plus 81. Ding! 1 level 2 mid-stage Blackbone Screecher Crow slain. Exchange points plus 121. The level of the strange beasts in the valley was generally higher than what Lin Peizhou had just encountered, but they were fewer in number. Combined with their high-temperature burns and panicked state of mind, Lin Peizhou and Tun Tun smoothly harvested this batch of ability points. In fact, due to the higher level of the beasts, they even gained more ability points than before. By the time Lin Peizhou reached the foot of the mountain, the valley held nothing alive except for the fiercely burning phoenix flames and a field of corpses. Ahead lay scorching waves of heat that no human could endure. Lin Peizhou halted his steps, staring at the phoenix that had been screaming in agony moments ago but was now in such excruciating pain it could no longer make a sound. It seemed the phoenix couldn't stop this rebirth fire with its own power. If no one intervened, it would be consumed by the flames it had ignited. Sensing the phoenix's gradually declining level, Lin Peizhou's bold idea began taking shape in his mind. Chapter 14: Extinguishing the Flames. Even if you're a mutant beast, setting fire to the mountain will still land you in prison. Watching the raging phoenix flames ahead, Lin Peizhou silently complained in his heart. With a lift of his hands, a massive water sphere condensed in the air and was steadily poured onto the roaring fire. The explosive flames merely shrank back for a moment before surging back even more fiercely. The sharp fire elements contained within left Lin Peizhou utterly shocked. However, before Lin Peizhou could summon more water elements to block, Tun Tun leaped up and swallowed the fire elements dispersed in the flames with practiced ease. As if it were just another game of catch they often played together, Tun Tun's energy never failed to amaze him. Seeing Tun Tun display the same hungry, unsatisfied look as before, Lin Peizhou felt reassured and steadied his focus, unleashing an even more powerful surge of water. Flames roared and water surged, creating towering plumes of white mist that enveloped everyone, truly befitting an ancient divine beast. The intensity of the Nirvana flames far exceeded Lin Peizhou's expectations. They were nearly impossible to extinguish. Water against fire. Opposing elements clashed. Even with Tun Tun's assistance, Lin Peizhou had no idea how much water he had mobilized or how long it had taken. By the time the flames finally weakened slightly, he was almost completely drained of energy. The once towering inferno had significantly diminished, leaving only the most intense and hardest to extinguish flames encircling the phoenix itself. It was then that Lin Peizhou finally glimpsed the creature's current form. Gone was its former divine and majestic beauty, replaced by disheveled, ash-gray feathers matted with blood. Its spirit seemed broken, its expression one of frail despair, teetering on the edge of death. The once molten gold eyes now brimmed with tears, though each droplet vanished instantly, vaporized by the searing heat. Witnessing the phoenix's pitiable state, Lin Peizhou sighed. Then, water of life flowed once more from his hands, miraculously unvaporized by the scorching flames, and landed precisely on the wound at the phoenix's neck. As a single tear fell from the creature, the once gaping, gruesome injury began healing at an astonishing, visible pace, the bleeding stopping as if by magic. Wait, since when is my water of life skill this potent? Even Lin Peizhou was stunned by the instant curative effect. Without hesitation, another stream of the water defied the blistering heat, landing unerringly on wound after wound. After repeated treatments, the phoenix's condition visibly improved. As if inspired by Lin Peizhou, the phoenix wobbled to its feet, shook its head, rallied its spirits, and raised its scarred wings and proud head, attempting once more to break free from the flames of rebirth. The fire raged, and watery reflections shimmered. As the phoenix swayed, radiant and iridescent lights, like those of its former tail feathers, rose in a dazzling display. The holy, resplendent glow illuminated Chiwu Mountain like a miniature sun against the twilight sky. Wow! Even as a human, Lin Peijiao couldn't help but be awestruck by this dazzling, divine spectacle. Now it's good. I don't need to make a phone call. The surrounding people should also notice the commotion here. Lin Peijiao was shocked in his heart, but his hands didn't stop moving. His left hand manipulated the water flow to continue controlling the fire, while his right hand's life-giving water kept enhancing the phoenix amidst the flames. Beside him, Tun was also devouring the scattered fire elements in the air in large gulps. White mist rose, shimmering with colorful light. Through the relentless efforts of the human and two beasts, the fire gradually weakened and finally extinguished completely. The aurora-like colorful wings emitted by the phoenix's Nirvana flames also vanished entirely. Exhausted, Lin Peijiao let out a long sigh, retracted his skills, and slowly walked toward the phoenix ahead. Chapter 15, Contract Phoenix. As Lin Peijiao approached the phoenix, he realized its condition was even worse than he had imagined. The water of life had barely stopped the bleeding. The phoenix's body was covered in terrifying wounds, with only a few remaining feathers, all charred black. Its mental state was also poor, though it had narrowly escaped the flames of rebirth. Its strength had plummeted to only the peak of the second level, a far cry from its former power. Seeing this, Lin Peijiao used Water of Life again. As the pale blue liquid gathered in his hand, the phoenix leaned its tearful bird head toward him, and a large teardrop fell into the Water of Life. Immediately, as the phoenix's tear merged with the Water of Life, a powerful yet gentle energy radiated out. The liquid was cool and transparent, carrying a pure and refreshing aura that efficiently swept away Lin Peijiao's battle fatigue. This familiar feeling is. Lin Peijiao was astonished. It's actually the pond I fell into 2 days ago when I tumbled down the slope. Legend has it that the phoenix's tear possesses the ability to heal wounds, but no one expected that combining it with the Water of Life would produce a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Recalling how this mysterious potion had once unlocked his meridians and made him stronger, Lin Peijiao split the water ball in his hand into 2 parts, attaching them to the phoenix and himself. The portion on the phoenix seemed alive, absorbed directly into its body without leaving a trace, while the part on himself only absorbed partially before stopping. It seems that although this liquid is beneficial, there are still limitations to its absorption. As the pale blue liquid covered the phoenix's entire body, its condition appeared to improve significantly. Gratefully glancing at Lin Peijiao, it slowly nestled its small, dusty bird head into his embrace, its large eyes brimming with tears that fell in steady streams. Who would have thought such a formidable phoenix could be so affectionate, and even have a delicate personality like Lin Dayu? Lin Peijiao mused inwardly, recalling the phoenix's previously majestic demeanor. Lin Peijiao couldn't help but find it amusing. How wonderful it would be if such an intriguing mythical beast could become his contracted companion. With a single thought, the magic circle once drawn by the broken water sword in Lin Peijiao's space suddenly appeared mid-air. A brilliant blue light filled the valley as the circle enveloped both Lin Peijiao and the phoenix, followed by an overwhelming surge of power engulfing them. Contract magic circle, elemental interaction, power amplification. Along with the circle came an unbreakable bond, tightly linking Lin Peijiao and the phoenix together. Is this the power of a contract? Lin Peijiao exclaimed excitedly. The interface of his space once again manifested before his eyes. Name, Lin Peijiao. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Ability, Lord of Liquid, SS+. Controls all water elements and liquid substances within the domain. Extremely powerful. Its execution places high demands on physical fitness. Skill, B-grade skill, Water of Life, beginner. A-grade skill, Mimetic Frost, beginner. Level, peak of Tier 1. Constitution, 85. Strength 80, Stamina 80, Agility 85, Defense 90. Spirit, 105. Comprehension 105, Magic Resistance 105. Exchange points, 4557. Space level, 0. Contracted Beast, Sacred Flame Immortal Phoenix. Mental power points consumed, 80. Level, peak of Tier 2. Ability, Immortal Phoenix, S-Rank. Skill, S-Rank skill, True Phoenix Fire, mastered. A-Rank skill, Scorching Heat, mastered. S-Rank skill, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, mastered. Beginner's Gift Pack. Enable? What a formidable beast. An S-Class ability. And so many mastered skills. Lin Peijiao excitedly gazed at the panel. Moreover, the mental energy required to contract a phoenix is incredibly high, a full 80 points. Lin Peijiao couldn't help but marvel. To think that Chen Ping had spent millions to buy Qinyan, a mid-level earth-escaping lizard, which Chen Yan bragged about daily in class. Yet it only occupied 38 points of mental energy. Truly worthy of being a legendary beast. If I hadn't reached the peak of the first level and had slightly higher mental energy than others at the same cultivation stage, I wouldn't have been able to contract it. But what exactly can these exchange points be used for? And this beginner's gift pack I hadn't noticed before. However, just as Lin Peijiao was about to open the previously overlooked beginner's gift pack, his enhanced hearing, boosted by his increasing level, detected a commotion coming from the other side of the mountain. Lin Peijiao reacted swiftly, stowing the newly contracted phoenix into his personal space before quickly making his way toward the outskirts of Chiwu mountain range with Tun Tun. Chapter 16, The Ability Bureau. As dusk enveloped the land and tree shadows danced, Lin Peijiao and Tun Tun sped through the mountain forest, scaling a peak in the blink of an eye. Ahead, bright lights and clamoring voices revealed a group of people charging forward with their exotic beasts. Spotting Lin Peijiao, the stern-faced young man at the lead extended his Ability Bureau credentials and stopped him. I'm an inspector from the National Supernatural Ability Bureau. Who are you? Why are you wandering around the mountains so late at night? Lin Peijiao examined the name Sui printed in bold characters on the Bureau ID card held by the person in front of him, then calmly spoke as he observed their uniform blue outfits representing the Supernatural Ability Bureau. I'm a student from the Supernatural Ability class at Qingqing No. 1 High School. My home is in the neighboring Chiwu residential area. Earlier, I noticed suspected supernatural beast activity here, so I came to Chiwu Mountain. As he spoke, he pointed toward the valley behind him. Over there, I found some supernatural beast corpses and saw others fleeing in that direction. While Lin Peijiao answered, the leader of the group discreetly observed him. Seeing his earnest expression, accompanied by an ordinary-looking pet dog, and dressed in school uniform with a backpack, their suspicions naturally dissipated. Hearing the word mutant beasts in his response, the young man's expression turned grave. He quickly ascended to the mountaintop and, upon seeing the gruesome scene of corpses strewn across the valley, furrowed his brow tightly. Classmate, this is no place for you to stay. The young man turned around and spoke sternly. There are so many traces of mutant beasts here. If you encounter even a few, you won't be able to protect yourself. Hurry home while you still can. In truth, when Lin Peijiao saw the professionals from the Supernatural Ability Bureau arrive at Chiwu Mountain, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike other supernatural organizations, the Supernatural Ability Bureau, as a national professional agency, takes maintaining a safe environment as its mission. They are always at the forefront during mutant beast crises, with naturally formidable strength and equipment. Lin Peijiao had just noticed that this young man, despite his youth, already possessed the strength of a 5th-level advanced practitioner. The large group behind him was also quite formidable, each accompanied by their contracted exotic beasts, equipped with professional firearms, weapons, and detectors, all appearing serious and ready for action. He also recalled the hundreds of exotic beasts at the foot of the mountain. Already a small portion had been devoured by the phoenix's true flames, and the remaining ones wouldn't be able to flee far for now. With the presence of the Ability Bureau personnel, there wouldn't be much impact on the residential areas. Thinking about this, Lin Peijiao put his heart down and honestly agreed, said goodbye, and turned to leave with Tun Tun. With the bright moon hanging low and the shadows of the trees strewn about, Lin Peijiao and Tun Tun traveled together on their way home in the Chiwu Mountains. When he thought about the fact that he had successfully contracted a foreign beast for the first time, or a legendary level foreign beast with powerful abilities, the Phoenix, Lin Peijiao couldn't help but be excited. Although the level of the Phoenix had dropped to the 2nd level, Lin Peijiao, who had established a contract with the Phoenix, had already sensed that the Phoenix's physical condition was not in any serious trouble, and that with diligent cultivation, the Phoenix could definitely recover to its previous level at a speed faster than any other exotic beast. Chapter 17, Phoenix Chiwu. Having contracted the first foreign beast ever, this time Lin Peijiao was in a good mood and happily chatted with the Phoenix. As my contracted Fey beast, I should officially give you a name. Lin Peijiao thought excitedly. Then, from now on, I'll call you Lin Qiyan. After contracting a foreign beast, the foreign beast and its owner established a mind link and could communicate through their consciousness. At this moment, the Phoenix that was quietly recuperating in Lin Peijiao's contract space could naturally hear Lin Peijiao's thoughts, so it raised its own long neck and tenderly cried out to express its consent. Good, Lin Qiyan. From now on, we'll be brothers fighting on the same front. Sensing the Phoenix's agreement and gratitude, Lin Peijiao became even more excited, and his footsteps became faster and faster, almost running through the mountains at the same speed as an off-road vehicle. Tun Tun on the side also felt this emotion, and bared his big teeth as he happily followed behind. But I'm still curious, how did a Phoenix of your level end up in Mount Chiwu? Aren't they all guarded in the secret realm by various cultivators? Looking at the Phoenix, Lin Peijiao asked the doubt in his heart. Seems like it. There's a bunch of humans with weapons on the outskirts of where I used to live. As a foreign beast that had once reached the advanced zone, Lin Qiyan had naturally mastered the ability to communicate with humans, and was unaffected even if his level had slipped. At this moment, Lin Qiyan, who had just escaped from the Nirvana flame, yawned greatly and hung his head lazily. But I've lived in that place for so long that I've eaten all the tasty bamboo nuts I could eat nearby. The nearby springs also became less sweet. I was so hungry that I held my breath and flew out myself while those guards weren't looking at night. But I didn't realize that I had been out for so long without finding a place where I could live for a long period of time. either without a tall sycamore tree to serve as my abode, a good spring to drink from, or food that I could eat. The more Lin Qiyan spoke, the more aggrieved he became, and his head was about to lower to the ground. Well, it seems that the legend about the phoenix not more than a sycamore tree, not practicing solid not to eat, not sweet spring not to drink is true. Lin Peizhou couldn't help but secretly slander that this ancient divine beast was not only a forest sister character, but also had the habits of a young lady. This was too demanding for a living environment. General beasts run out of the secret realm as to attack humans. Lin Qiyan is good. There is no attack mentality towards humans, and is bent on looking around for a habitat with a good environment. It was so hard to find Mount Zhouwu, which is densely populated with tall sycamore trees, just enough to serve as my shelter. However, in the midst of my cultivation a few days ago, I realized that my level was on the verge of breaking through level 8. As an immortal phoenix, after I reach the advanced zone, that is, after level 6, I need to go through the Nirvana flame every time I break through a level. The only way I can move up a level is to break through the Nirvana flame. Thinking of the agonizing Nirvana flame, I can't help but cry out. So it was. Lin Peizhou remembered the pool of water he had encountered in the examination hall, which was in fact the standing water of the tears that Phoenix had shed. Phoenix's tears, the legendary magical potion that could heal wounds, together with the water of life that he had used out at that time in order to heal his own wounds, reached a 1+1 effect, miraculously mixing into an even more powerful liquid potion. This potion, which also played an important role in the treatment for the phoenix just now, allowed the phoenix's tears to drop into the water of life, allowing the phoenix to briefly recover its state, which allowed it to escape from the Nirvana flame. As a person with SS grade powers, due to the fact that his cultivation level was not enough at the beginning, and the Lord of the Water Liquid, an SS grade power, had a very high physical level requirement, Lin Peizhou couldn't use all the levels of his powers, and his level had been stuck in the beginner level. But even so, for the past few years, he still studied hard and practiced diligently, not letting go for a single day. Finally, quantitative changes caused qualitative changes, and under the stimulation of the phoenix tears and the water of life, he was finally able to completely open up the Renwu second chakra, and embarked on the path of true cultivation. Chapter 18, Breath of Water. Phoenix Tears plus Water of Life. This powerful potion is even more effective than Water of Life alone. Not only can it quickly heal wounds, it can also improve one's physique. Lin Peizhou thought excitedly. Currently, I've contracted the phoenix and can make large quantities of life water myself, so that means I can mass produce this magical potion. Since that's the case, let's give it an awesome name first. It would be called Divine Phoenix Water. On the other hand, Lin Qiyan was still rambling on. Although there are a lot of sycamore trees in Xiaowu Mountain, there's not much food or water that I can eat. This has slowed down my cultivation progress, and if it wasn't for this, perhaps I would have been able to make it through the Nirvana flame. As it said that, it smashed its mouth as if reminiscing and said, Master, is there any more of that water you condensed out before? Can you give me some more to drink? Saying that, Lin Qiyan stared at Lin Peizhou with expectant glittering eyes again. Lin Peizhou was amused, and with a wave of his hand, the water of life once again filled the contract space. Now Lin Qiyan was so excited, his heart rushed to bathe in this liquid, and from time to time, his mouth opened wide to absorb the water of life. Lin Peizhou, who returned home, after checking on the phoenix that had stayed in the contract space to properly recuperate from its injuries, he almost couldn't wait to open the system and receive the newbie gift pack. Ding! Obtain a copy of the secret method of water breathing and exhaling cultivation. This is actually a specialized secret breathing technique. It wasn't that Lin Peizhou had never seen such a thing as a secret cultivation method. Every psychic needed to use secret cultivation methods to cultivate and enhance their physique and control of their psychic abilities. As an ordinary student, Lin Peizhou used the same set of cultivation methods that were uniformly taught in school, which were easy to follow and stood the test of time, but were not very targeted. After all, the cultivation method that was promoted in schools across the country was the one that needed to be maximally applicable to all students. However, Lin Peizhou had heard that many alien ability families would purposely seek out cultivation methods applicable to different physiques and alien abilities in order to efficiently raise outstanding offspring. As the foundation of all cultivation, the importance of secret cultivation methods was self-evident. It was also because of this that high-quality secret cultivation methods never had a market without a price, and it was impossible for Lin Peizhou as an ordinary family to afford them. Have you finally obtained the secret method of cultivation with a targeted approach? Lin Peizhou was so excited that he hurriedly turned over the pages of the book and carefully studied it. The Book of Secret Laws was medium thin and thick, but its contents were difficult and obscure, mysterious and mysterious. However, for Lin Peizhou, whose spiritual power was as high as 105, it was still very fast to learn it. Feeling the subtleties of the book, Lin Peizhou studied it hungrily. In just a few hours, Lin Peizhou finished reading the first chapter. Immediately, he followed the method in the book, sitting cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, breathing and practicing. As Lin Peizhou's breathing rose and fell, he again saw the omnipresent water element. Only this time, what he saw was clearer and farther away. From his own side, expanding hundreds of meters away from his body, the water elementals quickly gathered and dispersed under his control, and separated again. As he followed the steps of the secret method and felt the energy inside and outside of his body step by step, he felt the raging foreign energy washing over his muscles and veins like a tidal wave, and nourishing his body like a genius treasure. Almost within these few moments, his ability to perceive the water element rose again. What a powerful secret method! 10 minutes later, Lin Peizhou slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, unable to help but exclaim in delight. A total of 9 chapters of the secret method. He had only read the beginning and had made such progress. The cultivation behind him was still to come. Feeling the more and more majestic energy in his body, he turned to the next chapter without stopping and carefully studied it. Chapter 19, Angering Qinping. It was so hard to obtain the valuable secret cultivation method. Lin Peizhou read it almost as if he was hungry. For 2 days over the weekend, Lin Peizhou almost spent his time on this breathing secret method. The improvement of the secret method of breathing on his physique was obvious. In just 2 days, his supernormal abilities were more refined and he was more comfortable with the use of his skills. Drink. It was another early morning. Calming the alien energy in his body that rose and fell like waves, Lin Peizhou slowly opened his eyes and ended this stage of breathing and exhaling cultivation. This secret method is much more powerful than I had previously envisioned. Lin Peizhou felt the changes in his body. Once, he couldn't raise his level in any way, but now he felt the energy in his body surging. It seemed that he could soon go up another level. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that Lin Peizhou can't continue practicing for a long time today. Today is another annoying Monday. As a senior who hasn't graduated yet, he still has to go to school. Lin Peizhou sighed and packed his school bag, checking again every now and then to see how Phoenix was recuperating from his injuries. Pacing to the school and starting another day of classes, class teacher Lao Dai's lesson passed uneventfully, only for the next lesson to be another one with the annoying Qinping. My last class of students, but the high scores they got in the college entrance exam. In the end, they went to the Western Continent University in the C4 League of National Universities. Qinping spat on the podium, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling with excitement. Just like our Qinyan, they are all high achievers who contracted a foreign beast before the college entrance exam. Ha 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 ha. Qinping's eyes shot out a shrewd and excited light as he stared at his precious son Qinyan, seemingly already imagining the scenario where Qinyan would get into a top university and become the strongest xenobiotic. Listening to this unnutritious bragging, Lin Peizhou faintly and inaudibly hummed softly and simply lowered his head and drew out from his school bag the exotic high school exam predictions for exotic beasts prepared by Old Dai and opened it up to study it. Chan Yan, a student who is not even considered a high achiever in an ordinary class in an ordinary county like Qingcheng. Even if he has a foreign beast, he is far from reaching the admission requirements of the top colleges and universities. What's more, said that when it comes to foreign beasts, which high school student is able to contract a divine beast with an ancient bloodline like Lin Peizhou? Normally speaking, the alien would not choose to contract an alien beast that was too much higher than their own level, because the higher level alien beasts were even more arrogant and untamed, so that the contract could not be formed. The reason why Lin Peizhou could successfully contract the phoenix was because it just happened to coincide with the phoenix's nirvana. And if it was not for Lin Peizhou's rescue, I am afraid that the phoenix would have already been transformed into a corpse. Coupled with the fact that Lin Peizhou's water of life was as attractive as the finest sweet spring to this tricky-mouthed phoenix, it was only then that the contract could be successfully concluded. As for Chen Yan, he is thinking about a step up in the college entrance exam through the foreign beasts, based on his ordinary level and spiritual power level. Even if Qinping heavily smashed countless potions to improve the physique and contract fusion, I am afraid that there is also a risk of being backfired. Thinking about this, Lin Peizhou gave a cold smile, no longer paying attention to Qinping spitting and foaming at the mouth, and lowered his head to seriously look at the information in his hands. Advanced Placement Secret Test Predictions. Island Environment. With the emphasis on ocean-type secret environments in recent years, there has been a trend of converting gaucho secret environments from mountain and plains secret environments to oceans. Here is a list of several types of exotics that may appear in this environment. It's actually a sea island? Lin Peizhou frowned as he pondered. Once upon a time, the college entrance exams, most of the time, placed the test site in the mountains and forests. Plains and other terrain conditions were rare. Why did Old Dai place the sea island at the top of the list of the most likely test sites? Good you Lin Peizhou. It's almost time for the college entrance exam and you still don't listen to the lessons properly, right? No wonder you're still a grade 1 early stage trash after all these years. Just as Lin Peizhou was still immersed in his thoughts, with a roar, He only saw a blackboard eraser bring up a flurry of falling chalk dust, speeding through a parabola, and smashing straight into Lin Peijuo's head. Chapter 20, Fierce Killing Intent. The blackboard eraser that flew straight over Ray's dust and flew through the entire classroom in the blink of an eye, seemingly about to hit Lin Peijuo's head in the next second. And with the improvement in physical quality, Lin Peijuo reacted extremely quickly with a twist of his head, just in time to dodge the blackboard eraser that Chen Ping threw at him. Chen Ping was so angry that his face turned blue as soon as he saw that he hadn't thrown it correctly. Shaking his face full of horizontal meat and his burly stomach, he angrily walked up to Lin Peijuo, and seeing the materials spread out on the desk that didn't belong to the lesson, his eyes shot out a scornful glare. With your level of like garbage, you still think of continuing to take the Alien Energy High School examination? Still not happy to take my class, huh? You think you're some kind of genius, right? Peijuo, I advise you to give up on the Alien High School entrance examination. Chen Yan's greasy voice rang out from the side. You should know that every year, people are seriously injured or even die in the college entrance exams. You don't want to be like your parents and actually perish in the mouths of alien beasts. In that case, there would be no one left in your family. Lin Peijuo only felt a rush of blood spurting up to his head, not waiting for him to react. His Lord of the Water liquid had already struck. Chen Ping and Chen Yan, who were originally looking at Lin Peijuo with cold smiles, only felt their bodies go cold. In just a split second, the blood in their entire body seemed to have strangely solidified, and they simply couldn't catch their breath. A sharp, unignorable pain coalesced in the chest, as if something was going to pierce the chest the next second. And even more frightening than this is the eyes of Lin Peijuo staring at them, cold without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at two dead people. Chen Yan felt that he seemed to be stared at by a ferocious beast of its horror. A kind of fear of death gripped his heart to death. Peijuo, Song Cheng, who was sitting on the side, only felt that as Lin Peijuo's anger value rose, he felt that the air around him froze and solidified. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly pulled over Lin Peijuo's arm. Peijuo, you don't be impulsive. Don't ruin your future because of this kind of person. If something really happens, how else are you going to participate in the college entrance exam a few days later? After all, your mom and dad's biggest wish is to see you go to a good university. Hearing the names of his parents, Lin Peijuo managed to slow down from his extreme anger. Although killing these two pieces of trash would be easy at his current level, killing someone directly in class would probably land him in jail for the rest of his life. As for these two, often dead people as Alien High School? Well, Chen Yan, your death will be at that time. Lin Peijuo's face was gloomy and scary, but he also finally managed to find his senses and withdrew his powers. Then, with a bang, he gathered all of his own things together on his desk, and without a word, he stuffed all of his belongings into his book bag in one fell swoop, and then walked out of the classroom without looking back. Lin Peijuo, you're going to die, aren't you? Garbage waste one still dared to throw face. Waking up from the extreme fear, Chen Ping was stunned, but thinking of Lin Peijuo's consistent wasted performance, he did not believe that the heavy oppressive feeling came from Lin Peijuo and continued to break into a fit of rage. On the other hand, Chen Yan on the other side was directly scared out of his wits. Not yet having recovered from that extreme killing intent, he was white and trembling, shrinking in his seat without moving, unable to even speak. Chen Yan prided himself on his strong strength, and had faced many ferocious foreign beasts head-on in various exams, but not once had he experienced this kind of thrill and fear that went straight to the bottom of his heart. Compared to Chen Ping's broken mouth and Chen Yan's trepidation, Song Cheng, who was sitting on the sidelines, looked worriedly at the direction Lin Peijuo left. Only Lin Peijuo did not turn back, and disappeared at the end of the building in the twinkling of an eye like a gust of wind. Chapter 21, Breaking Through the Second Level. Drink. Another early morning. Outside the window, the increasingly poisonous daylight of early summer poured down, shining on the face of the teenager sitting cross-legged inside the room. The young man's appearance was handsome and extraordinary, but at this moment, his eyebrows were locked together as if he was experiencing some great pain. On top of that, the teenager's side surrounded a circle of abundant light blue water elements, which were now rotating and gathering at an astonishing speed, as if they were about to break through the limit in the next second. At this time, Lin Peijuo had precisely reached a critical state where he was about to be upgraded. Yes, since leaving the school, in the next few days, Lin Peijuo didn't go to the school again to give himself a hard time, but instead cultivated at home by himself. In these few days, apart from Lao Dai and Song Qing coming to his door, urging him to think about the college entrance examination and sending him information a few times, Lin Peijuo had already spent all of his time on cultivation. As Lin Peijuo continued to cultivate that water-breathing and vomiting cultivation secret method, his level was growing at a rather astonishing rate. But in just 2 weeks, his level had already gone from the peak of level 1 to now having a vague tendency to break through to level 2. It was important to know that for every cultivator, the gap between each level could be described as a rift valley. and to break through a level, what was needed was not only diligent cultivation, but more importantly, chance and talent. At Lin Peizhou's age, even their classmate Fang Haomiao, who was ranked number 1 for the entire year, was only at the peak of the first grade. Even if Fang Haomiao practiced hard day in and day out, it would be extremely difficult to break through without a chance. As for Lin Peizhou, he felt a hint of a breakthrough during his customary cultivation this morning. He didn't dare to delay and didn't want to miss it, so he hurriedly worked up the elements around him and stepped up his charge towards a higher level. On the other hand, Lin Qiyan, who stayed in the contract space, was also full of seriousness and silence, cultivating with his eyes closed, and the fire element around his body was as if it were substantial, twisting and rising, and a huge wave of heat was like a substance that was whistling, thanks to the blessing of the water of life. As contracted beasts, Lin Qiyan and Lin Peizhou had gotten along well in the past few days, and had reached the realm of sharing the same mind with each other. At this time, Lin Qiyan of course also realized that Lin Peizhou had reached the critical period of upgrading. The strength and level of a contracted foreign beast and its master complemented each other, and when one person and one beast cultivated together, the speed was doubled, and they might even break through a level together. Therefore, Lin Qiyan didn't dare to be careless, sitting upright and practicing hard. For Lin Qiyan, although its master had come to its rescue, allowing it to survive the Nirvana flame by a fluke, but as an ancient divine beast, a flood bloodline, and a fey beast that had once been ranked as high as level 7 with strong strength, how could it have the face to put up with the fact that it was currently only at the peak of level 2, with a high and proud character? Fortunately, level 1 to level 3 is still in the primary range, and it doesn't need to go through the Nirvana flame in order to be promoted. Coupled with its previous experience in cultivation, I think it would not be difficult for it to break through together with its master. Who suck. As Lin Peizhou and Lin Qiyan cultivated together, the elements around them and their violent fluctuations rose. Their spiritual power also surged as if they were waves lapping at the shore, raging, surging, pounding, breaking through, as if the tide had finally broken through the shackles. Lin Peizhou and Lin Qian's energy surged in an instant. In the next instant, Lin Peizhou only felt a lightness around his body. The strength of his entire body also seemed to have once again gone up a level. With a burst of energy, he broke through the boundary of the second level at once. 2. Second level peak. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the energy within his body that had become even stronger, Lin Peizhou sweated profusely and opened his eyes excitedly. 18 years old and at the peak of the second level. This level. I didn't even dare to think about it before. Lin Peizhou was pleasantly surprised. Level 2 peak. Even in the entire Jiangnan province. No, even in the whole country. It's one of the top levels. Ha 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 ha. The heavens have helped me. Lin Peizhou. Ding. The host is detected to have broken through the second level. Plus 500 exchange points. Listening to the system's beep, Lin Peizhou opened the system panel. Name Lam Pui Chao. Sex, male. Age, 18 years. Ability, Lord of Water and Liquid, SS+. All water elements and liquid substances in the control field. Powerful and requires a high level of physical fitness to perform the effect. Skill, Grade B skill, Water of Life, skilled. Level A skill, Mimetic Ice, proficiency. Grade, Early Grade 2. Body mass, 155. Strength 150, Endurance 150, Agility 165, Defense 170. Mental, 180. Comprehension 180, Magic Resistance 180. Exchange points, 5057, exchange can be opened. Space level, 0. Contracted beast, Sacred Fire Immortal Phoenix. Mental power points taken, 80. Level, Early Level 3. Ability, Immortal Phoenix, S-Rank. Skill, S-Rank skill, Phoenix True Flame, proficient. Level A skill, High Temperature Scorching, proficient. S-Rank skill, 100 Birds, proficient. Good. My physique and mental strength have both improved greatly. Lin Peizhou was ecstatic. One should know that a 155 physique and 180 mental strength, more than just rising a huge chunk compared to what he used to have, was also a far ahead existence in the same class. Even the Phoenix has broken through to the third level together. This really makes us a lot stronger. Ha 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 ha. Lin Peizhou was so excited that he slapped his thighs. In the next second, the equally excited Lin Qiyan made a flash and flew out of the contract space. Early third level. It's the familiar feeling of power again. This time when I cultivate with my master, I feel like I'm upgrading so much faster. Lin Qiyan revealed a humanized expression of happiness and closeness, intimately rubbing his neck against Lin Peizhou's hand, leaving an itch behind. Master, my wounds have almost recovered. Next, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7. I'm going to climb up step by step. Saying that, Lin Qiyan couldn't hold back his excitement any longer, fluttering his wings and flying high, only to see the blazing phoenix fire pouring out uncontrollably between the feathers that danced up and down. Hey, don't burn my house down Lin Peijiu was so scared that he leapt up, the water elemental in his hand directly pouncing on Lin Qiyan, who was spreading his wings in mid-air. Knowing that this house was an inheritance left to him by Lin Peijiu's parents, and that it held many of his fond memories of his family, how could Lin Peijiu let it be destroyed? Moreover, Lin Peijiu couldn't possibly let Lin Qiyan use his great energy supernormal ability in a residential neighborhood with a large number of people. It was only that Lin Qiyan was used to being wild in the wilderness and was not yet familiar with living in a small human room. After breaking through the second level, Lin Peijiu's control of the elements in his hands was even stronger, and the water ball pounced on the phoenix extremely quickly. But there was a figure that was even faster than Lin Peijiu. It's Tun Tun. At some point, while Lin Peijiu and Lin Qiyan were concentrating on their cultivation and had no time to care about the outside world, Tun Tun surprisingly closed his eyes as well, and with a rather humanized and serious and focused look, he cultivated. Just as Lin Qiyan flew out, it snapped its eyes open and rushed out as if it was an arrow off the string, biting Lin Qiyan in its mouth. Aha! Quickly let go of me! Lin Qiyan instantly extinguished the fire, screaming miserably and fluttering his wings, trying to escape the dog's mouth but failing miserably. The feathers that had just grown out fell out all over the place. Stinky dog, let go of me. That's the feather I managed to grow out of you got it off again Miserable cries rose up to the sky. Bird feathers and dog hairs fluttered and fluttered wildly. A burst of extremely chaotic birds flying and dogs jumping, but Tun Tun seemed to turn a deaf ear, just firmly biting Lin Qiyan, not allowing it to escape. Let go, let go. Lin Peijiu took a lot of effort and managed to separate the two, and he himself was panting with exhaustion. Tun Tun's state was fine, only his body was shallowly scratched by the phoenix's claws a few times. Lin Qiyan was miserable. The feathers that were so hard to raise on his body were ripped off quite a bit. The two glared at each other full of unhappiness, and for a while, swords were drawn. In the end, Lin Qiyan lost the battle and flew into the contract space with an exasperated twist. Not speaking. Hey, Lin Peijiu sighed and didn't know what to do, just reached out and popped the dog's head, smoothly getting a humanized blank stare from Tun Tun. So he could only simply turn his head away from whatever and open the system panel to open the redemption. Yes, a burst of blue light flashed, appeared in front of Lin Peijiu, a hole written greatly with system mall interface. Only most places are gray. Only 3 places are bright. 4,500 exchange points, exchange for A-rank skill frost dance. 2, 5, 000 exchange points, exchange for the S-rank skill omniscient perspective. 3, 4,000 exchange points, exchange for B-level skill ice crystal shield armor. It turns out that the system mall can exchange such a good thing as skill secret method. Lin Peijiu was pleasantly surprised, knowing that such things as skill secret method, unless a very few cultivators with high comprehension comprehended in battle themselves, most people worshipped a teacher or spent a lot of money to buy it. Since such things could be exchanged in the system, it would definitely be beneficial to his future cultivation. But which skill should be exchanged in the end? Lin Peijiu is in a tangle again. Chapter 22 Redeeming Skills. Staring at the large June 9th in the calendar on the wall, Lin Peijiu fell into deep thought. Just 2 days ago, on June 7th and 8th, Lin Peijiu completed his cultural college entrance examination. In just 2 days of the cultural college entrance exam, Lin Peijiu played normally and kept his mind stable. And tomorrow, June 10th, was the day of the most important exotic exam. The college entrance examination was close at hand. Therefore, for the matter of exchanging skills, Lin Peijiu had to consider it carefully. He needed to spend his exchange points on the blade, and exchange the most useful abilities for the college entrance examination in a short period of time. Gazing at the information on the system panel, Lin Peijiu carefully weighed it. The first skill, Frost Dance, looked quite powerful and seemed to be a long-range attack skill, but Lin Peijiu's Mimic Cold Ice was the same and could have a similar effect, and it was impossible for him to redeem his precious ability points for such an ability. Thus Lin Peijiu ruled out this ability from the start. The second Omniscient Perspective, Lin Peijiu has heard of, because Omniscient Perspective is a famous skill. It is said that all kinds of different big brothers will practice this skill, can improve the perception of the entire battlefield of the enemy, the movement of the beast. It is said that the cultivation of high-level alien can also be seen at a glance on the beast's body weakness, so that a fatal blow. For this skill, Lin Peijiu was very greedy. This was currently the only S-rank skill he could enhance. Who could not be jealous? But Lin Peijiu gritted his teeth and stared at the large June 9th in the calendar on the wall, and let out a long sigh. According to his previous experience in the Battle of Qiaowul Mountain, Lin Peijiu himself can already judge the situation of the battlefield based on the surrounding water elements, and has the Lord of Water Liquid supernatural ability to control the water elements within the field, which means that the water elements in the air and the bodies of foreign beasts can be used as scouts and murderous weapons in his hands. On top of that, He had been carefully studying that copy of the predictions of exotic beast examination points for the Exotic Energy College entrance examination over the past few days, which very exhaustively listed out the terrain and landform features of the possible examination centers of the college entrance examination and the types of exotic beasts that might appear in them. And coupled with his 3 years of diligent study and hard work in high school, this was pretty much enough for him to understand the majority of exotic beasts he might encounter in the college entrance examination and their weaknesses. After all, this was the exotic high school examination, and the questioner was more inclined that he would choose some exotic beasts that were common in everyday life to put into the examination room, to raise the student's awareness in everyday battles. Taking a step back, the learning time of an S-rank skill was definitely much longer than a skill of a lower level. Even if he did redeem it, could he learn the skill in a day? Lin Peijo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Looking at it this way, consuming so many ability points to exchange for this ability seems to be a little bit more than worth it. Lin Peijo had to turn his attention to the last option. As for the third Ice Crystal Shield Armor, this is a defensive skill that Lin Peijo currently lacks. With Lin Qian's assistance and his own SS-grade psychic ability, Lin Peijo was not worried that his output would be a problem. However, when it came to the issue of defense, it was not quite the same. In Xiaowu Mountain, no matter what damage flies over, Tun is not much nonsense a mouth to swallow. But the problem is that the college entrance examination hall can only allow to bring foreign beasts to enter. Tun such how to check or ordinary Chinese garden dog. Simply do not bring into the examination hall. Maybe even the exam writers couldn't have imagined that someone would bring an ordinary animal in such a serious college entrance exam. Moreover, even if one had the water of life and the water of the divine phoenix, injury healing would be against spending a lot of time, which was a fatal flaw in a time-crunched examination hall. But, to let Lin Peijo choose B-grade skills and give up S-grade psychic abilities, it really is a painful thing. Forget it. For the sake of the college entrance exam, let's fight. Lin Peijo's teeth clenched his heart, closed his eyes and directly pressed the Ice Crystal Shield Armor. Ability points can still be earned later, and skills can still be exchanged, but the college entrance exam is only once. Ding! Obtaining a copy of the Ice Crystal Shield Armor Cultivation Secret Method, a crisp system prompt sounded. And like the previous breathing secret method, Lin Peijo could view this book directly in his mind. Since this secret method was only B-grade, coupled with Lin Peijo's strong spiritual power and comprehension that had just been upgraded, Lin Peijo was confident that he could gnaw it down within a day. In the next few moments, Lin Peijo didn't talk much and immediately started training with full concentration. When Lin Peijo rejected all distractions and devoted himself to cultivation, he seemed to have forgotten everything in the outside world, and his inner mind was filled with the excitement and fulfillment of learning new skills among. On the other hand, Tun beside him, and Lin Qian inside the contract space, all fell into the state of mind flow just like Lin Peijo, and put all of their minds into the common cultivation without any distractions. Although Lin Qian and Tun were usually quarrelsome, they were unambiguous in matters of cultivation. One person and two beasts were once again immersed in the subtle mysteries of cultivation. June 10th, early morning, Lin Peijo slowly opened his eyes, and with a lift of his hand, a barrier that appeared a very light aqua blue color appeared in front of him. Lord of the watery liquid Ice Crystal Shield Armor. This water blue barrier looked low profile and inconspicuous, but it functioned like a one-way translucent membrane that wouldn't affect his side's field of vision and output, but could protect Lin Peijo and Lin Qian in 360 degrees without any dead angle, and unusual damage couldn't penetrate it at all. As a cultivator with a mental strength of up to 180, in just one day, Lin Peijo was able to master this skill. If other cultivators were to know Lin Peijo's cultivation speed, everyone would be shocked. The speed could definitely be described as quite terrifying to know, even if it was a B-level skill. For a senior like Lin Peijo, even with the guidance of an excellent teacher, for students with excellent grades, 7 or 8 months of learning time would be normal. If they happened to run into some average mental power conditions, learning for a year would be normal, and basic mastery in a day, or purely self-taught, it's a complete pipe dream. But so what? Lin Peijo just learned it easily. Common learning progress is reserved for ordinary people, but Lin Peijo is to become outstanding talent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Peijo stood up, opened his closet, and fished out from it the battle dress for the college entrance exams that he had bought a few months ago to change into. The pure black battle suit, the leather of the third-grade Heavenly Thunder Gargoyle, together with the battle boots of the same leather, is handsome and domineering. As a cultivator, the best battle clothes were made of exotic beast skins, which were not only sturdy and wearable, but also had a certain degree of protection against injuries, wind, and extreme temperatures. After changing his clothes and standing in front of the mirror, Lin Peijo was surprised to find that the changes in his body were visible to the naked eye. The young man in the mirror, dressed in all black battle clothes, with a long, Chile soared behind his back, was handsome and imposing, with eyes like bright stars, soared eyebrows in his temples, and a long body that made him even taller and more handsome and imposing. In less than a month's time, Lin Peijiu's size had surged upwards by a few centimeters, and now, his height was straight up to 1 meter 9, and the firm muscles on his body bulged, containing powerful and extraordinary strength. Even the well-fitting battlesuit that he had bought earlier seemed a bit tight. Luckily, the battlesuits are all highly resilient, and these issues don't affect the fight. Alien hi. I'm coming. Lin Peijiu's expression was solemn and serious from unprecedented. His gaze slightly sunken, he walked out of the room with a big stride and a steady gait. Chapter 23, Meeting Chenyan again. Daughter, cheer up. Do well in your exams. The first in the class this time must be ours. Son, be safe on the exams. Don't get hurt by the foreign beasts. Son, be safe on your exams. Don't be a hero. At the entrance of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, the crowd was bustling with parents who had come to send their children to take the college entrance exam. Lin Peijiu walked through the crowd in silence and headed towards the playground. A large group of people had already gathered on the playground, arranging themselves into ranks, with the homeroom teacher of each class being responsible for counting the number of people. In the crowd, Lin Peijiu saw Song Qing's figure and was waving at him excitedly. Lin Peijiu smiled faintly and ran forward. When Lin Peijiu approached, Song Qing suddenly stared in surprise. Peijiu, is this still you? Why do you seem to have changed? Was the tall, handsome and imposing man in front of him really the hairy man he had grown up with? The original Lin Peijiu, with his figure and size, was just an ordinary and clear high school student. But in just a few days, Lin Peijiu's entire person seemed to have been transformed. Tall and sturdy body, firm and handsome face, the whole person's posture, imposing, eyes out of the corner of the eye, all show confidence. It does not look like a high school student to participate in the college entrance examination, but there are some of the majesty of the higher-ups. Lin Peijiu just smiled faintly, and before he could say anything, he only saw a recluse lizard standing behind Song Qing quietly approaching, and then leaping up, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth to pounce towards Song Qing, who had his back turned to it senselessly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was too late for Lin Peijiu to open his mouth to remind him. He pushed away Song Qing, who didn't realize the situation behind him, with one hand, and his right leg erupted with a powerful force in an instant, kicking the recluse lizard's head fiercely. Roar! The intense pain made the recluse lizard issue a miserable hiss. The strong force ruthlessly attacked on its head, only to see the body length of more than 5 or 6 meters long lizard, so light that it was like a kite, was kicked and flew more than 10 meters away. What? Seeing that not only was his sneak attack unsuccessful, but his contracted beast was also kicked away, Chen Yan was furious and rushed forward with a roar. Lin Peijiu, what gives you the right to touch my exotic beast? Is it because you can't afford it yourself that you have to destroy someone else's? With that, he hurriedly checked the injuries on the recluse lizard's body. Do not know. I'll look startled. We must know that the lizard's outer skin is quite strong, but it is Lin Peijiu seemingly easy to kick. But let the recluse lizard's head cracked open a hideous wound. There are gurgling blood flow. Lin Peijiu, you dash. Chen Yan was shocked and afraid. You made my contracted beast like this. How can I still take the college entrance exams? As if he didn't have a brain in general. He had already seen the strength of Lin Peijiu's kick that could kick the 300 kilograms recluse lizard out of dozens of meters. Chen Yan even dared to wave his hands and use his own rock and earth shield supernatural ability to try to repeat the same trick and hurt Lin Peijiu. But where would Lin Peijiu give him a chance? Seeing a huge piece of dirt and rock flying towards his head, Lin Peijiu swung his arm round and punched straight back. The stone that received a huge force disintegrated in mid-air, and the largest of the fragments trembled as it reversed and smashed straight towards Chen Yan's head. Ah! Murder, murder, murder! Lin Peijiu, how dare you hit me? Oh ah ah ah! Chen Yan trembled, the fat on his body simply could not dodge. Was his own foreign energy burst head, pain and tears, can only cover his bloody head squatting in the same miserable recluse lizard side, screaming loudly accusation. Lin Peijiu, I'm going to sue you dash. You made me unable to take the college entrance exam because of my injuries. I'm going to sue you until you lose all your money. Is that so? Lin Peijiu let out a cold laugh. How come you didn't think I was going to take the college entrance exam when you attacked me a few days ago and made me fall down the hill, causing me to pass out? How come you didn't think that Song Qing also had to take the college entrance exam when you just sneak attacked him? Chen Yan Pain cannot speak, but also know that the reason is wrong. Not waiting for him to argue out what bull asterisk. The class teacher Lao Dai led a few other teachers rushed over. What's going on here? It's almost time for the entrance exams to start and you still won't stop. Old Dai scolded the students aggressively. On the other hand, he also did not forget to let the several doctors brought over to check the wounds of the several students present. The words on his lips seemed to be beating each of them 50 times, but in reality, he was still pointing at Chen Yan. If you are used to attacking your classmates and violating the rules, You will be protected by others, but no one will be used to you in the college entrance examination room. Once you are found to have attacked your classmates, you will be expelled from the exam room immediately. It's up to you, Lin Peijo secretly sneered. Previously, Lao Dai was indeed infuriated by Qin Yan, who had attacked his classmates in the third model examination hall and caused Lin Peijo to fall down the hill, and was about to give Qin Yan a disciplinary action according to the rules when he returned to school. However, Qin Yan's father, Chen Ping, was also at the school, so how could he let Dai and get what he wanted? Chen Ping not only withheld the report of Dai in disciplinary action, but also in the heart of the hate Dai and, openly and secretly to Dai and Trip. Being so a whole, Dai and also came to the temper. The mood of the past few days are quite grumpy. Today was supposed to be a very important college entrance exam day. He was still on the side of the serious students' roll call, did not expect to turn his head a glance and saw Chen Yan commanded his recluse lizard to bully his classmates. Dai and a look, head is big, angry directly over is a scolding. Chen Yan's face was green for a while, mouthing words, and could only stare indignantly at Lin Peijo. Old Dai rolled his eyes instead, his tone still raging. All the students who are going to take the entrance exam, be good. Lin Peijo, come here with me for a moment. Dai in his eyes signaled Lin Peijo, and the two of them came to a secluded place in the playground. Old Dai looked around carefully, and after confirming that no one was looking over in this direction, he actually quickly fished something out of his pocket and shoved it into Lin Peijo's hand. Peijo, I advised you to give up the college entrance exam before for your safety, but I know that you have great ambitions, and taking the Alien Energy College entrance exam is the path for you to realize your life's ambitions, so it's better for you to bring this with you. It's also an extra layer of security. Listening to old Dai's usual ramblings, Lin Peijo began to survey the object in his hand alone. Dark-colored spike that looked plain and uninteresting, except for a light blue crystal tied in front of it, glowing eerily in the daylight. This is a perception crystal that can sense the fluctuation of alien energy in the vicinity. It will flash whenever an alien beast appears nearby. The more alien beasts there are and the higher their level, the brighter the flash will be. Diane explained. I know that you can't bring anything other than your own clothes and weapons into the exam room for the college entrance exam, so I purposely made the crystals look like sword spikes and tied them to your sword to bring them into the exam room, so it's not a violation of the law. Feeling the old Dai's good intentions, Lin Peijo's heart is also a little touched. Since the death of his parents, he has rarely felt this kind of care from the elders, and the old Dai's care is precious to him. Thank you, Mr. Dai, Lin Peijo spoke in a moved voice. Only, before he could say more, the eager bell rang throughout the examination room. Waiting time is up. Please enter the waiting area. Dai gave Lin Peijo a gratifying look and patted his shoulder vigorously. Peijo, I know you've been practicing hard for years just for today. Work hard. We'll definitely have good results. Lin Peijo nodded vigorously and looked back at Dai gratefully. Then, he took a deep breath, turned around, and Song Chang walked forward together. Chapter 24, Peninsula Secret Realm. Together with Song Chang, Lin Peijo lined up and smoothly passed through the security check and arrived at the waiting area. This was a vast playground where all the students would line up and gather, while all the other teachers and parents who were delivering the exams were not allowed to enter. On the podium at the forefront of the playground, standing straight, a serious and solemn middle-aged man, is the chief examiner of this college entrance examination. All students are assembled. Next, we will be distributing test items. First of all, I will be handing out a smart bracelet to every student. After wearing the bracelet, please follow the instructions on it to enter your information, which is your most important identity credentials for taking the college entrance exam. Like other students, Lin Peijo put on his bracelet the first time he received it. The moment the bracelet was put on, the originally loose bracelet violently shrunk as if it had come to life, and firmly hooped Lin Peijo's wrist. In the next second, an extremely thin needle protruded from the inner side of the bracelet, suddenly piercing into Lin Peijo's skin. Hiss! Although the wound was small, the sudden irritation still scared many candidates. This bracelet is a bracelet made with the latest technology, with audio and video recording capabilities, loaded with an artificial intelligence grading machine for the exams, and at any time during the exams you can check your grades through this. In addition to that, the bracelet can also take the blood of the candidate on its own and extract and verify DNA from the blood, which will be your identification credentials for the exam, the examiner explained. As Lin Peijo's blood was incorporated into the bracelet, in just a few seconds, his information was already displayed on the bracelet. Name, Lin Peijo. Sex, male. School, no. 1 Middle School, Tan Tri City, Dongjiang Province. Pass number. Displaying the bracelet in his hand, the examiner on the podium in front of him continued to add, in the examination center, please make sure to protect your bracelets. In addition to proving your identity, when you are in danger, please immediately pull the pull ring on the side of the bracelet screen. and the spatial spell array built into the bracelet will instantly teleport you out of the examination center. However, this method can only be used once, and when you are teleported out of the examination center, your examination is over and you may not return to it. In addition to that, when you enter the exam room, you can turn on your bracelet to view a simple map of the exam room to help you complete the exam. Next, the examination center will distribute a tactical backpack to each of you. Please check the contents of the backpack carefully, and except for your own exclusive weapons and the contents of the tactical backpack, nothing else is allowed to be brought into the examination center. Just as the examiner's words fell, Lin Peijiu took the tactical backpacks they had distributed in turn from the other staff members and held them in his hands to inspect them carefully. The backpack was covered in a low-profile black, lightweight and wear-resistant material, and it contained only 2 items, 3 nutrient solutions and 2 simple wound treatment potions. Please carefully examine your backpacks and the items inside them. Among them, there are 3 nutrient solutions inside, each of which contains enough nutrients and water for everyone's needs for a day. There are also 2 simple wound treatment potions inside, which can only be used externally to deal with some simple wounds. And if you are seriously injured, please pull down the pull-down ring in a timely manner and teleport outside of the examination center for treatment. Having said that, the examiner looked around the playground with sharp eyes and added gravely, and, of course, I'll repeat the requirements of the exam room. Exam room discipline cannot be overemphasized. First of all, the exam starts at 12 o'clock noon on June 10th and lasts for a total of 24 hours, until 12 o'clock noon on the 11th, when everyone will be forcibly transported out of the exam room. Secondly, you may only use inspected self-contained weapons and supplies from your tactical backpacks. Lastly, and very importantly, you may only attack the Fae in the examination hall. Attacking your classmates is strictly forbidden. Don't think that you can be smart. Every corner in the examination room has been installed with intelligent HD cameras, and there are artificial intelligences and examination teachers supervising the examination room at every moment, including your own bracelets that also have audio and video recording functions. You can definitely examine every corner of the examination center in 360 degrees without any dead angles. Once you are found to have violated the rules, you will be immediately teleported out of the examination room and your results cancelled. The examiner's very loud and stern voice infused with alien energy spread throughout every examination room. His sharp gaze like a falcon swept across the room, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. And when his eyes crossed Chen Yan couldn't help but shrink his head, not daring to say a word like a timid quail. The exam room will be kept as safe as possible for you. I wish you all the best of luck with your exams. Sparse applause rang out, and next, all the students were introduced to the next section. And after another round of security checks, Lin Peijiu and Song Qing finally walked into the gymnasium in front of them, along with the other students. Before his eyes, there was a sudden white mist that appeared on the side of the gymnasium that was originally a wall, blocking out all light and darkness in sight. Lin Peijiu, along with all the other candidates, stood uniformly a few meters away from the white fog, gazing at the rising mist in front of them. The thick white fog also seemed to have a real sense of reality, weighing heavily on Lin Peijiu's heart, bringing a feeling of stress and tension. Lin Peijiu knew that the white fog was actually one of the spatial spell formations laid down by the examination center personnel. By passing through the white fog, he would be transported directly to the examination center to open the exam. I don't know how long it took, but a clear and loud beep finally sounded in the examination room. It is time for the examination to begin. All candidates please step into the examination room. Good luck with your exams. Taking a deep breath, Lin Peijiu calmed his somewhat nervous mood and took a big step into the white mist. The heavy mist of water tightly covered Lin Peijiu's vision. Lin Peijiu only felt his body shaking for a while, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were clear. In front of me, a lush forest, lush and pale green. From time to time faintly heard a few mysterious beasts roar, air-wafting breath. In addition to the freshness of the trees, grass and leaves, and even a faint salty flavor of the sea breeze, listening to the increasingly clear sound of waves rising and lapping against the shore in the air, Lin Peijiu hurriedly opened his bracelet and checked the map, only to see a section of light emanating from the bracelet, projected directly into the air, forming a simple 3D three-dimensional map of the entire exam room. Lin Peijiu took a look and couldn't help but be delighted. It really did give old Dai the right idea. This time, the college entrance examination center was really a different way. Located on a coastal peninsula, only the 3D map showed a peninsula close to the ocean, and where Lin Peijiu was located was exactly the junction of the peninsula and the continent, and behind him was the thick white fog that had just gone by, blocking all sight. The island stretches forward, all covered by lush jungle, and the center of the island is elevated and rises up into a small hill. Further on, there are sandy beaches and shores that extend into the sea. On the map, the entire examination center was divided into 4 parts, and the location where Lin Peijiao was teleported in along with all the other candidates was precisely the outermost zone, and inside was the level of the alien beasts that were predominantly level 1. As the island went deeper into the sea, there were the second, third and fourth districts respectively, and the alien beasts within them were predominantly ranked at the second, third and fourth levels. The most backward 4 districts were precisely at the most marginalized coast and sea. Just as Lin Peijiao was carefully studying the map, a toothsome buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 25, Black Velvet Venomous Wasp. Buzz buzz. Lin Peijiao looked up and saw that not far above the woods, a large black cloud was approaching at a very fast speed. No, it wasn't a cloud, rather a large swarm of thousands of black velvet poisonous bees, swiftly flying over. Black Velvet Venomous Wasp, an insect-like beast, known for the black velvet covering its entire body and the long venomous stinger on its tail, with strong toxicity, also known as the killer wasp, a social swarming insect that specializes in group combat. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Peijiao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Originally, he thought that he had already broken through the second level, had just entered the examination center, and was still within the first district, so he couldn't run into any threatening foreign beasts. These black velvet poisonous bees in front of him, their grades are basically within the first grade, but the poisonous bees in front of him are not 1 or 2, but there are thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, that ice crystal shield armor was already in front of his body, defending against external damage without any dead angle in 360 degrees. The water-breaking sword was in front of him, setting up a starting stance. Next, with the urging of Lin Peijiao's mind, the door of the contracted space was opened, and the phoenix descended. The phoenix himself was present, and true fire boiled. As Lin Qian's fiery red figure appeared in the air, the scorching flames seemed to distort the air for a moment. Even more astonishing was the phoenix's pressure. Just the second Lin Qian appeared, the entire level 1 zone seemed to be silent for a moment. The superior perception of the Fey beast sensed the oppressive feeling from the high level, powerful bloodline, the dense black velvet poisonous wasps in front of him, and their originally extremely fast speed also stopped for an instant. As group Fey, their ability to sense the energy of other Fey was quite excellent, and naturally, they sensed the unusual nature of the current form. A Fey with a noble bloodline and regal pressure had appeared in front of them. The information perceived by the poisonous bees was exhaustively transmitted to the mind of the queen bee. As the commander of the social exotic beasts, it had the ability to lead and command the entire swarm, and at this moment, all the poisonous bees were gearing up, and as soon as they heard its command, they would swarm up and launch a swarm attack. The queen bee, at this moment, was carefully sensing the battlefield. Although there were quite a few cultivators that suddenly appeared ahead, they were all a bunch of mediocre, non-threatening fools, not enough to be feared. The only variables were the big bird with the inexplicable pressure, and the human standing with him, although he didn't know why when the big bird appeared. Even he who was in charge of all the bees couldn't help but feel his heart trembling for a moment, as if he felt some unknown fear. But on closer inspection, the big bird was only at the early level of the 3rd grade, and the human next to it was even only at the early level of the 2nd grade. So there really wasn't anything to be afraid of. Although most of the ranks of his own swarm were within the 1st level, with only a few poisonous bees above the 2nd level, it couldn't help but be large in quantity. With more than 1,000 united poisonous bees, coupled with a toxicity that could not be underestimated, what was so strange about killing an early level 3 across the levels? At the thought, the queen bee raised her body high and vibrated her wings rapidly, and with that, a strong, alarming pheromone emanated. In the very next instant, the originally stagnant and motionless swarm of bees swooped in as if they had been given chicken blood. There was more than a buzzing in black clouds. The buzzing sound of thousands of black velvet poisonous bees vibrating their wings alone had already disturbed the calm within the jungle. Approaching step by step with fearful venom and poisonous needles, the black velvet covered the sky, and soon enough they had already flown in front of the nearest candidate wearing a light green battlesuit, and swooped straight up. In the blink of an eye, the exposed skin of the candidate who was originally standing properly was parked with several poisonous bees. As a mutated Fey, the ordinary black velvet poison bee was close to 20 centimeters in length, and its stinger, which was several centimeters long, pierced into the body, bringing about intense pain and instant paralysis. One of the venomous wasps stopped directly on the candidate's face that wasn't covered by the battlesuit. Large, thick and black in size, it even covered the candidate's entire face in its entirety. The highly poisonous venom sprayed out against his mouth that was open from shock, completely making him lose consciousness, even before they had time to let out a scream, nor had the opportunity to pull down the pull ring of spatial teleportation. The candidate in the light green battlesuit had already swayed, and with a bang fell heavily to the ground, losing his life. Help 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 wah hey dash. At this moment, the jungle was already in a state of chaos. Like Lin Peijiao, The candidates who had just been teleported in had thought that the level of the foreign beasts in the first district was not high, and that they could still recuperate and fight slowly. But where would the black velvet poisonous wasp give them this opportunity? The poisonous spikes and venom came together to make the ubiquitous buzzing sound and black fuzzy body a candidate's worst nightmare. Buzz buzz. A full 100 or so black velvet poisonous wasps, under the queen bee's command, rushed straight at Lin Peijiu, the person it considered the most threatening. The toothsome buzzing sound, the wings that wiggled out of the stump, the sharp poisonous spikes that glistened with cold light, and the spraying of a large stream of venom showed irresistible power. The venom flew up along with the black velvet poison bee's figure, faster than the poison bee's figure, and sprayed precisely towards Lin Peijiu's face. However, compared to the maneuverability of the poisonous wasp, Lin Peijiu was standing firmly in place, not moving at all. The queen bee, resting in mid-air, even developed a hint of humanized complacency. It seems that this human is not as strong as he thought. Stab dash. When the poisonous liquid was sprayed out, the poisonous liquid that the poisonous bees were proud of, landed on the ice crystal shield armor, and made a horrible sound, but did not penetrate the other side of the armor. Almost got to. Not waste time with you guys here. Lin Peijiu's body didn't move, and he only spoke faintly. Before the words fell, the attack was already out. Lord of the watery liquid, mimetic cold. Without waiting for the black velvet venomous wasps in front of them to make any reaction, the moisture in their bodies had already condensed into a cold and ferocious weapon that directly pierced through dozens of venomous wasps and nailed them to the tree behind them to death. Icy cold pierced the bones, murderous aura, ferocious strength that could no longer be concealed once it was out. What? At this moment, the queen bee was anxious in her heart for a moment. Who would have thought that their first wave of attack would be so easily dismantled? But it doesn't matter. Their own swarms have easily forced back the other waste cultivators elsewhere, just so they can draw them back and open a new and more powerful round of offense. With a command, the poisonous bees that were originally dead and wounded did not retreat, but instead grew more courageous and gathered an even more exaggerated attack. As the swarm assembles, it shows a situation and its horrors: black clouds, wind and rain, so many swarms that it seems that they can never be killed. As the swarm of bees gradually approached and rolled up a ferocious attack, Lin Peijiu was like the eye of the storm in the storm. I was still. He just calmly waited for the period when the swarm was gathered and most concentrated, and then seized the opportunity to give the order. It's now. Lin Shiyan. Unknown to him, Lin Shiyan had quietly risen to a high altitude in a very stealthy state, even far away from the perception range of the otherwise flying black velvet venomous bees. Only the communication between cultivators and contracted beasts did not become inefficient due to distance. Right at Lin Peijiu's command, the flames, which were so strong that they were frightening and could not be resisted, exploded in the center of the swarm's most concentrated area with scorching and astonishingly high temperatures. Boom! The flames burned as if the gods of heavenly fire had descended, bringing with them the command of death and destruction. Countless black velvet poisonous bees, with their otherwise proud poisonous needles and venom, went up in smoke without any resistance. What? The horrifying sight in front of her caused a feeling of extreme fear to explode violently in the queen bee. How? It's clearly just an early third-level foreign beast. How could it have such a strong flame? And this big bird, when did it run up there? And he didn't react at all. However, the searing heat and raging tongues of fire did not leave the poisonous bees any chance to hesitate or even fear. The fire burned fiercer and fiercer, and its range grew larger and larger. Countless black velvet venomous bees tried to fly out of the flames, but the fire spread faster than any of them. In the blink of an eye, another large pile of poisonous bees had been engulfed by the scorching flames. There were also some unlucky, ungrateful poisonous bees that tried to think of breaking through from Lin Peijiu's side, but between Lin Peijiu's hand and knife, it proved that their thoughts were very wrong. The situation on the battlefield almost quickly went sideways towards Lin Peijiu's side. The queen bee, hiding in the dark, has frozen in place in horror and fear. At this moment, let alone commanding the other black velvet poisonous bees, his own men have already died through and through, and not even a corpse can be left. Go! Gritting its teeth, the queen bee finally made this difficult decision, using its pheromones to send commands to the few remaining poisonous bees around it, grabbing the opportunity to run now while the perverted strength of that one man and one beast were still cleaning up the battlefield. In fact, for the queen bee, it is and its reluctance to issue this order. Letting it abandon its own belongings to flee is like abandoning its family and slipping away on its own. It's an agonizing choice. But what else could one do? It's not like you can put out fires yourself, so you can only try to send commands for everyone to run. Even in this situation, the remaining black velvet venomous wasps were still quite united. With their injured limbs and broken arms, they loyally surrounded the queen bee and flew away in a direction away from Lin Peijiu. If it could be done over again, it would not despise that hateful human and that strange-looking big bird. Unfortunately, there is no if. Most of his own people have lost their lives because of his own contempt. Buzz. The queen bee swarm that was originally burying its head in the road came to a sharp stop. What? The poisonous bees were horrified. In front of them, it was the big red bird that brought them endless nightmares. The big bird that was still behind them had unexpectedly circled directly in front of them at a speed so fast that they couldn't think of it. At that moment, the great bird slowly opened its own crimson wings, and with one long beak, turn around, quick dash. If the queen bee could talk, it would be to hiss almost in a shrill, stormy voice. No matter what, the psychological shadow Lin Qian brought to them is really too big. When the queen bee saw Lin Qian for a moment, it all thought it was seeing the gate of hell, slowly opening. Therefore, the queen bee gave the command to turn around almost without hesitation. The black velvet venomous bees were still quite well trained, and as soon as the pheromones had been delivered, they were unanimous in quickly reversing their direction and twisting their heads to fly away. Nah, this one's called shooting yourself in the foot, right? A voice like that of Hades rang out. The swarms of bees at this point were literally too scared to their heads to react in any way. The swarms of bees had been fleeing for their lives in a hurry, and after seeing Lin Qian, they were directly scared out of their wits and only knew to turn around and run. But they didn't perceive that this horrendous human being, who didn't know when he appeared behind himself, directly came to outflank them at both ends. The water-breaking sword and cold ice cone surged out without reason. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the final death of the black velvet venomous wasp was what resounded here and there in the dense forest. Originally, the black velvet venomous bees were thinking of protecting the queen bee. However, the queen bee's size was indeed strikingly large. At over 50 centimeters, it was more than double the size of the other bees. Lin Peizhou didn't talk much. The water-breaking sword rose up with his hand and took lives straight without reason. Ding! Killed 898 level 1 and level 2 black velvet venomous bees. Exchange points plus 7,134. Ding! Killed 1 early level 3 black velvet queen bee. Exchange points plus 361. In the woods, it seemed to have once again regained its tranquility, leaving only Lin Peizhou and Lin Qian, quietly remaining where they were. The dinging sound broke the tranquility. Lin Peizhou checked and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Chapter 26 Shield Shadow Black Spider. Lin Peizhou was very excited as he checked the information on his bracelet. Only the artificial intelligence scoring device loaded on the bracelet had already calculated Lin Peizhou's current score, which was a full 7,495 points. Among them, there are quite a few points thanks to that queen bee. Lin Peizhou himself didn't expect that the queen bee was actually already at the early 3rd level. But what's the point of having a high level? It wasn't still being slashed by itself in seconds as it fled in haste. According to the rules of dividing the areas in the college entrance examination center, the foreign beasts within the first area were mainly of the 1st level, but occasionally there would be a few high-level foreign beasts mixed in, such as the queen bee that commanded a large swarm of 1st-level black velvet venomous bees. However, these things were just a chance to get more points for Lin Peizhou. It seems that the system's conversion system for exchange points is the same as the score counting system of the college entrance exam. I just didn't expect that just entering the examination center, just by solving a swarm of black velvet venomous bees, I'd have so many scores and exchange points. When other candidates faced the ferocious black velvet venomous wasp, they could only resign themselves to bad luck and try to avoid it. And if they weren't careful, they would be killed on the spot. However, for Lin Peizhou, the black velvet venomous wasp swarms were like a big piece of fat meat, attracting him to go and harvest it. It's much more convenient to obtain exotic points at the college entrance exams than it is at Mount Shou. I can make good use of this opportunity, and I'll be able to exchange more basic secret techniques when I go out. Lin Peizhou pondered happily, and his footsteps did not stop, running forward quickly all the way. Puff dash. The water break sword didn't enter the body of the running thunder dog, and was jerked out again, leaving a bloody trail on the ground. Lin Peizhou expressionlessly shook the blood on his long sword and turned around to walk deeper into the island. Behind him, the massive figure of the penetrating thunder dog fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Since killing a large swarm of black velvet poisonous bees in one breath, Lin Peizhou had never seen a more violent attack than this in one area, and there were no more foreign beasts that could pose a threat to Lin Peizhou and Lin Qian. Therefore, Lin Peizhou unhindered towards the deeper part of the island. Once any ungrateful beasts came up to harass them, directly holding the water-breaking sword in his hand, it was a white knife in and a red knife out, and the beasts soon lost their voices. During this period of time, Lin Qian had been lazily squatting on Lin Peizhou's shoulder, boredly watching Lin Peizhou's hands to solve those level 1 or so alien beasts. Not only did he not make a move, but even got bored to the point of running back to the contracted space to take a nap. No other reason. It was mainly because at its level, the strength of the alien beasts in the first district was too much for it to look at. As for Lin Peizhou, he was also intentionally restraining the use of his alien energy. This was because, Prolonged use of alien energy use would bring about physical and mental exhaustion. So Lin Peijiu wanted to conserve some of his stamina and lead his big moves in the 3rd and 4th zones where the alien beasts were of a higher level. Although, at the moment, Lin Qian's condition was so good that he didn't see any exertion even after burning nearly 1,000 black velvet poisonous bees in one breath. It was hard to guarantee that there would still be any special circumstances when he entered the 3rd and 4th districts. After all, Lin Peijiu also heard that in the secret realm of the college entrance examination, there was once a beast-tied situation. Therefore, there is always nothing wrong with a little caution. With Lin Peijiu easily resolving a peak level 1 penetrating thunder dog, a few more steps forward, he finally reached the junction of the 1st and 2nd districts. Although the alien beasts in District 1 were not of a high grade, but it couldn't help that the range of District 1 was too large, taking up nearly half of the entire examination center, and the number of alien beasts in it was also the highest. Therefore, Lin Peijiu spent nearly 3 hours before he walked to the edge of District 1. In front of them, the terrain was getting higher and higher, and the jungle seemed to be thicker and deeper, and you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Lin Peijiu took a step and walked into the scope of the 2nd district. At this moment, the crystal on the spike of Lin Peijiu's sword suddenly vibrated, and a thin rustling sound suddenly rang out in front of him. Lin Peijiu fixed his eyes, only to see a dark and large figure poking out of the dense grass, a behemoth close to 6 meters long, as big as a small car, covered by hard and thick black armor, which glowed with a cold light in the daylight, and the most striking, it is beside the 8 slender foot beard, at this time is constantly trembling, toward Lin Peijiu come, wrist-foot friction ground, issued hissing sound. With just one glance, Lin Peijiu recognized the category of this foreign beast. Shield shadow black spider, insect fey, specializes in weaving webs, will use both earth and dark elements, will also use the venom within its own poisonous glands and its own solid shell to fight. Social swarming insect, has a high IQ. Due to the large size and hard shells of these spiders, there were also quite a few cultivators who purposely hunted these animals, and the venom and shells extracted from them, which were used to make medicines and weapons, could be sold for a good price. However, at this time, Lin Peijiu did not have the heart to earn some money to subsidize the family for the time being, because, the shield shadow black spider in front of him, at this moment, with a flip of its 2 black eyes on top of its head, had quickly locked onto Lin Peijiu, and spat out a kind of strange shrill whistling from its long mouthparts, and quickly waved its own 8 long feet to climb over. However, Lin Peijiu's reaction wasn't slow. The moment he recognized the shield shadow spider, mimetic ice had already struck, and the moisture in the spider's body and the water element in the air condensed into hard ice cones, piercing the shield shadow spider from both the inside and outside directions. Hiss ah! The pain in its body caused the spider to let out an odd, piercing hiss, and all 8 of its feet skidded on the ground, staggering hard for a moment, but soon enough, it adjusted its stance and resumed its charge. No way! The shell of the shield shadow black spider was really hard beyond one's imagination. The hardness of the ice pick that Lin Peijiu had condensed with his supernatural ability was not something that could be compared to ordinary ice picks, and it had never been unbeatable when it had been used on other supernatural beasts before. But now, it only left a few dents that were neither deep nor shallow on that pitch-black shell, and did not stop the shield shadow black spider from advancing. Moreover, the shell of the shield shadow black spider has a certain fireproof utility. That's why it's heavily utilized in weapons. With such hardness, I'm afraid that even if Lin Qian makes a move, he won't necessarily be able to gnaw it down soon. But it doesn't matter. Lin Peijiu has come up with a better way. Seeing this, Lin Peijiu hurriedly and its agility to make a leap, turning his eyes and pulling away from the spider for a distance. But the supernatural energy in his hands did not stop and continued to strike. For Lin Peijiu, the reason why he used the mimic ice skill so often, besides the fact that the ice pick could pierce through the body of the beast, it was also because his ice pick was condensed from the water in the body of the beast itself. Once the ice pick was pierced through, apart from being injured, the beast itself would die due to the sudden loss of water. As for your shield shadow black spider, even if the shell can't be pierced, I'll let you dehydrate. Will you still be alive? As usual, it is still a dead end. With the use of the supernatural ability, the shield shadow black spider's originally quick footsteps lurched and its body began to stagger. As an insect with a hard shell, it can completely resist most external physical damage, even the hard mimic ice. It has little effect on it, so it is still very confident in its own ability to resist damage. I did not expect. From the outside cannot break down the fortress, so from the inside to break down is not it. This human does not speak of martial virtue. At this time, the body of the shield shadow black spider is at an alarming rate. Outward loss of water. Its footsteps slowed down. 8 limbs are sore and weak. If it were not for the hard armor on the outside, its body would be like a sun-dried fruit drying, crumpled up. What kind of strange trick is this? The shield shadow black spider shook its already not so lucid head with effort, and although it was shocked and scared at this moment, it still made a quick decision. Run! Nonsense! What else can we do but run? I'm really going to turn into a dry corpse if I keep going. The 8 long legs hurriedly added full power and moved together. The running speed is really not to be underestimated. The spider's huge body, surprisingly, does not look bloated at all, but rather, in the case of water loss, it can still be very flexible to escape. Still want to run, don't you? That's not possible. Seeing that the shield shadow black spider was about to run out of the range of his powers, Lin Peijiu couldn't be ambiguous and chased after it with his legs. Nonsense. After fighting with it for half a day, seeing that the other party has wimped out, he hasn't gotten his high school scores or exchange points yet. Isn't this still taking advantage of its illness to kill it? After rising to the second level, Lin Peijiu's speed was naturally not slow, but the spider had 8 long legs, and the length of one leg was as high as Lin Peijiu's height, and all of a sudden, it spanned out the distance of a few steps, plus the spider was more familiar with the terrain than Lin Peijiu, and it ran towards the complicated terrain and the dense jungle, so Lin Peijiu was not able to catch up with it in a moment. Lin Qiyan, you don't sleep, get up and give me chase. Hearing the summons, Lin Qiyan was instantly startled awake, muttering reluctantly, but his body moved quickly, hurriedly wobbling out of the contracted space, rising high into the air in a single bound and locking onto the direction of that shield shadow black spider. Just as Lin Qiyan was about to spit out the Phoenix True Flame and try to see whether the Phoenix True Flame was powerful or the shield shadow black spider's armor was hard, the shield shadow black spider suddenly and violently drilled into an extremely hidden rock crevice, and its gigantic silhouette suddenly disappeared without a trace. What? Wait, I'm not supposed to be chasing them to their lair. Lin Peijiu's footsteps also suddenly lurched, and before he could react in any way, the crystals on the sword spikes suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, a few hidden threads, which had already reached out from the shadows, quietly wrapped themselves around his body before he even realized it. Above the bushes, there was also a dragnet made of spider silk that descended from the sky. In one fell swoop, Lin Peijiu was completely covered inside. Surprisingly, spider silk. Lin Peijiu's heart said that it was not good. The spider silk of the shield shadow black spider is not as gentle and easy to break as the general spider silk. These spider silk in front of Lin Peijiu is almost thicker than his finger, and it is also tough and not easy to break. Rich and viscous, the general physical means can't help it. When Lin Peijiu attempted to cut the spider silk with the water-breaking sword in his hand, the spider silk stuck to the sword as if it were glue, and as Lin Peijiu's movements got tighter and more tangled, I don't know when, Lin Peijiu's surroundings had already ambushed a dozen shield shadow black spiders, a few of which were firing in unison, and as soon as they saw that Lin Peijiu had managed to chop off a spider silk, there were immediately more spider silks wrapped around them. Master, I'm going down to save you now. Seeing this, Lin Qiyan was about to unleash his supernatural powers immediately. No, not for now. Lin Peijiu was calm at this time. Once this Phoenix True Flame was spat out, the spider silk hadn't finished burning itself to death. So, he hurriedly used his mind to send a message to Lin Qiyan. You first take cover in a high place and wait for my order. Although Lin Qiyan was anxious in its heart, the power of the contract made it obedient, so it had to turn around and fly into a tall canopy and shrink down. Immediately afterward, the originally hidden stone crevice suddenly opened wide, from which surprisingly crawled out fully dozens of small shield shadow black spiders that were slightly smaller in size and still had some furry hair on their bodies, and appearing behind these dozens of spiders was a behemoth of staggering size, black as iron, glossy oily shell, close to 30 meters long, head in front of a pair of large sharp chelicerae at the end of the sharp fangs. In the daylight with a dangerous luster, on both sides of the chest there are 8 pairs of feet, the tips of the feet at the long hard claws, crawling on the ground, emitting palpitating friction sound. Now, this huge and impressive spider was slowly turning the 8 eyes on its head, slowly focusing on Lin Peijiu's face, the leader of the social animals, the leader of the shield shadow black spiders, the shield shadow black spider king. Chapter 27, Combined Ambush. The dark jungle fell into a dead silence, a man and a beast, facing each other. The 8 eyes of the shield shadow black spider king flipped over from all directions and turned to Lin Peijiu's direction, staring intently at Lin Peijiu, his 8 long feet poised to strike. Lin Peijiu's face was calm, but his hands were already prepared with his alien energy, just waiting for the opposite side to strike as soon as there was a movement. At this time Lin Peijiu, although he was restricted from moving, but his perception of water, once again quietly start. As the breeze blew, only the leaves rustled in the woods, and Lin Peijiu's Lord of Water liquid supernatural ability was already expanding as if it was a domain range, centered on Lin Peijiu, and expanding in the surrounding area of several dozens of meters. All the water elements within the field range had become Lin Peijiu's scouts and weapons ready to go. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Peijiao could see clearly everything within his field. In their own surroundings, is the air humidity of 90% of the island's humid air, themselves around a bunch of water content higher, but much smaller creatures, should be this group of spiders' cubs. The level is not high, all within the first level, 20 meters ahead. That water content of 70 to 80% in large size is the shield shadow black spider king. It has already exceeded the level of this area of the second district, and has fully reached the third level high stage. Lin Peijiao originally thought that the third level high period at least is also a high school finale level. Did not think that just opened the examination not a few hours? He is still in the second area to mix it, and then cross the level to run into this goods. Behind himself, there were 16 shield shadow black spiders, but they were of the caliber of the creatures inside the second area. Their levels were all within the second level. At this moment, they were hiding in the woods and stone crevices with the help of their pitch-black bodies, and the spiderweb traps that he encountered just now were precisely their masterpieces. At this time, the secondary shield shadow black spiders are also hissing, spitting a large pile of spider silk, and behind the shield shadow black spider king, that very hidden stone crevice is even more interesting. Although Lin Peijiao couldn't see what was behind the tightly covered stone crevice, but his own psychic ability had already sensed that behind the crevice was an underground space and its vastness and complexity. Right here in this space, there were countless creatures just like the shield shadow black spider, cowering in their lairs, closely observing the outside world, and would strike as soon as anything went wrong. Looks like you've really been lured to the lair of the shield shadow black spider. Although his own perception ability was currently affected by the blockage of the stone and the distance, so he could not accurately detect how many spiders there were inside, but with what he had perceived so far, it would not be less than 1,000. Lin Peijiao remembered what he had once learned about the shield shadow black spider. The shield shadow black spider, besides attacking with its own hard outer armor and venom, also had a part that would use the earth-type supernatural energy and dark-type supernatural energy. It seems that this ridiculously large underground space can also be attributed to their use of the earth element to create a huge and hidden home. Just then, the shield shadow black spider king suddenly moved, only to see its body tremble slightly. Its mouthparts opened wide, and a large strand of foul-smelling venom surged out, spraying straight towards Lin Peijiao's body. The venom drew a perfect parabola in midair, and just as they were about to fall, they were stuck in a strange position, motionless in midair. The scene was as abrupt as if the pause button had suddenly been pressed in the middle of a video. Hiss ah! Looking at the strange beyond their common sense scenario in front of them, the shield shadow black spider let out a piercing and unpleasant hiss, and immediately after, the shield shadow black spider king and a whole circle of small spiders surrounding Lin Peijiao, all aimed at Lin Peijiao's body and spewed out venom in unison. Stab dash. The imagined misery of corrupting everything didn't happen. The venom was still stuck in midair as if the pause button had been pressed. Although the venom was terrible, Lin Peijiao's ability was the Lord of Water and Liquid that could control all liquids within its domain, and venom was also a liquid, so was it difficult to make it stop in midair? This scene, though, does seem a bit beyond the pale. Now, one of the small spiders surrounding Lin Peijiao was anxious. It seemed to have lost its patience, only to see that it directly opened its mouthparts, aiming at Lin Peijiao and preparing to bite down fiercely. Of course, it was said that it was a small spider, but in fact, its size was not small. These dozens of small shield shadow black spiders were between 2 and 4 meters in size, and the mouthparts that were aimed at Lin Peijiao were quite large. If this bite really went down, I'm afraid that it would have to bite off a small half of Lin Peijiao's arm. The small shield shadow black spider greatly opened its own mouthparts, and some venom was once again secreted around the mouthparts, and the fishy odor seemed to be about to pounce on Lin Peijiao's face in the next second. Ka-dash! The small shield shadow black spider had thought that this bite was a sure thing, not the strange human bite in front of him dead, but also able to bite a half-mutilated. But now, the hard, unbreakable touch bounced honestly off the little shielded shadowed black spider itself with the force of its own muzzle. Hiss ah 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 ah! The little shield shadow black spider went numb with pain and screamed madly. The 8 legs and the whole body also trembled wildly on the ground. What an evil human! It doesn't look very big. How the shell is harder than our shield shadow black spider itself. If it could talk right now, it would be cursing furiously. Thought I could break the defense with one hit, but didn't realize that it was I who was half disabled instead of the other party. This is the skill of Lin Peijiao's ice crystal shield armor, which seems to be thin and inconspicuous, but in fact is solid and indestructible, and is not something that a foreign beast of the level of the small shield shadow black spider can break through. The small shield shadow black spider's roar of pain obviously made the several adult shield shadow black spiders around them anxious, and dozens of long feet around them rubbed and frictioned on the ground, making a tight rustling sound, and in their throats, they made impatient hissing sounds. Looking at this kind of situation, Lin Peijiao also probably understood that these several little cubs, I'm afraid that they are hungry and want to eat. These little ones around themselves, they look really anxious. a picture of wailing, so anxious that they let themselves get hurt, and the parents behind them are anxious. The first shield shadow black spider he encountered should have deliberately lured him to this place, and the rest of his clan had laid a dragnet at the entrance, waiting for him to throw himself into the net. Only, it's not certain who's casting whose net. Right at this moment, the shield shadow black spider king once again trembled his body, letting out one of the sharpest, most unpleasant whistles Lin Peijiao had ever heard, and the entire forest seemed to vibrate slightly as a result. Although Lin Peijiao couldn't smell it, he also probably understood that the shield shadow black spider king probably also exuded a pheromone that commanded a 1-2 punch, because just then, the dozen or so shield shadow black spiders that were ambushed behind him moved together. It seemed that the first wave of attacks had stopped in an unthinkable way, and coupled with the fact that Junior was injured, the shield shadow black spiders themselves were in a hurry, and simply all of them came together. In the blink of an eye, the shield shadow black spider king's immense figure had already appeared in front of Lin Peijiao. The huge Caliceri had already swung in front of Lin Peijiao's nose, carrying ferocious and astonishing dark elements and venom that pounced on his face. The shield shadow black spiders that were ambushed behind them also tightened their spiders at this instant. Even if the venom can't hurt you, strangling you alive isn't impossible. Well, I'm in a hurry, so instead of hanging out with you guys one by one, let's just do it all together. Lin Peijiao, originally calm, expressionless face, but at this time there is suddenly a trace of mocking smile. Just a second before the Caliceri landed on Lin Peijiao, the shield shadow black spider king's figure lurched. The shield shadow black spider king only felt his body suddenly stiffen. His whole body shook as if it had been drained of its strength, and his vision became blurred. Because of this, it didn't notice that the venom, which had originally been fixed in mid-air, actually wobbled and gathered together again, and then sprayed toward its mouthpiece, which wasn't covered by the armor. Sprayed. For land animals that can spray venom, they have specialized organs, known as venom sacs, to separate the venom from their own bodily fluids, yet they, themselves, are not immune to their own toxic substances. Therefore, the shield shadow black spider kings, whose body had lost strength due to the sudden loss of water and whose vision was blurred, swallowed a large mouthful of venom unguardedly. It was directly corrupted by the venom of itself and the small spiders in its nest. Hiss ah! The shield shadow black spider king let out a cry of pain and its misery. The whole body lost water, and swallowed a large amount of venom, corroding the internal organs. This kind of pain is not something that anyone can endure, and what made its eyes widen even more was that it actually heard the even more agonized wail of its own child. Just as the shield shadow black spider king approached, Lin Peijiao struck at the same time, directly draining the moisture from the 30 or so small shield shadow black spiders that were closest to him. After all, these small spiders were all within one level, and Lin Peijiao killed them as if he were chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable, and with little effort, he transformed a group of small spiders into a field of dried spiders. Seeing the deaths of the young sons within his own colony, and with the leader severely injured, the shield shadow black spider ambushed behind him was of course unable to sit still. They increased their strength and hurriedly pulled the spider silk taut, trying to directly strangle Lin Peijiao. At the same time, countless elements of earth, stone, and shadow flew out from the hidden places of the trees. Pull, pull, pull. Something is wrong. How come the spider silk is getting looser and looser? The shield shadow black spiders fixed their eyes and were startled. This human, when exactly did he quietly escape the spider's bonds? Lin Peijiao, who was originally fixed in midair by the spider silk before, suddenly leapt out from the layers and layers of thick spider webs. Dense white silk threads fell from his body as if it was raining from the sky, the very same spider web that had been cut. Even worse, the elemental attacks they struck, with Lin Peijiao's leap out, didn't hit people. Occasionally, a few of them that happened to hit were also blocked by that transparent shield on people's bodies. It turned out that when Lin Peijiao was tied up and unable to move, he had already quietly activated his mimic cold ice, turning it into a thin blade of ice that kept cutting the spider silk repeatedly. Just this spider silk spider web is indeed too rich in viscosity, for a moment still cut open. Fortunately in Lin Peijiao constantly condensing ice blade, constantly cutting. Finally in the shield shadow black spider king pounced over before, cut off the body's bondage. Well, the next moment is for you to suffer death. Lin Peijiao, who leapt up high from the spider web, holding the water-breaking sword in his hand, with a dashing figure, like a demon striking from hell. His long sword directly stabbed at the eyes of the shield shadow black spider king, a straight stab of the sword, a horizontal slash, and then a right wipe and left stab of the sword. Hands down a few moves, directly let this water loss, was corroded and lost combat power of the 8-eyed shield shadow black spider king, turned into an eyeless spider king. The body is left with 8 blood thorns hollow holes. Without waiting for the shield shadow black spiders to react, the alien energy struck again, far away hidden in the back of a dozen shield shadow black spiders. Eyes look anxious, had thought of behind the back to engage in some sneak attack, only not yet waited for them to strike. That familiar dizziness, blurred eyes, uncomfortable strength of the body, and came up. The familiar dehydration process is once again on the shield shadow black spiders. With Lin Pei Zhou's level of psychic ability, light dehydration, he still couldn't kill a third-grade high-stage shield shadow black spider king, but it was still enough to deal with a few second-grade ones. Soon, the shield shadow black spider, who tried to sneak attack, had fainted and lost his life. Only a second before they lost consciousness, they seemed to hear another resigned and pained hiss. It was from the shield shadow black spider king. While Lin Pei Zhou was going after the spiders in the back, he certainly wouldn't let go of the spider king in the front. A dozen or so ice picks suddenly attacked out, dealing another repeated damage to the bloody hole that had just been stabbed out at the shield shadow black spider king's eyes. Being ambushed by the shield shadow black spiders, Lin Pei Zhou was already unhappy in his heart and naturally hit harder. The ice cones whistled with unprecedented ferocity, directly piercing through the shield shadow black spider king's body and pinning it firmly to the ground. Ho ho ho! Feeling his life continuously draining away, the shield shadow black spider king let out a final unwilling hiss. Obviously his armor is already hard enough. This level of ice picks can't penetrate at all, but it was broken through by this human from the eyes and mouthpiece. Obviously he is a third-grade high-stage foreign beast. Then the human kid in front of him do not know where to go. But why? Why will fall to this point nowadays? A hoarse, shrill roar, so hard to hear that it sounded like fingernails scraping on a chalkboard, spread through the nearby jungle, shaking the land with it. Hearing this miserable cry, the other shield shadow black spiders staying inside the spider's lair couldn't hold back any longer. Fizzle fizzle. The sound of thousands of spider legs rubbing the ground resounded at the edge of the stone crevice, bringing a sense of oppression. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years, but I've finally gotten you out. Shield shadow black spiders. Chapter 28, Spider's Lair. Thousands of spiders acted together, countless spider legs rustling as if the earth was shaking with them. Seeing this scene, instead of being afraid, Lin Pei Zhou hooked his lips and revealed an excited smile. The boulder slowly moved and the crack in the stone opened wide, from which more than 30 shield shadow black spiders crawled out in one breath. Not only that, but the number is growing. 50, 80, 100. Once the shield shadow black spiders climbed out of the stone crevice, they recognized Lin Pei Zhou's direction and killed him aggressively. In the eyes of the shield shadow black spiders, it was this abominable human who had not only killed their shield shadow black spider king, but also a large number of their cubs and compatriots. It's intolerable. Brothers, together, today I must dismantle him. In the face of more and more shield shadow black spiders appeared, gradually formed an encircling circle. Lin Pei Zhou firmly circled in which Lin Pei Zhou is still expressionless stood in place. Neither launched the supernormal ability, also did not raise the knife on the cut. It looks as if it has already been resigned to the fate of the shield shadow black spiders themselves have a fire in their hearts. Now come out, carefully explore. This human is also the level of the early stage of the second level. Not as good as most of the brothers in their own nests. Now see so many shield shadow black spiders surround him. Is not already afraid? Ha 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 ha. After all, the early stage of the second level was able to kill a few foreign beasts of the same level in one breath, and then crossed the level to kill a shield shadow black spider king, which belongs to the supernormal performance, and happened to be lucky. And now you messed with this shield shadow black spider swarm of thousands. Do you think that you can still get away with it? I'm afraid that you won't even be able to leave a whole body. Shield shadow black spiders are thinking this in their hearts, and the movements on their bodies are getting more and more eager. After encircling Lin Pei Zhou, the spiders set up their stance and were about to swarm, but they only saw Lin Pei Zhou in the center of the storm hook his lips and reveal a mocking smile. In fact, Lin Pei Zhou never felt that he had hit the bullseye or had a burst of luck, killing monsters over the level. It was only because his strength had reached that level. Where was the other reason? As for his willfully pressing his troops this time, he mainly also wants to see how many shield shadow black spiders can be lured out in total. After all, the more that come out, the better he can kill them in one blow. Isn't it? Almost. Right now, Lin Qiyan, with the transmission of Lin Pei Zhou's mind, Lin Qiyan, who had been hidden for a long time up there, finally began to work. The shield shadow black spiders were supposed to be moving around on the ground, so they neglected to realize that above them, there was always a pair of eyes watching. With a command, only an incomparably blazing high temperature was seen to violently burst open within the range centered on Lin Pei Zhou. Immortal Phoenix, high temperature scorch. The flames burned and engulfed everything. The temperature in the small open space increased suddenly, as if a small sun had landed on the ground. The shield shadow black spiders that had just come out and were still complacent were all of a sudden caught off guard by the sudden arrival of several hundred degrees of heat. The air was filled with the screams of the spiders in searing pain, mixed with a burning scent. In just a few seconds, dozens of shield shadow black spiders lost their lives. In the small open space, wailing was everywhere. Only Lin Peijiao standing in the center was calm and unaffected, as if he was walking leisurely. Well done, Lin Qian. The range of the field is well controlled, just enough to keep me unaffected. Under Lin Qian's precise domain control, the surrounding area was filled with scorching temperatures and screaming shield shadow black spiders, except for the center where Lin Peijiao stood, where the temperature was normal, coupled with Lin Peijiao's ice crystal shield armor protection, so it wasn't affected by the high temperatures. As for these shield shadow black spiders, some of them were still trying to fight to the death, trying to attack Lin Peijiao and the two of them with their own supernatural abilities, but they had already been burned by the high temperature, so their strength couldn't be utilized at all. Plus, Lin Peijiao had defensive skills, and Lin Qian was still flying high, so he couldn't hit them at all. At this moment, Lin Peijiao was holding a longsword in his hand, stabbing a shield shadow black spider that was trying to run towards him, while praising Lin Qian. Master, if I upgraded to level 7 and restored my original level, I would be even more powerful than I am now, Lin Qian said in a resigned manner. Lin Peijiao lost his smile, and before he could answer anything, he only heard the rumbling sound of stones moving again from the front. Not good, they are going to hide. Hurry up and attack their nests. Noticing the change in the situation, Lin Peijiao hurriedly ordered. The phoenix, hovering in mid-air, hurriedly reversed its direction and rushed at the small sliver of rocky crevice exposed by the spider's lair, spitting out scorching flames once again. The flames of the phoenix were incandescent, and it seemed that even the air was distorted for an instant. However, the spiders in the lair also reacted quickly. Seeing that their companions outside were dead and wounded, and could not be saved, they simply activated their supernatural abilities and prepared to seal the cave entrance with stones. Barely, the earth and rocks moved with a mere wince for a second under the scorching heat, but soon reacted extremely quickly to cover the entire opening with boulders. Thinking of running if you can't beat them, right? Lin Peijiao's face was grim. His long sword rustled in the air, cleanly reaping the lives of the several shield shadow black spiders next to him, his body once again leaping high into the air, running to the side of the cave to check out the situation. Damn! On one side, the phoenix continued to use high temperature to clean up the battlefield, and Lin Peijiao also circled around and around next to the cave, but he still couldn't find any breakthrough point. Lin Peijiao scratched his head. Tangled shield shadow black spiders in the lair. Looking at so many people together cannot be good. Simply two eyes a closed, door a closed. This is simply cannot find the silhouette of people, which is still how to catch. These shield shadow black spiders have not yet settled the account of ambushing him. It was not easy to meet a group of big ones. Exchange points and college entrance exam scores have not yet been obtained, but actually let them run away like this. Under the annoyance, Lin Peijiao's attack is more fierce. As soon as he sees what other shield shadow black spiders on the ground desperately fluttering, he just goes up with a sword and sends them to a painful death. Lin Qian is also eyeing from the side, never letting go of any escaping spiders. After 10 minutes, the small open space once again returned to tranquility. Spider wreckage and blood everywhere, filled with the smell of burning, black smoke. Only Lin Peijiao and Lin Qian were like blood-bathed killing gods, standing in the center of the battlefield. Ding! Kill a level 1 and 2 shield shadow black spider. Exchange points plus 1918. Ding! Killed 1 level 3 high stage shield shadow black spider. Exchange points plus 625. Ding! Killed 149 level 2 shield shadow black spiders. Exchange points plus 12,379. The system's prompt came as promised. Lin Peijiao's face didn't change, and finally brought Lin Qian to explore around the shield shadow black spider's lair, and found that due to the boulders obstructing the way, even if Lin Qian unleashed his alien energy on the outside of the lair, it wouldn't be able to harm the shield shadow black spiders inside because of the rock's poor conductivity of heat, so he had to give up for the time being. Although this was the case, Lin Peijiao was also in a good state of mind. After all, this was only the second district. Instead of dwelling on this situation, it was better to hurry up and rush to the third and fourth districts to hunt some high-grade alien beasts. After all, killing higher-level alien beasts would result in more scores and alien ability points. Having made up his mind, Lin Peijiao did not delay any longer and walked quickly towards the depths of the examination center. After all, he still had one very important thing left to do. Chapter 29, Luring the King into the Jar. The jungle was deep, the sky was darkening. The water-breaking sword in Lin Peijiao's hand was attacking extremely fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, several more two-headed snakes fell in a pool of blood. As Lin Peijiao went deeper into the tallest mountain on the peninsula, the surroundings gradually became lively. Not only did a wide variety of foreign beasts appear, but he also encountered quite a number of candidates who came in pairs. While keeping an eye on the movements of the nearby foreign beasts, Lin Peijiao was also paying attention to the identities of the candidates that appeared nearby. Unfortunately, although he and Song Cheng had walked into the teleportation spell formation together. Due to the randomness of the teleportation location, he hadn't seen Song Cheng's figure since he had entered. Just as Lin Pei Zhou was on guard with his sword, a few familiar hissing sounds suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Roar! Wait! Isn't this voice the song bird of prey that he met in the third model examination hall that day? Lin Pei Zhou turned his head and saw a small team of 4 people, being chased by a 5-meter-tall song bird of prey, fleeing in a sorry state in his direction. At the head of them was a double ponytailed girl dressed in a camouflage-colored battlesuit, and at this moment, she was running wildly while pulling out her feet and screaming angrily. Chen Yan, didn't you say that you're very experienced and good at dealing with song birds of prey? When something really happens, you run faster than anyone else. Lin Pei Zhou's eyes narrowed dangerously. He had already seen that the fat man at the back of the group, who was followed by the recluse lizard and who was gasping for breath with every step he took, was Chen Yan. Chen Yan, while panting, his face, I do not know whether it is tired or ashamed, red for a while, white for a while, but his mouth is still quite hard. And Mei, what are you talking about? Obviously is your own strength is not enough. It's none of my business. The double ponytail girl, and Mei, was even more furious when she heard this. A few of my fellow students, at this point, were complaining even more. Lin Pei Zhou's eyes turned around a few times on a few people, and quickly realized that Chen Yan at this time is love bragging but do not love to take responsibility for the old habits committed. He himself had suffered from these sufferings, and now, Chen Yan ran to scourge others. A cold smile quickly surfaced on Lin Pei Zhou's face. Well, I haven't settled my account with you yet, and you have already sent yourself to the door. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Almost in an instant, a plan surfaced in Lin Pei Zhou's mind. In the next instant, he waved his hand and put Lin Qiyan into the contract space, and then directly brought his sword forward, and the water-breaking sword whistled with icy killing intent, and his mimic cold ice struck at the same time, and in one move, he decapitated the head of the song kites. So this is what it feels like to have power. Seeing the song bird of prey bird head separated in front of him, Lin Pei Zhou himself was a little shaken. A month ago, he, together with a few classmates, faced the mid-level 2 song kites, and could only pull out his legs and run, unable to pass a single move with them at all. In just a month, his strength had long since skyrocketed, no longer the same as it was back then. Hundreds of shield shadow black spiders were killed, and this bird of prey in front of him had a higher rank than the ones he had encountered before, having reached the peak of level 2, and as usual, he didn't put it in his eyes either. The hand rose and the sword fell, blood splattered everywhere. The song bird of prey did not even come to unleash its great move of sonic attack. It was cut down by a sword, simple and direct, crisp and clean, not at all dragging but powerful sword, directly stunned everyone present. Double ponytail girl and May's shocked eyes slipped round, mouth big enough to stuff down an egg. As a senior candidate, she has currently reached the first level of the high stage. She thinks that her strength in the candidates, although it is not counted as one of the best, but it can also be counted as a middle to upper class. But Lin Pei Zhou's sword directly pierced her self-confidence. Only today did Mei realize that there was such a huge gap in strength between herself and a true expert. In fact, among her peers, Mei's strength is indeed upper middle class. It is only because Lin Pei Zhou's strength is too outrageous that it sets off the weakness of the others. The startled Mei, after the shock had passed, still stammered out her thanks. The same, students, thank you fortunately it is you out of the hand, otherwise we do not know what to do better. You're welcome. Lin Pei Zhou spoke indifferently, his eyes glancing at Chen Yan who was standing aside. He bounced as if he had seen a ghost the moment he saw Lin Pei Zhou's face. Lin Pei Zhou? That early level 1 loser, actually ran to the 2nd district by himself and not only wasn't killed, he's still alive and kicking? Pretending not to see Chen Yan's appearance, Lin Pei Zhou pretended to be curious and spoke. What happened? Why are you guys running around in such a panic? Hearing Lin Pei Zhou's inquiry, Mei was so angry that she slapped her thigh. Humph. It's not because we have someone on our team who doesn't have AC numbers in his heart but still loves to pretend. No matter Chen Yan more and more ugly face, Mei huffed and puffed. A brain said the thing after. The other two in the team also in a huff and puff and echoed. It seems to be the same by Chen Yan poisoned very deep. As it turned out, Chen Yan's luck was quite good. He had just entered the examination center not long ago, and did not run into swarms of foreign beasts like the black velvet venomous wasp and the shield shadow black spider like Lin Pei Zhou did, but ran into several other candidates who were also thinking of forming a team, and thus successfully formed a small team. In the college entrance exams, it was normal to form a team for this kind of behavior. Most of the candidates would choose to form a team. More people were more powerful, and after killing the alien beasts, the AI program could distribute the scores according to the situation. Wouldn't it be a good thing? After all, the grades of students in the college entrance examination were basically all within the first grade, and Feng Haomiao, who had always dominated the first grade in Lin Peijuo's school, was also the peak of the first grade. At this level, how can you single-handedly kill level 2, level 3, or even level 4 alien beasts inside the examination center? It's not like everyone is like Lin Peijuo, who treats killing monsters at different levels as a daily routine. However, there is a downside to teaming up. The teleportation array will randomly teleport candidates to a location on the edge of a district, which means you won't necessarily run into your familiar classmates. You don't know each other well. And what if the other person is a jerk? For example, and Mei this time, ran into Chen Yan, such a good face but unreliable teammates. At first, and Mei looked at Chen Yan, who was a level 1 mid-stage. His level was not as good as hers, but he had a level 1 high-stage recluse lizard and seemed to have good strength, so she agreed to have him join the team. I didn't realize that although Chen Yan's strength is average, his heart is high. In the battle, he was bent on grabbing heads, and he was mouthy, bragging about his strength all the time, and then he loved to paddle when he was actually fighting in a group battle, and this had already offended everyone, including in Mei, who was starting to talk quite a bit about him. Next, they happened to run into a songbird of prey, which had already reached the peak of the second level, and in Mei was more cautious, believing that with their current strength, it would be better to avoid it if they could. But just then, Chen Yan thought his moment to brag had arrived. He bragged that he had once defeated the songbird of prey in the third model examination hall, killing the same level 2 songbird of prey to death. Now, he had accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with the songbirds of prey, so you guys just have to listen to my command, and you're bound to take it down. Although Mei and the others didn't like Chen Yan very much, but looking at the way he swore and patted his chest, they believed him for a few minutes, so they agreed to Chen Yan's request. But she does not know. Chen Yan's words are too many false elements. Chen Yan is in the third model examination hall to see the songbird of prey, but the person who was chased the hell out of him, not the songbird of prey, and the songbird of prey in the third model examination hall, is still only a second level of the middle. Chen Yan also did not disclose that when he was being chased by the bird of prey, he saw that he could not run away, so he activated his own supernatural ability Shield of Rock and Earth to trap Lin Peijuo, who was running in front of him, and then he himself ran far away, leaving Lin Peijuo to face the bird of prey in the same place alone. If it weren't for his tawdry maneuvers, Lin Peijuo wouldn't have been injured and rolled off the cliff. Just under this kind of water, too much bragging. Chen Yan once again ran into the songbirds of prey, and then it was no surprise. False. He is false. Chen Yan did not even think about pulling his leg and running. Not the slightest thought of reminding his teammates behind him who are confused. If it is not, and Mei's reaction is still fast, hurriedly urging everyone to run fast. I am afraid that a few other people are now dying under the mouth of the songbirds of prey. After some tossing and turning, the resentment in the team deepened, and Mei was even more irascible and directly tore her face off. Chen Yan, we're expelling you from the team. You don't have much to contribute in our team. You don't contribute when you should, but you run fast when you should. Aren't you always bragging about how you can single-handedly kill some grade 2 alien beast? Then just go by yourself. We won't be accompanying you. Listening to Mei's words, Chen Yan's already ugly face wrinkled even tighter, floating a vein. It is, because your strength is not worthy of me. Chen Yan reddened his face, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he only managed to stifle this shameless sentence. You. Mei was all but stunned by the shameless statement. I've bumped into my classmate. I'm going to team up with him. As if proving himself, Chen Yan grabbed Lin Peijuo's hand in a hurry. Peijuo and I were in the same class in Qingcheng First Middle School. We are very close. Not like you guys. And Mei and the others were also surprised when they heard this, but the one who reacted even more than them was Chen Yan, who was grasping Lin Peijuo's left hand, because when his eyes inadvertently turned to Lin Peijuo's wrist, he saw the number on Lin Peijuo's bracelet, 31,922, over 30,000 points. What kind of concept is that? It had only been 5 or 6 hours since the exams had started, and to get those scores meant that Lin Peijuo could almost secure a place at one of the top universities in the country. It was important to realize that Chen Yan himself had been rubbing points and grabbing heads all over the place, and up until now, he had only scored over 300 points. These 30,000 plus points were like a heavy hammer to Chen Yan's heart. For Lin Peijuo, Chen Yan had always had a sense of superiority. Lin Peijuo's parents were both dead, and he had the love of his parents. Lin Peijuo was a loser who was forever stuck in the early stage of the first grade, and he was a cultivator who broke through the first grade and advanced, and also had a contracted beast. But now you've made him realize that the person you once looked down on now scores 100 times as much as you on the high school exams. No way. Absolutely impossible. Chen Yan's side of his heart was in shock, while Mei on the other side spoke with a sneer. You say you guys want to form a team, just form a team? People haven't even agreed yet, what are you talking about? And Mei had already seen through Chen Yan's hypocrisy. and she didn't think Lin Peijiao would still team up with him after hearing his glorious deeds. That's fine. I'll team up with Chen Yan. In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, Lin Peijiao slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 30, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into an eerie silence, and Mei and the others didn't expect Lin Peijiao to hear that he had said a whole lot of bad things about Chen Yan and still agreed to form a team. Chen Yan was completely caught up in a mood of resentment, indignation and jealousy. Lin Peijiao, that is the person he has always looked down on. A lousy scrap at the end of the line. A waste that was scared into a coma for 3 whole days when he fell down the mountainside. Even if he participated in the alien examination, I am afraid that he is a cannon fodder that will be eaten by the alien beasts in the first district. But at this point, you're telling Chen Yan that this piece of trash he despises has achieved a ridiculously high score. On the basis of what? Chen Yan's face was on the verge of twisting in cynicism as he practically rushed out. How did you get a higher test than me? Based on what? Did you cheat? As soon as these words came out, and Mei and the others immediately revealed a picture of disapproval. Looking at Chen Yan's face had dissatisfaction written all over it. In Mei's opinion, Lin Peijiao was considered a benefactor who had saved his life. If it wasn't for Lin Peijiao, they would have either been injured by the song kite bird or directly chosen to be teleported out of the examination hall and end the college entrance exam, both of which they were not happy to see. And you, Chen Yan, what are you doing putting everyone in danger 3 times and bossing around your savior? Lin Peijiao instead pretended to be a picture of unaffectedness and opened his mouth with a snort. Ha ha ha, it's not because I stumbled upon a shield shadow black spider's nest over there. Even though it's in the 2nd district, there are so many early level 1 Fey beasts in there that it's especially easy to tackle. I was able to one-sword them all. That's how I swiped so many points. Lin Peijiao, this is not false. There are indeed a lot of small spiders of the 1st level, but there are also 3 levels of the shield shadow black spider king. With Lin Peijiao's strength can indeed be won with a sword, but just with the strength of the other people is not necessarily. Chen Yan's face was even more twisted with anger. By what reason is this waste so lucky? Unfortunately, Lin Peijiao's words changed. The shield shadow black spider can use earth-type powers, and seeing that it couldn't be defeated, it used its powers to mobilize the rocks and sealed the cave. If not for that, I could have swiped a lot more points. So, Lin Peijiao had a quirky smile on his face. I remember that you, Chen Yan, are also an earth-type psychic ability, right? How about the 2 of us go over there? You use your psychic ability to move the rocks in front of the spider nest, and then we'll deal with the xenomorphs together. How about that? Chen Yan's face, distorted by anger and jealousy, was quickly replaced by ecstasy. That's certainly good. A chance to earn points easily. Not for nothing. What's more, even Lin Peijiao, this scum, can slash 30,000 points in anger when he gets there. Wouldn't I have to have a 100,000 points when I get there? Ha 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 ha. As he said that, he turned his head to look angrily at Mei's few people, a villainous smile on his face. You guys heard it too, right? I'm going to team up with Lin Peijiao. It's me who won't go with you guys. Chen Yan seems to have finally recovered his face. There is a high and proud head, full of red face, villainous general said. Now, it was Mei and the others' turn to be dumbfounded, and Mei's foxy, uncertain, surprised and dumbfounded gaze circled around Lin Peijiao's and Chen Yan's faces twice before she finally lost the battle and lowly opened her mouth to plead with Chen Yan in an attempt to join Lin Peijiao's team. This can put Chen Yan significantly, pretending to stink face, high and mighty face shaking hands. Your strength is too poor to meet my requirements. The scene was in an awkward position for a while. For a student like Mei, who was still strong and had an okay personality, Lin Peijiao would still be willing to work with her if it was in normal times. Unfortunately, the reason why Lin Peijiao chose to team up with Chen Yan was merely to lure him into the game and kill him with a borrowed knife. And in this situation, he certainly did not want to involve others to avoid any complications. What's more, this was a time-critical college entrance examination center, and Lin Peijiao's action by himself was definitely more efficient than working with others. In the end, Lin Peijiao couldn't stand to watch anymore and politely persuaded Mei and the others to leave, and only then they sighed and left with 3 steps back. In fact, Mei and the others were still very interested in that spider's lair that Lin Peijiao had mentioned. But, after all, Lin Peijiao had offered to help first, and had not agreed to form a team on his own, so it was indeed a bit unkind for him to make his own move to grab points. Furthermore, Mei has already seen Lin Peijiao's strength, and with Lin Peijiao there, he will definitely kill all the foreign beasts that he can, and even if he goes over there, he probably won't be able to get a piece of the pie. After weighing her options again, Mei relented and left. After dissuading Mei and the others, Lin Peijiao pretended to be tired, picked a boulder with a good view, sat on it, and slowly and leisurely pulled out the nutrient solution from his bag and drank it unhurriedly. He himself had just slaughtered a large group of foreign beasts in this passion, and the nearby battlefield had been cleaned up. so Lin Peijiu was not worried about any foreign beasts sneaking in the vicinity for the time being. But this can make Shen Yan anxious. Looking at Lin Peijiu's slow movements, he could no longer hold back the scratching of his ears and jumping up and down. In the end, Shen Yan couldn't help himself and asked Lin Peijiu sharply, "When exactly are we going to set off for that spider's lair?" Lin Peijiu slanted a glance at him and said nonchalantly, "I just fought a battle there. I'm really tired. While the alien beasts near this place are pretty much cleared by the candidates, I'm going to take a good rest here for a while. Let's go to that place together after a while. What do you think?" When Shen Yan heard this, his eyes turned thievishly and hurriedly came over eagerly, fawningly smiling at Lin Peijiu. "Then why don't you tell me about that spider's lair while you're here drinking the nutrient solution?" Lin Peijiu heart sneered, thinking in his heart that Shen Yan is still press, but if he does not open his mouth to ask about the situation here, Lin Peijiu intends to take the initiative to open his mouth to tell him. So, not only did Lin Peijiu carefully give him directions, he also called up a map from his bracelet, on which he drew the location of the spider's nest very accurately, and he also carefully explained the topography and geomorphology of the vicinity of the spider's nest. After speaking and drinking, Lin Peijiu made sure that Shen Yan had understood the exact location of the spider's lair, and revealed a very sleepy look, saying that he was going to take a 20-minute nap, so he would trouble Shen Yan to keep watch for a while in the vicinity, and then the two of them would go over there together afterward. After all, the college entrance exam has a whole 24 hours, even if the physical ability of the cultivator is quite a bit better than the average person, but in the shape of continuous physical strength and supernatural energy consumption, it still needs some rest, and the students in the group usually take turns to be on night duty like this to ensure safety. Shen Yan naturally agreed, patting his chest to guarantee that he would definitely protect Lin Peijiu well. Lin Peijiu was also a picture of being really tired and lay down with his clothes. Not long after Lin Peijiu lay down, Shen Yan sneaked closer, reached out to test Lin Peijiu's breathing, only to see Lin Peijiu motionless, breathing steadily, eyes closed tightly, and even their own close to also did not notice. Shen Yan confirmed that Lin Peijiu has already slept. After confirming it, he quickly urged the recluse lizard. One person and one beast sneakily set off, rushing towards the direction of the pair of spiders' nests. For Shen Yan, how can he continue to waste time on you when he's already drained the value out of you? Moreover, Shen Yan is heartily looking down on Lin Peijiu. In Shen Yan's opinion, his own strength is far higher than Lin Peijiu. What Lin Peijiu can easily handle, he can naturally handle even more easily. Moreover, once Lin Peijiu joined, there would definitely be fewer exotic beasts left for himself. So how would he want someone else to jump out and take a share of him? Peijiu, don't blame me for leaving you alone inside the jungle. After all, this is the college entrance exam. You yourself have no sense of defense. It's only right that you get eliminated. But you can't blame me. Shen Yan muttered under his breath, but his face could not stop the excitement. He took the recluse lizard, a person and a beast running in the jungle in a hurry, toward the high scores of the college entrance examination that they dreamed of. Under the extreme excitement, Shen Yan ran quite fast, plus the spider's nest was not far from where they had started. But in a while, Shen Yan arrived near the spider's nest. Just as Shen Yan was running while immersed in his dream of obtaining a high score and becoming the top student of the college entrance examination, he saw the bushes above him suddenly move slightly, and all of a sudden, a huge sticky spider web descended from the sky, tightly wrapping Shen Yan and the recluse lizard in it. Shen Yan was shocked. Almost as if by instinct, Shen Yan struggled frantically. However, the material of the spider web is really special, strong viscous so that the prey in which the more struggle trapped the tighter. Even if Shen Yan commanded the recluse lizard, trying to bite off the spider with his teeth, but the spider web is almost as thick as his finger, and there is strong toughness and viscous, even if the recluse lizard's teeth are extremely difficult to cut off. Just as Shen Yan was immersed in the emotions of panic and helplessness, the seemingly flat boulder in front of him began to slowly move. The stone crack opened wide, in which came out a dozen shield shadow black spiders, 5 or 6 meters long, slender but strong, long feet on the ground, friction rustling sound, black body, which is the most conspicuous, that in front of the mouthpiece covered with sharp teeth, reflecting a chilling cold light. At this moment, this mouthpiece opened violently and let out an extremely unpleasant, hoarse roar. At this time Shen Yan has been scared to say a word, just pants inside, appeared a suspicious hot stream. If, at this moment, Shen Yan could understand the words of the shield shadow black spider, he would know that they were talking about, "Damn humans, I can't believe you rushed back." Lin Peijiu made a big mess in the spider's cave, and their clansmen were killed and injured, almost leaving a psychological shadow on them. Now you're back? I'll kill you if I don't get a chance. In fact, the shield shadow black spiders may have realized that the fat man in front of them, who cries out and smells like urine, is not the same teenager as before, who is lean and strong and carries a big bird with horrible killing power. I'm afraid, However, they have selectively ignored the situation. Or better yet, persimmons only pick the soft ones. We can't handle you, Lin Peijiao, but it's normal to want to kill one of your clansmen to settle our grudges, right? Unfortunately, Spider's mind was not in the same channel as Lin Peijiao's. Lin Peijiao killing the shield shadow black spider would only cause the spiders pain. When the spiders killed Chen Yan, Lin Peijiao clapped his hands. If it wasn't for the fact that the college entrance exams didn't allow direct attacks on the candidates, Lin Peijiao hated to be able to directly get his hands on them in order to solve his heart's hatred. The classmate who usually belittled him, looked down on people from on high, and killed himself before the college entrance exams, not caring in the slightest about his own life and death. Lin Peijiao didn't feel that he needed to retain any kindness towards him. If Chen Yan still retained a bit of integrity, if he wasn't so greedy, when Lin Peijiao woke up and the two of them came to the shield shadow black spider's lair together, he wouldn't be so passive right now, and perhaps he would still have a chance to earn a bit more points, even as long as Chen Yan put down his own self-esteem and slightly put out a little bit of spiritual power to probe Lin Peijiao's current level. The situation would not necessarily be so bad. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lin Peijiao is really too clear what kind of person Chen Yan is. This tailor-made trap for him, he still so jumped down. At this time, the spiders, seeing Chen Yan peeing all over the state of crying for help, was really also a little annoyed. Such an annoying human. They don't even need to send out so many people. Just kill them. The children at home are still hungry. Originally, I was still thinking of taking the lean teenager just now to give the children a tooth festival. Only this result is not mentioned. It is better to hurry to hang this fat, and the children can also eat more. Uniting their goals, the shield shadow black spiders began to exert themselves in unison. The spider silk was tough and powerful, strangling Chen Yan and the recluse lizard in the spider web. At this moment, Chen Yan was already in endless pain. His color rose purple. A vein floated up on his forehead. The air in his chest diminished as he breathed in and out, and he couldn't breathe in any more air from his tightly wound neck. Come on, help you punk. Don't you know how to break the net free? Chen Yan struggled to call the recluse with his mind, but found that the state of the recluse is a little worse than him, has long been out of breath more and less, suffocated on the verge of death. Give up the college entrance exam. I don't want to take the college entrance exam anymore. At this time, Chen Yan's mind, there is no longer his mock Lin Peijiao's parents. Let him give up the high school entrance examination of the high school condescending look. His face full of horizontal flesh because of the pain of asphyxiation and twisted. He struggled to turn his wrist, wanting to pull down the hand ring of the teleportation ring, but once again despairing to find that the spider silk is really wrapped around too tightly. His other hand is simply could not pull the pull ring. Despair, suffocation, powerless. What followed was a complete darkness and ignorance. Chen Yan, die. Chapter 31, The Great Killing. Chen Yan's pain did not affect shield shadow black spider's pleasant mood. Ha ha ha. Before, I had a nosebleed at Lin Peijiao, and I was too grey to hide back in the cave and didn't dare to come out. But now I finally have a snowball's chance to win. Ha 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 ha. Inside and outside the shield shadow black spider's lair, a relaxed and happy atmosphere pervaded. The doorway of the cave was open, and many small spiders ran out with their long legs, a few of them together surrounding the dead Chen Yan and the recluse lizard, joyfully opening to eat. A catch too. Meat is fat. Eat and drink. Just as the shield shadow black spiders relax, immersed in this joyful New Year's Eve atmosphere, the spider cave mouth vaguely issued a ringing. A ruddy figure, with the cover of twilight, crept round behind the boulders to the front, and then the beak of a bird, a searingly hot, irresistibly powerful force burst through the wide-open hole in the nest full of shield shadow black spiders. In an instant, the cave exploded with scorchingly hot air. Those spiders that were closer to the cave entrance were vaporized before they could even react. The vicinity of the spider's lair was in chaos. The pile of spiders that were beautifully nibbling on the corpses of Chen Yan and the recluse lizard suddenly felt a coldness in their backs, and when they turned their heads to look, their homes had been stolen. The culprit standing at the doorstep of the house was the same strange crimson bird that had dealt them a fatal blow earlier. Just that one look almost sent them reeling, not daring to delay even for a moment. The shield shadow black spiders hurriedly put down the food at their mouths and hurriedly killed their way back to the front of the cave, ready to join the spiders that were already leaning in the nest to give this damned big bird a back and forth attack. Dang! Before they could get close to the phoenix, a black figure lightly landed on the ground, stood up straight, raised his hand, and the shield shadow black spiders only felt a cold light flashing in front of their eyes. And then, they didn't know anything. The broken water sword strikes with a single blow. The shield shadow black spiders who saw the scene, their bodies involuntarily winced, and a feeling of horror took control of their brains. It's that horrible human. He's back again. With his fearsome contracted beasts, he returned. The spider's lair was at this point in a complete state of fearful, helpless chaos. the moment Lin Qian's supernatural ability struck. It brought about endless killing, hissing, limbs, high heat, and sword chi. There was a riot of despair inside the cavern, and under the fear etched into their DNA, the shield shadow black spiders were no longer able to organize a sizable attack. The shield shadow black spiders in the depths of the cave, in this state of extreme powerlessness, were only thinking of repeating their old trick of hiding up, so they once again activated their supernatural abilities, preparing to hide back in the cave entrance and seal it off. However, Lin Peizhou had prepared for this. Sensing the intentions of the shield shadow black spiders, Lin Qian simply strutted inside the cave entrance, and once again opened his mouth wide. More searing energy erupted. Now the spiders in the depths of the cave couldn't hold their own. The instantaneous high temperature made those shield shadow black spiders who had wanted to dig a hole out from the other direction of the cave also lose their ability to move. In a space so scorchingly hot that even the air was distorted, it was impossible for them to survive. In the several hundred degrees of heat, even Lin Peizhou cautiously avoided far away. Only Lin Qian was not affected in the slightest, as if he had returned to his happy old home, as exuberant as if he had returned to his happy old home. And when he saw any spiders still struggling, he went up to give them a claw and give them a pain in the ass, worthy of being born from the fire in the divine beast, the temperature that the vast majority of foreign beasts can't endure. For Lin Qian, it is just every day. The flames were scorching hot, crimson and twisted, and the moves released by Lin Qian truly managed to kill and destroy in all directions without leaving a single survivor. Lin Peizhou, far away from avoidance, even with the ice crystal shield armored protection, but still feel the momentum of this strong flame. He also couldn't help but smack his lips. If it wasn't just chance, just happened to run into Lin Qian experienced the fire of Nirvana. The weakest time, he happened to contract Lin Qian. I'm afraid that in the wild encounter Lin Qian, he may not necessarily have much chance of winning. Ding! Killed 838 level 2 shield shadow black spiders. Exchange points plus 107,802. Of course, Lin Peizhou's emotions were quickly replaced by extreme elation. Ending the shield shadow black spider's lair was surprisingly 100,000 points. It is important to know that in previous years, the province's top university entrance examination students had scores between 40,000 and 50,000 points. Being able to have more than 40,000 points can completely secure entry into the country's top C4 league colleges and universities. He had entered the examination center for only 5 or 6 hours, and with the 30,000 points he had achieved before, he already had 139,724 points, nearly 140,000 scores, which is unparalleled in the history of high school. However, Lin Peizhou did not have any complacency at this time, but instead had a kind of excitement on the head, killing red-eye strength. At this moment, he wanted to test where the limits of himself and Lin Qian were as opposed to getting a high school score. Although he was only a level 1, he could manage to kill many of the level 2 alien beasts in seconds. He was not even weak in the face of a level 3 high-stage shield shadow black spider king, and he could kill it entirely by his own strength. So where exactly is one's ceiling? Is it the pinnacle of level 3, which is not in sight yet, or is it a higher level 4 or above? Just thinking about this, Lin Peizhou himself got excited. After all, he was only in Zone 2 now, and hadn't seen any more higher-ranked Fey beasts. Next, Zone 3 and Zone 4, he would have to kill them one by one to see how much energy he could ultimately utilize. After making up his mind, Lin Peizhou was not prepared to delay much. He called out to Lin Qian in his mind to hurry up and clean up the battlefield, greeted the phoenix to return to the contract space to rest, and did not care that behind him there was a field of pitch black, disorganized spiders' corpses. Lin Peizhou did not see any fatigue on his face from the completion of a big battle, but instead he was wearing the stars and the moon and was eagerly heading towards the deeper part of the city. Lin Peizhou is excited, but the other beasts inside the examination room are all out of luck. In the darkness of the sky, Lin Peizhou was dressed in a pure black battlesuit, perfectly blending into the night, with the enhanced eyesight that came with the level, coupled with Lin Peizhou's open perception of blood, along with the perception crystals gifted by Old Dai. The jungle that was out of reach in the middle of the night, and was quite eerie and treacherous, completely turned into his dominant abattoir. Ding! Killed 1 level 2 high stage amazing phosphorus snake. Exchange points plus 144. Ding! Killed 7 high level 2 gray and white lynx. Exchange points plus 1,183. Ding! Lin Peizhou's mind dinged incessantly, and the movements of his hands became faster and faster. The water-severing sword left residual shadows in the air, and his control of his supernatural abilities became stronger and stronger during his training in actual combat. Obviously only the peak of the first level. He single-killed the second level of the various alien beasts, but it was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Simple. Unconsciously, Lin Peizhou has already killed the range of the third district. The time, too, has come to 12 o'clock in the morning. The time of the exam has passed half. However, at this time, the invigilation room of the college entrance examination is still a bright light. Directly in front of the marking office was an immense and incomparable screen, occupying an entire wall, which was divided into several small screens, displaying exactly what was going on in the examination room of the college entrance exam. However, since it was now dark, the screen showed a thermal imaging view. Sitting in front of the screen was a serious-looking teacher who had just changed classes and therefore didn't look tired, still gleaming and staring intently at the screen. There are countless cameras installed in the exam halls of the college entrance exams, and in addition to the artificial intelligence monitoring the exams at all times, there are also teachers responsible for watching the monitoring in case any accidents occur in the exam halls. It's 12 o'clock now, said the head of the marking team in the middle of the examination room, touching his oily brain and saying somewhat wearily, "Pull up the results of the province's candidates as of 12 o'clock to see if there's anything unexpected." Yes, as the staff operated, the big screen quickly scrolled up to show the tentative score rankings of the province's candidates. Zhou Ziping, Dongjiang 1 Middle School, 25,355. Fangfei Yang, Dongjiang University High School, 25,432. Li Mod, Dongjiang 1 Middle School, 25,488. The head of the marking team murmured reading a name that appeared on the screen, and in his heart, he also kept estimating the situation of this college entrance examination. On the whole, the results of the candidates of this college entrance examination are not bad, and the position at the top of the list, also most of the positions are occupied by the candidates from Dongjiang 1 Middle School and Dongjiang University High School, which are some of the best high schools in the province. But, wait a minute, what's going on here? The head of the marking team stared in horror as his eyes flicked to the very top of the screen. Lin Pei Zhou, Xincheng 1 Middle School, 162,579. The bright name, the score that is one place more than all the other candidates, hanging boldly at the top of the list, makes it hard for people not to notice. Over 160,000 points. Sparing this experienced marking team leader, who had been a teacher for almost 40 years, he almost fell off his chair in surprise the first moment he saw this score. In addition to the head of the marking team, the other teachers naturally saw the situation on the screen. The results of the other candidates are normal. Just what is the situation of this first place Lin Pei Zhou? Such an exaggerated result. 160,000 points? No way. I remember that the highest score since the nation had the exotic exam was 70,000 to 80,000 points. The exam is only halfway through and there are 160,000 points. What the hell is this? That's too impossible. That's right. I see he's still a Qingqing 1 Middle School student? Don't tease. Our best students in Dongjiang 1 Middle School don't even have this score. Is the tallying of scores wrong? This score is outrageous. Even, just in the gap between these teachers talking, Lin Pei Zhou, the already ridiculously high grade, even jumped up a few hundred points. The marking room was immediately plunged into a cacophony of noise. The attention of all the teachers, the attention of the overly prominent score attracted the eyes, could not help but cross their fingers. All right, everybody be quiet. Technician, where is this candidate now? Determine the location from his bracelet. I need to see him now, and then pull up all 12 hours of footage since he took the test. Marking group leader's stern voice resounded throughout the marking room. The hustle and bustle of the marking room was instantly quiet for a few seconds. All the teachers could not hold back their curiosity, put down their hands, staring intently at the big screen. Chapter 32 shocked the four seats. Like all the other teachers, the head of the marking team stared at the big screen with one wrong eye, afraid of missing a little detail. As head of the marking team, he doesn't know what he's feeling right now. The score is truly outrageous, and after decades of being a teacher, he isn't convinced it's a real score. If the scores are wrong, wouldn't that indicate a problem with the province's testing system? That is a very serious big problem. The province's candidates will be implicated. The college entrance examination scores should be recalculated. I'm afraid that I also have to take responsibility. But just in case a real miracle happens and a candidate from an ordinary county first school gets this amazing score, needless to say, when the official results are announced, how many uproars will be triggered? How many universities will go crazy? How many people will be red in the eyes? And their own provinces will have to offer the student as a living signboard. In the few seconds before the video was pulled up, a million thoughts had flashed through the marking team leader's mind. Okay, now for the live feed camera. At the technician's cue, everyone quickly sat bolt upright, eyes gazing at the screen. Only to see the screen, appeared a straight and sturdy teenager, holding a long sword, bending and half crouching. In front of him, is two early third-level storm-devouring rabbits. The two sides face each other, swords drawn. The battle is about to start. Hiss, it's actually run into the 3rd district already. One person facing 2 third-grade alien beasts? No way. He doesn't have a group? Acting alone? Not afraid of death. Teachers in the invigilation room, once again in shock. Right at this moment, Lin Peijiao and Storm-Devouring Rabbit, who were on the screen, suddenly moved. The Storm-Devouring Rabbit leapt with both feet, jumping more than 10 meters away. With its long, thick claws and large, sharp incisors, it seemed like it was about to pounce on Lin Peijiao the next second, but Lin Peijiao was faster, only to see a clear sword shadow suddenly flashed in midair, and in the next instant, the 2 storm-devouring rabbits collapsed to the ground as if they were kites with broken strings, raising a cloud of dust. Fast, too fast. The markers fell into a collective shocked silence. Swift and fierce swordsmanship, so fast that even the teacher could not see. At this speed, if they didn't say it was live footage, they'd think it was a video with the multiplier on. What? There's an ambush. Watch out. There was another gasp in the invigilator's room. Only the bushes around Lin Peijiao suddenly moved. It was actually a dozen or so level 3 storm-devouring rabbits, encircling from all directions. A student, surrounded by a dozen 3rd-level alien beasts? Such a demonic talent. It's a pity to die here. Why don't we forcefully activate his teleportation bracelet and send him back? What are you thinking? It's against the rules. Look, look, look. He's moving again. A young female teacher let out a gasp, facing the siege of a dozen storm-devouring rabbits, only to see Lin Peijiao not panicking, his long sword crossed and his left hand wiped. The storm-devouring rabbits that were originally bouncing in midair suddenly stalled in their collective movements in the next instant. A sharp and incomparable ice cone, still steaming with cold air, appeared on their chests. Lord of the watery liquid, mimetic cold, hypothermia, water loss, and piercing. One move possessed the effects of 3 moves, directly causing 7 or 8 storm-eater rabbits to fall to the ground and die on the spot. Lin Peijiao has used this skill countless times and has reached the point of pure familiarity, not over the top, not in the new. Good to use it. Squeak dash. The storm-devouring rabbit let out a reluctant roar. It was worthy of being a 3rd-grade alien beast, and under Lin Peijiao's handful of mimetic ice attacks, it only lost less than half of its manpower. A few peak 3rd-grade storm-devouring rabbits even only suffered a little bit of superficial injuries, only to see that they quickly reversed their direction and came running again. This hand of psychic attacks is truly powerful. It's not like the level of an ordinary 1st-grade high school student. So what? There are still 7 or 8 level 3 alien beasts on the opposite side, and there are also peak level 3 ones, so it's useless even if a level 1 alien ability is powerful. Don't you say anything demoralizing. Let's see what he does. The supervision room is full of different opinions and talk, but of course Lin Peijiao in the battle cannot hear these discussions and is not affected by them, facing a few foreign beasts whose level is far higher than his, and even did not think of waking up the sleeping Lin Qian. He only saw his horse stance, his chi sliding along the sword, collapsing his waist, and striking out, his long sword wiping horizontally, the biting and icy sword chi created by the supernatural ability, attached to the sword, exploded into space with a radius of more than 10 meters with Lin Peijiao as the center of the circle. The sword chi was cold and violent, and with just one move, 2 or 3 storm-devouring rabbits landed on the ground with their heads and blood spurting out. Not waiting for the storm-devouring rabbits to react from this incredibly strong stance, Lin Peijiao's figure changed again, straightening up, picking the sword, and changing the direction of the water-breaking sword, once again opening wide and sweeping in a smooth manner. Terrible sword chi rushed out of it. Only the few storm-devouring rabbits that were close by didn't even have time to release their own moves before they were reduced to a bloody mist by this move. Sword slashing, right picking, downward chopping, one move after another, so fast that it left residual shadows. Yet the force was astonishing. Within a few moves, it was like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, cleaning up the beasts. Collect the knife, into the sheath, pick up a few crystals, turn around and leave quickly. The whole process is only a few minutes. The viewer has not reacted. The battle has ended. Gosh. Inside the invigilator's room, a teacher's murmur breaks the dead silence. Is this really a senior? It can't be any master mixing in. It shouldn't be. Look at his stance. It's actually very simple. It's the same swordsmanship that would be taught inside a high school, but his physical qualities have brought the basic swordsmanship to a point where it's unintelligible. Which high school did you say he came from? Xinjiang First High School. I haven't heard of such a demonic genius from there. Why isn't this kind of genius in our Dongjiang First High School? I don't know which university will be cheaper in the future. In just a few minutes of live video, it has convinced the teachers in the invigilation room. No wonder people can cut more than 100,000 points. Because the strength is placed here. Something's not right. I still think he's cheating. A stone-cold yell was like a stone thrown into a pool of water, stirring up ripples. His strength is indeed okay, but with this speed of killing foreign beasts, he definitely won't be able to reach 160,000 points in the opening 12 hours of the exam. A middle-aged male teacher with a head so bald he could skate, shook his chubby belly and said seriously, "Student Lin Peijiu is very suspected of cheating. I suggest a strict investigation." The video of Mr. Lin Peijiu's exam has been pulled up. With a reminder, everyone's eyes unconsciously shifted back to the big screen. So you're cheating, huh? Cheating under the ubiquitous surveillance of cameras and artificial intelligence? It's not easy to find a once-in-a-century genius in your family, so you're just going to kill your own morale. At this time in the invigilation room, although no one opened their mouths to refute, after seeing Lin Peijiu's operation, many people's hearts were already biased toward Lin Peijiu, only to see the big screen. Soon came a headache-inducing buzzing sound. It's the black velvet venomous wasp. The sharp-eyed teachers had already recognized what kind of foreign beast it was. As the camera drew closer, many teachers' hearts clenched. It's a big swarm of black velvet poison bees. It looks like there's close to 1,000 of them. Although it's a grade 1 alien beast, but just entering the examination center and encountering such a large number of them, it's also enough for him to drink a pot of water. Many teachers secretly shook their heads, but Lin Peijiu struck out. Still familiar and swift, ice crystal shield armor, mimetic cold, powers took turns, and the teachers were even more amazed. But just like that, how long wipes will it take to kill such a large swarm of black velvet venomous bees? Some teachers not only let out a question, as if answering him, a figure with that crimson feather appeared on the screen. Blazing flames burst, full of majesty, as if the scene of divine punishment falling from the sky. Let everyone hold their breath in a moment. What's this? His contracted beast. Many teachers at this time have been shocked speechless. Everyone only feel their cognition is constantly refreshing, red and blinding, hot and burning. When the phoenix strikes, it is precisely destructive and sharp. The attack pulled up by thousands of black velvet poisonous wasps was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart. What strength! What strong control! Even the teachers who have seen so much, seeing Lin Xian with such strength, they only have praise and envy. The divine appearance, the powerful majesty, the top-notch control over the element of fire at will, all point to the only answer, I can't believe it's a phoenix. The young female teacher, once again, exclaimed. The invigilators not only smacked their lips, they had lived for decades and had never contracted this kind of flood bloodline beast. This kid had such a phoenix at 18 years old. It was really making people jealous. Truly people are more angry than people. Of course, the head of the marking team, at this point, was in deeper shock. To be able to contract this kind of strong, noble bloodline beasts, the most basic requirement is that the spiritual power is strong enough, or else the absolute contract fails. This also means that this student called Lin Peijiu, the level of spiritual power has greatly exceeded the same age people. Furthermore, after the contract was successful, the cultivator and the contracted beast would need to constantly bond and train together in order to be able to achieve an unobstructed understanding and heartfelt understanding in battle. Although the phoenix had a high IQ, it was definitely a creature with an unruly personality, so whether or not one could establish a link with it was also a rather challenging dilemma. However, looking at Lin Peijiu's current stance, I guess he has already overcome this problem a long time ago. The video is still playing on the big screen, but voices doubting the authenticity of the score to never ring out again. What stood in front of them was indeed a supreme genius that would not be encountered for 100 years. Even if there were once people who maintained doubts about him, they were easily dissolved by Lin Peijiu with facts. Common sense, just used to record the level of ordinary people. But Lin Peijiu is to be that excellent talent that exceeds the standard. On the island, Lin Peijiu inexplicably felt a prying gaze. He watched suspiciously and privately, but found nothing suspicious. Did it come from that security camera inside the corner? Not being able to get an answer, Lin Peijiu continued to walk forward. The further we went, the clearer the sound of lapping waves became, and there seemed to be a scent of sea salt in the air. However, the trees were thick and the sky was still cloudy, revealing an unknown terror in the obscurity. At this time, whether it was a foreign beast or a candidate, they were all immersed in a restless sleep, emitting ravings of unknown significance. The dark woods seemed extraordinarily quiet, with only the rustle of Lin Peijiu's walk and the seemingly never-tiring lapping of the waves on the shore remaining, until Lin Peijiu's sound and shadow came closer and closer to the 4th district, and a strange sound came faintly into the air. Lin Peijiu violently stopped in his tracks, surprisingly a wailing and more than a little weeping. Chapter 33, The Girl in White. Lin Peijiu stopped alertly. The hearing that had been enhanced by the cultivation had keenly captured the unusual movement. Weeping mournful sound, such as sobbing, mournful turn for a long time, which is also mixed with a few fine voice choking. Lin Peijiu do not need to see, as if you can imagine a single power of the poor young girl, is helplessly weeping, Along with the sound of footsteps, Lin Peijiao had already heard the cries coming from far away and seemed to be walking slowly. Lin Peijiao clenched the water break sword in his hand, his face sullen as he slowed down his own footsteps. The jungle with the beasts, the dark sky, the miserable cries. How does this all sound strangely creepy? As Lin Peijiao turned around a big tree, in front of him was a more open area in the forest. The night was dissolving, the original pitch-black field, but because of Lin Peijiao's good eyesight, he saw the white figure at the other end of the field, only to see a young girl dressed in a long white dress, covered with bloodstains prostrate on the ground, shedding tears, a picture of a pitiful Shizi holding her heart. As soon as she saw Lin Peijiao, she seemed to have seen a savior and hurriedly ran over. "Classmate, please help me. It seems to be this young girl who is making the cries," only to see the young girl straighten up, revealing her tall and plump figure. 1 step, 3 shaky trotting, but the speed was unexpectedly fast, but in a few seconds, has stood in front of Lin Peijiao, lifting up her head, revealing a voluptuous and stunningly beautiful face too. Standard goose egg face, white skin, smooth and translucent, small nose, rosy lips, which at this time are constantly trembling because of crying. The most absorbing and striking thing is her ink-colored eyes, so deep that they seem to be unable to see the bottom, flickering with a glittering ethereal light, which at this time are already drenched with tears. What a poor, pitiful, I look at you, fallen beauty. You're here to take the test too, aren't you, classmate? Please help me. With the young girl's cries, her body has been unable to control the general fall towards Lin Peijiao, but Lin Peijiao did not show a turn, staggered the body. The young girl did not expect Lin Peijiao to dodge for a moment. The body stumbled, but almost stabilized the body and stood straight. What's going on here? Lin Peijiao opened his mouth to inquire. His face was expressionless, and he couldn't tell if he was happy or sad to see a fallen beauty, and he also took 2 steps backward without moving, keeping a safe distance from the white girl, and the water break sword was also crossed in front of his body. The young girl clenched her teeth, still a picture of a watering face. Originally, I came here to take the same exam as you. I teamed up with a few other classmates, and this evening, we were going to take a break in this neighborhood, but we didn't expect to encounter an attack by a foreign beast. Speaking of this, the young girl's huffing voice became louder. My teammates were all killed by the Fae. Luckily I reacted quickly and ran out desperately before the Fae found me. Lin Peijiao frowned and quietly released his spiritual perception, probing the level of the young girl who had suddenly appeared in front of him. What? There are actually no results? Lin Peijiao's eyebrows were knitted together in death, surveying the spots of blood on the girl's body. What's your name? Which school? How many teammates? What foreign beast attacked you? A series of questions stumped the young girl. Soon, however, she lowered her eyes again and swallowed her words. My name is Lan Lan, and I'm a student of Qingqing First High School. The young girl's head dropped lower and lower, and her voice became smaller and smaller. I was in a 3-man squad with 2 other people, and we were attacked by a wolf-looking Fey beast, but I'm not quite sure what the exact name of this Fey beast is. I've never seen this kind of Fey beast before. At that, the young girl raised her head again eagerly, tears in her eyes. Classmate, may I ask what your name is? Can you stay here with me for a while longer? Encountering so many foreign beasts, I am really afraid that it will kill back. Again, the young girl's absolutely beautiful face, coupled with the pitiful look, the trembling body, and the pleading soft voice, there is almost no one who will not be moved. But the Lin Peijiao in front of him, however, was cold and hard as if he were a stone, and just pinched the sword spike in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket as he coldly opened his mouth. If you're scared, then teleport yourself out of the exam room and don't stay in here. The young girl froze for a long time, seeming how she did not think that Lin Peijiao would say this, and when she saw that Lin Peijiao was about to leave by lifting her leg, she was like grabbing a life preserver, and she grabbed Lin Peijiao to death. Classmate, please, I'm really scared. You only need to stay here with me for 2 minutes. I'll agree to anything. This girl looks weak and pitiful, but the strength in her hand is very big. Dead hold Lin Peijiao not let go. At this point in the night, obscure and bright changes. The original thick cover in the bright moon outside the clouds, is with the wind slowly dissipate open, the moonlight through the thin thickness of different clouds, sparsely spread a little light. The ever-changing light spilled onto the faces of Lin Peijiao and Lan Lan, one expressionless and full of caution, one pitiful and tearful, between the light and darkness, but to the 2 people at the same time added a few obscure and difficult to understand the complexity of the face. Just 2 minutes, okay? Before the words left her mouth, the young girl only felt an incomparably powerful force coming from her hand, ruthlessly throwing her hand away. Before she could react, all she saw was a flash of clear light in the murky night. The water-breaking sword and the exotic energy in Lin Peijiao's hand struck out at the same time. It actually stabbed directly into the young girl's chest. the young girl's beautiful face became distorted for a split second. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that it's against the rules to attack your classmates with your hands inside the examination hall? As the sharp pain hit, Lon gritted his teeth, almost squeezing a hoarse roar out of his teeth. Yes? But what does it matter? Lin Peijiu still had a calm demeanor, but his hands gripped the hilt of the water break sword and gave it a hard twist. This sword had almost shattered the young girl's 5 internal organs and 6 viscera. How is that possible? Isn't it said that humans are not allowed to lay hands on their own kind? Lan's spirit was disoriented by the pain, and he once again let out a short but unwilling scream. It's against the law to kill your classmates, but you're not human. You're a fae. As a fae beast, it should be said that your ability to mimic a human is still very strong, but there's still a gap between it and a real human. With this broken appearance, it's better not to come out and deceive people, okay? Am I right, Phantom Werewolf? Lin Peijiu calmly opened his mouth and directly poked the young girl. Roar! The unwillingness of being nailed for her identity, coupled with the intense pain brought about by the water-breaking sword in Lin Peijiu's mocking tone, almost caused the young girl to be unable to maintain her lovely and beautiful face, letting out a raspy roar of rage that was extremely disproportionate to her beautiful appearance. Just then, the clouds in the sky, which had been of varying thicknesses, finally dispersed, revealing one of the ghastly white moon. The moonlight was like a silver veil, gently spilling down and enveloping Lin Peijiu and Lan in the tiny clearing. Almost the instant the moonlight struck the young girl's face, her face and entire body shook violently. This time, however, it wasn't because of the pain, but because of the drastic changes that had taken place in her body. Pale, disorganized hairs pierced the girl's pale, soft skin and grew out of it. The young girl's onion-like knuckles popped out huge, sharp claws and teeth. The entirety of her originally beautiful, soft face flipped, twisted, and cracked, revealing rough, evil, green eyes and chillingly sharp teeth. Lan's entire body cackled, the sound of her bones shifting. Within a few seconds, Lin Peijiu saw a tall-sounding figure, enveloping himself in, more than 3 meters tall, half human and half wolf appearance, white coat, at this time has been stained red by their own outflow of blood, green pupils, in the illumination of the moonlight emitted a glittering light, at this time has revealed a ferocious and hateful gaze, angrily staring at Lin Peijiu. At this time, the wolf's big mouth opened, revealing the sharp teeth with a cold light inside. A fishy gas was ejected from its mouth, and it roared out at Lin Peijiu. Roar! It was clearly a Whiteford early level 4 Phantom Werewolf. Phantom Werewolf, a solitary fae, in both humanoid and beast form, known for its superior skill in disguising humans, will transform into a more powerful werewolf form under the light of the moon. A passive skill. It feeds on humans and other beasts, and is a dangerous and cunning beast. Meanwhile, the werewolf was struggling. After transforming into a werewolf, it becomes more powerful, more aggressive, and more capable of attacking. At this time, the originally injured werewolf was struggling backward step by step, trying to break free from the water-breaking sword. But how could Lin Peijiu give it this chance, only to see mimetic ice strike again? 2 smoking, sharp ice cones poking out violently from above. It directly nailed the werewolf's 2 paws to the ground with a dead weight. Roar dash. The sharp pain caused the phantom werewolf to let out another roar of agonized displeasure. Without waiting for it to react, Lin Peijiu continued to strike. The ice pick repeatedly stabbed and poked at it in a desperate manner. Fast, accurate, vicious. After a few times, he directly turned the werewolf into a bloody man with countless bloody holes in his body. How is that possible? Why on earth would you know I'm a werewolf? The body is fixed, cannot struggle, and the body has suffered countless injuries. Meet this situation. Even the early 4th level of the phantom werewolf will not be able to hold out. Painful, but resigned. It had to ask the question it had always wanted to ask. Compared to other fae beasts, the phantom werewolf's skill in disguising humans was very strong, and its appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a real human. This was its specialty, so how could it be seen through by an ordinary human all of a sudden? Pretty much right from your first appearance. I was suspecting you. Lin Peijiu violently pulled out the water break sword that was poking deeply inside the werewolf's body. A large amount of blood flowed out of the wound in a desperate manner. Ignoring the werewolf's frantic struggles and screams, Lin Peijiu once again poked the longsword in with great force. The all-white suit you're wearing doesn't look like the kind of battlesuit someone taking the exam would wear. What's even stranger is the blood on your body. There are no wounds on yourself, and you yourself said that you ran away without getting into a struggle with the werewolf. But the blood is concentrated on your chest, and it's also jet-like blood. More like the blood that splattered on you from biting a human to death by opening your mouth wide, as opposed to the blood that you accidentally got on your teammates. And what you said is also strange. When you see someone who is more powerful, the candidates will only think of teaming up with him, while you said a bunch of things upside down, not seeing that you want to team up, just saying that you only want me to accompany you for 2 minutes. For the candidates, what's the point of asking someone to stay with you for an extra 2 minutes, anyway? With this amount of time, it would be better to beg for a team or brush up on a few more exotic beasts. So, the reason why you want to stall me is, in fact, because you can't transform right now for the time being, so you want to wait until 2 minutes from now, until the moonlight breaks through the clouds and shines on you again, and with the power of the moonlight, you can transform into a werewolf again, right? It was precisely because of this that Lin Peijiu needed to strike before the moonlight shone and Lan Lan transformed. As a fae, your skill points are almost entirely on shapeshifting and camouflage, and your actual combat power isn't as good as that of a normal early 4th level fae. When you maintain your human form, your combat power is even weaker. That's why you're thinking of surviving these 2 minutes before transforming into a werewolf and sneaking up on me. Also, your identity, which is already full of loopholes, also said that you are from Qingqing First High School. I am also from this school. How come I have no impression of you at all? In order to disguise yourself as a high school student, you purposely hid your rank level, but this was already extraordinarily suspicious. Ordinary high school candidates, whose levels are all within 1 level, do not have the ability or the need to hide their levels. Just as he spoke, the movements of Lin Peijiu's hands were wide open, not stopping for a moment. The supernatural powers and long swords greeted towards the werewolf without stopping for a moment. The water-breaking sword ruthlessly pierced into the werewolf's chest, and the werewolf couldn't even stifle a grunt before he completely lost his life. Lin Peijiu is not the kind of villain died in the words of the cultivator. Talking to talk, the hand cannot stop. The situation is favorable to their own time to hurry to make up the knife. Do not wait for the other side to slow down to kill themselves back. Lin Peijiu coldly looked at the corpse on the ground and smoothly picked out the crystals in the werewolf's brain with his long sword. Although the fighting ability of an early level 4 werewolf was not as good as other fey beasts that were also early level 4, the grade of the crystals was solid, and they could be sold for a good price when taken out to be sold. Lin Peijiu weighed the crystal in his hand, and his gaze turned back to the perception crystal on his sword spike. In fact, at the beginning, although he had been wary of this odd young girl who had inexplicably appeared, what really made him certain of his guess was precisely this perception crystal that old Dai had given him. Just as this young girl approached him, the crystal began to tremble violently, and the closer the young girl got, the more violently the crystal trembled, which truly confirmed that this young girl was not a human being, but an alien beast. The fact that he was able to recognize an out-of-the-way exotic beast like the phantom werewolf was also thanks to the blessing of old Dai's book, Exotic Beast Exam Predictions for the Exotic High School. Before the exam, he had carefully studied this information and memorized the characteristics of all the alien beasts that might appear in the exam, and it was because of this that he was able to quickly react to the types of alien beasts in the exam and target their weaknesses. Thanks a lot, Dai. Toward the melting moonlight, Lin Peijiu spoke softly, and turning around once again, he disappeared into the boundless darkness. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Sea. Master, it's time for us to depart. The gentle feathers slowly swept across Lin Peijiu's face, a slight tickle that caused him, who was already staying alert, to directly wake up. Lin Peijiu, who was leaning against a tree, opened his eyes violently. At first what came into his eyes was Lin Qian's iconic, bright red eye-catching feathers that burned like flames. A dark golden bean eye staring intently at Lin Peijiu, his long beak pecking gently at Lin Peijiu's fingers, stroking Lin Qian's silky soft fur. Lin Peijiu rubbed his eyes and stood up, looking deeper into the examination hall. As a cultivator, that short moment of sleep just now was enough to rejuvenate him. What came into his eyes was a brilliant and soft sunrise. The golden sunlight suddenly shone into his eyes, causing him to squint. In his ears was the increasingly clear sound of lapping waves, and the smell of fresh sea salt in the air lifted Lin Peijiu's spirits. Stretching his waist, Lin Peijiu raised his head and looked extremely far away, and at the end of the line of sight was the blue sea. Is the ocean this the ocean? Looking at everything in front of him, Lin Peijiu couldn't help but murmur and open his mouth. For the sea, Lin Peijiu has always had a very complicated feeling. Southeastern Province is a coastal province, and as a person who grew up in a coastal city, he was supposed to harbor an affectionate attachment to the sea. Lin Peijiu had once read in textbooks the poems written by writers 200 years ago that extolled the breadth and beauty of the ocean, but all this was already a dream too far away for people nowadays, because, ever since that radiation mutation centered on the ocean a few hundred years ago, countless creatures that used to live normally in the ocean have turned into alien beasts that have no reasoning but only thoughts of killing and bloodthirstiness, and have even climbed up onto the land inhabited by humans, killing people for food. Since then, the ocean is no longer a warm and beautiful harbor for human beings, but the cradle of unknown and horrible beasts. That day is known to mankind as Mutation Day. In fact, as early as before the day of mutation, the creatures in the depths of the ocean, which were still very much alive, had gradually mutated into beasts under the influence of radiation. But all this, the human beings living on the shore have never realized. Then one day, mutated beasts climbed up the coast, creating a real tidal wave of animals that impacted the human order of life. And it dawned on mankind that they had been neglecting the ocean for far too long. Of course, under the influence of the radiation, the animals on land were mutating as well. But there was still a certain difference between the alien beasts in the ocean and those on land. The alien beasts in the ocean began to evolve earlier, mutated more stealthily, and were less affected by humans, so their level was generally higher than that of the alien beasts on land. Even worse, since the area occupied by the ocean on the surface of the blue planet amounted to more than 70%, and the land was small in comparison to the ocean, the number of organisms living in the ocean was already large, and after the mutation, it formed a powerful force that was hard to ignore. Even though humans had invested countless financial, material and human resources, it was difficult to eliminate them. Even many once prosperous and affluent islands and coastal areas, under the fierce and endless attacks of the foreign beasts, had suffered countless deaths and injuries, the overthrow of regimes, and the demise of countries, and had directly turned into hells ravaged by the foreign beasts. As a result, since the day of change, the image of the ocean in the eyes of mankind has changed from a wonderful romantic harbor and a happy and comfortable tourist site to a forbidden place of terror. Even for a country like China, which had a strong and powerful government and had spent countless efforts to establish the official Alien Energy Bureau organization, it could only clear most of the alien beasts above its own land territory and deal with some of the alien beasts rampaging near the sea. As for the depths of the oceans, those more numerous and higher-ranked alien beasts, little is known about them, and even the government can't solve them. The beasts seem to have become the sword of Damocles that hangs over the heads of mankind forever. The surviving human beings need to be constantly on guard against the terrible beasts that appear from the ocean. Just like Lin Pei-dou's parents, it was because they lived in a coastal city that they were killed by the wave of alien beasts that climbed up from the ocean to the land. And this matter became Lin Pei-dou's eternal heart problem. Therefore, compared to the other numerous land secret realms, ocean secret realms, or secret mirrors that were close to the ocean, would be more difficult for cultivators. As for this high school exam, the setting of the exam room on a peninsula is also an innovative and difficult one. The island has both common jungle environments and more difficult and rarer marine environments. But for Lin Pei-dou, this was a good opportunity to test his true abilities. What's more, if he wanted to avenge his parents, he would have to improve his level of knowledge and attacking ability of marine-type alien beasts. Therefore, when entering the fourth zone closest to the ocean, in order to prepare himself for the next tough battle, Lin Pei-dou purposely chose to take a nap on a large tree deep in the third zone after clearing a large group of foreign beasts around him, in order to recover his physical strength and ensure that he maintained his best condition when entering the fourth zone. He also greeted out Lin Qian to stand guard at the side in case any ungrateful foreign beasts came up to cause trouble. Until now, the morning light was bright. Lin Pei-dou finished drinking the nutrient solution in his hand. He who had eaten, drunk and slept well was now full of energy and couldn't wait to give the alien beasts of the 4th district a go. Tidying up the equipment on his hands, Lin Pei-dou moved his muscles and bones. Dressed in solemn black battle clothes, his feet stepped on the battle boots, his right hand held the water-breaking sword, and the majestic phoenix rested on his left shoulder, and he aggressively marched towards the 4th district. Lin Pei-dou strides forward. Thanks to last night before going to bed to kill himself, the surrounding increasingly sparse forest is very quiet. There are no foreign beasts to harass. Just as Lin Pei-dou was moving forward without any distractions, in the originally tranquil and peaceful woods, Lin Pei-dou's sharp hearing suddenly heard some other movements. The movement of a fine rustling walk, the sound of a celestial weapon splitting branches, the sound of a rattling wind, and even a few helpless and somewhat annoyed voices talking. It seems to be a few candidates who have come in the same direction as me. Could it be that they also want to kill foreign beasts in this direction? It sounds like there are quite a few people. Lin Pei-dou secretly pondered, the steps of his feet getting faster and faster. No, we have to find a way to seize the lead. The foreign beasts can't let them all take over. Lin Pei-dou, whose rank had reached the early stage of grade 2, was naturally very fast, moving agilely and swiftly as if he were a stump in the jungle. However, it did not occur to him that the speed of the group of people behind Lin Pei-dou actually surpassed Lin Pei-dou. Lin Pei-dou couldn't help but be more alert. His spiritual power probed far back, only to feel a not-so-small wave of wind elemental fluctuations blowing over from the rear. On top of that, Lin Pei-dou also sensed the situation in the rear. A 6-member squad. Everyone's rank was at the peak of level 1, definitely belonging to the most outstanding group among their peers. Not only that, each of the 6 people was carrying a foreign beast, and the highest rank had even reached the early stage of level 2. As for the fluctuation of the wind-based psychic energy that Lin Pei-dou perceived, it was also the psychic energy of one of the people in the squad. And it was with the assistance of this psychic energy that the squad was able to move forward at such a fast speed. This group of squads, in this college entrance examination, definitely belonged to the first-class elite team. Their strength, Lin Pei-jo, could not be underestimated. The gusts of wind created by the members of the squad using their supernatural powers, in addition to accelerating the speed of the squad's advance, also send word for word the content of their conversations into Lin Pei-jo's hearing-sensitive ears. Chapter 35, Meeting Fong Hamyo. What the hell is going on in this third district? We've been running for so long, why haven't we seen a single fey beast yet? A raspy male voice showed a hint of irritability and spoke urgently. Hold your horses. Maybe the fey are hiding in the back near the 4th district. A slow female voice soothed. How can I not be in a hurry? If there aren't enough fey, we won't get enough points. What if I don't get into C4 colleges? The eager male voice didn't wait for the female voice to drop before speaking in a huff. Besides, if we meet a foreign beast that's close to level 4, even if we go together, we won't necessarily have much of a chance of winning. The span of levels is like a rift valley. It's not something that can be overcome with a large number of people. If it's level 3, we'll still be able to fight. That's what we're going to do to get some points. If it's level 4, I can't guarantee we'll make it out in one piece. It's really strange here. It's really impossible for this to happen in a high school exam room. Such a large area of 3 districts. There are actually not many alien beasts. This time, it was another Lin Pei-jo's somewhat familiar, gentle male voice that spoke. It seems like there is some kind of special situation. The slow female voice spoke again, but the tone took on an unprecedentedly heavy and serious tone. This means that a powerful existence once appeared here and killed off most of the fey beasts. Even if there were 1 or 2 fey beasts left, they were all scared away. No, it's so scary. What are we going to do then? One after another screams of displeasure sounded. It seems that everyone in the team, there is a little by this bad situation to disturb the heart of the army. Then, that gentle male voice that Lin Pei-jo was somewhat familiar with sounded again. Don't lose heart over this. 4th grade or 3rd grade, we'll just rivet together and push forward. As long as we work together, dig the grass who you are. The gentle male voice, whose tone had been one of impassioned encouragement, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his pitch breaking in fright. Who's in front of? The squad members, who were already mentally nervous, had already realized Lin Pei-jo's movement in front of them by this male voice shouting. At this moment, one by one, the members were like birds of prey, raising their weapons in panic and shouting at the front. Seeing that he had already been discovered, Lin Pei-jo did not intend to hide, and simply stopped and turned his head greatly, gazing at the large group of people behind him. The 6 people at the back were originally not low in strength, and their 5 senses were naturally quite a bit superior to ordinary people. At this moment, the boy with the gentle voice standing among them had already seen the face of the person in front. You. The moment he recognized the man, he had been shocked beyond words. You're Lin Pei-jo. Yes, Fong Hamyo. I didn't expect to meet you here. Compared to the other party's jaw-dropping, Lin Pei-jo appeared to be on cloud 9 at this time and gently nodded his head as a greeting. Yes, the boy with the gentle voice in the squad of 6 was none other than Lin Pei-jo's high school classmate, Fong Hamyo, who often dominated the top of the list of Chingcheng First Middle School. However, by this time Fong Hamyo was already surprised and dumbfounded, standing in place, unable to speak for a moment. No, you two know each other? Right at this moment, another boy with a hoarse voice and eager nature at the front of the team hammered hard on Fong Hamyo's shoulder, who had already fallen into a stupor. Hurry up and introduce Seeing that Fong Hamyo had already fallen into a state of stagnation, his character as impatient as fire simply couldn't endure it, and with an annoyed tsk of his tongue, he simply stepped forward on his own, and very enthusiastically and self-interestedly held Lin Pei-jo's hand. Hello there, my name is Zhou Zipping. I'm a student at Dongjun First Middle School. This is my contracted beast, the fiery burning wolf. Between words, Zhou Zipping maintained a bright, generous, warm and friendly smile, and when talking about his contracted beasts, he even nudged his mouth to the side to signal, and following his line of sight, Lin Pei-jo naturally saw the rather eye-catching species standing beside Zhou Zipping, only to see that it was a wolf-shaped creature with a reddish body and a very large size, sinking a serious and ferocious face as it stood on guard beside Zhou Zipping, its body filled with a solemn murderous aura. And when it saw Lin Pei-jo casting over its gaze, it even bared its own teeth in dissatisfaction. This wolf's figure was 3 to 4 meters long, and even if it was standing on all fours, its shoulder height was more than a meter high, and it was on the verge of being taller than some petite people. However, the most striking thing was the burning flames that covered the entire body of the burning wolf. Yes, unlike ordinary creatures that had a solid body, the burning wolf was composed of a large mass of burning flames. As a result, the fiery burning wolf not only had a strong attack, but also had an extremely strong defense. Even if Lin Pei-jo now directly slashed over with his sword now and pierced through its body, it wouldn't be affected, but instead immediately had more flames to quickly make up for it. Moreover, Lin Peijuo's silent release of spiritual probing also made him realize that this flaming burning wolf had already reached the early stage of the second grade, a level of rank that, as a high school student's contracted beast, was definitely considered to be uniquely high. Of course, to say it's overwhelming is just comparing it to the average high school student. After all, as far as Zhou Ziping's level is concerned, it's still far from Lin Peijuo, while Lin Peijuo's strength of that early second level, coupled with the early third level of foreign beasts, has long since jumped out of the evaluation system of high school students. These students at the back are all members of our squad: Chen Ku, Bei Shichen, Yang Yang, and the one standing at the end is a high school classmate of mine, Li Moody. Oh, and of course, there's also the classmate you already know, Fang Haomiao. Following the position pointed out by Zhou Ziping, those few students nodded at Lin Peijuo in turn, as a greeting, and Lin Peijuo's eyes also swept over these few students one by one. Together with Zhou Ziping, the squad has 4 level 1 peaks, 2 level 1 high stage, and each with a beast. The type that flies in the sky and crawls on the ground has warrior, auxiliary, mage, and so on, all in one place. It is considered to be quite a complete squad. Among this group of people, Zhou Ziping had the strongest personality, and his strength was also the top one. Lin Peijuo had already sensed that Zhou Ziping was estimated to have stayed at the peak of the first level for a long time, with solid strength and a stable breath, and it was just a matter of a foot on the doorstep before stepping into the second level. However, even so, the gap between levels was still there, and even with the addition of Zhou Ziping's cross-level contracted fiery burning wolf, there was still a considerable gap between him and Lin Peijuo. In addition, the second strength in the squad should be the slow-talking Li Mod, who walks at the end of the team. Not only is his strength good, he has always been calm and self-possessed, and the white mink that follows him by his side is also not an extraordinary product. Further back, it would be Fang Haomiao and Bei Shichen, who were also at the peak of level 1, each standing aside with their own foreign beasts. Even the weakest strength of the squad, Chen Ku and Yang Yang, there is a high level, in the same age, is also considered to be very good, not to mention Chen Ku's ability, or can accelerate the speed of teammates' B-level skills. It's fast as the wind. It can be said that the entire squad, in the large college entrance examination, is considered to be the top of the pyramid of the group. Lin Peijuo, while estimating the level of this squad, not only also sighed Fang Haomiao's luck is really good, met some very strong teammates, rather than like in May, has been dragged by teammates. However, even if they are strong among their peers, Lin Peijuo doesn't put them in their eyes too much. After probing clearly into their situation, Lin Peijuo had completely put his heart down. Even if all 6 of them were together, they might not be able to beat themselves. You can kill hundreds of your own level 2 alien beasts when you say so, and you don't care how many level 1 and level 2 ones you have? Of course, while Lin Peijuo was secretly observing the situation of the other side, the entire team of the other side was also cautiously probing Lin Peijuo's situation. Candidates who can meet in the 3rd district, the strength is certainly not weak, however, such as Lin Peijuo single-handedly barged here. It seems very unfathomable. You don't know until you explore. When Zhou Ziping sensed Lin Peijuo's rank, his entire body was bad. Again, what the hell is early 2nd grade? On a national scale, how many years has it been since there has been a high school student above level 2? It's a common perception that the pinnacle of level 1 is the ceiling for high school students. What's even more frightening is that this ordinary-looking boy is accompanied by a 3rd level or higher alien beast. This result is Zhou Ziping no matter what also cannot believe. Zhou Ziping repeatedly probed, repeatedly shocked. The whole person is Spartan. The matter of over-level contract, originally is extremely rare. Zhou Ziping himself at the beginning of the contract of the Blazing Wolf is also the same level contract, and later it is invested in countless precious potions, herbs, only to the Blazing Wolf plucked up 1 order. Even if it was only 1 rank higher, it was already at a level that could boast of all his peers. As for Zhou Ziping himself, in the province's top-ranked high school learning, the usual results are always dominated by the first in the class, the bright and shiny provincial top seed. In his place, have not really seen a few then their own strength is still so much stronger than their peers. But now, in the college entrance examination, the most important exam in life, but met such a ridiculously strong competitor. Zhou Ziping's own gas is a little bit bad, the mind is also a little affected. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ziping still quickly adjusted his mindset and patted Lin Peijuo's shoulder rather self-consciously. Classmate, meeting each other is fate. You see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you join our squad and we'll kill monsters together? How about it? I'm sorry, I'm going to go by myself. Lin Peijuo still coldly refused. Helping a few students who are far less powerful? It's not necessary. The college entrance exam is not a charity. The moment these words came out, Zhou Ziping was also a bit anxious. It was not bad for him to consider it. Someone with super strength would be a real headache as a competitor, but it would be a good thing if he could find a way to become a teammate. Not being able to find a level 3 Fae, one had been worried that the squad wouldn't be good enough for level 4, but if Lin Pei Zhou was added, the situation might be different. Chapter 36, Refusing to Form a Team. Pei Zhou, why don't you come with us? This is the junction of the 3rd and 4th districts. If a level 4 alien beast runs out, it's not even something we can handle alone. Easily sobering up from the shock, Fang Haomiao, who was standing in the middle of the group, was still looking at Lin Pei Zhou in shock at this moment, and opened his mouth with deliberation. To say that the most frightened among these few people, of course, is not Fang Haomiao. Several other people may not know what Lin Pei Zhou once did, but Fang Haomiao is different. Although he wasn't in the same class, Fang Haomiao also recognized the figure of Lin Pei Zhou, 10 years old on the awakening of the genius young man well back then, but earned enough eyeballs, harvested a large number of envious eyes, but also once Fang Haomiao secretly poking the object of comparison. Only, with the passage of time, Lin Pei Zhou has long been reduced from the famous talented young man to the typical case of the injured Zhang Yong. 8 years, no progress at all, usually only with the pretense of regret but actually taunting tone, appeared in people's after-dinner talk. In people's after-dinner talk, this kind of person has long since ceased to be worthy of being a competitor of the first grade like Fang Haomiao. After many years, Fang Haomiao himself is about to forget this number of characters. I did not expect that this person is not a ghost, but also in a strong and scary state appeared in the college entrance examination. Had he been hiding his strength for the past few years, just waiting to make a splash on the entrance exam? The more Fang Haomiao thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and he stayed immersed in shock, but right at that moment, he only saw Zhou Zipping quietly turn his head and pass him a look. Receiving Zhou Zipping's look, Fang Haomiao realized the unusual nature of the current situation and barely managed to stabilize his mind, forcing himself to speak again with composure. After all, we are also from the same school, and we also know our roots. The strength of our squad is very good. Even if you look all over the examination center, I guess you won't be able to find a team with better strength than us. Do you know what's going on in District 3 right now? All the Fey beasts here are almost killed off. We suspect that there's a Fey beast here with terrifying strength that killed off most of the Fey beasts. 7 of us go together. At least there is a guarantee for safety. Our squad's Chen Ku. The supernatural ability is still relatively rare. It's as fast as the wind. Even if we really encounter any situation, we can also run faster than you alone. Fang Haomiao shocked to shock. But this is, after all, in the college entrance examination hall, there are still some more important things to do. After all, although he and Lin Pei Zhou couldn't say that they were familiar with each other, but at least they still knew each other. And he wasn't like Chen Yan, who had nothing to do with sarcastic comments about people who were not as strong as he was, making the relationship awkward and ugly. He and Lin Pei Zhou had no grudges, and had maintained an ordinary relationship as classmates. However, recruiting teammates with this level of strength far beyond their peers is clearly beneficial. At this time, Lin Pei Zhou has just become the meat and potatoes of the squad. When he heard the mysterious beast that killed all 3 districts, Lin Pei Zhou almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seemed that this group of people didn't realize that terrifying existence was standing right in front of them. But after hearing Fang Haomiao's attempted alarmist words again, Lin Pei Zhou's patience finally ran out. I've already said I intend to act alone. Pulling out his ears, Lin Pei Zhou opened his mouth somewhat impatiently. He does not care about the small plans in the hearts of these people. It was just a nodding acquaintance, encountered in the examination room. Can nod and say hello already belongs to a very polite, and then so dragged on, is a waste of valuable examination time. Seeing that Lin Pei Zhou had already begun to get impatient, a state of lifting his sword to leave, Zhou Zipping was even more anxious and hurriedly reached out to stop the person. Won't you think about it anymore? The strength of our squad members is still fine. For 3 years in high school, I've held the number 1 spot in my grade. And that Li Morty behind you has always been in the top 3 in his grade, including Fang Haomiao whom you know he's not bad, right? We all sincerely hope that you can join the team. After all, by joining the team now, we'll be teammates who take care of each other in the future. However, if we encounter the same group of alien beasts on the battlefield then please don't blame us for being unmerciful. Ha 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 dash. The fearful, angry, and unwilling expressions that Zhou Zipping had imagined did not appear. And the Lin Pei Zhou in front of him laughed out loud as if he had heard some big joke. This smile could startle both Zhou Zipping and Fang Haomiao, who were already in a state of shock. Ha ha ha, yeah, with just you guys? Lin Pei Zhou's smile snapped and he turned his head to reveal a rather evil hook lip sneer. It's up to us how many points we can get when we meet any foreign beasts on the battlefield, but if you think this matter can be used to threaten me, then you're very wrong. To tell you the truth, I can't see your strength for the time being, and that's the reason I'm not teaming up with you. Understand? Even if all 6 of you come together, I am not afraid. Your strength is far from good. but you still dare to use it to threaten people. Ask yourself if you're worthy? How many? Lin Peijuo's smile, at this point, had completely closed, revealing a gloomy, terrifying and intimidating expression. By the way, one last piece of advice for the sake of your classmates. Don't hang around me if you want to get points. It's useless. I've killed all the level 3 alien beasts around me before I went to bed last night, so there are quite a few points saved up as well. Saying that, Lin Peijuo shook his bracelet, and the brightly shining 402204 above it was like a heavy hammer that hammered on the hearts of several people. Over 400,000 points. Zhou Zipping only felt that his cognition was refreshed by Lin Peijuo again and again. You won't be able to grab points if you hang around my neighborhood. If you have time to talk nonsense here, you might as well hurry up and find a few more Fae in another place. Zhou Zipping's face brushed white. Half of them are pissed off, while the other half are terrified. Pissed off. As a gifted honor student, has always been confident, even a little arrogant, but no one has ever been so arrogant at him, and even his aura has been suppressed. How dare a man from a small county, who is unknown, speak to him like that? What's worse, one can't actually say anything to counter it. The moment he saw more than 400,000 points, that horrible thought rose from his mind. In the vicinity of Lin Peijuo, most of the alien beasts in the 3 districts, I'm afraid that he really was killed by him. As for the others that did not lose their lives to Lin Peijuo, I'm afraid that they smelled the danger early and ran away in fear. That would explain why they hadn't encountered a few Fae in all the time they'd been running around the 3rd district. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. Seeing his team's Zhou Zipping's face turn ugly, Li Moody hurriedly came up to round off the situation. Just because she hadn't said a word back there, though, didn't mean she didn't recognize what was going on. Messing with Lin Peijuo, this kind of strength extraordinary character, to them completely belongs to the 100 harms but no benefit. Their own squad so long did not touch the beast. Originally the score is already behind. Now also in this waste of time to break up, taking advantage of the fact that the high school exam has the restriction of not being able to attack your classmates. It's the right thing to run far away and kill a few more alien beasts. I'm sorry for disturbing Lin students' time. Ziping as he is a bit anxious in nature, but we don't mean any harm. Please understand. Regardless, thanks for the reminder. Mr. Lin, we'll leave now. Excuse us. To Lin Peijuo, Li Moody's original slow tone of voice also became faster. Looks like anxious to finish thinking about hurrying to leave. Just after the words fell, she pressed Zhou Zipping, bowed and apologized to Lin Peijuo, and then hurriedly pulled on Chen Ku. The 6 of them were ready to leave. Brush and pull dash. Just as the 6 had finished and were about to leave, they heard a sudden unexpected sound from behind themselves. What? Could it be that he had annoyed Lin Peijuo? A monster with demonic strength, and as a result, he was holding a grudge and wasn't going to let himself go. The hearts of the 6 men clenched at once. Several people immediately squeezed their weapons tightly and turned back warily, only to find that Lin Peijuo did not glare at them, but alertly turned his head with them, looking at the direction from which the sound came. It was actually a large flock of fully dozens of level 4 shark-shinned seagulls. The shark-billed seagull, a bird of prey, a creature that has no inhibitions and swallows everything in sight, is also known as the rogue of the sea because of its love of stealing food. Not being picky eaters, sharp-billed gulls eat everything, except fish, shellfish and even humans. Of course, compared to ordinary seagulls, the sharp-billed seagulls were large in size, such as the batch that was now flying towards Lin Peijuo and the 6-member team, and with a spread of its wings, it was a full 7 or 8 meters long. In addition to this, the sharp-billed seagull is also known for its incredibly sharp beak and talons. The huge, sharp claws and teeth leave a penetrating, bloody hole in its prey with a single scratch. At this moment, dozens of sharp-billed seagulls flapped their huge wings as if they were covering the sky and flew over, emitting a sharp hiss from their long beaks. Apparently, they had already discovered the movement of the humans over here and had taken them as their target of attack, and were preparing to come over and feast on them. A4, level 4 Fey Beast. The moment he saw who was coming, Zhou Zipping's face seemed even paler. Everyone get ready. Liemodi's sudden bellowing managed to bring everyone back from their panic. Chen Ku, quickly use your supernatural ability. Bei Shi Chen, quickly unfold your shield of Vinewood Field. Everyone else, be on guard and keep an eye on the situation behind you. Worthy of being an elite squad. At this moment, under the prompting of Liemod, who had assumed the responsibility of commanding, the squad quickly took action. Under the use of the as fast as the wind supernatural ability, the team indeed ran away from the scene as quickly as the wind. Are we still going at a good speed? I remember the sharp-billed seagulls are fast. We won't be caught up by them, will we? Chen Ku, who had added full power and was almost on the verge of exhausting his alien energy, asked with a pale face. Shouldn't. There was a hint of hesitation in Liemodi's tone, and she was running at a fast pace, but she also stubbornly twisted her head, her eyes still glued to Lin Peijuo. Because there's a cruel saying on the battlefield, you don't have to outrun the enemy. Just outrun your slowest teammate. Chen Ke creepily turned back, only to see between the bushes Lin Peizhou and that big bird that she could not tell what species, still standing quietly in place. How can he not run? Not afraid of being swallowed in one bite by a sharp-billed seagull. Chen Ke was greatly shocked. I don't know. Li Mod spoke in a deep voice, but I've already been shocked too many times within just a few minutes of seeing him again. I always have a feeling that he's going to shock us again. There is still a big move? Hearing Li Mod's words, Chen Ke was shocked again, and his eyes unconsciously went to Lin Peizhou, who was in the same place. Master, it's almost time. At this moment, Lin Peizhou, who also didn't notice that he had become the center of attention, just stood steadily in place and nodded at Lin Xiyan, who was crouching to the side, only to see Lin Xiyan violently lifting his wings, greatly spreading his crimson red like flame wings, and flying up into the sky with a jerk. Oh my god, what is that? Li Mod, who was originally still fleeing for his life in a hurry, saw the situation and could not help but cry out in shock, only to see in the pale blue sky, a big bird with a reddish body hovered in it, with bright red eye-catching feathers, like a never-extinguished flame, flaunting endless heat and light. At this moment, the big bird's wings were wide open, its 5-colored tail feathers fluttered out, and its body took on the shape of a sacred cross, which was even more outstandingly eye-catching and majestic against the backdrop of the turquoise blue sky. At this moment, Lin Xiyan, facing dozens of times more enemies than himself, not only could not see any panic, but instead revealed a look of disdain as if he was strolling idly in the garden. In the middle of the mastery, the phoenix's red gold pupils were like molten gold, and between the eyes' arrogant flow, it emitted endless momentum and majesty. Looking down on all living beings, it was like a divine bird descending, its front unstoppable. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their colors, and all the light and darkness, sin and punishment in the world were focused on the phoenix godbird between heaven and earth. Immortal Phoenix 100 birds. Just the moment the move struck, all the creatures within the field of a few hundred meters in front of Lin Xiyan felt an indescribable sense of fear. It was as if the ants were prostrate on the ground, peeping into the heavenly way in that instant, followed by an endless pallor and a sense of fear engraved in the marrow of the bones. Within the field range, all the creatures whose level was lower than the phoenix and all the bird creatures, all under this move, directly lost their 5 senses. The whole body was disengaged. A heavy force was like a big mountain, pressed on their own spine, and their own body, as if they couldn't control it, directly flopped and prostrated on the ground. Hissy dash. The heavy and painful sensation that deadened the sharp-billed seagull's body, the endless agony, which was not lost even after his body was attached to the ground, but instead intensified, as if it were a heavy-duty truck running over his body. Ho! After a few sounds of dying agonizing struggles, there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Chapter 37 Entering the 4th District. Silence. Dead silence. It wasn't just the corpses of the dead sharp-billed seagulls that were silent, but also the elite squad 6 who stood dumbfounded on the other side of the woods, their mouths so wide open that they forgot to close them. Of course, after opening their eyes here in Lin Peizhou, no one thinks they are elite anymore. What kind of alien beast is this? And what kind of alien power is this? A piece of stagnation. Li Mod trembling opened her mouth, answering her, still a silence. Not only did he not know what kind of beast it was, he didn't know anything about the powers or principles. He only knew that he saw a very majestic big bird hovering in midair, posed a pose, and an unknown huge pressure spread out from his spine. Then the sharp-billed seagulls that had them flailing and scattering were just nothing. Li Mod has no doubt that if the big bird is just facing himself, his 6-member squad, it is estimated that now has been lying bored. The great frustration, the fear of the unknown, like a sponge that has sucked up seawater, weighs heavily on everyone's mind. The group of 6, just walking around lost in their own minds, can't remember how they left the area. However, Lin Peizhou's face that is always calm and incomparable, and the phoenix's sacred and majestic figure that is like a heavenly god descending to the world, but it is like a far from indelible etching that is deeply imprinted in their hearts. Lin Peizhou really didn't care about the deep shock on this side, carefully observing the situation of the beasts in the 4 districts, coupled with Lin Qian's idea transmission. He also understood the effect of this mysterious 100 birds towards the phoenix. When Lin Qian unleashed the pressure, all creatures within the realm's range that were lower in rank than him, as well as bird-like creatures that were within 2 levels higher in rank, would be subjected to the pressure, which would be like a sudden increase in gravity, directly crushing them to death. For example, the pressure emitted by Lin Qian, who was an early level 3, could directly restrain all creatures below early level 3, as well as bird-type exotic beasts below early level 5. This was because the phoenix, as the king of all birds, came with a flood bloodline that could more effectively suppress other creatures of the same bird type at a lower level. The scene that Lin Peizhou saw on Xiaowo Mountain at that time was precisely the pressure that Lin Qiyan had unintentionally dispersed when he was in Nirvana, which not only attracted birds and beasts inside and outside of a 100-mile radius, but also allowed them to prostrate themselves with fear and trembling and do a little to support the low. Of course, for creatures beyond the level, birds of a feather also has a restraining effect, which is gradually weakened as the level of the opponent increases and the spiritual power grows. Although for high-level creatures, birds of a feather can't kill in one hit, but as long as it can make the opponent produce even a few seconds of stagnation in the battlefield, it is a breakthrough, which can change the situation of the battlefield in an instant. I'm nowhere near as effective as I was back then. Although this strike shocked many people present, Lin Qiyan still looked less than satisfied, muttering and complaining. If it were done before, not to mention these few stray birds, it would be the entire 4th district. No, the entire examination center. All of them would have died under my mighty pressure in an instant. Got it, 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 got it. Comforting Lin Qiyan, Lin Peizhou saw this battlefield, and the corners of his mouth naturally brought on a hint of a smile. The strength of the phoenix can only be described as just good for you. A level 7 or above phoenix was certainly quite a pull, but that kind of Lin Qiyan could not possibly be contracted to his own self, who was only level 1 or 2. Cannot produce a contract of foreign beasts as the enemy? Lin Peizhou how can hope that they have an additional enemy with a ridiculously high strength? Really want to launch the foreign energy? Lin Peizhou run are too late. The current phoenix, not only practicing hard for her goal, but also with the experience and insight from her previous practice, was definitely practicing faster than the first time. This, then, was already the best case scenario for itself. Thinking about it, Lin Peizhou was relieved. While comforting Lin Qiyan, he set his gaze farther away. The depths of that infinitely mysterious, infinitely dangerous Zone 4. Having killed a few level 4 alien beasts in one breath, Lin Peizhou was now in a good mood, filled with confidence, and couldn't wait to hurry up and kill a few alien beasts to quench his thirst. Thinking about this, Lin Peizhou stepped out of the dense jungle. Daylight poured in, spilling over his face and opening up before his eyes. Golden soft, boundless sandy beaches, undulating waves, wide and boundless sea. In the upper part of the blue is a wash, cloudless sky, in which a round of red sunrise, to the sea and the beach covered with a layer of gold-red filter. Sand gulls soared, brocade scales swam, and all kinds of frosty skies competed for freedom. In this vast scene, Lin Peizhou's perception alien ability expanded infinitely, and in the air filled with water vapor, he seemed to hear the undulating breaths of countless creatures. Above the tile blue sky, countless pairs of wings crossed the sky, and it was a bird-like beast that opened its wings, revealing its long, sharp beak and bone spikes as it glided in from further away. The deep sea was turquoise and bottomless. Countless strange beasts beyond human cognition survived and fought in it, and seemed to cast a prying gaze in the face of Lin Peizhou on the shore. Even the beach closest to Lin Peizhou, there were a few sounds of strange and hard-to-hear movement. Glittering mussels, bright jellyfish, lurking under the beach, using the sand as a cover, just waiting for a certain unlucky person to get close to. Just one blow to kill. Ice crystal shield armor. The foreign energy opened its domain and tightly protected Lin Peizhou and Lin Qiyan. Lin Peizhou no longer hesitated and directly stepping into the soft sandy beach. Just the moment Lin Peizhou's feet touched the beach, a few creatures hidden in the beach have already moved. Among them, the one closest to Lin Peizhou was an early 4th level golden nettle jellyfish. Golden nettle jellyfish, a type of jellyfish alien beast, with a diameter length of more than 1 meter and a total of 24 maroon tentacles that can reach more than 5 meters, which have stinging stings that contain highly dangerous toxins. Once a human comes into contact with it, he will develop a condition similar to hives, and if he is not cured in time, he will die within a few minutes. And the golden nettle jellyfish's trademark golden body could almost completely disappear into the same color of the sandy beach. So even cultivators with excellent eyesight would have trouble seeing it for a moment. Seeing that Lin Peizhou raised his foot and was about to touch the jellyfish, and that the golden nettle jellyfish was carrying its venom and ready to strike, the jellyfish only felt its body suddenly tremble. Immediately afterward, it only saw the water content in its body, which was as high as 95%, rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, if the jellyfish could talk, it would be screaming hysterically right now. Dang, early 4th level of the beast, the body is like completely uncontrolled general loss of moisture, dense water vapor around it, rising, dissipation, the whole beast as if the clouds driving general, dehydration, steam drying. In less than a dozen seconds, the golden nettle jellyfish, which was originally huge in size, kept shrinking and collapsing, turning into a sun-dried dried seafood. As creatures that survive in the sea, jellyfish and the like usually have a high water content in their bodies, with many reaching 90, or even 95% or more. Originally, the extremely high water content and venom were the means of survival for these creatures. However, after running into Lin Peijiu, these means can no longer play a proper role. Looks like that dehydration trick worked pretty well. Smoothly picking out the crystals of the golden nettle tree jellyfish with his sword, Lin Peijiu nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether it is a normal creature or a mutated xenomorph, as long as it survives in a marine environment, the water content in its body will reach a high level. The higher the water content, the more room for Lin Peijiu's Lord of Water liquid ability to be utilized, and the better the effect of dehydration or mimic ice. Since my powers are so effective, I'll be polite. Simply go together. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 38 Beach Massacre. Before the words fell, Lin Qiyan had already obeyed Lin Peijiu's order and flew high up, hovering in mid-air, closely watching the situation below, while Lin Peijiu's alien energy field, once again, expanded. Only, this time, the alien power is not for a particular alien beast. Rather, it was every alien beast within a radius of 30 meters with Lin Peijiu as the center. Right at the moment Lin Peijiu's supernatural ability was released, all of a sudden, water mist rose up on the beach. Jellyfish and shellfish that used to be well hidden on the beach gradually lost their lives in this indiscriminate dehydration. Within the field, the mist rises. Water mist, like a fairyland, generally ethereal. However, the seemingly romantic scene is the horn of death of countless beasts. Pain, death. Just as Lin Peijiu released his alien energy, the alien beasts that sensed the danger were naturally not willing to sit and wait for death, only to see that in the mist, 4 or 5 early level 4 sand-devouring hairy arcshells gradually approached Lin Peijiu standing in the center with the help of the cover of the sand. Although Lin Peijiu's supernormal ability was overbearing, Lin Peijiu himself was after all an early second-level cultivator, and the difference between his level and these 4th-level ones was big, so when his supernormal ability was exerted, he couldn't kill so many 4th-level beasts in one breath. The 4 sand-eating hair arcs, which were not only protected by their thick shells, but also by the cover of sand, were not life-threatening for a while, so they still quietly touched Lin Peijiu's side. Seeing that this human's eyes are slightly closed, a few beads of sweat have emerged on his forehead. It is known that he is not small consumption at this time, is concentrating on the release of supernormal capabilities of his. It is estimated that even the sight of the alien beasts close to have not found. This is a good time to sneak up on them. The 4 sand-eater hair arc shells were in an encircling position towards Lin Peijiu, and with their thick and rough shells, they directly crashed into Lin Peijiu. Bam! A numbing impact sound rang out, and the sand-eater caterpillars that had initiated the onslaught were directly hit by the force that was reflected back to them. No way! Why is it so hard? It's just a level 2 human, and it doesn't have a shell like the sand-eater hair arc, so how did it touch solid as a small mountain? The sturdiness and force of creatures at the high stage of the 4th level could not be underestimated. The force of 4 of them crashing into one another was enough to overturn a truck. But, under the protection of Lin Peijiu's ice crystal shield armor, the sand-eating arc shell didn't really attack Lin Peijiu at all. Lin Peijiu, who was standing in the center, just slightly shook his figure. Then, slowly opened his eyes, his sight directly anchored on the sand-eating hair arc. Cold, no-temperature eyes, out of the corner of the eye seems to be looking at dead things' demeanor. Just a light sweep, the 4th level of the sand-devouring hair arc, only to feel their souls are trembling with fear. By virtue of what? It was clearly just a human whose level was so much lower than his own. Not waiting for the sand-eating hairy arc to react to anything, just a blade light flashed by. Broken water sword, straight to life. With a giggle, the sand-eater caterpillar was killed directly under the knife. Good. So fast. The fast, accurate, and ruthless sword technique surprised the level 4 alien beasts, but without waiting for them to organize another attack, several more sword lights attacked in front of them. Brush pull, puff dash, hands up, meat froths. The extremely fast speed made the level 4 alien beasts not even react. Seeing that his companion had died without making any noise, the sand-devouring caterpillar standing at the back finally reacted. Its body quickly sank downwards, its brownish-black body completely hidden in the layers of sand, and it fled rapidly through the sandy soil. With the power of the sand-eating caterpillar's control over the sand, to the naked eye, humans could not see it at all. However, due to Lin Peijiu's perception of the water element, the means by which the sand-eater caterpillars would have concealed their sight did not work at all. In Lin Peijiu's eyes, his eyes are layers of gravel, fine stones, in which a large group of water elementals flying low-moving, want to not pay attention to it is difficult. The 4th level sand-eating caterpillar was moving very fast, but Lin Peijiu was even faster. Only to see the waterbreaker sword in Lin Peijiu's hand stabbing straight downwards. The sharp blade of the sword actually accurately stabbed the sand-eater hair arc. Feeling the agonizing tremors of the foreign beasts under his command, Lin Peijiu was expressionless as he exerted another force. The original thick shell of the sand-eating hairclam was actually pried open directly, without waiting for the sand-devouring caterpillar arc to react any further. The water-breaking sword gave another fierce jerk, under the left and right twitching. The original soft clam meat of the sand-eater hairclam turned into a pile of rotten meat under the constant churning of the water-breaker sword. A level 4 high-stage sand-eater caterpillar dies before he has a chance to unleash his own move. Lin Peijiu was killing on this side, and Lin Qiyan on the other side wasn't idle either. Hovering in mid-air, its sharp eyes gazed intently at the scene in the sandy beach. Although it wasn't like Lin Peijiu, it also had the ability to perceive creatures hidden under the sand. But as a bird-type alien beast, it had excellent eyesight, and as soon as it saw any alien beasts that had managed to escape from the range of Lin Peijiu's domain, it wouldn't hesitate to step forward with a claw that would strangle it viciously with a scorching temperature. Looking at Lin Qian's extremely fast attacking speed and nimble figure, Lin Peijiu also couldn't help but nod approvingly. Lin Qiyan was worthy of being a fey beast that had once reached the 7th level. His fighting ability and fighting sense were still very strong, with high temperature, scorching heat and sharp claws together. Even a 4th level fey beast could do nothing. The small beach was a mess by now. The water mist rose, the heat filled the air, the flame burned, the blood splattered, the wailing sound. Only Lin Peijiu and Lin Qiyan calmly stood among them, which was like a pair of devils from the hell of harvesting people's lives. Ding, killed 95 level 4 beasts. Exchange points plus 136,895. A familiar ding sounded, and Lin Peijiu looked down at his bracelet and couldn't help but feel another burst of ecstasy. It was worthy of being in the 4th district, and with the high level of the foreign beasts, the scores and redemption points gained also went up. The first few areas covered too much ground, and he had spent a lot of time on the road. But now it seemed that the alien beasts in the 4th area were really tempting, and he would have to try to kill a little more of them in the 4th area. It was just too cost-effective. Frenzied elation. So that Lin Peijiu originally, because of the high intensity of the release of supernormal capabilities of the tired body and mind, are once again alive. The whole person as if doping general. Okay, next I'm going to show the creatures of District 4 what I can do again. Gleefully nodded his head. Lin Peijiu sharply pulled a sword flower. Is ready to release the foreign energy again. Suddenly heard the waves surging on the sea there. Seems to have come from an odd sound. And their own hilt of the perception crystal. At this time is also unprecedented movement, crazy vibration of the Chapter 39 accident. Lin Peijiu this side of the fight to kill monsters. Excited. The other side of the examination room. The same as lively. Boisterous. Ha, a level 4 fey beast can still be killed in seconds? Wasn't it really some Jedi master who blended into the college entrance examination center? I've never seen this contracted beast before. Why does it look like a phoenix? Ha, legendary divine beasts are contracted? Don't be so exaggerated. No way, what kind of psychic ability is this? It looks like it's water-based, but why haven't I seen it in the ability atlas before? Is it a new ability that hasn't appeared before? The not-so-big invigilation room has long been the whole room sensation. All cannot help but cast their eyes to the front of the big screen. The big screen in the invigilation room has left the biggest piece of screen in the center seat position to Lin Peijiu, and all the teachers, even if they boast of being well-informed, can't help but be attracted by Lin Peijiu, and be shocked by his overpowering attack that doesn't match his age. No matter what kind of psychic ability it is, this effect is too terrifying. It's definitely an A grade or above. No, it should be an S grade psychic ability. A young male teacher, red-faced and excited beyond belief, stared intently at the screen and yelled, "Why do I feel that it's not quite right? S-class powers are rare, but it's not like I haven't seen them before. But S-class powers don't play out like this." The head of the marking team on the other side, one hand stroking his shiny forehead with a serious expression, while his eyes were equally firmly fixed on the big screen, not daring to miss a single detail. Although he looked much calmer than the young man, the trembling hands had revealed his inner unrest. He, who had been gazing at the screen for a long time, slowly opened his mouth at that moment. "I'm afraid, this student's psychic ability has already exceeded the S-class range. I think, should be SS grade." This sentence was stone cold. The several teachers around them have revealed a look of extreme surprise and disbelief. How can that be? The young male teacher was the first to exclaim, "Isn't the highest of the supernatural powers S rank? And what the hell is SS rank? I've only seen it in novels." No, it's not. The leader of the group shook his head and sank his voice, his face as serious as it had ever been. Cultivators nowadays usually use measurements of the fluctuations in a person's psychic abilities to determine its psychic ability level. Since the higher the grade of the psychic ability, the greater the fluctuation when it is released, which usually exceeds the tolerance range of human physique and mental strength. There is an upper limit to the grade of human psychic ability. In fact, scientific studies in previous years have shown that, theoretically, There are human beings with psychic abilities beyond the S-class. If someone really does have superb physical and mental strength, then the presentation is SS-class powers. What? Oh my god dash. Several astonished and incomparable voices sounded at the same time. SS grade alien power. This is definitely one thing that is beyond anyone's knowledge. Looking at the jaw-dropping colleagues around him, the team leader's face was grim, but his body was already trembling slightly. I'm afraid that our college entrance exam setup is nothing to the possessors of SS-class psychic abilities, or to put it another way, the college entrance exam is an important exam about the future for ordinary candidates, but for him, even if he achieves even higher scores in the college entrance exam, it's just an inconsequential piece of honor or an experience for the start of his legendary life, relative to his potential in the future. The "I'm a good man" is a good man. His true journey is the endless sea of stars, is the unknown that mankind cannot presently conceive of. The golden scales are not a thing of beauty. I can only say that I am lucky to have the honor of witnessing the rise of a supernova and the emergence of a supreme genius. The more the head of the marking team spoke, the lower his voice became, until at last, it became a complete hoarse mumble and disappeared into silence. The originally noisy invigilation room also fell into silence under his words. Is it really a rare SS class ability? Even though there is currently no professional test to determine Lin Peijuo's true level of psychic ability, his stunning ability, extraordinary and amazing, at-will control has already made these teachers, who were originally well-informed, believe in the words of the group leader for a few points. In a dead silence, only a few unsettling rumbles seemed to come from the live video on the screen. What about this? Teachers looked at the big screen, a little uncertain at first, only to see a silver-white wave appear where the otherwise clear sea and sky met. The waves rolled, from far and near, and actually rolled up in an exaggeratedly large wave. Immediately afterward, the waves, in an unstoppable state, kicked up more seawater and rushed toward the beach. It's a tsunami. The young teachers, gasping out in shock. Wait, this isn't an ordinary tsunami. It's a tsunami initiated by countless alien beasts with water-based abilities on the bottom of the sea. In the middle of the screen, a huge wall of water dozens of meters high came crashing down with a strong, overwhelming and shocking sense of oppression. No way. How can there be such a huge tsunami at the entrance exam center? Once the scene came out, the teacher in charge of the questions in the invigilation room, directly sweating, as a college entrance examination center, the types, grades, and numbers of exotic beasts placed inside had very strict regulations, and violating them would never be allowed. Once set up, the exam room is also double-checked to ensure that the students' abilities are examined while safeguarding the lives of the majority of the candidates. Of course, the choice of test site is also very important. Like this year's college entrance examination, the question teacher in the selection of the test site deliberately chose a calm small peninsula. In the past several hundred years of records, there has never been any tsunami and other accidents, especially the weather of today's high school exams. That is called a sunny, cloudless. The sea would have been really peaceful. I did not think that all of a sudden something happened. After all, this is the college entrance examination. In addition to some low-grade beasts as a bonus question, the questioner at most put a little bit of high-grade beasts, to give students a little bit of a threat, so that they experience the following really dangerous battlefield is just, even if something really happened, you can also pull down the ring. The big deal is not to take the test, but this raging tsunami, doesn't look like it is giving the students a little threat, but rather like it is running to the regiment. In the invigilator's room, sirens blared. Massive psychic energy fluctuations detected. Massive psychic fluctuation detected. Massive alien energy fluctuations detected. The emotionless beep of the AI sounded abruptly, moving with a loud thud. This is not an ordinary tsunami. This is a tsunami generated by the alien beasts within the seabed, stimulated by the fluctuation of alien energy from the outside world, thus collectively using their own alien energy. What? Where did such a strong fluctuation suddenly arise? Could it be produced by the use of supernatural powers by Lin Peijuo's classmates on the beach? No way. How can a high school student have such a strong level? This isn't the time to dwell on that, is it? The fluctuation has been created. Now we need to figure out how to fix this. Such a serious tsunami. But there are still many candidates inside the examination center. Teachers who realized the situation blanched for a moment. Who would have thought that such a serious accident would happen in the middle of a college entrance exam? With these tens of meters of waves, if it really washed up on the peninsula, the lives of all the students would be in danger. This would not be a simple exam room accident. Inside the invigilator's room, there was an uproar. Everybody calm down. The group leader's loud voice, infused with supernatural energy, resounded through the examination room. All of a sudden, it was like a shot in the arm, calming everyone down. The AI monitoring machine had already sent a warning to the invigilators guarding the vicinity of the examination center the moment it detected the accident. The invigilators will arrive at the scene soon. There are many water-type psychic ability cultivators among them, so they should be able to control the tsunami. Right now, technicians keep a constant eye on the exam room in case the tsunami spreads. Immediately force the activation of the teleportation spell formation and transfer all candidates back to a safe location. The group leader's complexion, at this point, was incomparably grave. The time now was 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 2 hours to go until 12 o'clock, when the exam ended. If the candidates were teleported out now, it would mean that all the candidates would not be able to finish the exam. And, next, the school board needs to offer students the opportunity to take makeup exams, and the organizers need to be held accountable. No matter how you look at it, it's a huge pain in the ass. But how can examination officials put the lives of so many candidates at risk? The leader of the group let out a long sigh, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen a few points. Now, he can only hope that the invigilators will hurry to control the situation at the scene, otherwise, everyone will be badly affected. Fortunately, since the examination center was set up on a coastal peninsula, the college entrance exam was specially equipped with a larger number of water-based psychic invigilators than usual. Looking at it this way, it should be able to control the tsunami, right? The leader of the group speculated darkly. His hands couldn't help but rub his already bare forehead in agony. His eyes, however, couldn't help but be glanced at once again by the black figure that was stationed on the screen. The leader of the group knew in his heart that the abnormal fluctuation this time was estimated to be because Lin Pei Zhou had released extraordinary supernormal energy powers in the offshore location, far beyond the level prepared by the questioner of the college entrance exam, which led to the undersea beasts being stimulated to trigger a tsunami. Of course, he knew in his heart that none of this was Lin Pei Zhou's fault, only, from the discovery of the Super S-class psychic ability, and now the suspected tsunami occurred. Before and after only a few minutes, he experienced great joy to great sorrow, the sudden change of emotions. Indeed, this heart of his is a little unbearable. No way. Why does this wave look like it's getting bigger? What's going on? Are the invigilators not there yet? It's been here for a long time. It's just that they can't seem to get it under control. What? Several teachers let out another gasp of surprise. The roaring waves didn't give the humans time to react, but swooped offshore with an unstoppable speed in the blink of an eye. No, not good anymore. The operator, his face pale and his lips trembling, lowered the receiver. The personnel on the scene said that the number of undersea alien beasts was too high, and that this time the fluctuation of alien energy was unprecedentedly strong, and that the time given to them to react was too short. So, this team leader. At that moment, another operator came rushing over. I've already contacted my superiors. They mean to make the safety of the candidates their top priority, and activate the teleportation spells when necessary. Watching the approaching wave, even through the camera, is full of great intimidation. Whistling with horrible energy, lifted dozens of meters of huge waves, roaring come. The leader of the group took a deep breath, his whole face scrunched up in a frown, and stood up shakily. All technicians, on my command, prepare to activate the spell. 3, 2, wait a minute. What's that? A few cries of astonishment and disbelief interrupted the group leader's order to count down. Chapter 40, Sword breaks the tsunami. Inside the examination center, on the beach, dressed in black battle clothes, Lin Pei Zhou, holding the water-breaking sword in his hand and carrying Lin Qian on his right, with a cloudy look, focused but calm. The whole person was like a dark-colored reef, standing motionless on the seashore. In sharp contrast to his calm demeanor was the incoming, unstoppable wave of raging fury before him. The waves that were more than 60 meters high, surging higher and higher with the advancing and absorbing seawater, were like a small mountain, roaring with a terrifying momentum, sweeping over the mountains and seas. In the mountains of water, you can see the ghosts like demons and monsters. The unnameable and odd figure twisted itself at an angle that was an exaggeration of its own. The slender, hair-like tangled shadows seemed to be the wrists and feet of some kind of animal, twisting and writhing wildly in a frenzy. Originally on the beach, but also raging want to attack Lin Pei Zhou beasts, has long been like a scared bird, cowering and trembling to hide to the deep sand inside, can run as far away as possible. Run as far away. The seaside air, which had been fresh a few minutes ago, was already filled with the smell of blood. The water mist raised by the huge waves covered the sky, obscuring the originally dazzling morning light to an incomparably dimmer state. In the salty air, there were also several shrill whistles that could not be described in words and that could sting the human brain. These were the terrifying beasts of the deep sea, emitting roars of fury that exceeded the range of sound frequencies that could be heard by humans. All of this is communicating to everyone on the scene, the big one is coming. This huge wave, with its ferocious roar, made many candidates, even those who were not in the 4th district, realize the danger that was coming. The elite 6-man squad, which had just been running at full speed and now had just stopped to rest, also heard an unearthly rumble coming from the sea in the distance. It's not right. That sound is not right. Lee Mod, who was still resting and panting, raised his head alertly. Go see what's going on. Several people were still in the jungle, and the dense trees obscured their view of the sea. Thus, with a thought, Lee Mod urged his contracted exotic beast, the scythe dragonfly, which immediately flapped its wings and flew high into the air. As the dragonfly flew higher and higher, her vision became more and more open. Lee Moody activated her 5 senses sharing skill and shared the vision of her contracted beast, and then she saw a horrifying sight that she would never forget. Tsunami, the wall of water, like a moving giant, came roaring and striding. Run dash, almost torn throat of a fearful roar, quickly attracted the attention of the rest of the squad. Lee Mod almost too late to explain what. Quickly pull on Shunku, again overdraft supernormal ability. Its speed like the wind to raise the fastest speed. The 6 people once again hasty escape and go. The fear of the deep sea, of the powerful beasts, of the unknown, was like a blunt knife, stabbing and slashing her heart. The speed of the waves was incredibly swift, and in the blink of an eye, they had already killed in front of the beach where Lin Peijiu was, together with the seawater absorbed as the wave advances. At this point, the first wave of the tsunami has reached a horrifying height of 100 meters. Standing in Lin Peijiu's perspective, he could clearly see the amazingly huge dark ghostly shadow swaying among the waves, surrounded by powerful surges of supernatural energy, flailing its countless tentacles as if they were floating black veils, mysterious and horrifying, seeming to be about to slap its palm in the next instant. Stygian jellyfish, a 4th-level high-stage alien beast, powerful, possessing both dark and water-based abilities, and its body size can reach nearly 100 meters long. This first wave of tsunamis was caused by the alien energy unleashed by this one Styx jellyfish. All hearts in the invigilation room were in their throats. Even seeing the scene through the camera, one can feel the extreme pressure. Waves as tall as skyscrapers, hundreds of meters wide, dark as ink, snowy white roaring waves, crazy giant alien beasts, and Lin Peijiu just stood so steadily before all this, his face calm, even his eyes slightly closed. The tiny figures of the humans were in stark contrast to the monstrous waves set off by the foreign beasts. This terrible disparity is like a hellish portrait, deep in the hearts of teachers. Is this child scared silly? Why isn't he moving? Hurry up and pull the hand loop. What are you waiting for? Many of the teachers in the invigilation room had begun to sigh painfully. If a miraculous Super S-ranked character could really appear amongst the human race, it could indeed be a blessing for mankind. Especially if this person is also from our Dongjiang province, then it is even more with honor. However, the miracle has just been discovered in less than a few minutes. The human child has not really grown up. We have to watch him in a dangerous situation, swallowed by a huge wave. It is really bad for people's hearts. Some of the teachers had even considered that even if they violated the rules, they would still have to teleport the person back in advance. After all, Lin Peijiu was now in the first line of the tsunami, the most dangerous position. Just in the nick of time, Lin Peijiu suddenly moved. Only the teenager raised his hand and waved the long sword in his hand, casually slashing forward. It's just an ordinary swing of the sword, and even the teachers behind the camera can't see what's so special about this move. However, just at the moment Lin Peijiu struck out, in a split second, the winds were raging, the storm clouds were sweeping, the sky and the earth were changing colors, and the angry sea was roaring furiously. The human and beasts between heaven and earth felt an indescribably great pressure in this instant. Before the fear of the unknown, the beasts couldn't control themselves and let out a terrible hiss. Even the Styx jellyfish in the sea, in this instant, felt an unnameable fear from this tiny human whose rank was far inferior to his. Do not belong to the human hearing between the frequency of the terrible sound, as if the ghost cries God howling. To bring the viewer, is endless fear, right between this change of wind and clouds, only to see the wave that was originally roaring forward. At this moment, as if it had abruptly pressed the pause button, hard stopping in the air. A scene that once happened with the venom of the shield shadow black spider was repeated. Only, this time, the scope was greater and the effect more shocking. It's almost like a scene that would make Newton so angry he'd crawl out of his coffin watching it. Beyond human perception, this is exactly the effect of the Lord of Water liquid ability. Seawater is also water. If I tell you to stop in mid-air, you have to stop. Immediately afterward, with the trajectory of the sword swung out by Lin Peijiu, a huge vacuum gap directly cracked open in the middle of that originally irresistible huge tsunami wave. When the long sword points, everything is cleared. Obviously, Lin Peijiu's sword was only close to a meter long, but the sword aura emanating from it carried an irresistible pressure and command. Wherever the sword energy went, it was like a breakthrough. as if receiving the will of the heavenly god. The Styx octopus in the waves was directly separated from its body and head without any resistance under this move. The countless tentacles that were chopped off fell to the depths of the ocean. What? This exaggerated scene shocked every teacher invigilating the exam. What kind of move is this? What kind of power is this that a teenage student could use? That's a 4th level Styx jellyfish. It's already stepped into the intermediate zone. Even a teacher may not be able to kill it with one move. But Lin Peijiu is just an 18-year-old high school student purely by his own power. His contracted beasts do not move, and only one sword, which simultaneously stops the tsunami, but also the alien beasts a sword second? This is outrageous. Styx jellyfish 100 meters long huge size, compared to Lin Peijiu's small size, plus a sword that is the second ferocious momentum. The teachers were all stunned at once, not waiting for the teachers to react from shock. Lin Peijiu moved again. This time, he seemed to have learned some experience from the first sword, and the second sword, once again, came out without any resistance. The second sword, faster, harder and more unforgiving. As the terrifying sword she rushed towards the nearly 100-meter high wave. The giant wave directly broke open. What? This move makes no sense at all. Only, where Lin Peijiu pointed to, the huge waves rolled up by the level 4 alien beasts fell apart and crumbled. The huge volume of water is transformed into countless water mists and tiny waves, either drifting in the air or dissolving in the sea. Such amazing tsunami waves, several invigilators could not manage. Just so 2 swords, straight through. Chapter 41, The Whale Appears. Unlike the panic and chaos of the previous discovery of the tsunami, the invigilation room was now dead silent. Even the knowledgeable teachers were silent at this point, not knowing what to say. The technician's hand that pressed the button to activate the teleportation spell stopped in midair and got stuck. This situation has completely exceeded the state of their preparation. As for Lin Peijiu on the screen, he still had a calm face at this time, alertly watching the situation ahead. In fact, just at the moment when he met the tsunami, the countless water-based alien energy fluctuations and the movement of the water-based alien beasts around him caused Lin Peijiu to suddenly, blessedly, have an epiphany about the other ways of using his alien energy in this battlefield where the situation was critical. Just in this instant, Lin Peijiu's understanding of psychic abilities became even deeper. At the same time, his heart was filled with supreme courage and confidence, and because of that, he was able to utilize a much stronger level of his powers than usual. 1 sword, 2 swords, along with the long sword swung out, not only the strong sword chi, but also the sharp and unstoppable water alien energy. In Lin Peijiu field range of water elements, directly with his mind, or stagnation, or burst, or dissipation. It's the energy of doing whatever you want and being in control. Under this kind of power, no matter if it was a giant tsunami or an oceanic beast, it would all be decimated. However, a wave had just subsided and another wave rose, and it seemed that in the deeper depths of the ocean, Lin Peijiu's perception, which was extraordinarily sensitive in an oceanic environment, heard a deep and incomparable chanting that seemed to come from the depths of the heart. In the depths of the ocean, there are dark tides and crises. At that moment, with a hiss that was sharper than a hiss, a more than never before seen huge wave with endless killing intent appeared in front of Lin Peijiu. Oh my god! The moment the huge wave appeared, the sight of that figure leaping out of the sea made many teachers freeze their faces. This time, the wave had exceeded 100 meters as soon as it appeared, because what caused the tsunami was a large group of sobbing narwhals, weeping monoceros, an oceanic beast that, in addition to its powerful control of the water element, can unleash sonic attacks that disrupt the minds of humans. Originally, the weeping demon unicorn whales should be solitary creatures, but due to the strong fluctuation of the water elemental energy, the originally solitary unicorn whales united, and each one of them even showed the appearance of manic dissatisfaction, and aggressively killed Lin Peijiu. Among these dozen or so narwhals, the lowest ranked one had already reached the peak of rank 4, even more frighteningly, there was even an early rank 5 narwhal among them. This is a serious situation even for teachers. At the same time, the beeps in the invigilator's room rang frantically with an unprecedented shrill urgency. Warning, warning, 3% damage to the examination center boundary formation. 3% damage to the examination center boundary formation. What? More chaos in the invigilator's room at the sound of this frightening warning. Originally, he thought that once Lin Peijiu's exaggerated moves were out of the way and the tsunami broke, the crisis would be lifted. What I didn't realize was that it was coming to a bigger one. When setting up the examination hall for the college entrance exam, in order to prevent the higher-grade alien beasts in the depths of the ocean from posing a threat to the candidates, the spatial alien energy used by the staff had set up a huge phalanx in a large area along the coast as if it were a single permeable membrane stretching across a piece of the ocean, blocking the entry of alien beasts that were of the 5th grade or higher. However, I didn't expect that the violent fluctuation of foreign energy had also disturbed the minds of the marine alien beasts, causing them to impact the spell barrier regardless, leading to its damage. This situation is a bit like Lin Peizhou's first meeting with Lin Qiyan in Shaowo Mountain. The huge fluctuation of the same lineage of alien energy made those alien beasts as if they had gone berserk, and they lost their minds and attacked everything they could see, killing towards the center of the appearance of the alien energy. Of course, the ferocious beasts, exerting even more terrifying power than usual, just broke through the Invigilator's spell, and once the spell formation was damaged, the serious consequences brought about were naturally unimaginable. Don't look at just 3% damaged. Given the size of the exam room, this is already a big gap, enough to leak in several alien beasts. If the alien energy fluctuation here attracts more level 5 alien beasts, or even higher level alien beasts, they all impact the barrier together, and then rush to that peninsula that is all candidates. No, don't dare think any further about what horrible consequences will follow. Teachers take back their minds, cold and bloodless on their faces. Several of the older teachers have covered their hearts and tremblingly fished out a few heart pills from their arms and stuffed them into their mouths. Today's day, another Super S-class, another alien energy fluctuation, and a damaged barrier. The heart is just too much to bear. Unfortunately, however, the college entrance examination room still has complete response measures. The on-site invigilators received the information a little earlier than the teachers in the invigilation room and rushed to the scene at the first time. Now, one can only hope that the field crew will fix the leak before it gets worse. Thinking about it, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to Lin Peizhou in front of them again. For now, it seemed that no matter what, this student with demonic strength was still in the most dangerous line. Although, the college entrance examination room set up 4 areas, but not every candidate can do 4 areas of this finale. Even if a few candidates teamed up, can kill a few of the 3 areas of the beasts even if it is very good. But this is not the case with Lin Peizhou. He's an 18-year-old high school student who single-handedly killed his way into District 4. Just as the teachers were worried, Lin Peizhou over there, however, showed some unbearable discomfort, furrowed his brows fiercely, and rubbed his temples in some pain. It seems that the sonic attack of a level 4 or 5 weeping demon unicorn whale is still very powerful. Just this moment, I'm getting dizzy. Weeping narwhal as a cetacean exotic beast, can send out sound waves beyond the range of human hearing frequency, especially the infrasound among them. Although humans can't hear it, but it will bring great damage to the human body. It seems like it has to be a quick battle, can't be dragged out. It has to be a one-strike kill. Trying hard to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling in his body, Lin Peizhou took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to run up the water element around him. The range of his own domain, once again, opened wide, without a sound, without a trace. A powerful and unignorable force exploded on the surface of the sea. The sobbing narwhals that were making waves felt a sense of threat almost immediately. Ah! A sharp and amazing chirping sound rang out. The weeping demon unicorn whales quickly switched formations and then, raising unprecedented monstrous waves, arrogantly killed over. This sound almost made Lin Peizhou's eardrums bleed. After swaying a bit, Lin Peizhou violently thrust his long sword into the ground and stood firmly. Turning his head to look at Lin Qiyan, he found that its condition looked even worse. The whole bird looked wilted and was about to fall off the ground. With a frown, Lin Peizhou simply waved his big hand and took Lin Qiyan back into the contract space for a good rest, while he himself slowly stood steadily, closed his eyes, and concentrated on mobilizing the surrounding water element. Unbeknownst to him, his behavior like this was so strange to his teachers. Take back the very strong alien beasts into the space, and face this huge wave of more than 100 meters and a dozen or so alien beasts of a level much higher than your own all by yourself? I really can't figure out what this is doing. However, Lin Peizhou didn't think so. In the midst of the actual battle just now, he had realized that he could fight in the ocean environment at a much tougher level than in other environments. As for Lin Qiyan, although he was strong and had a higher rank than himself, he had no advantage in this marine environment. In this situation, it was best to let Lin Qiyan go back to rest and relax. As for himself, he had the confidence to face this group of foreign beasts alone. Time waited for no one. The weeping unicorn whales killed the shore with an unstoppable speed. At the forefront, there were 4 peak level 4 weeping devil narwhals driving side by side, followed by 10 other narwhals that were also level 4. With fierce glares in their eyes, the one at the end was the level 5 narwhal, too close to the distance, so that originally good eyesight Lin Peizhou more clearly see the whale's brownish-gray rough skin, stained with blood and broken meat teeth, and the most conspicuous but the spiral long horns, seems to be about to stab Lin Peizhou's body. Technicians prepare to activate the spell. 3. Seeing so many sobbing narwhals and tsunamis arrogantly attacking, the group leader hurriedly gave the order to activate the teleportation spell. Only, before the group leader's tense words left his mouth, the change began again. The original ferocious roar of the weeping demon unicorn whale suddenly changed tone and twisted in terror. Chapter 42 Mimetic Cold Ice. The wide ocean, with its huge amount of water, seemed to have twisted in an instant, forming a deep, unsettling whirlpool. Immediately afterward, the seawater rose and solidified at a rapid pace, forming a towering icicle in the blink of an eye, and every single icicle was precisely aimed at the sobbing narwhal's softest belly. Icicle cold, sharp and incomparable, actually directly put the original speed very fast sobbing devil narwhal, all of a sudden as if kebabs, skewered on the icicle, directly nailed in place. None of the dozen or so weeping demon unicorn whales, including the early level 5-1, were spared. Lord of the watery liquid, mimetic cold. This was a supernatural ability that Lin Peijiu had used countless times. Of course, the more you use it, the more skillful you become. Although slightly tired, Lin Peijiu, who had used this skill repeatedly, could already control his ice picks as he wished and exert more power. Before, even if Lin Peijiu could use this skill, he could at most kill a few level 3 beasts. However, on this seashore filled with water vapor, Lin Peijiu's mimic ice penetrated the skin of a beast of such a high level for the first time. Along with the tsunami that had just been roaring and roaring more than 100 meters high, it was once again like pressing the pause button, hard stopping in mid-air. The successive waves of tsunamis did not even manage to wet the corners of Lin Peijiu's clothes, and they were just forcefully held down in mid-air by Lin Peijiu's supernatural powers, unable to move. Although, this wave of tsunami was triggered by a level 4 or even higher foreign beast, and generally speaking, an early level 2 cultivator would not be able to resist a tsunami of this level. Of course, Lin Peijiu is not an ordinary second-level cultivator. This batch of weeping demon narwhals possessed water-based psychic abilities that were just around C rank, while Lin Peijiu's SS rank psychic abilities were even more powerful. This was why it was possible to forcefully suppress this seemingly terrifying tsunami. Hiss ah! On the other side, the rising and falling shrieks revealed the terrified state of mind of the weeping demon unicorn whale. As a foreign beast born in the ocean, grown in the ocean, itself also has a pretty good water system ability. But now, the original seawater that they are familiar with, but turned into a piece of their own, cannot understand the terrible murder weapon. How can it be? Terrified and scared again, the sobbing narwhals screamed in terror, piercing through everything and roaring with a frequency that went up and down, so much so that even the teachers, who were far behind the camera, couldn't help but cover their ears. This is just too harsh and unpleasant. Standing in the center of the storm, Lin Peijiu, although his face was still calm, his tightly wrinkled brow and somewhat whitened face still revealed his pain. Prolonged close exposure to high-intensity noise caused 2 streams of bright red blood to gurgle out of his ears. This is when Lin Peijiu bled for the first time in the college entrance exam. Eyes on 2 streaks of piercing blood, directly stimulating the excited nerves of the sobbing narwhals. They realized the way of an effective attack. Since his body was pinned in place, it was just the right time to try out the long-range attack ability of his sonic attack. Ghosts cried out and swarms of demons danced as the weeping demon unicorn whales, with an even more intense attack, sent out a high and low sonic attack. Lin Peijiu shook his increasingly dizzy head, took a deep breath and raised his hands. The light blue liquid once again appeared in his hands. As soon as he covered his ears, the blood quickly stopped. This was the efficacy of the water of life mixed with phoenix tears. The efficacy of stopping bleeding was simply immediate. Only, as long as there is still a sonic attack in place, getting hurt again is just a matter of a few more moments. There is no way. He is really too close. This distance, with the penetrating power of the voice of the sobbing narwhal, even if you take something to cover your ears, you will still be injured. What a death wish! The physical pain caused Lin Peijiu's heart, once again, to surge with an endless rage. Originally, because of his parents' matter, he deeply hated the ocean's beasts. Now the new hatred and old hatred came together. Lin Peijiu's heart was filled with endless hatred. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Peijiu angrily raised his hand. This time, the strike was even harder. The weeping narwhals that were originally flailing and trying to break free from the icicles felt a coolness for no reason. Without waiting for them to react, the weeping demon unicorn whales suddenly had a collective neck chill, only to see that the shocking waves originally triggered by them activating their own supernatural abilities had unknowingly transformed into a sharp and incomparable ice spike that pierced straight into their necks. The intense pain caused the weeping demon unicorn whales to lose their voices and scream. In a chirp that was sharper than a chirp, the sobbing narwhals realized one and more terrible thing: the own voice can't seem to pronounce it. This ice spikes not only penetrated deep into one's body, but also stirred wildly in one's flesh and blood afterward. It even happened to be destroying one's vocal organs. The large sea surface was in chaos at this point. Blood, broken flesh, ice spikes, mixed with the sound of sloshing lapping seawater and the hissing of the weeping demon unicorn whale on the verge of death, made people's hearts tremble with fear. In fact, The location where the ice pick stabbed into this was of course deliberately chosen by Lin Peijiu. After the ice pick pierced into the weeping demon unicorn whale, try to destroy as many of their vocal organs as possible so that the damage to himself could be reduced. After this time, after massively exerting his alien energy in one breath, Lin Peijiu also felt quite tired this time. He was facing a level 4 or 5 alien beast, and just penetrating a layer of skin made Lin Peijiu spend a great deal of effort. However, listening to the miserable hissing of the weeping demon unicorn whales, Lin Peijiu was like hearing beautiful music and was encouraged to be motivated again. Raising his right hand, the huge energy fluctuations poured out once again. Again! Why does it feel like this wave is even harder than the last one? At the barrier at the edge of the examination room, several invigilators were shocked and panicked, looking at the increasingly choppy and treacherous deep sea. If it was said that ducks were the first to know when the water of the spring river warmed up, then with this wave of Lin Peijiu's reappearance, the countless foreign beasts in the sea were all agitated at the first time, instinctively releasing their energies frantically. This is a pain in the ass for the staff, who were trying to make up for it near the barrier and thought they were close to patching it up, but now they have to continue to put more effort into it. Don't slack off. Everyone, work hard together to close the gap. The blue-clad invigilator who was leading the group gave a loud pep talk. Several people on the scene, gritting their teeth and rowing the formation, have also revealed a few strained and unbelievable looks. Is this not a college entrance examination hall? The people inside, just teenage high school students. How can there be such a terrible energy fluctuation? If it is true that a teenager has such terrifying energy, then this teenager, I'm afraid that he is much more terrifying than these alien beasts. Thinking about this, several invigilators cannot help but cast their eyes to the end of that ocean, that beach, and the shocking waves and huge foreign beasts compared to the rather small human. However, Lin Peijiu, the center of all the storms, at this moment simply do not have the heart to pay attention to the outside world. He was concentrating on controlling the powers within his domain, not daring to let up for a moment. After all, the opposite side's Fey beasts were of a level too much higher than him, far from being comparable to the batch of Fey beasts he had run into before. Right now, under the severe pain, sobbing narwhals struggled, huge body constantly twisting, coupled with the uninterrupted use of the water system of supernatural energy rolled waves, originally very strong ice cones, but also vaguely have some tendency to break. Although the energy exerted by Lin Peijiu's SS-grade alien energy was not comparable to ordinary alien energy, but after all, the opposite side was a dozen or so alien beasts whose level was much higher than his. Lin Peijiu didn't dare to gamble, and could only put his best foot forward, his alien energy exerted at full strength, huge power, as if with a real sense rushed to the sea. Under this wave of alien energy, the sobbing narwhals suddenly felt an unsettling coolness coming from the depths of their bodies. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so weeping demon unicorn whales' bodies simultaneously exploded with a sharp tingling sensation. Ah! The sobbing narwhals, whose vocal cords had been destroyed to a great extent, erupted with a terrible hoarse cry of pain. However, this time it wasn't about trying to send out a sonic attack, it was about not being able to stand the immense pain, only to see that on top of the massive bodies of the weeping demon unicorn whales, in addition to the ice cones that had stabbed into the seawater and transformed into ice cones, there were also a few equally sharp ice cones that had poked through their thick epidermis and slowly drilled out from their bodies. It was the ice cones condensed from the water contained in the bodies of the weeping demon narwhals. As a marine creature, which already has a high water content in its body, the more painful the water loss and stabbing will be when an ice pick is drilled out of its body in this way, and these ice cones stabbed out from the body, even as if they were intelligent, gradually adjusting their angle, and the ice pillars made of seawater, firmly frozen together. The weeping demon unicorn whales that had originally tried to struggle to escape the icicles were once again nailed to death on top of the icicles. Hiss ah! A hiss of despair, one higher than the other, exploded in Lin Peijiu's ears. This time, however, it was no longer the ultrasonic and infrasound waves that could pierce human eardrums. It looks like the sobbing narwhals have pretty much destroyed their vocal organs. Lin Peijiu's heart burst with joy, seeing that the weeping demon unicorn whales were still trying to control the seawater around them to form waves of attack, wanting to mobilize as much of the nearby seawater as possible in an attempt to break the icicles. Lin Peijiu's heart was set on it and he simply expanded the range of the domain once again. Anyway, my ability level is higher than yours, so as long as I expand my range, you won't be able to make any more waves. A soundless and powerful might, with a strong and irresistible command, in an instant, turned this sea, which was still choppy just a moment ago, into an extremely cold sea of ice. The cold air swept in, sharp as a tack. The burst of cold air was like flying snow in June, startling everyone. Hiss! Why is it suddenly cold? The invigilators near the barrier were the first to sense that something was wrong as they were closest to Lin Peijiu. It's so cold! So cold! What the hell is going on? What's that dash? You guys? Look over there, an invigilator exclaimed in shock. At the sound of the voice, everyone cursed and wrapped their coats tightly around them, their eyes involuntarily turning in the direction from which the chill had struck, only to see the biting cold aura that swept in all directions, the monstrous waves, frozen in an instant into a vivid roll of ice, the rolling sea, frozen in an instant into an undulating surface of ice, the sea creatures, frozen into ice sculptures at the bottom of the sea before they themselves can react. There is a scene as if the god of heaven descended from the earth and ordered everything, so that even the knowledgeable invigilators were startled. No way. An invigilator couldn't help but mumble, and sobbing demon narwhals, to this point, completely lost all the ways to resist. Vocal cords were abolished. Sonic attack is completely sent out, turned into a mute. Close attack is not even think about. Their bodies are completely frozen in the icicle above. Icicle and the whole sea together, but also a move cannot move. Despair. It was utter and complete despair. Chapter 43, Kill all Fey Beasts. Extreme cold pierced the bones. Cold winds whistled. The original Linhai 4 districts where foreign beasts were in all directions and crises were hidden had turned into a hell of foreign beasts at this time. The beach was originally eyeing the tiger. Still thinking of sneak attack of the beasts, has long been the feat of the oil, can run as far away as possible, run as far away. And those foreign beasts in the sea of average rank, seeing Lin Peijiu and 4 or 5 levels of sobbing demon narwhals here as if the scene of the gods fighting, also knowingly slipped away. The sobbing narwhals at the center of the storm, on the other hand, are screaming in pain and regret. Who would have thought that a tiny human who seemed to be a mediocre early level 2 human would bring such a big trouble to himself? But now, it was too late to say regret. Sharp ice spikes are still deadly stuck in their own bodies, constantly churning, bringing endless pain. This blunt knife cuts the meat, so that most of the sobbing narwhals is already out of breath, more in breath less. In that case, I'll be merciful and give you a pain in the ass. Looking at the scene of blood flowing in front of him, Lin Peijiu, who stood at the front, as if he was a reincarnated god of killing, coldly gave the order. As soon as the words fell, the ice spikes inside the weeping demon unicorn whales burst apart without warning as if they were loaded with bombs. Boom! There was another terrible thud. Obviously there was no gunpowder, but under Lin Peijiu's control, the ice cone inside each weeping demon unicorn whale exploded like a small bomb, with a loud bang. In addition to the sound of shattering icicles, there was also the commotion of shattered flesh and bones bursting open, mixed with the sobbing narwhals' destroyed voices emitting in their piercing and unpleasant roars, which rubbed against the eardrums of the crowd as if they were sandpaper. With this sound, all of the weeping demon unicorn whales' abdomens were directly blown open with a large hole. Ice shards scattered in all directions, and internal organs flew across the room. Some unlucky sobbing narwhal even directly blown away half of the body. However, these ice bombs didn't make the weeping narwhal shed any blood because most of the blood in the body of the weeping narwhals had already been solidified in the ice. Even a peak level 4 or even an early level 5 foreign beast would not be able to block this fatal blow. Sobbing narwhal, dead. Just in the sobbing devil narwhal breaks the next instant. The original biting cold thousands of miles of ice sea, as if a moment to the spring general, thawed. Yes, Lin Peijiu's use of supernatural power can be so arbitrary. Freeze when you want to let you freeze and unfreeze when you want to unfreeze. And in the middle, you don't even need any reaction time. The surging sea water is back to its former life. Blue waves rippling, sparkling, ears are the sound of the sea waves clattering white noise. There is no longer the terrible hissing of foreign beasts. Originally covered the sun's water fog is also gradually dispersed, leaking out a round of warm and bright sun, warmly shone on all people. If it weren't for the mutilated corpses on the surface of the sea, and the scattered bits of broken meat in the blood-stained sea, signaling that a vicious battle had once taken place here, this place would still have quite a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Of course, this calmness was only for Lin Peijiu, the victor. Lin Peijiu side of the battle, another peak level 4, early level 5 weeping demon unicorn whale, and another SS level alien energy destruction. This obvious movement, obviously has been many undersea alien beasts found out. This time, however, they didn't dare to surge up in a frenzy like before. To know, the 5th level of foreign beasts is already a higher level of foreign beasts in the offshore area. If even a dozen or so 4th or 5th level foreign beasts can be killed in a short period of time, then it can be imagined that the opposite side of that existence, how terrible a thing it is. Although with the intelligence of the foreign beasts, as long as they were far away, they were not quite able to realize that the opposite side was actually a human who was not very large in size compared to them. The strength embodied by this being, Lin Peijiu, was real. In this situation, even the alien beasts that were overwhelmed by the initial fluctuation of alien energy couldn't help but calm down, stop attacking, and run away grayly. This was the special thing about SS-class powers. It was so much more powerful than all the other powers' energies. This unquestionable strength was truly a good lesson for the foreign beasts at the bottom of the sea. Of course, the invigilators in the examination room, which is some distance away, naturally heard the commotion here. Just after the beasts at the bottom of the sea were scared away by Lin Peijuo's energy, the hard-working invigilators were able to take a breath of rest from the endless beasts pounding the barrier, and finally, with everyone working together, they were able to patch up the final gap. As the giant tsunami faded, they were finally able to see Lin Peijuo's side more clearly. Oh my god, this is the carcass of a sobbing narwhal that's been blown to pieces. What? This can't be right. The crowd was in a state of disbelief and shock. Originally thought to meet the peak of the 4th level, or even the early 5th level of the foreign beast, the high school candidates only escaped the part. After all, it was now the next morning, and anyway, the exams were almost over, and the marks that should have been taken were taken, so wasn't it good to leave yourself alive? Unexpectedly, this candidate is a real hardcore, not only stayed, but also really defeated such a high level of foreign beasts, or to explosion such a tragic way. If it's true, it's also too scary. Looking at the seawater that calmed down due to the disappearance of the foreign beasts, the hearts of the people were not calm. The blue-clad invigilator in the lead couldn't even help but smile bitterly. If that is really a teenage high school student, then I can only say that his future is unlimited, gutsy and more than capable, doesn't wimp out in the face of so many sobbing narwhals, and calmly beats them. Old bones like us, I'm afraid will be useless in the future. Shaking their heads and laughing bitterly twice, the people finished the last bit of repair work in their hands, took their own spells with them, turned back to look once again at the golden sandy beach, the bodies of the broken giant whales, and the sea that was dyed a dark red color, and left with disbelief and emotion. Of course, the ones who were most frightened had to be the several invigilators in the invigilation room. After all, from the discovery of the abnormal scores, to Lin Peijuo's super strength, from the possible existence of SS-class alien ability, to the barrier breakage and super strong tsunami triggered by the fluctuation of the alien ability, from the storm-devouring rabbit, phantom werewolf, to the Stygian jellyfish and the weeping demon unicorn whale of level 4 or 5. The several teachers watched as Lin Peijuo continued to break his own upper limit, killing a level 3 to level 4, and now even killing a level 5 level 3 to level 4, and now even killing a level 5. In the continuous shock, most of the teachers no longer knew what they were looking at, what they were thinking, or what else they could say, but just watched numbly as Lin Peijuo's statistic scores climbed higher and higher, refreshing the record over and over again. The few teachers who had once questioned Lin Peijuo were now silent. The male teacher, who had previously clamored for a strict investigation of cheating, could only stare blankly at the big screen, slapping his greasy forehead in embarrassment from time to time, unable to speak. Among all these people, the head of the marking team was the one who was relatively calm, although he didn't seem to have an exaggerated expression. His hands that had been trembling and his shivering body had revealed his inner unrest. The series of tsunamis and barrier damage that had just occurred had caused him to put something important on hold for a while. Now, he felt it was time to finish the matter. With excited hearts and trembling hands, the group leader picked up the receiver. As for Lin Peijuo on the beach, at this moment, he was propping up the ground with his sword and panting roughly. It was impossible to say that there was nothing to consume when one person, fighting alone, faced a dozen level 4 weeping demon unicorn whales, plus a level 5. Just now on the battlefield Lin Peijuo, under the effect of adrenaline, the spirit of 100 times, fight to kill the enemy, but also overplayed. But now this energy once over, there is indeed a little feeling of weakness, but fortunately, there was no danger around him now, and there were no threatening fey beasts. After all, the normal beasts, including the ground running, sea swimming, flying in the sky, has long been Lin Peijuo and sobbing devil narwhal a pass operation to escape. Lin Peijuo that the scene of God's mighty heavenly descent, has been as if the spirit of branding general, sea, can no longer be wiped away. Therefore, this beach and ocean around Lin Peijuo, a few hours ago, was the most mysterious and dangerous 4 areas in the examination room. Now, it has become the safest place. Lin Peijuo some boredom swept around. To determine that there is no danger, some tired sat down, lazily sunbathing, blowing the sea breeze listening to the sound of the waves, quite comfortable, so not leisure, not like in the exam, rather like on vacation, looking at the increasingly warm sun above his head, which was already slowing down and about to wobble to the center of the sky. Lin Peijuo knew that it was about to reach noon, and the exam was about to end. Ding dong dong, there are 15 minutes until the end of the exam, so please pay attention to the exam time. 15 minutes until the end of the exam. As if it was responding to Lin Peijuo's state of mind, immediately, a clear and pleasant bell resounded throughout the examination room, and under the reminder of this loud bell, all the candidates accelerated the movements of their hands. At this time now, All those other candidates should be fighting to kill monsters, trying to brush up a little bit more points before the end of the exam, right? He would have liked to kill the monsters himself, except that at this moment, he was really a bit tired too. What's more, the area in the vicinity of himself was as quiet as a chicken, so even if Lin Peijiu went after them again, the beasts would only run farther and farther away. Moreover, the most important purpose of Lin Peijiu's trip was to test where his upper limit was. Once he had tested it, he would be considered to have accomplished his mission. Now, he also roughly understood that his upper limit should be right between the peak of level 4 and the early stage of level 5, fluctuating up and down depending on the quality of the alien beast itself and its alien abilities. Of course, now Lin Peijiu, on the 5th level of the sobbing devil narwhal are killed, and then somewhat 2 or 3 level of foreign beasts. He is not too much to look at the eye. Lin Peijiu, this idea is indeed a bit Versailles. It was important to know that a 2nd or 3rd level Fey beast was basically the highest level that most candidates could kill in a group. However, having seen higher level alien beasts, Lin Peijiu did look a little less at the 3 melons and 2 dates brought by killing those few low level alien beasts. The bored Lin Peijiu, idly leaning against the rocks of the beach in his superior hearing, without the interference of the roars of the other alien beasts, heard the movement of the other candidates fighting deeper into the 3rd district. If Lin Peijiu had clairvoyance at this time, right now, he could still see the other candidates deeper in the 3rd district, performing a scene of human tragedy and comedy. Chapter 44 End of Examination. The College Entrance Examination Center. A large group of other examinees from Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3, including Lin Moody and Zhou Zipping, were indeed nervously surrounding the 2 storm-devouring rabbits just as Lin Peijiu had said, trying to get a few more points within the last few minutes. Like the storm-devouring rabbit, such creatures, in front of Lin Peijiu is indeed not enough to look at. Not even 2 strokes on the tragic defeat. A dozen a pot end is normal, but in front of the elite team and other candidates, the 3 levels of foreign beasts, or rather difficult to cross the obstacles. The 6 members of the elite team had already been fighting around the 2 storm-devouring rabbits for more than 20 minutes, and each of them had a little bit of color on their bodies. Seeing that the exam was about to end and they hadn't fought yet, each of them seemed to be a little bit anxious, and in this kind of panicked and anxious atmosphere, they made a series of mistakes, and fought more and more to the side. Ping, don't be in a hurry. Let's. First, Liemod was tired and gasping for air, barely dodging the attacks of the storm-devouring rabbit while trying to open his mouth to persuade the others. Of course there's no rush when you've got so many points. Zhou Zipping's anger went straight to his head and a sentence rushed out. Zhou Zipping's current state of mind was indeed terrible. A proper pride of heaven himself, he has always been the existence of the best among his peers who are far ahead of the rest. As a result, today, in the most important college entrance examination in life, met Lin Peijiu, this kind of strength demon, their own dangerous self-esteem, like a bubble in the phantom, a touch will be broken. This day down, again by Lin Peijiu blow, again by the shark-billed seagulls scared away, and then there is what ran through the entire 3 districts did not find a few foreign beasts. Mega tsunami. How is it that every single thing is a bad thing that affects your high school score? Zhou Zipping's character, originally is impatient as fire. This whole day were driven originally as a stomach, and is nervous and cranky. In this mood, he is the more he played the more no hand. The worse the mindset of playing badly was worse. The worse the mindset was the worse the playing was. Zhou Zipping, who was caught in a vicious cycle, would have been furious. Taking another look, Lin Moody, the 10,000-year-old second in line who was always adorned behind herself, looked quite tired but her mind was still stable, and her scores were steadily improving, even surpassing her own. Seeing this, Zhou Zipping became even more anxious, and his tone of voice became more and more impulsive. Contracted beasts were supposed to be connected to their master's mind, and with this roar from Zhou Zipping, the fiery burning wolf beside him followed suit, showing its teeth and roaring out in anger. Washed by the heat and anger, Liemod pursed his lips and didn't speak anymore, just sank his face. His men's offense became more and more intense. But, that Lin Peijiu, he's either finished his exams or dead by now, right? Don't you think so, Fang Haomiao? Thinking about that Lin Peijiu who made him get down, Zhou Ziping opened his mouth a little viciously. Although, at this moment, Fang Haomiao looked like he was immersed in the foreign beast in front of him and was unresponsive. Zhou Zipping was unaffected and continued to ramble on while fantasizing. Think about it, weren't Lin Peijiu on the edge of the 3rd and 4th districts at that time? When we left, he was striding into the 4th district. That means he was on top of the most dangerous beach when the tsunami started. And although he's good, he doesn't run fast, does he? It's not as good as our squad's supernatural ability, it's as fast as the wind. This means that he either reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled down the teleportation spell and gave up the exam, or was swallowed up by the tsunami. I get annoyed just looking at that snooty, untouchable look of his. But the more such self-important people are, the less they'll give up. So, did he die in the tsunami? Ha 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 dash. Seeming to have seen that annoying Lin Pei-zhou die a miserable death, Zhou Ziping couldn't help but laugh out loud. The originally gloomy mood seemed to have brightened up quite a bit. In this way, it seems that his situation is not that bad. He is indeed the provincial top seed. However, if he loses to a friend like Li Moody who usually has a good relationship, it's still barely acceptable. But if he loses to Lin Pei-zhou, this weirdo who came out of nowhere, that would be unacceptable. But it didn't matter now. A dead Lin Pei-zhou was no threat to him. The more he thought about it, the better Zhou Ziping's mood became, and he cheerfully continued to fight, and was not as irritated as before, but appeared to be a lot more calm and collected, and also returned to his usual level. Li Mod looked back at Zhou Ziping, who was inexplicably angry and inexplicably happy, a bit speechlessly, and she expressed her lack of understanding. She could only sigh and shake her head, turning her head back to continue to devote herself to the battle. Of course, Lin Pei-zhou, who was in the middle of a good rest, was still sitting comfortably on the beach and sunbathing, not even thinking about so many twists and turns. Looking at the carcass of the sobbing narwhal floating on the surface of the sea, it was a strange pity to look at it, so Lin Pei-zhou's mind moved. Only the undulating seawater suddenly turned into a razor-sharp blade of ice. The blades were thinner and a little smaller in size than the previous ice pick ice spikes, but just as sharp. The extremely thin ice blades slowly rose from the water, moving quickly as if they were a figure dancing lightly, reflecting a bright light in the daylight. Combined with the sparkling seawater, this scene is quite a poetic, beautiful and natural feeling. Only the toothsome cutting sound of the sea and the red-stained water exposed everything. These ice blades, not a nice-looking decoration, are murderous weapons that can take lives, only to see that these blades, along with Lin Pei-zhou's mind, flexibly sliced through the body of the weeping demon unicorn whale from all angles, and wherever the blades went, none of the skin, muscles, and fascia were not open, and they were incredibly sharp. The huge body of the weeping devil unicorn whale was separated as if it were a bull, and without wasting too much time, Lin Pei-zhou had already found what he wanted, a crystal set deep within the body of a sobbing narwhal. As the blade carefully avoided the location of the crystal, a blue crystal with a special glow and a diameter of about 10 centimeters appeared in front of Lin Pei-zhou. Then, as the blade cut through the nearby muscles, the crystal could no longer hide in the body of the weeping demon narwhal, and with a plop, it fell down towards the surface of the sea. And then, surprisingly, it didn't sink into the sea, as if defying the laws of physics. Clearly dense, the crystals floated steadily above the surface of the sea and were not submerged by the water. This was of course due to Lin Pei-zhou's supernatural ability. Looking at the crystals floating on the surface of the sea, Lin Pei-zhou smiled slightly. Then, the seawater surged up a gentle amplitude. The waves were like a calm palm, slowly pushing the crystals, sending them to the shore. Just rushed to Lin Pei-zhou's feet. As Lin Pei-zhou picked up the crystals and stuffed them into the backpack at hand, the waves slowly faded away and the sea returned to calm. Then, Lin Pei-zhou has as a method, in just a few minutes before the end of the examination, relying on the Lord of the Water liquid ability, his body did not move a bit, easily and happily collected a dozen crystals in the body of the sobbing demon narwhal. Well done. Lin Pei-zhou examined the crystals in his hand with satisfaction and nodded, opening his mouth to praise them. Upon hearing these words, a ripple like a shy smile rose from the deep blue water, before it quickly faded again, restoring the calmness of the sea. This was really quite an amazing scene. Under Lin Pei-zhou's control, the sea, which a few minutes ago was surging up hundreds of meters of huge waves and could devour the lives of countless people, had now actually turned into a docile and obedient little pet, at the mercy of others. Not bad. It's worthy of being a fey beast in Zone 4. The quality of the crystals are all very good. Satisfied with the crystals in his hand, Lin Pei-zhou stuffed them all into the black backpack that was uniformly distributed at the examination center. Now that there were dozens of crystals of grade 3 and 4 or higher in the book bag, how could it be said that it should be able to be sold for tens of millions of dollars? In fact, the whole body of the foreign beasts were treasures. If Lin Pei-zhou could bring out all the corpses of those foreign beasts he killed, he could still sell them for a higher price. Only, the size of the alien beast was just too big, and the backpack issued by the college entrance examination center was originally small. It was full after stuffing a few crystals, so it really couldn't put more things in it. Therefore, Lin Pei-zhou could only choose to take a few more crystals that were relatively small in size and high in value. Due to the time constraints during the previous exams, Lin Pei-zhou didn't have the time to collect a few more crystals, and only had the time to take a few crystals after arriving at the 3rd and 4th districts. Right now, his small backpack was flashing with crystals of various colors, and the dazzling light almost made Lin Pei-zhou lose his eyes. Hey, I'll make another fortune when I get out. Lin Pei-zhou revealed a smile like a mouse falling into a rice bowl, and with a spring in his step, He carefully zipped up the zipper of his school bag and carried it on his back. The staff of the college entrance examination room. I guess how did not expect. There are candidates into the college entrance examination room, as if into the goods to take away a large number of crystals. After all, none of the students who could come to participate in the entrance exam spent all their time killing foreign beasts and didn't have much time to dig for crystals on purpose. Moreover, with the ability of an ordinary candidate, it was impossible to obtain so many high-grade crystals. At most, they would just take a few grade 1 crystals. Ding dash. The bell that rings through the exam room rings. The exam is over. Please stop fighting and take your belongings. The teleportation spell will be activated soon. Lin Peijiu leapt up from the beach, checking that his backpack, crystals, long sword, and sword spike were all there, and the phoenix was honestly nestled in the contract space sleeping. He took one last glance at the numbers on his bracelet. 730,298 points. That's a totally scary number. More than 700,000 points is fully 10 times the highest score of the college entrance examination in the past years. For this score, Lin Peijiu accepted it well, with a look of favor and dismay. The reason why he had slashed so many points wildly was not to go to a good college, but merely to find out the upper limit of his current strength. As for the university, well, even if their score is only 1/10 of the current, as usual, is the country's good universities to pick. More than 700,000 points is not the upper limit of his own strength, but the upper limit of the high school exam. However, compared to the high scores of the college entrance exam, what Lin Peijiu was more interested in was how many things could be exchanged in the system with these more than 700,000 exchange points. With so many exchange points, surely you can exchange a lot of skills, right? Then my strength can definitely advance quite a bit more. Beautifully thinking about exchanging skills, in Lin Peijiu's vision, the numbers on the bracelet quickly twisted and rotated, blurring his vision, and his body, as if right into the vortex a glance gently floated up. With a thud, the teenager's figure disappeared from the beach. In Lin Peijiu brought that powerful energy disappeared long after the empty beach and offshore. Only gradually appeared the figure of some bold foreign beasts. Chapter 45 Unexpected Visitors. Tired, but satisfied, Lin Peijiu returned home. Just as he opened the door, he was pounced upon by Tun Tun. Hey, don't pick at my clothes, and don't lick my face. Tun Tun, who was overly excited, directly made a Tarzan press and almost pushed Lin Peijiu down to the ground. Lin Peijiu is naturally not polite, and the upper hand is a wild rubbing of the dog's head. Tun Tun's wet dog nose gave a sniff on Lin Peijiu's body, and what it smelled, other than the stench of the mishmash of all kinds of exotic beasts, was the strong smell of blood. Seeing this situation, it even revealed a bit of a humanized worried look. Those foreign beasts inside the college entrance examination center? Humph, they're not enough to cause me any serious injuries. Seemingly appeasing Tun Tun, Lin Peijiu scratched the dog's chin with one hand and played with its fluffy and soft ears with the other. Tun Tun came closer for a check and also realized that none of the blood was from Lin Peijiu, and that there was nothing wrong with his master except that he was a little dirty and smelly. At that thought, Tun Tun dropped his heart and got excited again, paws picking at Lin Peijiu's clothes, tail whirring like a propeller, pulling Lin Peijiu right in front of his own rice bowl, fawningly arching his head toward Lin Peijiu. Once he saw the clean and shiny rice bowl, Lin Peijiu couldn't help but laugh. Tun Tun's meal size was already bigger than normal dogs, and before going out this time, Lin Peijiu specially poured twice the amount of dog food in the bowl for normal dogs. Unexpectedly, Tun Tun ate as usual, licked the rice bowl clean, and wanted to eat afterward. Alright, we're happy today, let's eat more too, said Lin Peijiu big hand wave. Heaps of dog food clattered and fell into the Tun Tun and the rice bowl. See the Tun Tun eyes shine. Looking at the way Tun Tun wolfed down his food and winded up, Lin Peijiu's own stomach began to rumble. Although the college entrance examination center had issued several nutrient solutions that could completely satisfy the nutritional needs of an ordinary person, after Lin Peijiu had upgraded, he felt that his meal size was getting bigger and bigger, and his need for energy intake was also increasing. Coupled with the fact that he had indeed consumed quite a lot within the past 24 hours, he was indeed starving now. The nutrient solution has enough energy, but the flavor is really average. Lin Peijiu smacked his lips and couldn't help but miss the taste of various other cuisines. To celebrate the successful conclusion of the high school exams, why not splurge a little? So, Lin Peijiu happily clicked on the takeout software and generously ordered the same food he wanted to eat. Ding dong ding, time and time again, the beep of successful payment sounded. If it was in the past, Lin Peijiu would definitely have a flesh wound. But now, once he thought of his book bag full of crystals, Lin Peijiu only felt that his mouth was grinning up to his ears. A couple of takeout meals in the area won't be enough to eat yourself out. Why else would you say that all the resources in the world are tilted toward the strong? Lin Peijiu's parents. No supernormal ability. No talent. Just a small county town and the ordinary people. although both husband and wife are hardworking and capable, not afraid of suffering character, but struggled all their life, until before dying in the mouth of a foreign beast, together with the insurance compensation, just left a little property. This property can only be said to starve Lin Peijiu, but to want to pay for the cultivation road of large and small expenses, it is still unlikely. As for Lin Peijiu, it had only been a month since he awakened his SS-level psychic ability, and he had only spent 24 hours in the examination hall infested with alien beasts, and he had already harvested so many crystals, and in terms of price, it was going to be higher than the salary of his hardworking parents for several years. That's how unfair reality is. Lin Peijiu couldn't help but sigh, putting down his cell phone and taking advantage of the time before the takeout was delivered to his door. Lin Peijiu went into the bathroom first to take a shower and change out of his blood-stained battlesuit. When he came out all fresh, the takeout was just delivered. Take a good takeaway. When the burger, pizza, fried chicken, steak, cake, coke and other delicious food on the dining table in order to line up, Lin Peijiu cannot help but eat the finger. Directly up is a hungry tiger pouncing on food. Fragrant fried chicken, fatty meat, sweet fruits. Lin Peijiu only felt that his stomach was like a bottomless pit, uncontrollably absorbing foreign energy. The entire 24 hours of running, coupled with the nearly overdrawn use of her powers, made Lin Peijiu need a large amount of energy to replenish. With a windy meal, Lin Peijiu settled a meal 5 times larger than his usual size in 3 tries. Wine and rice. Lin Peijiu only felt himself sleepy. After all, it was the fact that in the past 24 hours, Lin Peijiu had only had the opportunity to briefly doze off without much real sleep. Now, having satisfied the quest for food, a wave of tired sleepiness could no longer be held back. Lin Peijiu do not want to care about anything. The body bed a fall. It instantly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept or what had happened. Lin Peijiu only felt that when he woke up from a long, sweet-smelling dream, the first thing he saw was Tun Tun's eyes that were still bright in the darkness, and it arched Lin Peijiu's hand with its fluffy, hot body, showing Lin Peijiu the cell phone beside the bed. In addition to the above clearly written June 12, 10 a.m. sharp, implying that Lin Peijiu slept for 18 hours, there is a constantly flashing cell phone screen, displaying the Dian teacher call, a few big words. Lin Peijiu narrowed his eyes, reached out for the cell phone, and just a moment after connecting, before he himself even had time to speak, he heard old Dai's bead blasted, excited, and eager voice. Peijiu, you're still at home now, aren't you? You really gave me a big surprise. Over 700,000 points. How did you do that? This is a complete miracle. The first time I saw it, I didn't know if I was dreaming or just bleary-eyed. Ha 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 ha. Where are you now? Still at home, right? Then hurry up and get going now. Now hurry up and come over to the school. So many people are here waiting for you. Ha 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 ha. Old Dai's cell phone. Came a burst of excited noise. A teacher to the old Dai's compliments. And the old Dai cannot control issued a bright laugh, like to be able to sweep away all the haze. Hanging up the phone, Lin Peijiu lost his smile. It seems that his own grades, among his own school, have completely formed a sensational effect. After packing up his things and pouring a tub full of dog food for Tun Tun, Lin Peijiu, who had had a good night's sleep, walked to the school in high spirits. In a short while, Lin Peijiu had already walked to the entrance of the school. The school that had ended the college entrance exams had sent off a group of high school candidates, but instead of looking cold, it seemed to be more festive and lively. No, the banner on the left is low, a little higher. Put this standing sign a little to the side. Leave the center sign exposed. Why don't you hang the lantern on the right? This one doesn't work. I'd better do it. Peijiu, you're here. With old Dai's plaintive exclamation of surprise and joyful rush over to Lin Peijiu saw the entrance to his school, which had been changed overnight into a bright red and festive new outfit. Banners, lanterns, LED screens, and promotional posters filled the entire facade of the school, which was more lively than the New Year's Eve. The entire school gate, the whole is a joyful, bustling appearance. Many passing pedestrians cannot help but cast a curious envious gaze, and above all these decorations, the same words were written. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Peijiu of our school's senior class, 6, for winning the top prize in Dongjiang Province's college entrance examination with 298 points. A bright red banner with gold lettering. In addition to this statement, more eye-catching slogans were densely written next to it. Seniors, all the way back. The Toad Palace, the Golden List, the highest scores ever in our country on a college entrance exam. Over the second 650,000th point beyond history. All kinds of banners in the center. But also hung Lin Peijiu high school period do not know when to take the ID photo. Wearing a school uniform, messy hair, confused and outside the photo of their own eyes. What is this? My school didn't look like this when I left from here 2 days ago to go to the entrance exam center. Even after 3 years of schooling here, The moment he saw the school gate, Lin Peijo almost didn't recognize it as his own school. Peijo, you're finally here. Old Dai stepped with a six-parent pace and ran to Lin Peijo with a spring in his step. Lin Peijo eyes Dai he found that he deliberately changed into a brand new clothes today. Shiny leather shoes, cleanly shaved beard, even the usual casual messy hair, are smeared with a layer of shiny hair wax. Looks like a new person. Daiwa hammered him hard on the shoulder with gusto. Good you Lin Peijo. It turns out that insisting on taking the college entrance exam was something you kept for yourself. Ha 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 ha. See the decorations in front of our school? How about that? It's not bad, is it? I personally supervised the janitor to put them up. Lin Peijo was filled with black lines. This place didn't look like this before I took the entrance exam 2 days ago. When the hell did this place change? But do the college entrance exam scores come out this early? Shouldn't the official results come out in a couple days? Although the results of the college entrance examination now do not need manual marking, as long as the artificial intelligence can quickly come out the results. But Lin Peijo's this speed of the results, or a lot faster than in previous years, greatly exceeded his own expectations. Ha 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 ha. That's of course because your accomplishments are too astounding, so it's simply impossible to hide them. The principal learned of the news in the middle of the night yesterday before he called to let me know. He and I were both so excited we didn't sleep all night. The principal had banners and posters made overnight, and had them put up this morning. You don't know. Quite a few of the top universities' admissions team teachers have connections in the college entrance exam marking team, and they probably knew about this news even before we did. You just finished your exams yesterday, and early this morning, a bunch of college teachers came to your door, saying they wanted to see you. Is that such a stretch? Lin Peijo held his forehead. Where's the exaggeration in that? You got such a high score. We all think it's too little publicity. Daihi took Lin Peijo's shoulder and cheerfully added with a broken finger. The principal has already found a few publicity trucks. Later on let them hang posters and drive speakers all over the city for a few days, so that the whole of Xinjiang will know that you scored more than 700,000 points on the test. And those billboards in the main city center. The principal also paid for them out of his own pocket. Starting today, they'll be rotating our promos. There are also billboards in the province, in the next city over, and near the highway that we're considering. Is it really going to be like this? Lin Peijo himself was greatly shocked. Of course, Diane guided Lin Peijo to take him inside the school. His joyful face could not see a trace of skepticism towards Lin Peijo's achievements, only endless pride and joy. It was obvious that Daihi was genuinely happy for Lin Peijo. Okay, let's not stand at the door waiting for a lot of people inside waiting for you. Who specifically came to our school? Lin Peijo asked with some curiosity. Geez, there's actually a couple of people I don't really recognize. Kind of secretive dash. Hello, Mr. Lin Peijo. A cool, firm voice interrupted Daiwa's words. Lin Peijo raised his eyes and saw that under the big tree at the entrance of the school, two men had appeared at an unknown time, their eyes staring intently at him. Chapter 46, Issuing an Invitation. The one on the left appeared to be a young man around 20 to 30 years old, wearing a simple blue shirt, with a straight, tall and strong figure, a cold temperament. His eyes were shining and he was staring at him intently. As soon as he saw this person, Lin Peijo had a familiar feeling as if he had seen him there before. And the one on the right, in the white shirt, was a plain-looking middle-aged man, ordinary appearance, medium height, ordinary temperament. The whole body does not have any special memory points. Seems to be a throw into the crowd will also never find the popular face. At this moment, the middle-aged man maintained a warm smile on his face as he gently and kindly looked at Lin Peijo. However, just the moment the three of them locked eyes, Lin Peijo was instantly alerted. It was battlefield trained and alert to the unknown, although he didn't know who the visitors were, and the two couldn't see anything special in their appearance. Lin Peijo's intuition that had long struggled with foreign beasts realized that the two were unusual. Beneath the ordinary and gentle appearance of the duo, there seemed to be a strong and domineering soul lying dormant, which would erupt with incomparable terrifying power as soon as it was threatened. This mystery of hidden strength made those unabashed, straightforward power pores even more scary to Lin Peijo. A staff member of the Bureau of Altered States? Hello. With just one glance, Lin Peijo recognized the identity of the other party. Wasn't this the same staff member of the Alien Energy Bureau who had been attracted by the Phoenix's Nirvana flame to check the situation when he had contracted the Phoenix in Mount Jiawu earlier? Only, this time out, his aura seemed to be undisguised and a little more powerful. Hello, Mr. Lin Peijo. The man in blue paced forward and pulled out the document that looked very familiar to Lin Peijo and placed it in front of him. Throughout the whole process, Su Zishi's expression was very solemn and unruffled, and there seemed to be some look of realization in his eyes, looking as if he should have recognized Lin Peijo as the one who had once appeared in Xiaowu Mountain. However, he didn't open his mouth to say anything. His face was as heavy as water. just a polite mechanical smile at the corner of his mouth as he extended his hand to Lin Peizhou. Student Lin, I didn't expect to meet again. I'm a staff member of the Dongjiang Province Alien Energy Bureau, Su Zishi. This is his president Lu Ziyuan Lu. He is the advisor of the General Directorate of Alien Energy and the vice president of Central Kyoto University. Hello, Su Zishi pointed to the white-shirted man next to him, and the three of them politely shook hands and greeted each other, and Lin Peizhou followed suit, maintaining a polite smile with little emotion on his face and shaking hands with the two of them, while in his heart he was already quickly calculating. He had originally thought that the reason why old Dai had called him over in such a hurry was because those university teachers wanted to snatch him after his grades came out. It's just that if the school enrolls students, ordinary teachers are just fine. Why do you need the vice president to step in? And it's still the president of Central Kyoto University. You should know that Central Kyoto University is the top-ranked exotic university in the country, bar none. And, apparently, the school's enrollment doesn't use this staff member of the Alien Affairs Bureau, does it? While Lin Peizhou was pondering, Su Zishi, whose face looked familiar, quickly put away his smile and spoke in a deep voice. The two of us have come, ordered by our superiors in the Alien Energy Bureau to extend an invitation to student Lin. I'd like to ask Mr. Lin to move to the school's gymnasium for the next step in our deliberations. Good, then we'll go to the gym together now. Diane happily listened to the trio talk, and said, about to step towards the gym next to them. However, the moment Diane took a step, a sturdy arm that was like a bronze wall blocked in front of him. Sorry, Mr. Day, this is a mission from the Alien Energy Bureau. Only one student, Lin Peizhou, has been invited, so please ask Mr. Dai to recuse himself. With a calm voice and no anger, when Su Zishi opened his mouth, he startled Dai He, who was his teacher. Good. Dai He mouthed and took a few steps back, while Lin Peizhou, on the other side, had already revealed a look of realization. Okay, I'll follow you over there now. Mr. Dai, I'll meet you in the office in a few minutes. Okay, Mr. Lin, please. Su Zishi reached out, and the look on his face was indeed indisputable, giving Dai He a reassuring look. Lin Peizhou was guided by Su Zishi as the three of them paced to the gymnasium. Once he arrived at the gymnasium, Lin Peizhou quickly realized that the usual ordinary gymnasium had become unusual today. Around the gymnasium, surrounded by a layer of cordon, walking around, not the students of Qingchang, no, one middle school in school uniforms, but a few serious-looking young people. No matter what they were wearing or their temperament, they were exactly the same as that Su Zishi. After entering the gymnasium, Lin Peizhou saw that in the large space, those sports equipment that were originally piled up in scattered piles were cleaned up, leaving only a few tables and chairs next to them, revealing a large empty space in the center. And in the center of the open space, there was a huge precision instrument, something Lin Peizhou had never seen before. After the three of them walked into the gymnasium, Su Zishi walked at the end and closed the gate of the gymnasium, isolating the light and sight from outside. And the moment the gate was closed, a soundless, colorless and shadowless energy fluctuation, like ripples, slowly rippled around the stadium, eventually wrapping around the entire stadium. This kind of foreign energy fluctuation, although the energy was powerful, it was very hidden. If not for Lin Peizhou's level and perception ability being higher than the average person, he really wouldn't have been able to discover its existence. Moreover, this energy fluctuation gave Lin Peizhou a familiar feeling. Come to think of it, I should have seen it myself just a short while ago in the entrance exam hall. It was thought that this kind of energy fluctuation should be something like a barrier boundary, designed to prevent the sound and other energy fluctuations inside the barrier from being exposed. Lin student, how are you? Don't be nervous, please sit down. Just as Su Zishi was walking around the gymnasium, checking the situation in all parts of the gymnasium, that middle-aged man maintained that gentle smile and pulled over a few chairs inside the corner, politely asking Lin Peizhou to sit down and then spoke towards him. Student Lin, we came to this place specifically to extend an invitation to you. I hope that Mr. Lin will accept our invitation from the Alien Energy Bureau. And then have me do a test on my powers before I accept the invitation. Yes? Lin Peizhou, who easily moved to his seat, spoke with a calm face. Lu Ziyuan's originally flawless smiling face seemed to have a moment's pause, but it returned to normal in the next second and even widened his smile. Not bad, student Lin. It seems that not only is your strength beyond your peers, but your observation skills and thinking are also beyond your peers. Lu Ziyuan smiled and opened his mouth. Only this time the smile, instead of the previous disguise, had a look of relief and even appreciation. Just when the duo of Lu Ziyuan and Su Zishi mysteriously led Lin Peizhou to the gymnasium, Lin Peizhou had already realized the unusual nature of this matter. If it's a matter where Daiwa must be avoided, it's a sign that it's not simply college admissions, but something much more confidential. Lin Peijo thought back to the things that had happened in the past few days, the most extraordinary of which was the matter of taking the alien examination. It seemed that in the middle of the alien exam, it was himself who had exerted some power far beyond his age, and this had attracted the attention of the higher-ups. And what made himself special, aside from that system that couldn't be checked, was his SS-rank psychic ability. That would mean that the incident had something to do with the detection of one's own psychic abilities. Seeing that Lin Peijo did not reply, Lu Ziyuan continued to speak, in an even more solemn tone than before. Student Lin, please allow me, as the deputy head of the Special Talent Group of the Bureau of Alien Energy, to formally extend an invitation to you to enter the Special Talent Group of the Bureau of Ease. Special Talent Group of the EEA? Hearing this, Lin Peijo himself was a bit surprised. As a citizen of China, he still knew about things like the Alien Energy Bureau. After all cultivators, all exotic beasts, secret realms, and everything related to exotic powers needed to be under the jurisdiction of the Exotic Powers Bureau. It can be said that in this place where there is the threat of alien beasts outside and the culture of cultivation inside, the Bureau of Alien Energy has infiltrated almost every aspect of citizens' lives. As for the Special Talent Group of the Alien Energy Bureau, that is the most mysterious part of the Alien Energy Bureau. In the past 18 years, as a member of the general public, Lin Peijo had merely heard that the Alien Energy Bureau had some organizations that were hidden from people's sight and used to deal with some difficult and highly confidential work. But on the other hand, due to the secrecy of this organization, the general public has no access to this organization, and they do not even know what its name is, and they can only get a glimpse of it in fictional works such as movies or novels. But now, Lin Peijo to know, the original name of this mysterious organization is called the Special Talent Group. Of course, what made Lin Peijo feel even more surprised was that the deputy head of the Special Talent Group had actually personally extended an invitation to himself on this matter. Bureau of Alien Energy, Special Talent Group. As soon as you see this name, you know that this is a very high and cold organization. I never thought that this kind of organization, which only appeared in fictional works, would actually appear, or that an invitation was extended to oneself by its vice leader. Since Mr. Lin is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Ziyuan sat up straight, and in a split second, the ordinary middle-aged man in front of Lin Peijo who had been maintaining a gentle mask of a smile disappeared, and in his place, a powerful aura and dignified and majestic superior. Student Lin, I wonder if you remember that when you were taking the entrance exams, you once unleashed your supernatural powers on the beach in the 4th district of the entrance exams? Those several releases of your alien energy triggered and its intense energy fluctuations, affecting even alien beasts hundreds of kilometers away. Countless alien beasts were stimulated by this, and not only did they release stronger than usual water alien energy, causing a tsunami, but they also began attacking the high school barrier, causing it to be damaged and alien beasts to pour into the examination center. Listening to Lu Ziyuan, Lin Peijo's heart sank downward. Although he had seen the tsunami and the level 5 weeping demon unicorn whale appear during the exam, he hadn't thought that it would be something as serious as barrier damage. The energy fluctuations from his own powers seemed to be more severe than he had thought. You don't have to worry about any of that. The high school exam rooms are staffed with invigilators, and the barriers were eventually patched up without any impact on the other candidates. Looking at Lin Peijo's face, Lu Ziyuan hurriedly added, the point is, that our testing instruments, after the exam was over, tested that psychic fluctuation. Again, even further, the results of this test can be said to have shocked everyone, including me. We believe that your psychic ability, Lin student, has exceeded the existing grade evaluation system. That is to say, your energy is beyond S-class. It's likely that SS class. Even if you have already seen the SS grade rating on the system, the moment you heard Lu Ziyuan's words, Lin Peijo still felt his breath stagnate. Classmate Lin, I don't know if you realize the importance of SS class psychic abilities to us humans. Seemingly looking at Lin Peijo's face, which did not change much, Lu Ziyuan's words became more and more urgent. SS grade is a grade that exceeds the current upper limits of human physique and mental power. The gap between it and S rank is not as simple as just one level difference, but a difference of thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. For the alien beasts, the most effective measure for humans now is to use their alien powers to restrain them. But due to the limitations of human mental power and physical fitness, the highest grade a human can reach is only S-class. If mankind can break through this theoretical limit of S-class, if we can find a way to break through, then mankind may be able to obtain a higher level of power. That means that the pattern of confrontation between humans and alien beasts will be completely rewritten. Lu Ziyuan's words, sounding like a bell, exploded in Lin Peijo's ears. We humans will finally have a chance to no longer be subservient to the Fae. Chapter 47, Testing the Alien Ability. Lin Peijo took a deep breath and felt his heart thumping inside him. the past 10 years of learning and seeing, like a movie, a scene in front of his eyes uploaded. Cruel beasts suddenly appear in the sea. Tough fight between humans and beasts. Countless human deaths. Oceans and skies become no-go zones for life. Countless countries perished under the destruction of the alien beasts. Population perished. Races extinguished. Countless Chinese people paid the price of blood and finally controlled the alien beasts outside the national borders. Even so, there are still countless alien beasts invading and disturbing the lives of human beings, including the tragic deaths of their own parents. And it's surprisingly possible to rewrite all this by yourself. Lin Peizhou doesn't even know what expression he should show. Seeing Lin Pei's expression, Lu Ziyuan reached out and patted his shoulder. His voice was low and soft, carrying a kind of convincing magic. Mr. Lin, I read your information before I came to Qingcheng. For public and private reasons, I hope you can join our organization. In public, as one of the members of the Alien Bureau, I would hate to see the Special Talent Group miss out on a talented young man like you. Although, in the long time since the establishment of the Special Talent Group of the Bureau of Alien Energy, there has never been a member under the age of 25 to join. I have always believed that not restricting talent to one pattern is the key to the organization's constant vitality. Whether it's the footage I've seen of you fighting in the middle of the college entrance exams, showing your fighting sense and level of combat that far exceeds that of your peers, or your SS-level psychic ability that could have a huge change for the entire country of China, or even the entire human landscape, I don't think any organization with your abilities would pass up the opportunity to recruit you. As for the Bureau of Altered States, rest assured we are one of the most formal, professional, and willing to pay the cost to train you. On a personal note, I think joining the Special Talent Group of the Alien Power Bureau is the best chance to avenge your parents. Mentioning the word parents, looking at Lin Peizhou's expression, seemed to bring a trace of grief. Lu Ziyuan sighed deeply and patted Lin Peizhou's shoulder with his big hand. To be honest, in the decades since I entered the Alien Energy Bureau, I've seen countless tragedies like this in which families are destroyed. Every time I see this kind of thing, I will think of my own mother, who similarly lost her life under the mouth of an alien beast. Every time I encounter something like this, I become 1 point stronger in my resolve to fight the fate to the end. The moment she heard mother, Lin Peizhou raised her head and looked at Lu Ziyuan with a bit of surprise. I didn't realize there was a story behind this teacher. At the same time, he realized that in front of such a state institution, there might not be anything left to hide about all the things he had done in the past 18 years. From the end of their own exams to the morning of the next day now, less than 24 hours have passed, and all levels of the Bureau of Alien Energy have already turned their past 18 years of experience upside down. For the last few decades of my life, I've always thought that joining the Bureau of Alien Energy was the best decision I've ever made. Lu Ziyuan raised his head, looked into the void, and spoke firmly. The moment he mentioned his mother and his lofty ideals, Lu Ziyuan seemed to have finally shed his ordinary middle-aged disguise. His eyes were gleaming and incomparably bright, flashing with endless courage and strength. In that moment, Lin Peizhou seemed to see a determined and brave warrior declaring war against all the obstacles in the future. Because the Alien Energy Bureau does have the mission of destroying alien beasts and preserving the well-being of mankind. In the Alien Energy Bureau, especially the Special Talent Group, all salaries and allowances are paid according to the highest rank. At the same time, you can fight side by side with the best cultivators in the country, have access to top resources and information, and get the best medical conditions and weapons and equipment. Yes, Professor Lu, I would like to join this organization. Before Lu Ziyuan's words fell, Lin Peizhou spoke decisively. In fact, even without Lu Ziyuan's solicitation, the Exotic Energy Bureau had always been one of Lin Peizhou's future employment directions. Only, to enter the work here after graduating from high school is indeed too much earlier than Lin Peizhou imagined. Just as in the past, civil servants had always been a popular position, this era's Alien Energy Bureau was equally competitive. After all, for every Chinese nation, the image of the Alien Energy Bureau taking the well-being of the world as its own responsibility had been deeply engraved in everyone's heart. As for Lin Peizhou, he certainly has longer-term ideals. Wanting to truly eliminate the Fae was obviously not something that could be solved by the power of one or two people. Perhaps joining a truly professional organization was the key to solving this problem. Good, Student Lin. Then on behalf of all the people in the Alien Energy Bureau's Special Talent Group, I'd like to extend a welcome to you. After hearing Lin Peizhou's reply, Lu Ziyuan looked even more excited than Lin Peizhou. He happily stood up from his chair, enthusiastically shook Lin Peizhou's hand, and tried to give him a big hug. Even Su Zishi, who had been standing at the side with a serious face, as if he were a face paralyzed, also put away his previous heavy and terrible face and showed a hint of a relaxed and sincere smile, and came over to shake Lin Peizhou's hand forcefully. It's just that I don't know what I'm supposed to do after I join this organization. Breaking away from Lu Ziyuan's passionate embrace, barely beckoning the enthusiasm of the two. Lin Peijiao asked curiously, "Ha ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about that." Looking at Lin Peijiao's puzzled expression, Lu Ziyuan cheerfully patted his shoulder. The Special Talent Group is not like the other organizations of the Alien Energy Bureau, which have a very strict hierarchical and distinct organizational structure. It's more like a consultant organization independent of the main structure of the Alien Energy Bureau, and only when the country encounters some more serious problems will they be issued a mission to them. And the members of the Special Talent Group will only accept missions when their own time and circumstances allow them to do so. Circumstances to take on missions. Thus, unlike the executive department that your senior Su Zishi is in, the Special Talent Group of the Bureau of Alien Energy is an organization that has no KPIs, no performance requirements, but benefits and salary as usual. You don't need to worry about any mission requirements when you join the Special Talent Group. Mentioning Su Zishi's executive department, Lin Peijiao seemed to see Su Zishi faintly and inaudibly sighed alongside. In my personal opinion, you can join the Special Talent Group and focus on learning and observing. Lu Ziyuan patiently analyzed Lin Peijiao in accordance with his situation. After all, you're just a teenage high school graduate, and in 2 or 3 months, you're going to be starting your own college life, and in my personal opinion, you'd be better off focusing your time and energy on college life. Although, your strength is very strong, beyond the level of a regular high school student, and even stronger than the strength of many people who have been practicing for decades. If you choose to enter one of the top universities in the country like Central Kyoto University, when you do, you'll still find that you have a lot to learn, and that you can improve your overall ability in every way possible. Listening to Lu Ziyuan's words, Lin Peijiao couldn't help but be amused, and almost forgot. This Professor Lu is not only the deputy head of the Special Talent Group, but also the vice president of Central Kyoto University. Looks like this vice president is here to recruit for the Special Talent Group and Central Kyoto University at the same time. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Professor Lu, for the clarification. Well, that's good. Lu Ziyuan seemed to have resumed his usual image of an unthreateningly gentle middle-aged man, smiling and nodding at Lin Peijiao. Next, let's have a little psychic ability testing session. After we record the data, we can enter your biological information, and then you'll officially become a member of the Special Talent Group. That's the machine used to test psychic abilities, right? Lin Peijiao stood up and walked to the center of the stadium, pointing at the strange giant machine in the middle and asked. Right, Lu Ziyuan explained. I saw that among your files it says that when you first tested your psychic energy before, it was only an E-rank skill, right? However, it's obvious that the psychic energy you utilized in the later entrance exams exceeded that rank. We think that it might be because your alien ability level is too high, and the alien ability testing machines that are typically used in regular high schools don't test for such a high level. Therefore, I purposely transferred the latest high-precision psychic ability testing machine from the field, and this machine can test psychic abilities beyond the SS level. Just like the machine before, you just have to put your hand on this spot and then focus on it, like you did before with your powers. Before Lu Ziyuan's words fell, Lin Peijiao put his hand on the platform in the center of that machine. In the next instant, a dazzling blue light rushed into the sky. What? Lu Ziyuan and Su Zishi, who were standing on the side, instantly revealed a look of incomparable astonishment and shock. What strange sights did they see? Only to see that above the machine in front of Lin Peijiao, a shining fluorescent blue column of light as magnificent as the Milky Way shot up into the sky, rushing up into the clouds with an irresistible force. Splendid, glittering columns of light, strewn with dark blue, light blue points of light, as if scattered in the Milky Way among the stars, shimmering with different shades, magnificent, full of light. The colors that clearly erupted from a small gymnasium were as if they had brought with them the endless natural power of the stars and the universe, the sea and the waves, revealing a divine and inviolable aura that caused the humans who saw it to involuntarily bring with them a sense of awe. Even the well-informed Lu Ziyuan was completely stunned when he saw this scene. It was not the first time he had used this machine, but he had never seen this machine, which would breathe such magnificent and gorgeous colors. Even though the crowd of the Alien Energy Bureau had already arranged a tight layer of alien energy barriers around the stadium to stop the energy fluctuations from leaking out after Lin Peijiao's trio entered this stadium. The moment Lin Peijiao placed his hand on the detection machine, this strong alien energy fluctuation broke through the barriers that had been arranged by the crowd without any resistance. What? The plainclothes staff of the Alien Bureau around the gym noticed the place at once. Against the clear early summer sky, the dazzling columns of light not only did not diminish, but appeared even more magnificent. It was clearly a clear and bright summer day, but it was as if an even more brilliant river of stars had appeared before the crowd, only to see, between the sky, countless fine flowing light, as if the stars flow, and as if the Milky Way falls into the 9 heavens, the vastness of the universe, the shining rivers of stars, the mysterious raging sea, the countless supernatural phenomena. The moment they saw that pillar of light, countless sights of nature with great power flooded into the minds of the crowd, bringing them endless feelings of shock and awe. The staff, who should have been very alert, all forgot their tasks for a moment and were shocked by the overpowering scene. Chapter 48 University Looting. Hasn't Captain Sue already set up an alien energy barrier in this neighborhood? Why are there still such obvious fluctuations appearing? Several plainclothes officers gathered around this pillar of light, and with great difficulty responded with a somewhat surprised question. But looking at this pillar of light, it seems like its energy fluctuations were too strong and broke through the barrier. What level of psychic ability is this? It actually managed to break through the boundary that we had managed to set up with great difficulty. A few of the alien bureau staff marveled. Hurry up and cut the crap. Hurry up and close the gap. The crowd was shocked and puzzled, and in the midst of their busyness, Daiwa, who was not far away, also saw the situation over here. Oops, Peugeot is still inside. Very worried Daiwa rushed over. Of course, one of the most shocked should still be the stadium in the middle of the Lu Ziyuan and Su Zishi, and contrasted with it, is that looking at the shock of the sky-high column of light but still calm Lin Peugeot, as if already arrived at the result of this general. Under the rushing column of light, Lin Peugeot quickly withdrew his hand and calmly looked at the display screen above the machine. The giant machine, on the other hand, let out a heavy hum, and after a long period of vibration and confusion, the detection machine displayed results that it had never displayed before. SS class. Although they had known that this might be the outcome, Lu Ziyuan and Su Zishi were still immersed in shock for a long time. That pillar of light that rushed into the sky had been deeply imprinted in the duo's impression, and in the heart of Lu Ziyuan, rather than a detected light column, but the road to heaven that mankind can henceforth ascend. Is this the difference between SS rank and other ranks? Sure enough. Gosh, Lu Ziyuan muttered. Although, as the president of one of the top universities in the country and the deputy head of a national organization, Lu Ziyuan had been the best among his peers from his teenage years until now, and his own strength was certainly not to be underestimated and was unfathomable. However, in front of Lin Peugeot, a high school student who was only 18 years old with his supernatural abilities, he felt his insignificance for the first time. Not even jealousy, no pretense, just that deep shock that runs deep in the heart, until Lin Peugeot walked in front of him. Lu Ziyuan, as if he only reacted, hurriedly pulled out a few machines out of thin air and put them in front of Lin Peugeot again. Lin Peugeot glanced at Lu Ziyuan's hand without missing a beat and realized that Lu Ziyuan should have put a space container on his body. It was a kind of carry-on space with spatial powers attached to it, in which people could easily store items. However, due to the relatively rare number of spatial adepts, spatial containers were still very expensive on the market. However, considering Lu Ziyuan's identity and status, I'm afraid that these things were nothing. According to the introduction and guidance of Lu Ziyuan and Su Zishi, Lin Peugeot entered his biological information on top of these machines in turn, including fingerprints, pupils, DNA, etc., and then signed his name at the end, and he formally became a member of the Special Talent Group. Congratulations to student Lin Peugeot. From now on, we'll be colleagues in the same organization, so let's take care of each other and teach each other more in the future. Wherever, Professor Lu, you are really too polite. I should be the one to learn more from you, and I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to learn with my outstanding seniors. There was another bout of mutual handshakes and scene of polite conversation, and just as the three of them were exchanging words with each other, Lin Peugeot suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. My students are still in there. What the hell is going on? In a little anxious voice rang outside the window, along with the sound of a few staff members discouraging the situation. As soon as he heard the noise outside, Su Zishi simply opened the door of the gymnasium in one go, and in an instant, Lin Peugeot's line of sight and in a bit of anxious color of the face of, seeing the living and breathing Lin Peugeot, who had no problems at all. He also realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly waved the phone in his hand a little awkwardly and said, Peugeot, you're alright. Yes, it's like this. The principal just called, saying that several other university admissions teachers have been sitting in his office for quite some time, just waiting for student Lin Peugeot to go over. Professor Lu, Team Leader Su, excuse me, sorry let Mr. You wait for a long time. Lu Ziyuan flashed one of his trademark amiable smiles. Just in time, we're done on our side, we're just about to go over. Let's go, Peugeot, let's go over together. Su Zishi and a few other staff members also nodded their heads at Dai, and then, the staff members of the Bureau of Alien Energy, with an incredibly fast speed, packed up all the instruments and equipment at the scene quickly, and then quickly disappeared in front of the entrance of the campus. The three of them, Lin Peugeot, Dai Hushu and Lu Ziyuan, were walking towards the principal's office in pairs. Along the way, Lu Ziyuan smilingly secretly prying Lin Peizhou's choice of school volunteers. Lin Peizhou returned to the same smiling play dumb. The two of you push me, unspoken, and soon walked to the door of the principal's office. Before he even walked into the office, Lin Peizhou's hearing, which was very sensitive due to the enhancement of his psychic abilities, heard a cheerful clamor in the room. Ha 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 ha, our student Lin Peizhou has always been a good student who studies hard and is not ashamed to ask questions. He has always been an outstanding student of our Qingcheng No. 1 middle school. Ha 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 dash. The rough and cheerful laughter, on first hearing, was from Sun Jianda, the principal of Qingcheng No. 1 middle school. It's like this, before the college entrance exam, Lin Peizhou's grades weren't that outstanding, especially his third model exam. He didn't even have the courage to finish the exam. Originally, Lin Peizhou was a bit discouraged and was thinking of giving up the college entrance examination. Fortunately, it was only because I kept encouraging him that he chose to continue taking the college entrance exam and was able to achieve such good results. Another male voice that Lin Peizhou was somewhat familiar with said, "What? You're saying that Lin Peizhou's classmates had bad grades before, but they rebounded in the college entrance exam?" "Yes, fortunately, I am wise to recognize the pearls, teach according to the talent, and constantly encourage Lin Peizhou students. That's why. Hello Principal's son, I've brought student Lin Peizhou here." Dian held his breath as he pushed open the door of the principal's office and led the three of them, Lin Peizhou, into the principal's office with him. In the principal's office, besides Principal's son, there were several other teachers. As soon as they heard Lin Peizhou's name, all of them turned their gazes in unison to Lin Peizhou at the doorway. There was admiration, envy, surprise, and a hint of cynicism, if any, in the complex gaze. Of course, while the crowd was sizing up Lin Peizhou was also motionlessly sizing up the interior, horizontally sitting in the center of the office on top of the leather sofa. It is the principal's son Jianda. Next to the sofa also sits three other eye teachers. Lin Peizhou at a glance guessed that these three are several other schools sent to enrollment of teachers. As for the chair next to principal's son, there was an old acquaintance sitting there. It's actually Chen Ping. This was something Lin Peizhou hadn't expected. According to reason, the college entrance examination had already ended a long time ago, and Chen Ping should have been able to know the news of his only son Chen Yan's death a long time ago, right? However, now Lin Peizhou surveyed Chen Ping, found that in addition to his face a little pale, eyes a little hollow, other times, in the face of a few other teachers and principal's son, still maintain his usual fawning smile and bashful face, from the surface cannot yet see the pain of the painful loss of his son. Lin Peizhou's eyes moved away without moving, but in his heart he was curious about the reason for Chen Ping's appearance. Chen Ping wasn't like Dai He, who was the homeroom teacher of their class, nor was he any kind of school leader. At best he was considered one of his classroom teachers, so why would he appear in the office? He felt that if Chen Ping appeared here, it was definitely not a good thing. "Student Lin Peizhou, you finally come. Quickly, take the seat next to me," saw Lin Peizhou and Lu Ziyuan. The principal extraordinarily warmly greeted the two, and invited them to sit down, and make tea, and greetings, enthusiastic full hitchhiker. Within a day of Lin Peizhou said more than the past 3 years within the word said. Lin Peizhou, who had settled down on the sofa, also noticed that principal's son, like Dai He, had changed into a brand new outfit, and had likewise changed into shiny leather shoes and greasy hair wax, and his chubby, greasy face bloomed into an extremely exaggerated smile the moment he saw Lin Peizhou, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be on the verge of being wiped into a shining chrysanthemum. Lin Peizhou in Qingcheng First Middle School study for 3 years. Due to the results have been hanging, see principal's son's situation is completely a handful of cases. He has never seen principal's son so enthusiastic look. It's true that poor people live in the city without being asked, but rich people have distant relatives in the mountains. Mulling over principal's son's attitude, Lin Peizhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Daiwa sensei, you've really kept us waiting for a while. Before Dai he could sit down, Chen Ping said with a raised eyebrow, "You know, the college entrance exams only just ended yesterday noon, but these teachers rushed over by airplane the first time they learned of Peizhou's students' college entrance exam results. Several teachers' schools in our Qingcheng distance are not short. Several teachers are overnight red-eye flights. After getting off the plane and transfer in taxi, cannot sleep a nap, rushed to the office. I didn't realize that Dai and you live closest and came the latest. Teacher Dai and Teacher Dai were just with student Lin Peizhou, assisting me and Captain Su of the Alien Energy Bureau to complete some tasks. I just don't know if this teacher is dash." Chen Ping's face instantly became even more blue and white. "Oh, ha 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 ha, look at me. I forgot to introduce you guys. Ha 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 ha." Sun Jianda stood up from the sofa at once, patted his bare head, and snorted roundly. "Peizhou, you haven't met these teachers yet, have you? Let me introduce them to you." Several of the faculty members here are professors from the National University Quadrangle. These 4 schools, Central Kyoto University, Dongjian University, Western State University, and South River University, are the top 4 alien colleges and universities in our country of China. This one, Professor Yun from Western State University At this moment, a female teacher sitting at the end of the sofa, wearing a very eye-catching red dress, revealed a warm smile that gave people a very favorable impression and extended her hand towards Lin Peizhou. It's student Lin, right? I've seen your college entrance exam report card, and it's a full 700,000 points. That's more than 10 times what I scored back then. What a fearful future generation. An outstanding student like you will definitely be able to enjoy top-notch educational resources if you enter our Western State University. For example, that one of our school's #1 spell practice rooms in the country will be free for you for the rest of your life. As for your regular studies, don't worry. Professor Yun spoke in a brisk tone, rattling off the conditions of Western State University, and seemed to have fantasized about what would happen after Lin Peizhou entered Western State University. You can choose any major you want, can also stay in our school's best conditions single villa dormitory. Our school will waive all your tuition and fees. Professor Yun's words are so interesting, it makes Lin think that the rest of our schools don't have this condition. A gloomy male voice rang out. Lin Peizhou looked for the sound, only to see a skinny man wearing a pure black smock in the corner of the office. A pure black plus his small size. It looked like he was almost going to merge with the shadows in the corner of the wall. The words he uttered, however, were not so simple. How come I seem to remember that these universities in our 4-school alliance have been changing their school rankings every year? Some schools' rankings go up year after year, while others go down year after year. What's the name of that school that keeps going down ? Oh, so that's what it is, Western State University. The conspiratorial dragging tone of his voice instantly made Professor Yun's face look ugly. We, at South River University, are the complete opposite. The male teacher in black continued to speak. Our school is the latest of the 4 to be established, but it is also the most innovative and progressive. South River University's ranking, every year, has been rising, and now it's at the level where it's vying for second place . How dare you talk nonsense in front of the students? A sharp bellow directly interrupted the black-clothed man's words. Lin Peizhou took a look, and it was the female teacher in white sitting at the very front of the room that spoke. A strong odor of gunpowder hung in the air, and the lady teacher, without ceremony, Chapter 49, Choosing a University. Prof. Helian, how come I didn't know that South River University is some kind of university that guarantees second place? Within these schools, the only one that can touch base with Central Kyoto University is our Dongjian University. The white-clothed female teacher's expression was again filled with disdain for Manhwa University and pride in her own school as she opened her mouth. But then, when it comes to resources and the cultivation of talents, then our Dongjian University, to put it politely, is indeed one of the top universities in the country. Although the white-clothed professor's tone was proudly firm, he secretly stole glances at Lu Ziyuan, who was smiling but not speaking, between words, as if he was probing his meaning. No other reason. It's really because, compared to a few other schools, Central Kyoto University will really stand out a bit more. Founded in the earliest days, with the most complete comprehensive strength, and in the capital city, Central Kyoto University is indeed a unique school. However, the white-clothed professor didn't feel certain that he would lose, because Dongjian University did have some advantageous subjects, and there were some disciplines that were even ranked a little better than Central Kyoto University, coupled with its unique talent cultivation system. She didn't believe that Lin Peizhou wouldn't be moved. Aside from any top-notch resources, single villa dormitories, an exemption from tuition and fees, our conditions will never lose out to other schools. Student Lin should know that our school's Imperial Beasts major is ranked #1 in the country, right? It's even further ahead than Central Kyoto University. Once Lin's student enters our school, he can choose any major he likes to enroll in. In addition to that, considering Mr. Lin's family situation, before entering the school, we expect to first award Mr. Lin a 3 million cash scholarship. What? A few not-so-subtle exclamations rang out in the office, emanating from none other than Chen Ping, who was listening in. Chen Ping, who was refuted before. His face did not look good, and he was already greedy for money, but the moment he heard 3 million, he was so shocked that he could not maintain the disguise on his face. Seemingly satisfied with the crowd's reaction, this female teacher from Dongjian University slightly pursed her lips and continued to speak. Lin, once you enter our school, you'll know that as a school that is among the top schools in the country in terms of state funding and alumni donations, these rewards are nothing compared to a true talent like Lin. Of course, after entering our school will also award you with a scholarship of over $1 million per year. On top of that, our school also has a special dream-building contracted beasts program, in which all of the Fey Beasts resources are open to student Lin. You don't have to pay any money or effort. You can freely choose to contract any of the exotic beasts in our school's capable resource pool. Wow, Prof. Bai, Dongjiang University has really made a big move. Lu Ziyuan, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but open his mouth to sigh when he heard Professor Bai's words. Yes, Prof. Lu, our Dongjiang University can one and all be very generous in this aspect of absorbing talents. Professor Bai nodded proudly and turned his head to see that Lin Peizhou was looking at him intently with a look of interest, so he hurriedly seized the opportunity to further explain to Lin Peizhou. It turns out that this program, Beasts of the Dream Contract, is one of the special programs of Dongjiang University, which aims to cultivate the comprehensive ability of college students from ordinary families. Due to the difficulty of capturing the Fae, the price of the Fae themselves had risen as a result, so not all students could afford to buy the Fae circulating in the market. As for Dongjiang University, through various teacher-student practices and the integration of various secret realm resources, it had acquired quite a number of good-quality exotic beasts and sold them at a low price to students who had the potential but couldn't afford to purchase exotic beasts, in order to enhance their overall strength. Lin Peizhou nodded his head while listening to Professor Bai's words, but in his heart, he was thinking, it seems that this Dongjiang University seems to be prepared has figured out his family situation. Indeed, if one were to follow Lin Peizhou's previous family's financial condition, it would still be difficult to afford some high-grade exotic beasts just with the few inheritances left behind by his parents. However, Lin Peizhou never felt that he was the kind of person who would only lie under the shade of his parents and enjoy himself, whether it was the high scores of the college entrance exams in the past, contracting a foreign beast of this level like the phoenix, or more possibilities in the future. Lin Peizhou had the confidence and ability to carve out a world on his own. Just with the crystals that he had collected in just 24 hours in the high school exam room, it was a considerable amount of money, and it was possible to purchase some good quality exotic beasts. What's more, after the opening contract Phoenix, this kind of ancient beast, ordinary beasts, already not quite able to enter the eyes of Lin Peizhou. In fact, to be fair, I've always thought that among these schools, the most suitable school for Lin is indeed Dongjiang University. The more Prof. Bai spoke, the better he got, and the more impassioned he became, because Dongjiang Province is student Lin's hometown, the place where he has lived with his family and friends for 18 years. Studying in Dongjiang Province, in addition to the convenience of returning home, Lin can even give back to his hometown after graduation and become a role model for his younger siblings. Yes, Peizhou, Dongjiang is our route. After we graduate in the future, we can also take more care of our younger siblings in our hometown and provide them with a better study environment. When he heard the words, give back to the township, Sun Jianda can come to energy. Mr. Lin, in my opinion, Dongjiang University is indeed the optimal choice. Sun Jianda put down his teacup with a bang, slapped his shiny forehead, and said excitedly without waiting for Lin Peizhou to reply anything. You see, this school is in the city of Dongjiang Province, not far from our Qingcheng. It's just convenient for you to come back to visit your family at any time. And, isn't this just the right time to give you a chance to get more in touch with our Qingcheng No. 1 middle school? Ha 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 ha. In the future, you are welcome to come back to Qingcheng No. 1 middle school anytime to take a look and help add to our school. Ah ha 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 ha. The more Sun Jianda spoke, the more joyful he became. Coupled with Prof. Bai's continuous concurrence, the two of them talked to each other in a very pleasant manner, and it was obvious that the current situation had already tilted towards the side of Dongjiang University. Sun Jianda, who was chatting hotly, didn't notice that Dai and beside him, who were looking embarrassed, secretly stabbed his arm as if he wanted to say something, but was just absorbed in his imagination. When Lin Peizhou earns a lot of money after graduation and generously donates it to Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, then he will be even more proud of himself. Ha ha ha. Professor Helian from Nanhua University and Professor Yun from Western State University, at this time also realized that they are in the lower echelon, but for a moment cannot think of any words to refute. A moment also awkward in place, and Lin Peizhou sitting aside, just smile and do not say anything, cupped a cup of tea and took a sip, calmly watching the laughing and joking the two, and did not say agree and did not say anything to disagree. This Sun Jianda, with his own relationship really belongs to the temporary clasp, also said what visiting relatives, seems to be really do not realize. Lin Peizhou only 2 relatives as early as a few years ago has passed away. In the Qingcheng simply no relatives. In the 3 years of high school, Sun Jianda couldn't say that he had a bad attitude towards Lin Peizhou, but at most he was indifferent. After all, there were quite a few students in Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, and there were also quite a few top students like Fang Haomiao. Lin Peizhou was just a waste of space stuck in the early stage of grade 1 all year round. So who else would pay attention to him from time to time except for his class teacher Dai He? Not stepping on the high and holding the low like Chen Ping is very good. Peizhou, I suppose you're a student who is smart and has a plan for the future? Lu Ziyuan, who had been smiling and silent, watching the arguments of several other teachers from the wall, suddenly opened his mouth. This mouth, Lin Peizhou eyes several other teachers at once alert, including Professor Bai of Dongjian University, all quickly terminated the conversation with Sun Jianda, sat up straight, twisted his head to concentrate on measuring Lu Ziyuan. It seems that in the minds of several teachers, the strongest Central Kyoto University is already seen as the most threatening competitor. As for Lu Ziyuan, he didn't look the least bit nervous. Instead, he spoke slowly and calmly. As for us at Central Kyoto University, well, I just want to say that no matter whether it's cultivation resources, foreign beast resources, scholarships, or the school environment and so on in any aspect, we will only be richer and better than other schools. As soon as Lu Ziyuan's words fell, the faces of the people in the office changed all of a sudden. The teachers, revealing an expression of "you're powerful, you're great, worthy of being the #1 alien university in the country, talking is bold." Lu Ziyuan, on the other hand, continued as if he didn't see it. And where our school excels is not in these physical conditions that are superior to other schools, but in the emphasis on student practice. Lu Ziyuan's words, calm and powerful, immediately spoke to Lin Peizhou's heart. Student Lin, I don't know if you know that. In fact, within the universities in the country, the number of secret realms managed by our Central Kyoto University is far higher than other schools, and within our school's cultivation system, the percentage of secret realm experiences is also far higher than other schools. When you become a student of our school, you are free to choose the secret realm belonging to our school for your training. Our school's unique mentor system will also provide you with the opportunity to work out with your teachers and older siblings. Yeah, there's more to it. Lin Peizhou showed a rather interested look. This is because there are all sorts of secret realms, big and small, throughout the country, but not every one of them allows anyone to enter at will. Most of the secret realms were under the direct jurisdiction of the Exotic Energy Bureau, so if one wanted to enter such a secret realm to practice and harvest exotic beasts, one needed to obtain the consent of the Exotic Energy Bureau and abide by its rules. Other secret areas, however, may be under the jurisdiction of individual organizations, schools, or collectives, so to enter them, you either have to obtain the consent of the secret management organization, or you have to pay a lot of money for a pass. Among Lin Peizhou's own future plans, the experience of entering the secret realm was of course the most important part of his strength enhancement. In addition to being able to face the Fey beasts head-on and gain valuable real-world combat experience, he would also be able to harvest exotic flowers and herbs, and even the opportunity to contract Fey beasts in the secret realm, so what's not to like? Therefore, Lu Ziyuan's words directly spoke to his heart. Our school is willing to give so many opportunities to our students. Of course, in order to produce better people who can be unique and useful to this country and society. Mr. Lin, we at Central Kyoto University don't raise flowers in greenhouses, but train people who can truly face danger in this blood-soaked world head-on. If you have big ambitions, if you think you can change the world, then Central Kyoto University is the place for you. Feverish, inspiring, impassioned, but also in the middle of a paragraph, listening to Lin Peizhou only feel, it's simply cool. Which teenager doesn't want to go to the end of the world with a sword and make a name for himself? And which teenager does not have a bit of self-improvement and arrogance, wanting to sharpen themselves and continue to grow? Lu Ziyuan's words might be a little too middle-aged for other people, but they were just right for Lin Peizhou. Professor Lu, I would like to join Central Kyoto University. The firm tone of voice and the dry decision instantly stunned the crowd in the office. In addition to Prof. Helian and Prof. Yoon, who were already showing dissatisfaction, Prof. Bai, who had just been talking to each other in a cordial atmosphere, was also dumbfounded all of a sudden. Just as she was about to open her mouth and say something to retort some words, there was one person who, however, rushed ahead of everyone else and roared out, Lin Peizhou doesn't even deserve to go to such a good university. He's just a lowly waste of space. It's obviously our family obviously dash. Anyway, it's just that he doesn't deserve it. Must have cheated to get this grade. I'm applying for a strict investigation. Chapter 50. At these words, a terrible silence fell over the office for a moment, especially the several enrollment teachers, who had not expected such a thing to happen at all. Each one of them couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression as they looked at Chen Ping with jaws agape. What genius youth! What Central Kyoto University! It's obviously a waste that hasn't progressed at all in 8 years of awakening. A piece of trash. It's far worse than our family Chenyin. It's simply one heaven and one earth dash. Only to see that Chen Ping, who was originally sitting inside the most corner of the office. His face was purple and trembling, and his eyes were staring angrily at Lin Peizhou. Endless resentment, endless jealousy, like a blazing hell fire, burned out his sanity at once. In the hearts of Chen Ping and Shen Yan, Lin Peizhou has always been a bottom feeder, the kind of person who can step on anyone, although early awakening, but 8 years past is still stuck in the early stage of the first level. This level to participate in the college entrance examination is cannon fodder. It would be better not to awakening. Psychic ability is also just ordinary E-level psychic ability, or auxiliary class that cannot be put to great use. That is even more useless. Moreover, Lin Peizhou's family situation, unlike Chen Ping and Chen Yan, did not allow him to get his hands on any exotic beasts or medicines to enhance his strength. Wasn't this almost the same as sentencing this person's cultivation career to death? Chen Ping and Chen Yan, on the other hand, just happen to belong to the kind of people who are bullies and love to fall on their sword. For them, since Chen Yan's strength was only average in the school, they didn't dare to not give face to an honor student like Fan Haomiao. But for people like Lin Peizhou who were not strong enough on their own and had no parents at home to back them up, they were still willing to step on them to maintain their lofty position and their own pathetic self-esteem. Only, choosing to look down on Lin Peizhou, then they really chose the wrong person. Everyone, even Lin Peizhou himself, did not anticipate that just 1 month before Lin Peizhou took the college entrance examination, such a huge change would happen in his body. Chen Yan's selfishness and self-interest, and let him be sentenced to death, really become a different energy college entrance exam and the cannon fodder. That's enough. Chen Ping, a furious shout stormed up. Lin Peizhou turned his head and unexpectedly realized that the roar was coming from Dai He. Almost got you. Dai was always honest and gentle face took on a rare anger. Chen Ping, you're a teacher but you have no teacher morals. It's not even enough that you usually scold people with your mouth. But how dare you condone your own child to seriously injure Peizhou before the college entrance exam? After the incident, not only did he not apologize, but he also sneered and mocked, and deliberately suppressed Chen Yan's disciplinary action to prevent Peizhou from enjoying his due. Lin Peizhou lowered his eyes. Although his face was unperturbed, his heart was not calm. It turned out to be so. Dai He, who came to visit himself in the hospital at that time, was indeed angered by Chen Yan, who did not make light of the 3 model exams, and also made it clear that he would punish Chen Yan properly after going back. Only, Lin Peizhou never heard any punishment about Chen Yan after that. He had thought that Dai and forgot about it, but he did not realize that it was Chen Ping who had used his authority as a teacher to force it down. In fact, compared to the honest Dai He, Chen Ping is more adept at bullying and flattering his superiors, and is also more willing to put more effort into pleasing his superiors and improving his relationship with them, so that he was able to suppress the disciplinary action against Chen Yan as a result. However, the careful Chen Ping, even if the pressure down the punishment, but also because of this incident on the Dai and Lin Peizhou hate, so always in the work of the Dai and trip everywhere. As for Dai He is not as good at drilling as Chen Ping, and he has been secretly made bad by Chen Ping, and he has long been annoyed and disgusted with Chen Ping to the extreme. If it wasn't for the recent Dai He, as the class teacher of the graduating class, who was usually too busy to find time to deal with Chen Ping, he would have exploded long ago. Now that Dai He saw that Chen Ping was dead set against Lin Peizhou and also came out to mess up during such an important time of choosing a university, he was even more furious. As a result, the originally mild-tempered Dai He couldn't hold his tongue and directly scolded Chen Yan. Now it's good to see that Peizhou was able to get into a good college, and you're jumping out to make trouble again. You really are unbelievable. Dai He's anger took even Lin Peizhou by surprise. He had always thought that Dai Yan was the kind of Mr. Good type of teacher, never saying heavy words. Like this it seems that Dai Yan is really angry. Q. On the other hand, Chen Ping on the other side, this time it was really exploding as if it was a lit firecracker. You are simply a wimp just like Lin Peizhou. What are you babbling about here? You slandered my son. I'll let you. Enough. There was a loud thud, only to see Sun Jianda's face became ugly in a split second. The water cup in his hand heavily knocked towards the table, splashing countless water splashes with a bang. It's obviously a great day for Peizhou's classmate to get into college. You too, as Peizhou's classroom teachers, instead of being happy for him, what are you making a scene here? Headmaster, it was Dai Yan who slandered my own son. You know, Chen Yan he. As soon as he said the word Chen Yan, Chen Ping trembled as if he could not control it, and his face twisted together in pain from green to white, and soon to a mixture of anger, resentment, and sadness. It's all because of you two, Dai He, Lin Peizhou. You guys are simply working in tandem. I'm going to kill you all. Chen Ping let out an uncontrollable, beastly roar from inside his throat. Then with all his strength, he angrily lunged towards Lin Peizhou. Chen Ping's already tall and chubby body, like a small mountain, shrouded a layer of shadow over Lin Peizhou. His face, which had turned a vivid purple color because of his anger, and his sandbag-sized fists, rushed directly to a few centimeters in front of Lin Peizhou's nose. The fist was about to fall, but nothing happened. Chen Ping did not see what happened. only to see in front of himself originally stood steadily in place Lin Pei's figure suddenly disappeared, while his feet, do not know when suddenly tripped over something, then, his body is completely uncontrollable in general. To the side of the Sun Jian to spend a lot of money to buy back the porcelain ornaments fell over. Bang! There was a loud, earth-shattering thud that once again startled everyone. Due to Chen Ping and Lin Pei's actions occurred in a flash of lightning, Sun Jianda had no time to react, only to hear an unknown plop sound, and then, their precious ornaments, and Chen Ping together, fell to the ground cracked, both defeated. Yes, just the moment Chen Ping pounced, Lin Pei's was ready. The speed of Lin Pei's after awakening his psychic abilities and ascending to the second level was not something that could be compared to someone like Chen Ping, who had mediocre strength and had remained stagnant for many years. In Chen Ping pounced over the moment, Lin Pei's action and its agile to the side of a dodge, but also incidentally die and also to their own behind a pole, in order to prevent Chen Ping crazy wave to him. And then, Lin Pei's can also extra draw out of mind, stretch out the foot, precise Chen Ping to the corner inside the ceramic ornaments that direction tripped down. These few small actions, silky and hidden, but pitted Chen Ping badly. After a loud bang, Chen Ping, who had fallen hard, slowly raised his face. What a face where blood and irritation, wounds and shame coexisted. The gurgling blood, coupled with the bruised and purple face, Chen Ping's face, was as lively as if he had opened a dye house, and more broken than Chen Ping's face. Is that the honorable sacrifice of the porcelain ornament? Has been in the middle of Chen Ping exhausted all the strength of a pounce, broken into pieces. It is also this piece of debris, scratched Chen Ping's face, directly let a person break the face. Sun Jianda's face also twisted in an instant, more ugly than Chen Ping's face just now. I'm sorry, teachers, for making you laugh. Sun Jianda's face showed a look of embarrassment and annoyance, almost squeezing the words out from between his teeth, while his heart was bleeding. This useless Chen Ping, shame on you for quarreling in front of so many people and breaking your precious porcelain. What a damn thing to do. Trying to adjust his face, barely squeeze out a smile, Sun Jianda panicked and stood up, apologized to the several teachers to appease, but the hand is on the full force, forcefully assisted Chen Ping, set up his walk to the outside, but also while twisting his head. To the several university admissions teacher kept apologizing. It's like this, there was a little thing that happened at Mr. Chen Ping's home these days. Mr. Chen Ping's state is not too stable right now, so I'll give him a few more days off to rest and relax. Ha. Please teachers don't take it to heart. Seems to be afraid of Chen Ping shaking out anything bad again. Sun Jianda used the biggest force in his life, forcefully pulling Chen Ping, who was still trying to go back to continue to fight with Dai and dragging him hard out of the office. Hey, Mr. Zhang, come over here and help out. Yes, call a few more people over. Teacher Chen Ping is injured, just pulled out of the door. Sun Jianda rushed to cry out for help. Yes, this is Mr. Chen Ping, you quickly send him to the infirmary. No, just call an ambulance. Send him to the Qingqing First People's Hospital. In the view outside the door that was unseen by the people in the room, before Teacher Zhang could get his hands on him to help, Sun Jianda frowned indignantly and yelled as he deadlifted Chen Ping's body with one hand to prevent him from breaking free, and with one hand he deadlifted Chen Ping's mouth that was attempting to spew expletives outward. Teacher Chen Ping, I understand that you've had a change in your family and are in a bad mood, and you always want to vent something. In my opinion, I'd better give you a few months of vacation. You should not come to school for the time being. As if rebutting Sun Jianda's words, Lin Peijo heard a few disgruntled whimpers coming from outside the door, as if Chen Ping was trying to retort something and had his throat blocked by the wounds and blood on his face. No, that's not going to work. Mr. Chen Ping, I'm not asking you to come back to school in a few days. I'm asking you not to come to class for a while even after September next semester. Don't worry, I'll have another teacher substitute for your class. Teacher Chen Ping, it's better for you to take a good rest and stop worrying about what's going on in the school. After all, our school isn't some kind of school that's so unreasonable that it has to force a teacher who's not in the best of health to come over and teach, right? The rest of these words, Sun Jianda almost squeezed them out from between his teeth, saying them in a tone that could be described as completely gnashing his teeth. As a matter of fact, the current Sun Jianda was indeed very angry. He felt like his good deed for the day was about to be finished by Chen Ping. As the principal of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, Sun Jianda really rarely had the opportunity to experience this feeling of being held up by teachers from various universities. After all, Qingqing First Middle School was originally a common county middle school. The local educational resources are really general, and the number of people who can get into the top universities in the country every year is just a handful. Since Sun Jianda became the principal, it was the first time he had seen the spectacle of these top universities gathering at Qingqing No. 1 Middle School to snatch people. But now, before Sun Jianda could brag more about his school and management, he was interrupted by this uninteresting Chen Ping. Not only that, Chen Ping was really out of his mind and tried to shake out some negative news about the school. Losing face in front of the top university admissions teachers was something Sun Jianda couldn't stand. He was also thinking of getting on good terms with these admissions teachers and getting them to pay more attention to the students at his school in the future. In this case, Sun Jianda hate as if the peacock open screen, show off all the advantages of their own school. As a result, I do not know whether the teachers have seen the advantages, but to see their own school teachers make a fool of themselves, not to mention that the porcelain ornament that he just bought not long ago was not put on for a few days, and it was broken by Chen Ping. Although Sun Jianda also sympathized with Chen Ping's pain of losing his son, what did this have to do with these teachers coming to recruit Lin Peizhou? Chen Ping's wave of maneuvering had indeed caused him to feel incredibly exasperated. He wasn't going to have this emotionally unstable person teaching in his school for a long time to come. Let's give him a good airing first before we say anything about going back to school. As for Chen Ping's previous discussion with himself about letting him move up one more level, that's definitely a no-brainer. As long as he is still in Xincheng First High School for one day, then Chen Ping will never want to be promoted again. Sun Jianda, who had made up his mind, heard a chaotic cacophony coming from outside the door again, and although it was still mixed with Chen Ping's indignant insults, he, who was already injured, was quickly brought under control and was carried away by teacher Zhang and the other people who had come to help Chen Ping with 7 hands and 8 feet. The ambulance from the First People's Hospital of Qingqing City also arrived at the school very quickly, with the woo-woo-woo siren disappearing in the distance. The chaos caused by Chen Ping finally came to an end. Eyes on the ambulance that gradually drove away, Sun Jianda took out his handkerchief and sighed while indignantly wiping his sweaty forehead. Although Sun Jianda had already cursed Chen Ping countless times in his heart, but on the surface, Sun Jianda he still had to bite his teeth and give a few enrollment teachers a smile to do the explanation. Professors, I'm sorry. It's really because something happened to Mr. Chen Ping's son in the just passed alien exam. That's why. Several of the teachers nodded their heads, their mouths expressing understanding, but in fact looking differently. Exchanging heartfelt glances, Sun Jianda heart-angry curses, rushed to give a few teachers with a smile. A chaos, who did not find. Sitting on the side of the Lin Peizhou has been expressionless. The whole person's face is a little too calm, as if it has long been accustomed to the Chen Ping from time to time the epileptic general. Chapter 51 The dust settles. But soon, after this little episode, Sun Jianda continued to shift the topic to Lin Peizhou's choice of school. Although Lin Peizhou had already stated categorically that he would choose Central Kyoto University before, how could the teachers of several other schools easily give up Lin Peizhou as the meat and potatoes? So several teachers came together, each expressing their own views, and the small office descended into an even deeper mess. As for Lu Ziyuan, also rare to reveal a trace of eagerness, one person battle other 3 teachers. Tongue fights the group of scholars still do not lose, and Lin Peizhou, no matter how much persuasion, still adhere to their own views, refused to give up their own ideas. This was of course because, on the one hand, the strength of Central Kyoto University was more comprehensive compared to other schools, and was more in line with Lin Peizhou's own requirements of becoming a well-rounded talent. On the other hand, Central Kyoto University's emphasis on actual combat is really what Lin Peizhou needs. In the midst of a sea of teachers' 7-word exhortations, Lu Ziyuan managed to interject a sentence. Peizhou, do you have any plans for the next close to 3 months of summer vacation? This. I was thinking of entering a secret realm and practicing more in it to try to improve my overall level. Lin Peizhou, who was suddenly named, told his summer vacation plans. Lin Peizhou, who had participated in the exotic higher education examination, had become more and more able to feel the importance of actual combat. And this long vacation after the high school exam is just the perfect opportunity to work on yourself. That's not a coincidence. Lu Ziyuan tapped his head and smiled. We, Central Kyoto University, happen to have a program that cooperates with the Misty Mountain Range Secret Realm. If you want to enter the Misty Mountain Range Secret Realm to practice, there just so happens to be a free opportunity here. Of the Misty Mountain's secret? Lin Peizhou raised one eyebrow. It's really true that when you want to sleep, someone will hand you a pillow. Just when the thought of going to an adventure came to mind, someone presented an opportunity that was just right. It was impossible to say that Lin Peizhou was not interested in the Misty Mountains, because the Misty Mountain Range was one of the largest and most famous secret realms within the country of China, known for its vast area, rich and diverse terrain environment and exotic beast species. This was because the Misty Mountains were not only large and complex, but also very high in elevation. So the types of foreign beasts that inhabited the foothills of the mountains at low elevations and the peaks of the mountains at high elevations were completely different. The vast geographical area and extremely high species richness made the Misty Mountains a pilgrimage place where countless cultivators gathered together. Batch after batch of cultivators have come here, either discovering foreign beasts here and successfully contracting them, or continuously killing monsters to improve their comprehensive ability, or bumping into terrifying foreign beasts and losing their lives here. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Range, like the College Entrance Examination Center, also distinguishes between peripheral areas and core areas. The foreign beasts in the peripheral area are of lower grade and easier to solve, while the core area, there will even be some mysterious areas where no one has set foot, and there are quite a number of foreign beasts of high grade and strong strength inhabiting the area, bringing countless crises to the cultivators. The Misty Mountain Range's partition could just give Lin Peijiao a chance to test his strength in a gradual manner. Of course I'm interested. Lin Peijiao nodded firmly and leaned forward, asking, just what is this free all about? Also, when can I start asking about my calendars? Listening to Lin Peijiao's question, Lu Ziyuan smiled without saying anything and just changed a box out of thin air and stuffed it into Lin Peijiao's hand. The moment they saw the box, several of the teachers around them couldn't help but move over to see what it was. This is the S-Rank access bracelet for the Misty Mountain's secret area, Professor White exclaimed in shock. Yes, it's an access bracelet for the Misty Mountain's secret realm. It's still S-ranked, Lu Ziyuan said with a smile. Watching Lin Peijiao not react, Lu Ziyuan further explained. This is the highest grade bracelet in the secret realm. With this bracelet, any access fees, food and lodging expenses, and even the cost of traveling to and from the secret realm will not have to be borne by you. After entering the secret realm, you can also receive missions issued by the Secret Realm Management Center to earn money, including gathering herbs, hunting foreign beasts, and so on. Of course, with an S-rank bracelet, buying and selling goods and accepting quests all have priority. As for the time to enter the secret realm, well, that's certainly unlimited. You can enter the secret realm at any time, even if you move immediately now and enter the secret realm today. So it is. After listening to Lu Ziyuan's explanation, Lin Peijiao nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he was worried that the entry fee for this kind of large-scale secret realm would be very high, but now, it seems that the entrance fee, food, accommodation, and travel expenses are all free of charge, which is indeed favorable for people like himself who are just starting out, cultivators who don't have much in the way of family funds. The excited Lin Peijiao did not see the several teachers next to him, showing an intriguing expression. Prof. Lu is really a big deal. While the two of them, Lu Ziyuan and Lin Peijiao, were happily discussing, Professor Hulian's gloomy and mushy voice rang out from the side, still in its usual gloomy tone. The access bracelet of the Misty Mountains, or the highest grade of this bracelet, I'm afraid it's going to be a few million, right? Peijiao's classmates haven't even entered Central Kyoto University yet. Professor Lu can throw away several million. Just don't know this practice. Is it Central Kyoto University's idea? Or is it Professor Lu's own idea? Does it comply with the rules of Central Kyoto University? As soon as the words fell, several other people in the office showed a hint of embarrassed disapproval. As for Lu Ziyuan, who was at the center of the conversation, he kept his usual smiling mask, as if no question would affect his mind. Prof. Heron is joking. Don't you know that we, at Central Kyoto University, are a school that is willing to give unlimited resources in cultivating talents? A talent like student Lin Peijiao? Not to mention the millions of dollars of access bracelets, even if it's more expensive other resources, he deserves it. The current student Lin Peijiao has not yet entered the school. After he does, the resources he receives will only be more, not less. A few million access bracelets is just an appetizer. After that, for the exotic treasures, all kinds of exotic beast resources, and learning environments, as long as Mr. Lin Peijiao asks, then there is nothing we can't get. Cherishing talents like Mr. Lin is not only my meaning, but also the meaning of Central Kyoto University. Can Prof. Helian understand if I explain it like this? The last sentence was so powerful and resounding that Professor Helian, who was not weak in the first place, froze for a few seconds and did not say anything. However, he did not doubt Lu Ziyuan's words at all. Lu Ziyuan and the Central Kyoto University behind him were really serious. They would use up all their resources to bring Lin Peijiao up to the throne of the #1 cultivator. There was no other reason. Compared to other teachers, Lu Ziyuan, as a member of the special talent group of the Alien Energy Bureau, he was too aware of the importance of Lin Peijiao. If someone scores 70,000 to 80,000 points on the college entrance examination, then that person is indeed an outstanding student, and the Central Kyoto University will endeavor to recruit that student to come to their school. But if this student scores 700,000 or 800,000 points on the entrance exam, it wouldn't be as simple as being a good student. At this time Lin Peijiao, in the eyes of Lu Ziyuan, is also simply not just any high school student with excellent grades. Instead, it's a once-in-a-thousand-years overwhelming legend that could change human history. and cultivating an unearthly genius was one thing that would not be a loss for any amount of resources spent. To grasp Lin Peijiu is to grasp the lifeblood of the times, and to hold the future direction of the people. Therefore, Lu Ziyuan's plan to recruit Lin Peijiu's classmates at all costs was indeed sincere. Lu Ziyuan's boldness and atmosphere, so that the other two teachers, although they also have the intention to fight, but the heart is clear that there is no way back. There's no way around it. As the #1 school in the country, Central Kyoto University is really ho-hum. It is also true that the money and resources it can give are hard to match by other universities. Next, Professor Bai and Professor Yun were able to try to persuade a few words, but in the end, they were also disliked back by Lin Peijiu's persistence and Lu Ziyuan's seemingly gentle, but actually firm and powerful words. In the end, the other three teachers had to leave with regrets. Before leaving, Prof. Bai and Prof. Yun still came over to say goodbye to Lin Peijiu in a very decent manner, shook his hand, said a bunch of auspicious words wishing him good luck in college and progress in his studies, and then took a step back and forth to say goodbye. And Professor Huron's mind was clearly not as open as the other two. Before leaving, Prof. Helion almost looked at Lu Ziyuan and Lin Peijiu from his nose, and then did not lightly but not heavily humph. Seemed to resist. Lin Peijiu did not make the right choice. Dissatisfied, glanced at the two for a few eyes, twisted his head and walked away. Also banged loudly through the door of the office. With a loud bang, he threw the office door shut. Now, out of Sun Jianda and Dai He from Qingcheng No. 1 middle school in the office, only Lu Ziyuan and Lin Peijiu, who had reached an agreement, remained. Looking at Lin Peijiu, Lu Ziyuan revealed a very rare, truly sincere and reliable smile. Mr. Lin Peijiu, welcome to Central Kyoto University and become one of us. Looking back at Lu Ziyuan's genuine smile, Lin Peijiu also revealed a pleased smile. He stretched out his hand, and the two of them, in mid-air, clasped each other tightly. Chapter 52, Space Upgrade. Next, signing up, filling out information, and on and on. After settling the matter of choosing a school, Lin Peijiu finally returned home in a relaxed state. Cherishingly touching the legendary worth more than 1 million bracelet, Lin Peijiu carefully stuffed it into the drawer. Although he, who was eager to improve his strength, couldn't wait to fly to the Misty Mountains right now. But before that, he obviously had one more important thing to do. Rubbing the dog head of Tun Tun, who came up excitedly, Lin Peijiu took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Name Lam Pui Chao. Sex, male. Age, 18 years. Ability, Lord of Water and Liquid, SS+. All water elements and liquid substances in the control area. Powerful and requires a high level of physical fitness to perform the effect. Skill, Grade B skill, Water of Life, proficient. Grade A skill, Mimetic Ice, proficient. Grade, Early Grade 2. Body mass, 155. Strength 150, Endurance 150, Agility 165, Defense 170. Mental, 180. Comprehension 180, Magic Resistance 180. Exchange points, 731,355. Exchange can be opened. Space level, 0, upgradable. Contracted beast, Sacred Fire Immortal Phoenix. Mental power points taken, 80. Level, Early Level 3. Ability, Immortal Phoenix, S rank. Skill, S rank skill, Phoenix True Flame, proficient. Level A skill, High Temperature Scorching, proficient. S rank skill, 100 Birds, proficient. Before Lin Peijiu could properly study the data on the system panel, in front of him, a 7-colored pop-up window with fireworks suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining more than 100,000 points. We have opened the space upgrade function for you. Do you want to open the redemption? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining more than 500,000 points. The space upgrade secondary function has been opened for you. Do you want to open the redemption? What the hell is this? Can't you skip it? Let me see my value panel, ahoy! Lin Peijiu reached out his hand and poked the screen in front of him, attempting to tap off the two pop-ups, and the result was that the two pop-ups had indeed disappeared, but two other pop-ups had appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points and upgrading the space to level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 points and upgrading the space to level 2. Dash. No way dash. In the system space, a loud, heart-rending scream was emitted. It was Lin Peijiu. Pitiful system. I obviously pressed quit. Why did it just give me a straight yes? Lin Peijiu frantically clicked the big screen frantically, screaming one after another, and even Tun Tun, who was originally lying properly on the side, came over puzzled and worried, and shoved his furry head under Lin Peijiu, as if he was studying what had made his master so crazy. However, even Tun Tun's furry head didn't calm Lin Peijiu down. System, where are you? Get the hell out of here. Transfer me to manual service. I want to complain. Under Lin Peijiu's vociferous and incessant calling, Lin Qian, who was originally sleeping soundly in space, was awakened and flew to Lin Peizo's front with a face full of confusion. Master, why do I feel that our space has changed? It seems to have gotten bigger, brighter, and more transparent. The environment has gotten better. The environment is certainly good, Lin Peizo said in a deadpan voice. It cost us 600,000 points that we both worked so hard to beat down, so can it be bad? This. Lin Qiyan also fell into a moment of silence. Ding, detected host needs to complain. The system's once again prompted with 1,000 calls. Right, I'm going to complain. Why did you deduct points without my consent? It's still the 600,000 points that I've worked so hard to lay down. Ding, the deduction of points is due to the detection that the host's points have reached more than 500,000 points, and no matter what steps the host wants to take next, they must go through the process of upgrading the space to level 2 first. I just want to open the system mall to exchange for other skills. Can't I do that too? Lin Peizo said breathlessly. Ding, you can't. However, as the system space is upgraded to the second level, the system mall will follow suit. The host can now exchange more skills in it. Lin Peizo was silent. Since awakening the system, Lin Peizo had always felt that the system was his golden finger, the kind that would help him upgrade constantly. But now, this gold finger suddenly pitched him a hand. Really let him do not know what to say. Good. Hosts do not have to worry about system to ensure that the host to exchange the function is worth the money. It is also the host's current most needed. This redemption will be very beneficial to the host's next development. Ding, this service is over. With another ding, the system, internally, once again regained a sense of calm. Master, come and take a look inside the system space. Suddenly, Lin Qian's cry of alarm broke Lin Peizo's stagnation. When Lin Peizo took a serious look at the space, he grew his mouth in surprise. This is still my system. Wasn't one's original system just a vast expanse of boundless, dark space with no sky or earth? How is it now? Only what appeared in front of Lin Peizo was a large open space. The ground, which was originally indistinguishable from the bottom, had turned into a vast expanse of broad, sprawling black soil, solid and fertile, emitting a burst of earthy aroma. The system panel that originally stood in the center of the space still stands in place, only larger and more conspicuous, emitting a brighter light, always remaining within Lin Peizo's field of vision as his line of sight within the system continues to move. However, after 2 taps on the system panel closes up, allowing Lin Peizo to see the entire space without any obstruction. Of course, among them, the one that has changed the most has to be the turquoise blue sky that hangs over everything. Surprisingly, it's a real sky with real goods. Lin Peizo looked far and wide, only to see a dark red sunset dangling diagonally on one side of the horizon, spilling its light unstintingly onto this flat, black land, draping this space in a light veil of orange and red. The rest of the sky was a light blue color, with a few clouds floating in between, making the space look incomparably vibrant and spiritual. Lin Peizo looked at all this with surprise. Everything here doesn't look like its own space, but rather like an alien space that truly exists in the real world. Lin Peizo hurriedly tapped his system panel and carefully confirmed the information about the space. Name Lam Pui Chao. Sex, male. Age, 18 years. Ability, Lord of Water and Liquid, SS+. All water elements and liquid substances in the control field. Powerful and requires a high level of physical fitness to perform the effect. Skill, Grade B skill, Water of Life, proficient. Grade A skill, Mimetic Ice, proficient. Grade, Early Grade 2. Body mass, 155. Strength 150, Endurance 150, Agility 165, Defense 170. Mental, 180. Comprehension 180, Magic Resistance 180. Exchange points, 131,355. Exchange can be opened. Space level, 2. Contracted Beast, Sacred Fire Immortal Phoenix. Mental power points taken, 80. Level, Early Level 3. Ability, Immortal Phoenix, S rank. Skill, S rank skill, Phoenix True Flame, proficient. Level A skill, High Temperature Scorching, proficient. S rank skill, 100 Birds, proficient. Clicking on the space level column, Lin Peizo saw the system's explanation. Space level 1, enabled natural environment function. The host can plant and breed creatures in it with a 100% success rate increase. Creatures planted and raised by the host have their growth rate increased by 100%. The natural environment area and the contract space where the contracted space is located belong to 2 different alien spaces. The contracted alien animals can enter the natural environment, but the live and farmed animals in the natural environment cannot be brought into the contract space. The contracted beasts can enter the natural environment, but live and farmed animals in the natural environment cannot be brought into the contracted space. So it is. Lin Peizo slapped his head and came to a realization. But what does the system mean by greatly beneficial to your future? This natural space Why does it look like it wants me to farm? But I've never thought about farming. With doubts, Lin Peijo clicked on the next column again. Space level 1, open the storage function. The host can store any non-living item in it. Unlike other places, storage space-time flows at 0, and any item placed in it will remain in the original state it was in when it was put in. Unlimited storage space. Lin Peijo, who saw this, finally leapt up with joy. With the direction indicated by the system, Lin Peijo really sensed a special piece of foreign space within the space. The time in it would not flow, and it was none other than his own storage space. Well, the system is finally not pitiful, because in this world, the carry-on storage space is very expensive. Although spatial adepts existed in the world, the number of spatial adepts was particularly small, and it was difficult to make a stable storage space, so a storage space of a few cubic meters could fetch a high price of several $100,000. As for this unlimited space, zero flow space, its value was completely incalculable. Chapter 53, System Mall. Joyfully looking at everything on the panel, Lin Peijo finally revealed a smile. Well, it looks like the system isn't so bad after all. This storage function is really good now. So when he leaves his hometown in a while and packs his bags before heading to the Misty Mountain Range in central Kyoto University, he can precisely use this skill. Moreover, one didn't need to carry a big bag while fighting with foreign beasts when practicing in the Misty Mountain Range. One could completely pack light. Although, it was still a bit heartbreaking to look at the more than 100,000 exchange points still left on the screen. Lin Peijo quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it, let's just see what skills we can redeem at the moment. Opening the system mall, Lin Peijo's eyebrows peaked and he realized that things weren't simple. The previous system mall, most of the area is gray, only 2 or 3 places where you can see the skills, the rest of them are blind. But now, the inside of the system mall was lit up in unison as if it was lit up, full of system mall, a variety of skills treasure trove, a variety of types, as if a glittering treasure trove. See Lin Peijo mouth watering, that's too seductive, so many skills, what an inexhaustible mountain of treasure. It's simply a ladder of progress in one's abilities. In Lin Peijo's life, he has never seen so many skills. Today is completely eye-opening. Of course, the truth is that more than 99% of the world's population has never seen so many skills. This is because the skill secret method is, in the first place, a very valuable thing. If you want to learn the secret skills, you can either learn from a teacher, get into a good university like Lin Peijo and get the skills resources inside the school, or you can only spend money on the market, and in this case, the price of the secret skills is usually not less than $1 million, and if it's a higher grade skill, it's not unusual to auction off hundreds of millions of dollars. It was also quite normal, and the number of skills shown in this system should have been no less than tens of thousands. Lin Peijo swiped at the screen several times in a row, but couldn't slide to the bottom. Excited heart, trembling hands, Lin Peijo roughly looked through the skills that could be exchanged inside the system mall. There are actually quite a few non-water skills, wood system, earth system, and some rare special system powers. Ugh, if the powers don't fit, I'd like to try these special lineage powers that just look awesome. Smashing his mouth regretfully, Lin Peijo continued to look down. By the way, there are several fire types here. I've looked at a few fire type skills, and they're all pretty good too. 6,000 exchange points. Exchange for S-class skill Soul Burning Shadow. Secret Shadow of Burning Soul. The practitioner releases a flame that can continuously pursue the target, igniting it until it is extinguished for a period of time under the practitioner's control. A fire skill. Isn't this what Lin Qian can learn? Lin Peijo rubbed his chin, raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Qian, who was happily flying around in the natural environment bathing in the setting sun, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Lin Qian, who was originally carefree and comfortable, suddenly and inexplicably felt a coldness in his back. Lin Peijo knew that when the beast tamers on the blue planet contracted foreign beasts, they attached great importance to the innate skills of the foreign beasts, just like the phoenix's Phoenix True Fire, High Temperature Scorch and 100-Bird Phoenix. These skills were engraved into the DNA of the phoenix, and the phoenix would automatically acquire them after birth. Knowledge of such skills is automatically acquired after the phoenix is born. Of course, there are more diverse ways for humans to acquire skills. With the exception of a small number of innate skills, most humans can acquire new skills through continued learning. It's really quite hard for Faye to learn later in life though. After all, the treasure trove of skills were all written according to human experience and in human words, and most of the alien beasts were already of average intelligence, usually hunting according to their own fighting instincts. Even in the later stages of cultivation, they could only raise their own level rather than the type of their skills, and trying to get them to learn new skills would indeed require a great deal of effort. Therefore, when contracting foreign beasts, most cultivators would choose to directly contract foreign beasts with more innate skills. To be honest, the The phoenix is one of those beasts that have their innate skills fully utilized. One could only say that it was worthy of being a flood bloodline. Whether it was the phoenix true flame, high temperature scorching, or 100 birds toward the phoenix, each of them was a powerful weapon, and all of them had played a role in the actual battle, and their powerful energies. However, skills such as this thing, well, who will be too much especially like Lin Peijiu. Has the system this kind of cheating system? Can be very convenient to obtain a lot of supernormal capabilities? Do not use for nothing. Moreover, Lin Peijiu was still relatively confident in Lin Qian's intelligence. During this period of time when he was in contact with Lin Qian again, Lin Peijiu felt that the phoenix's IQ should indeed not be low, can speak human language fluently, can communicate with humans, has emotions of joy, anger, sadness and happiness, learns the rules of every aspect of human society very quickly, and Lin Qian also seems to recognize some simple Chinese characters. For example, within 2 days of getting to know Lin Peijiu, Phoenix could accurately find the 3 words Lin Peijiu in the list of names on the college entrance examination list, and could also recognize the words Qingcheng No, 1 middle school and senior class 6, and senior class 6, placed amongst the Fei. It was definitely at the level of a schoolmaster. It might be due to the fact that the flood bloodline was indeed extraordinary. It might be due to the fact that the phoenix did recognize quite a few things about humans during its long lifespan. In short, Lin Qian's IQ potential was indeed very strong. As for the skills written in Chinese secret method, well, Lin Peijiu also feel that there is no problem. Anyway, if there were words that Lin Qian didn't recognize, he could slowly translate them to Lin Qian. Originally, contracted beasts and their masters were connected by heart, so it was very convenient to understand each other. In the process, it is entirely possible to teach Lin Qian to recognize some words. This time, Lin Qian will really become a learning bird. Furthermore, Lin Qian's ability to perceive the element of fire was not normally strong. Put it this way. Nodding contentedly, Lin Peijiu, who had made up his mind, continued to scroll down a bit and soon found a water skill that he was very interested in. Mirrors in the sky. 6,000 exchange points. Exchange for the S-class skill Mirror Flower. Water and Moon. Mirror and Moon, utilizing the water mirror formed by the water's surface, and using the principle of refraction and reflection of light, it reproduces the phantom image of a practitioner, which serves to confuse the enemy in the battlefield. Not bad. It just so happens that I'm still missing a skill in this area. Then it's decided that it's you. Lin Peijiu swung his hand and exchanged 3 skills at once, in addition to the Mirror and Moon, Burning Soul Secret Shadow, plus a Omniscient Perspective, which I had already seen before. It's all done. Ding! You've obtained a copy of the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon Cultivation Secret Method. Ding! You've obtained a copy of the Soul Burning Secret Shadow Cultivation Method. Ding! I've obtained a copy of the Omniscient Perspective Cultivation Secret Method. Although 17,000 exchange points had been deducted at once, Lin Peijiu was not distressed. Where in this world is there a cheaper skill secret method than this? Gleefully weighing the weight of the secret method in his hand, Lin Peijiu hurriedly greeted Lin Qian. After listening to the preamble of Lin Peijiu's explanation, Lin Qian's face revealed a trace of a humanized and puzzled look. Skill secret method. I thought Master wanted me to refine my innate skills more. For a foreign beast like Lin Qian, which had a strong talent of its own but had not tried to exercise new skills later in life, Lin Peijiu felt that it might indeed have a fear of the unknown. However, Lin Peijiu's level of speech therapy is still quite good. When Lin Qian was still happily flying around in the natural environment, Lin Peijiu began to open a deeper level of communication with Lin Qian through his thoughts. First, from the higher level of strength that Lin Qian insisted on, explaining the importance of the new skills to the comprehensive strength, then inserted from Lin Qian that all have reached the highest level of the 3 genius skills, focusing on explaining to continue to exercise their original skills in the end. Lin Peijiu expresses his praise for Lin Qian's superior IQ, powerful strength and potential, emphasizing his confidence in Lin Qian's ability to learn this skill. This call said down, not to mention as a foreign beast Lin Qian, even if it is a human being, must also be Lin Peijiu fooled dizzy, but there's no need to talk about flimflam. As long as it does work, it's a good idea. By Lin Peijiu, a word therapy whole confidence. Passionate Lin Qian, indeed, like playing chicken blood as excited up, cannot wait to roll up their sleeves and start to do. After convincing Lin Qian, Lin Peijiu also flipped through the 2 secret methods he had gotten his hands on and roughly flipped through them. Worthy of being an S-class skill, it looks much more difficult and obscure than the B-class skill Ice Crystal Shield Armor that he had learned before. Just like the strength levels of alien beasts and humans, the gap between S-rank skills and B-rank skills is not simply 2 levels, but many orders of magnitude. As such, these 2 secret methods, but from the looks of it, were more than a little thicker than the previous Ice Crystal Shield Armor Cultivation secret method. I'm afraid these things can't be learned in a day like before. but will take more time and effort. It seems that one can't still be low-eyed and greedy. One still has to be down-to-earth, learning one secret method after another, in order to understand the difficult and hard-to-understand secret methods thoroughly. Of course, after learning the theoretical knowledge, one must also grasp the opportunity to practice, and entering the Misty Mountain Range secret realm to properly verify one's actual combat ability was the more important thing. In that case, doesn't it seem like he's being a little too hard on the Phoenix by redeeming its S-rank skills for it in the first place? A little worried, Lin Peizhou hurriedly checked the Phoenix's condition. Then he realized that Lin Qiyan was as if he was mesmerized, immersed in the pages of the spread-out book, completely ignoring the outside world, obviously the appearance of a large bird, but as if it were a human being, sitting in front of the pages of an open book, revealing a look of hunger for knowledge. Lin Peizhou couldn't help but be amused by the contrast and snorted a laugh. It seemed that it was the smile that brought Lin Qiyan back from the sea of knowledge. Seeing Lin Peizhou, Lin Qiyan also revealed a trace of embarrassment. However, very quickly, its expression turned into elation and confidence. Master, although at first I thought it was hard to learn skills afterward, I don't feel that way now. My comprehension of the fire element will allow me to understand the secret method. I even feel the fire element in my own body is advancing as I learn. Looking at Lin Qian's body, more and more red feathers, between which there are a few clusters of real flames constantly burning, seems to be about to break out with Lin Qian's breath. Lin Peizhou nodded approvingly, still thinking silently in his heart. How about not worrying about Lin Qian's cultivation level first? Worry about your own learning progress first. Seemingly inspired by Lin Qian's diligent end of study, Lin Peizhou soon also turned over the secret method and immersed himself in the deep sea of knowledge. Of course, regardless of whether it was Lin Peizhou or Lin Qiyan, the two of them who were busy with their cultivation did not realize that Tun Tun, who was quietly lying on the sofa on the side, was silently watching all of this, while one person and one beast were completely immersed in their own cultivation. Tun Tun also closed his eyes and cultivated with a serious look that was not at all like that of a pet dog. Chapter 54, A New Journey. Zhi. Another early morning, with cicadas chirping, sunlight warming, and clouds rolling in. Xinjiang, like all small towns in the height of summer mornings, is serene and peaceful. At this moment, right in the middle of an old neighborhood in Xinjiang City, Lin Peizhou, who had been practicing hard for a long time, wiped the dense beads of sweat on his forehead, and finally slowed down from the tired and hard but rewarding practice, and took a long breath. Yes, since Lin Peizhou made up his mind to choose Central Kyoto University, and then exchanged the skills, the next 20 days, he and Lin Qiyan began to completely immerse himself in the cultivation of. Cultivation was indeed hard. Even though he had been staying inside the air-conditioned room, Lin Peizhou was still hot and sweaty. Now Lin Peizhou, in addition to the routine water-breathing practice every morning, is to learn the new exchange mirror flower water moon and omniscient perspective skills, but also spend a little time every day, and Lin Qiyan together to study the burning soul secret shadow, and then jerk off Tun Tun and Dog Head. Every day is a full and regular day. Burning soul secret shadow, and then jerk Tun Tun and Dog Head. Every day's day, that is a full and regular. Other than going out for a day halfway through the program and attending a graduation reunion with his good brother Song Cheng and class teacher Daihe, Lin Peizhou spent all of his time, except for eating and sleeping, on cultivation. Thinking of the reunion he attended not long ago, Lin Peizhou couldn't help but hook his lips in a sneer. At the banquet, except for Song Cheng and Daihe, who had always taken good care of themselves, one had been encouraging themselves, the other protecting their privacy and helping themselves to decline a large number of door-to-door interviews with reporters. Many other students looked at Lin Peizhou's face like the weather in the middle of summer, changing at the drop of a hat. Obviously, a few days ago, because of Lin Peizhou's mediocre results and Chen Ping and Chen Yan's encouragement, they were still sneering at themselves and secretly suppressing them. But now, as soon as they saw that they had achieved a shockingly high score, they were all like slimy candies and licked their faces to come up and get close to them. What's more, having heard of the most frequent bullies in high school, Lin Peizhou, Chen Yan and Chen Ping, an unlucky and tragic death in the examination room, a crazy in front of the admissions teacher to lose face, Sun Jianda persuaded to leave, one by one, but also to spread this matter of God, as if Lin Peizhou v. Jair will be rewarded for the law of causality. Therefore, those who were originally the wall grasses, one by one is both weak and afraid to come up, trying to apologize to Lin Peizhou, but also said, "What, you have a large amount of mercy on me." So words, Baba expected Lin Peizhou to say what the golden words. For this kind of people, Lin Peizhou would always sneer and then leave them behind. Joke, a couple of high-climbing, ratty little people who don't deserve the eyes he gives them. As for one's own time and energy, which should of course be spent on more important things, constantly practicing, improving strength, advancing. Of course, at the party, Daiwa chatted, as if in a casual manner, about the enrollment of several other honor students he knew of. You said it's also strange to enroll this year. Obviously Central Kyoto University is such a good school. Why don't several other students enroll? Pei Zhou, do you still remember the one in the top class? Fang Haomiao, who was number 1 in our previous grade? Because Lin Pei Zhou, the 2 prominent college entrance examination results, and excited for several days are not calmed down Diand. Too excited to drink several bottles of wine in one gulp. Drunkenly patted Lin Pei Zhou's shoulders. Said, the class teacher of that top class. I don't know how long to persuade Fang Haomiao. Let him punch the Central Kyoto University. But people just don't report. But his homeroom teacher anxious. And is looking for his parents. And is looking for a few of our other teachers to persuade the results of this child is good. Hard stubborn. Is only enrolled in the University of Dongjiang. The kid also kept saying something. After realizing the gap, I just dared to hold off. I'm worried my mindset will take another hit. Blah blah blah. What do you think is wrong with this kid? Why do you say that? Dian, while red-faced, drunkenly said, while enthusiastically patting Lin Pei Zhou's shoulders. The two looked too familiar with the appearance. Are making Lin Pei Zhou feel less like teachers and students, more like brother and sister. Well, by the way, a few of my classmates in Provincial City know. One high school also said that a few students from their school who were originally seated as provincial top students actually gave up Central Kyoto University in unison as if they had an appointment. Most of the top students have run away to Dongjiang University. This time Dongjiang University although did not get you this amazing genius, but other results are not so outstanding students, but collected a lot of, obviously, in the eyes of all the top universities, in addition to Lin Pei Zhou, a genius. All the other students can only be students with less outstanding results. As if remembering something, Daiwa suddenly tapped his head and said, moreover, this one student's mood, all like Fang Haomiao students, bumped into what destroy confidence like, one before the college entrance examination also ambition high, the result and the application of each are dead, mouth still muttering what thought their strength is very good, the result may be in the view of others is the bottom of the share, don't want to meet that horrible person again blah 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 blah. I also don't know what the children nowadays are thinking. In fact, this student of my classmates, the results are still quite good. Is this year's Dongjiang Province Alien Higher Education Examinations topper it? Called Li Mod? I don't know if you recognize. Of course, as good as her grades are, her score won't be enough for a tenth of yours. Ha 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 dash. Dai he let out a loud and cheerful laugh, bashfully raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Pei Zhou, not caring how much Lin Pei Zhou drank, so he drank it all himself. Of course, Dai he, who was so drunk that he was about to slide off the chair, did not realize that Lin Pei Zhou, who was sitting on the side, had a trace of a smile of understanding on his face. If he guessed correctly, he should have known that these once pride of heaven, why in the end a smoke to give up enrollment in Central Kyoto University. Originally, with their grades, it wasn't completely impossible to rush to Central Kyoto University. However, once they knew that Lin Pei Zhou had chosen Central Kyoto University first, then they had to give up on that choice. Unlike others, the members of the elite squad had seen Lin Pei Zhou and Lin Qian's state of power up close. In this case, these originally confident in their own top students, the blow cannot be said to be not big, whether it is out of some kind of not wanting to be robbed of the limelight, or simply not wanting to run into Lin Pei Zhou's perverted mentality. In short, several elites, all neatly avoided Lin Pei Zhou. Of course, no matter what mentality they came from, Lin Pei Zhou didn't care. For himself, Lin Pei Zhou has a set of standards for demanding himself, as long as they meet their own standards. Crushing the egos of a few honor students while achieving their goals is just a matter of convenience and not worth mentioning. One's most important goal right now was still to utilize the resources inside the system mall and continuously improve one's strength. Just like now, Lin Pei Zhou felt that in his body, there was a mysterious heat that was constantly surging, rising and circulating. As for Lin Pei Zhou's own strength, it was also soaring in a short period of time. Now Lin Pei Zhou has initially mastered the basic principles of mirror flower and water moon and omniscient perspective, just waiting to show off his skills in the actual battle. And Lin Pei Zhou's speed of more than 20 days of concentrated breakthroughs to basically learn 2S rank skills could be called completely terrifying. Even if someone as experienced and strong as Lu Ziyuan knew about this, he would likewise be deeply shocked, because, with the complexity and difficulty of an S-rank skill, even Lu Ziyuan couldn't master it to this extent in such a short period of time. Even very good cultivators, to be able to master an S-rank skill each roughly within a few years is already very good, and in fact, most ordinary cultivators, even if they hold the secret method of cultivation of S-urgent skills, will only be like reading a wordless skybook, and cannot understand it at all. It still feels so good to have power. The excited Lin Pei Zhou hurriedly checked Lin Qian's condition. Master, I am really a bit tired dash. Lin Qian's original comprehension wasn't as good as Lin Peizhou, a human with a strangely high and incomparable mental power, so it was indeed difficult to make it learn S-rank skills. Even with Lin Peizhou's heart-to-heart communication with it, it understood almost 60% of it. This speed, compared to Lin Peizhou, was not enough, but if compared to other alien beasts, or even to humans, it was an amazing achievement. Only, Lin Qian was originally a colorful, spirited bird. In Lin Peizhou, up to more than 20 days of devil training, it feels as if its feathers have become dull, are about to bald. This was something that a beauty-loving bird like Lin Qian couldn't accept. Ha 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 dash. Lin Peizhou smiled. Tired. That's what's normal. Only by breaking through the fatigue can we ascend to higher steps. The words just fell. Lin Peizhou just felt that the words he just said, as if more and more like the senior high school senior year to the students of the chicken blood Dianda. It seems that the human mind is really on a different path. However, a little bird like Lin Qian, who has not experienced the dangers of society, still eats this. That's right, master, I'm going to improve myself. Lin Qian, who had given himself a boost, jumped up and down, and then suddenly made a trip to the ground as if he had no bones. Egu, I've been cultivating hard these past few days, and I've really given myself a whole lot of back pain, master. Since we have a natural environment inside our space, why don't we transplant a few sycamore trees from the side of Mount Zhou to serve as my resting nest? You know, I flew here back in the day because there were a lot of sycamore trees here. We phoenixes are meant to perch on sycamore trees. Trying to ignore the non-existent waste of the phoenix, Lin Peizhou felt that, in fact, Lin Qian said quite reasonable. It does seem a little less than ideal to have an already fussy little bird living in a bare, nothing contracted space, your own natural environment. It is a waste to leave it empty. It is better to utilize it. Yes. Thus, Lin Peizhou boldly waved his hand. Seeing as you've been practicing so hard lately, let's give you a little encouragement. Let's just go to the back of the mountain to choose your favorite sycamore tree, go to the market to buy a few saplings, and plant them. Yeah, thank you, master. The phoenix leapt up very easily, satisfied, and giddily flew up into the bright blue sky of space. For the next period of time, Lin Peizhou, Lin Qian, and Lin Tun were all caught up in the busyness. Lin Qian was busy continuing to understand the soul-burning mysterious shadow, while looking around for sycamore trees to transplant into the space to his liking, and also assured Lin Peizhou that he could be fully responsible for the planting of plants in that natural space. Lin Tun, as the Lin family's baggage master, helped Lin Peizhou to pack up the family's big and small things and put them into Lin Peizhou's space. In this process, Tun released his own important opinion. Is to bring his own eat more than 10 years? Has been broken pitted rice bowl? In Tun's insistence, Lin Peizhou had to put down their own attempts to throw away the broken bowl of the hand, turn his hand to put it into the space. As for Lin Peizhou himself, on the other hand, they are busy with more things. In addition to fighting with Tun and practicing every day without fail, Lin Peizhou rummaged through the box that Lu Ziyuan gave him inside the drawer and put on the bracelet. The Misty Mountain's Secret Realms bracelet was very similar to the bracelet of a college entrance exam. Once it was put on, it confirmed the owner's biological information and could not be given to a second one to use. Under the guidance of the bracelet, Lin Peizhou contacted the Misty Mountain Range Management Center, while the opposite party immediately picked up the call very enthusiastically once they saw that it was a call from an S-Class customer, and in the end, they even arranged a special hovercar for Lin Peizhou to pick up and drop him off at his door. As new technology, hovercars are fast, though they are correspondingly expensive. Of course, for big customers like Lin Peizhou who had S-Class bracelets, the management center was not stingy in giving them the best service. Eventually, the time came to an early July morning. Lin Peizhou held Tun in one hand, checked on Lin Qian who was in the space, lying on the tree and sleeping soundly, and didn't even bring a single piece of luggage with him, lightly loaded, and walked up to his special car. Chapter 55 Management Center. Mr. Lin, we're about to arrive at the Misty Mountain Range Secret Realm Management Center. You can prepare to get off. A beeping sound rang out. This was the sound from the LCD screen in front of Lin Peizhou, and the one who voiced out a reminder through the video was none other than the staff member in a tuxedo that he had just met. Our hovercar has passed through the Misty Mountain Range secret barrier and is expected to land at the entrance of the management center in 2 minutes. Okay. Stretching and rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Peizhou yawned and sat up from the king-size bed in the caravan. And when he saw that Tun on the side was still in the middle of communicating with Deep and Zhou while leaving his saliva, he woke him up with a very dry slap. The city of Qing is not too close to the Misty Mountain Range, and it actually took less than a few hours to arrive by hovercar than I thought. Nodding with satisfaction, Lin Peizhou jumped out of bed and pulled open the curtains as soon as, perhaps in order to allow passengers to enjoy the scenery along the way. The window of the hovering car Lin Peizhou was traveling in was very large, almost occupying an entire wall of the car. Therefore, as long as the curtains were pulled open, Lin Peijiu could take in a whole piece of scenery. In front of them, there was a whole range of large and small, undulating mountains, with lush and vibrant vegetation covering all corners of the mountain range, forming a sea of green. Lin Peijiu looking down, it seems to see hit the green spine of the earth, rolling, endless, like a dragon winding, showing the infinite beauty of nature and the strength of life. Under the sunlight, the emerald green color of the leaves flickered and jumped, and the breeze was pleasant. The leaves on the whole mountain range sounded with the wind, just like the waves in the ocean, like the high and low ups and downs, and the blue color of the sky was interesting, constituting a vivid and beautiful, wantonly beautiful picture scroll. Between the gullies of the mountain range, Lin Peijiu also saw a few clear streams that sparkled like diamond jewels, dotted between the giant trees in the sky, adding more color and vitality to this mountain range. Wow! Lin Peijiu, who was overlooking everything, looked at the scenery in front of him and couldn't help but sigh out in admiration. He simply pushed open the window of the car, and instantly, the summer smoky wind that filled the mountains hugged Lin Peijiu. Along with the wind came the unmistakably fresh, grass-scented air, and a few chirps from far away and nearer. It was actually a large flock of windweaver gray sparrows, flying far from the deeper parts of the mountain range. Not long ago, Lin Peijiu had also just stumbled upon a flock of weaving wind gray sparrows in the back sky of his old home, Jiaowu Mountain, and the weaving wind gray sparrows, which were indeed a relatively common species of foreign beasts. Lin Peijiu had only just stepped into the territory of the misty mountain range, and then he stumbled upon them again. Seeing this group of acquaintances, Lin Peijiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes dangerously, obviously still separated by a short distance. The next second, this whole group of wind weaver gray sparrows, but all of a sudden, as if a kite with broken strings, instantly lost its momentum, and fell straight to the ground. From the time he saw the wind-weaving gray finches to the time they landed on the ground, Lin Peijiu merely swept a glance, and all that was over. Yes, this misty mountain range was not some scenic natural viewing area as it appeared on the surface, but rather a place inhabited by foreign beasts that were in a state of crisis. Between these layers of mountains, there were countless dangerous foreign beasts lurking in them, and as long as there were humans passing by, they would swarm up and slaughter them bloodthirstily. As long as they were given the slightest chance, they would also rush out of the barrier and kill the unarmed ordinary people outside. Lin Peijiu squinted his eyes and couldn't help but look deeper into the mountain range stretching. Unlike the lush forests and bamboo on the outskirts of the mountain range, there, a white mist spreading for hundreds of miles has been shrouded by a whole piece of white mist, rolling and winding, mysterious and unpredictable. There, it was the depths of the misty mountain range, the land where the mists did not dissipate. What is the environment like inside? Is it a place of ancient trees and vibrant life? Or is it barren and desolate, with no grass at all? What kind of beasts are out there? How many green faces and fangs, copper teeth and teeth? And how many human beings have perished here? No one told Lin Peijiu the answer, because the real answer was for Lin Peijiu to explore on his own. Soon the car landed and came to a steady stop in front of a whole block of tall buildings. Lin Peijiu led Tun out of the car, and in front of him, the same staff came up to welcome the guests, introducing Lin Peijiu into the building in front of him. More than 50 floors high, just walked in is the high lobby, looks down the gold, glittering, towering ceiling decorated with exquisite chandeliers. Sprinkle soft warm light into the lobby. There are waiters to guide Lin Peijiu sit down. Lin Peijiu feet on the smooth as a mirror marble. Into the eyes are exquisite dazzling decorative works of art. Sitting under the body of a soft and comfortable sofa, hands and then end with the bartender has just adjusted cocktails, coupled with the attentive waiters, all of which, so that Lin Peijiu feel like not in the concentration of the beasts in the secret realm, rather like in a 5-star hotel. Of course, this place was just one of the hotels in the secret realm of the Misty Mountains. Not every hotel had such conditions. This was because many cultivators came from wealthy cultivation families, and there were also many cultivators who earned a great deal of wealth because of their superior strength. And in order to make this group of people live comfortably, and also in order to attract more high-level cultivators, the Misty Mountain Range Mystic Realm Management Center spent a huge amount of money to attract investment, and constructed this whole luxurious hotel. And the counterpart was also the top 5-star hotels in and out of the country. And due to the fact that the foreign beasts on the outskirts of the Misty Mountain Range were not of a high grade, and had been killed cleanly by wave after wave of cultivators over the years, plus the fact that the hotel had additional specialized protective formations, the environment of this hotel was still very safe. With his S-Class bracelet, it was easy and quick for Lin Peijiu to do almost anything. Hello, Mr. Lin. A copy of the map of our Misty Mountain Range Secret Management Center has been loaded onto your bracelet here. I hope you'll be able to use it. You can call the front desk if you need anything at all. Of these, the 3rd, 50th, and 70th floors of the hotel are all restaurants, and you may choose the one you are interested in eating in. and this one building next to the east side of the hotel is the largest hospital in the management center. As for this one on the west side of the hotel, it's the mission hall of our Misty Mountains Management Center. Oh, the receptionist with a sweet voice and a standard smile handily completed the formalities for Lin Peijiao, and also introduced Lin Peijiao to the situation. Oh, that or what? When he heard mission hall, Lin Peijiao grasped the key point and asked curiously, our center will release tasks based on demand. There are also some people with needs who will release tasks through the management center. The task hall here is the place where this information is gathered. Cultivators can accept tasks and submit the results of their tasks here. Oh, the first floor of that one building is the mission hall, and whichever floors above it are all for measuring the alien plants and beasts brought back from the mission. Of course, if, Mr. Lin, you just want to view quests and accept quests, rather than turning in quest materials, you don't need to go to this place. Oh, why? Lin Peijiao inquired at the seams. Ha 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 dash. That's of course because our Misty Mountains Management Center provides more convenient and quicker service to S-Class customers like you. Inside your suite, there is a screen exactly like the mission hall, or slightly smaller, just through which you can view missions and accept them. Okay, got it. Thanks. Lin Peijiao nodded and thanked her. In the front desk staff, you are welcome. If there are any questions you can ask me at any time. The voice of the middle. Lin Peijiao quickly checked in, and also deliberately chose the presidential suite anyway. The price of everything has been included in this bracelet inside. Do not spend white. I don't want to spend any money. Lin Peijiao then held Tun Tun and took the elevator to the upper floors and checked into his suite. Swipe your bracelet to open the door to your own room, and what comes into view is a large floor-to-ceiling window with a great view. Outside the window, lush and verdant, was the very misty mountains directly behind it. The oversized windows also gave the entire suite excellent lighting, illuminating all parts of the 100 square meter suite brightly and transparently, and also allowing Lin Peijiao to see the furnishings of the entire room. The luxurious suite, with all the amenities, seemed like a small palace. Silk-like curtains gently brushed the wide windows, reflecting the fresh and natural scenery outside. The Italian marble floor, illuminated by the crystal chandelier, has a soft luster. A set of exquisite modern furniture with all kinds of precious decorations reveals a strong fashionable atmosphere. Of course, it's the big screen in front of that couch that draws the most attention. The Level E mission, collect 500 kilograms of splendid splendor, mission bounty of 10,000 yuan. Class C mission, hunt and kill 1 two-horned snake, body intact, blood loss under 20%, mission reward 4 million. Grade A quest, hunt 1 storm lizard, quest reward is negotiable. On the huge LCD screen, a wide variety of mission information was scrolling, and Lin Peijiao curiously stopped to observe it, unable to help but ignite a great deal of interest. It seemed that this was those missions that Lu Ziyuan had spoken of. Completing these quests will not only reward you with money, but you're also gaining experience for yourself, too. It looks like one could totally try more missions like this. With interest, Lin Peijiao scratched the screen and quickly entered his information. After entering the information, he could start accepting quests. Ow. Just as Lin Peijiao scrutinized the screen, Tun Tun, who had been miserably neglected, whimpered in dissatisfaction. Lin Peijiao twisted his head to look. Tun Tun blackened his face, rubbed Lin Peijiao's stomach again, and laughed out all at once. The dog, being hungry again, is begging for food, but on second thought, he hadn't eaten anything for a few hours, and he just happened to come to such a luxurious hotel. Shouldn't he try the specialties here? It just so happened that Lin Peijiao had a hotel delivery menu sitting right next to his hand, and he picked it up smoothly, looking at the dishes in it. Wow, all the dishes here are actually made from alien beast meat and mutated plants. Wow, there are actually a lot of dishes specially made for contracted beasts. Isn't that a bit too humanized? Yes, the hard-working and edible people of China, after the invasion of alien beasts into human society, utilized their superior cooking skills to make many of them into delicious food. And these dishes made from exotic beasts and mutated plants could replenish the cultivator's body and exotic energy consumption better than ordinary dishes due to the exotic energy they contained. However, alien beasts and mutated plants had always been so much more expensive than ordinary ingredients, so the prices of the dishes here, too, were quite expensive. However, Lin Peijiao is certainly not care about these things. Who made himself a dirtbag now? Ha 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 ha. Lin Peijiao, who was in a good mood, ordered several dishes with a wave of his hand under Tun Tun's expectant gaze. Chapter 56. The 5-star hotel's delivery speed is still very fast. Not long after, Lin Peijiao and Tun Tun heard the doorbell ringing outside the door. As the door to the room opened, a team of waiters, dressed in tuxedos and wearing white gloves pushing carts just as Lin Peijiao had seen before, came in and set out the dishes one by one in front of the table. Braised recluse black pork, steamed zebralin grouper, stir-fried 9-headed jellyfish, stir-fried lei shao beef, 8-piece tonic soup, red fruit and colorful cloud cake, blue dew agaric water. Mr. Lin, your dishes are served, please enjoy. The waiters gave the names of the dishes, very professionally set up the meals and tableware, and as soon as they lifted the lid, a pungent aroma hit them. It smells so good. Lin Pei-jo couldn't help but light up. Steamed black hoof horn lamb, white cut wind thunder beef, 8 treasures agaric cream, red fruit colorful cloud cake, stewed rainbow grass. This is a meal made especially for your, contracted beast, please enjoy. A few waiters estimated that the dishes so large, so expensive dishes, certainly for Lin Pei-jo's contracted beasts ordered, did not expect to come up to see, just a plain Chinese garden dog. However, the customer is God, and a God who has spent so much money, they have nothing to say, but respectfully set up the dishes. Unfortunately, Tun Tun belongs to the mountain pig can't eat fine chaff, didn't wait for a few waiters to arrange the dishes, as if he had been starving for a few lifetimes, pounced on it as if it was a big feast. Oh, this is something delicious that hasn't been eaten before. Swallow's doggy mouth opened and he almost swallowed most of the dish in one bite. Lin Pei-jo doubt that swallowing such a big mouthful cannot taste the flavor. This is not like a pig eating ginseng fruit. A mouthful of swallowing is still say no taste it. However, Tun Tun doesn't care what his shoveler is thinking. The food in front of himself is the most important thing. Yummy yummy yummy. It's really so delicious. In all the years of following that shoveler, I've never had anything so delicious. The wind rolled up the clouds, gulped down the meat. Tun Tun's mouth was almost wiggling out of the stumps, and swept away a whole plate of dishes with a speed that was too fast to contemplate. Several waiters, all with a bit of an incredulous expression. No way. This dog looks like a normal field dog, but eating with such vigor, it does look like a real exotic beast. Soon, the waiters served the food and exited from the room. As for Lin Pei-jo, inside his nose he was smelling the fragrant scent, and in his eyes he was looking at Tun Tun's vivid eating broadcast, and he himself was already craving for more. Eat. Lin Pei-jo gently picked up a piece of beef with a tender texture and put it into his mouth to savor it. The delicious sauce and the meat blended perfectly, causing him to close his eyes and enjoy the feeling of this delicious flavor jumping on his tongue. Then, he tasted a mouthful of smooth and tender steamed sea bass. The fish was tender and juicy, with a delicate texture, as if it was melting on his tongue. It was delicious. Even though it was all exotic beast meat, it wasn't fishy at all, but perfectly rendered with a flavorful sauce and meaty texture that left a lasting impression on the palate. The foreign beasts were fat and tender, and the foreign plants were sweet and refreshing. The meat was firm and fragrant, and the soup was moist and sweet, and a whole set of delicacies were eaten, so that Lin Pei-jo's mind and taste buds were greatly satisfied. The delicious food made Lin Pei-jo completely open his belly and gulp it down. In just a moment, Tun Tun and Lin Pei-jo completely swept away the entire meal. Tun Tun's rice bowl, in particular, has been licked and greased and is clean as if it came out of the dishwasher. Although Lin Pei-jo ate not so exaggerated, but it is also completely CD-ROM. When a few waiters came back to clean up the tableware, they were also shocked by the one person and one dog. No, this boy looks so clean and pretty, how come he can eat so much? And this dog, it's really okay to eat so much in such a short period of time, and it's still a very high-energy exotic beast meat. Answering them was a loud belch and a satisfied look from Tun Tun. While the waiter was packing up the dishes, Lin Pei-jo was also full of food and drink. Leaning on the back of the chair, he felt a subtle energy, vaguely flowing in his body. It was a power that really filled all the energy gaps in his body, making him feel 100 times more refreshed now. No wonder those cultivators are so fond of eating foreign beasts. It seems that there is a reason for all of them. It's tasty and energizing, and I'm going to make a conscious effort to get more of it in the future. Lin Pei-jo, who had made up his mind, rubbed his rounded stomach, and rubbed Tun Tun's furry dog head that had come up and its fawning smile that had appeared because he was full of food and drink, and flipped out his map and looked at it carefully. The entire outermost layer of the Misty Mountain Range's secret realm was protected by a tight formation barrier, preventing the foreign beasts inside from escaping, and within the barrier, there were many large and small divided areas. His own location was between an entire section of man-made buildings on the outermost periphery of the Misty Mountain Range. Due to the great fame of the Misty Mountains, tens of thousands of cultivators came here every year, so the outskirts had all sorts of facilities to facilitate the purchases of all cultivators. Lin Pei-jo is going to this place later. As for the inside of the Misty Mountains, well, of course, it is also like the college entrance examination hall, divided into 3 areas, zones I, 2 and 3. However, the 1, 2, 3 here is not a simple Fey rank like a high school exam. Zone 1, the outermost area, was mostly filled with alien beasts whose grades were in the lower range, that is, grade 1 to grade 3 alien beasts. The second zone was a little deeper, and it contained the intermediate zone Fey, that is, Fey that were between level 4 and 6. Accordingly, the third zone is the advanced zone. with level 6 and above exotic beasts. However, this is only a rough division of humans according to experience. In fact, in this mountain range, the distribution of foreign beasts is not strictly in accordance with the rules of human beings. The foot grows on the body of the foreign beasts themselves. Of course, they want to go wherever they want to go. Lin Peijiu studied the distribution of foreign beasts here while pondering. According to the experience he had once had in the high school examination halls, the low-level zone, that is, the foreign beasts below the third level, were usually not much of a problem for him. In this case, one's goal was to face as many different types of beasts as possible and improve one's insight. As for the intermediate range, that is, foreign beasts above level 4 and below level 6, it was still the ceiling that Lin Peijiu could currently touch. That said, this zone is a position of both danger and opportunity for Lin Peijiu. On the downside, a foreign beast at this level was likely to be a threat to himself, even in danger of death. However, the reason why Lin Peijiu came to the Misty Mountains was not to enjoy his happiness. It was originally to break through himself. Just like what he said to Lin Qiyan, difficulties are hard to cross, but by crossing them, one makes tremendous progress. Therefore, one could spend the main part of his time and energy in the second district and hone his strength. As for the third district, Lin Peijiu scratched his head and bared his teeth. To say that one has nothing to say about District 3 is surely impossible. Mysterious areas, advanced foreign beasts, and unknown opportunities really attract people like Lin Peijiu who have a very adventurous mentality. But, although very reluctant, have to admit is that their own strength. Indeed, and here the beast, a little gap. Well, maybe the gap isn't so small. It was that with Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun, it was unlikely that he himself would actually go in directly recklessly. Therefore, it's better to leave the issue of the third district for the time being. Lin Peijiu, who had made up his mind, stood up from his chair in a flash. Alright, Tun Tun, we've all had enough to eat and drink. Let's go out for a walk to cool off. By the way, let's buy some things for the mountains. Taking Tun Tun with him, one person and one dog went downstairs as if they were walking leisurely. Lin Peijiu's destination was none other than an outdoor goods store next to the hotel. After all, the Misty Mountain range was so large, and although Lin Peijiu had booked a room in the hotel, it was certainly not possible to come back and stay every day. Most of the time, he still has to give up the comfort and softness of a big hotel bed and sleep in a tent in the wilderness. Fortunately, however, the world nowadays, due to the needs of cultivators for field experience, hunting and capturing foreign beasts, outdoor products nowadays can be both safe and comfortable. Although such a tent, the price is not low, but this is no longer Lin Peijiu should consider the problem. S-class bracelet, there are bosses come up enthusiastic introduction. Pick a good brush bracelet, even if the payment is good. The clerk can also help you personally sent to the hotel room it. Tent, moisture-proof sleeping bag, thermal blanket, kindling, light source, knife, dagger, rope, all kinds of medicines, kitchen stove. Lin Peijiu almost bought all the common outdoor products in the store. This was mainly because this was Lin Peijiu's first time practicing in the secret realm, and it was still unknown how long it would be before he returned. And those things he had prepared for the college entrance exam before were certainly not enough. Moreover, the things that were bought here at the White John could be used in the future adventures as they were. So when Lin Peijiu made his move, he was buying those products that were of the best quality and the most durable and sturdy. Since Lin Peijiu always picks the best one to buy every time, in the end, the store owner's face is about to smile crookedly. Not bad for a big S-class client, just atmospheric. Hurry up and snap up all the biggest discounts we have in the store. Although Lin Peijiu didn't care about any discounts, however, since the boss insisted on so much, then I had to be respectful. Selection. Swipe the bracelet. The next store. Lin Peijiu holding Tun Tun. Feel that he has felt the white whoring feeling. It really makes you want to do it again. The joy of consumption haunted Lin Peijiu, causing him to almost float a little. When he went to the Fei equipment store and bought safety equipment for both Tun Tun and Lin Qiyan, this feeling even reached its peak. Although Tun Tun was indeed just an ordinary dog, it was indeed already as important as a relative in Lin Peijiu's heart. Parents died, no other relatives, only Tun Tun, is really cut and dried with his 18 years. Therefore, when Lin Peijiu suddenly from poverty to wealth, he is not stingy to buy the best things for Tun Tun. Moreover, Tun Tun had really excelled in his past battles. Anyway, there's a lot of gear out there for all sorts of contracted beasts, and if others have it, their dogs must have it too. What with the combat boots and the shields, it's all arranged. As for Lin Qiyan, well, become their own contract beast is also their own family. The same equipment, also arranged on. Woof woof. Suddenly, Swallow tugged on his leash and barked at a corner of the store. Following Tun Tun's line of sight, Lin Peijiu saw a battlesuit designed for dog-like alien beasts. Pure black animal skin, solid and shiny, integrated design. labeled with various functions such as moisture, cold and heat. Hua, with a battle suit designed for a dog. It's still so cool. Tun, you have a good eye. This battle suit, it just happens to be a perfect match for the one I have. Bye. We'll wear these on the mountain tomorrow. In the midst of Tun's happy cries, Lin Peijiu took down the set of clothes and really intended to settle the bill when suddenly, a discordant sound rang out. Put down my stuff. Don't you have eyes? Chapter 57, Store Conflict. Frowning, turning back, Lin Peijiu and Tun saw a teenager about his age, glaring at him, and the rude and angry shout just now was from him. The most conspicuous thing on this teenager is his dyed blonde hair, which is fluttering untamely on the teenager's body. He is wearing dyed animal skin clothes of various colors, with a t-shirt covered with the logo of a big brand, and all kinds of dingling amulets and talismans hanging all over the body, and every one of them seems to be of great value, showing the extraordinary status of its owner. And on the teenager's body, there was nothing more expensive than a dark red-furred canine exotic beast that was being held, none other than a wind and firehound. Wind and firehound, a canine beast, a relatively rare beast that can control both wind and fire elements, and with a high attack power. It is a popular type of contracted beast. As a result, the price of the wind firehound in the Fey beast market naturally rose. For example, this one in this teenager's hand looked like it had been raised well by him, well-fed, tall, with a dark red fur that was oily and shiny, and at this moment, it was holding its head high, and together with his owner, it was glaring angrily at Lin Peijiu. Lin Peijiu's eyes motionlessly flicked over the man and dog on the opposite side of the room, and then came to a conclusion. A cockney boy with money in his family but not much to offer. Although this teenager's appearance and foreign beasts were quite capable of bluffing, Lin Peijiu sensed out his rank, which couldn't be deceived. The teenager's rank was only the peak of the first level, or the kind that had just stepped up to the top, and it looked as if his roots weren't even stable. As for the wind and firehound, it is true that its level is still a bit higher, having reached the early stage of grade 2. However, Lin Peijiu, who had Lin Shiyan and Tun in his hands, would be afraid of this kind of fancy, flashy male? Humming and laughing, Lin Peijiu didn't even want to put this kind of person who didn't know what he popped out from in his eyes. Picking up the battlesuit in his hand that he had bought for Tun and twisting his head to walk to the checkout. Hey, you didn't hear me, did you? I said that's what I was looking at first. Put it down. Another yell. This yellow-haired brat, seeing that Lin Peijiu was completely ignoring his words, was completely enraged. He had grown up being favored by thousands of people, and had never seen someone who didn't give him face so much, only to see that after Yellow Hair's two angry roars, Lin Peijiu, who originally seemed to be full of concern, finally turned around with an indifferent expression and then opened his mouth. What kind of are you putting up here? The teenager's face froze, as if he didn't expect Lin Peijiu to open his mouth with such unforgiving words, and the next, Lin Peijiu's words were like a series of cannons that didn't give him a chance to think at all. If you had your eye on it before, then why didn't you take it and check out? Just leave it here. Who cares when you saw it? Why don't you go back to the owner and ask for a new one if you want one too? This yell can be around the store. Customers are startled, unknown to shift their eyes to Lin Peijiu this side. Even the boss who stood aside, all hurried over. Gentlemen, peace and prosperity, peace and prosperity. What in the world is going on? Both of you calm down first, don't fight. The boss is the most afraid of the store people make trouble. Quickly come over with a smile to round up the situation. Nothing much, but I saw a set of battle clothes here and wanted to buy it. But it turned out that a person came out of nowhere and said that he saw it first and asked me to let him. Couldn't he go and choose another set? You're talking nonsense. I obviously saw it first. Yellow Hair was furious and cursed. You saw it first and it's yours? That or I got my hands on it first, so it's still not mine? Lin Peijiu almost laughed at this irrational anger, and immediately sneered back. You. Yellow Hair was clumsy and mute for a moment, without waiting for him to react and say anything else. The store owner had already taken the set of battle clothes from Lin Peijiu's hands, wiped the cold sweat from his own forehead, and said, I'm sorry, two honored guests. This battlesuit is handmade by the top designer in China with black horn rhinoceros leather. There is only one in the country. There is no second one. Only, because it's handmade, the price is a bit more expensive than any normal clothes. Are both of you sure you want to buy them both? At this point, the boss's mind, too, was screaming in agony. A normal store would probably only be happy to see two customers fighting over the store's merchandise, but the owner did effectively sweat when this scenario actually happened in his own store. No other way, these two people inside his store, they both looked like they were not to be messed with. The one with yellow hair, unruly and unruly, unruly and unruly, also holding a very aggressive beast, looks like a second-generation male child who is good at causing trouble but not afraid of it. Although his strength is average, who knows if there will be someone behind him to back him up. The black-haired one, with a serious and dignified look, Although he could not see his strength, he did not lose the wind in the confrontation between the two, and there was a hidden aura of unruffled authority. Despite their young age, none of them looked like they'd be easy to mess with. The boss's forehead was sweating and he couldn't help but wipe it off again. Although he followed the facts that these few people had spoken out, he still felt that it was Lin Peijiu who had the upper hand. This yellow hair casually said what they first look on. Things must belong to their own. This is really not much sense. Only, look at this arrogant yellow hair. The boss, although not worried about his strength, but worried about the power behind him, can't afford to mess with that. What expensive price. Humph, looking down on my capital city Huang family. Right, you don't know who I am, do you? Go up to central Kyoto and ask around. What kind of person is my Huang family's youngest? Huang Tianqi. So it was the Huang family. The boss's mind was in a state of awe. The Huang family, but it is known as one of the top 10 families in central Kyoto. Can't afford to mess with it. Indeed can't afford to mess with it. As if he was satisfied with the look of awe shown by his boss, Huang Tianqi spoke even more arrogantly. We Huang family members never look at the price when we buy things. Anything more expensive is worthy of my little wind. Rather, it's you dash. Yellow Hair's eyes turned to Lin Peijiu and Tun Tun on the side and sneered. It's you. On the other hand, who's out waving around with a bloodless hyena? This kind of dirt dog is worthy of wearing such an expensive battle suit? Seems to imply that he found the brokenness on the other side. Yellow Hair more carefree. Rampant harumphing. Boss, why do you want to do business with someone like this who doesn't even have a contracted beast and only has a dirt dog with him? Hurry up and bring me back that battle suit. I'll swipe the money now. Do you know what kind of contracted beast I have here? It's a wind and firehound. You know? It's that most expensive fey beast on the market that still has dual elemental lines. It's also the most expensive purebred bloodline. As if to prove its master's words, the wind firehound beside Huang Tianqi even leaned forward, baring its teeth in a low demonstration. In order to grow his momentum, Huang Tianqi even rolled up his sleeves, purposely revealing the bracelet on his hand and waving it in front of Lin Peijiu and his boss. See, Class A bracelet. Doesn't that open the eyes of people like you with dirt dogs? Ha 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 or dash. The arrogant, unconcerned laughter, coupled with the envious whispers of the surrounding crowd, fell word for word into Lin Peijiu's ears. No wonder this yellow hair is so arrogant. It turns out that he has a high-class bracelet. Alas, there would have been little fairness to speak of. With a high bracelet level, buying would have been prioritized. What's going on? Obviously this yellow hair looks so ordinary, but the moment he took out his A-grade bracelet, he was so handsome. In the midst of the surrounding cacophony, Lin Peijiu acted as if he was unaffected and gave a soft sneer. Oh yeah? Let's not talk about some handmade battlesuit. Let's say it's something more expensive. And if I say my dog is worthy of it, then he is. As the ground-throwing words exited, Lin Peijiu also turned around, his expression cold and solemn, with an irresistible majesty as he stepped closer to Huang Tianqi, bringing him an endless pressure that made him stagger backward. Since you mocked my family's dog, why did you grab the same battlesuit as me if you boasted of your noble bloodline? Is it because you can't afford a more expensive one? I think it's rather because this Windfire Hound, having gotten into the hands of such a nonsense brainwashed master like you, has become as lowly and retarded as you are. Lin Peijiu, who was really annoyed by the yellow hair pestering him, rushed his mouth and cursed. Huang Tianji's face, too, became ugly and twisted in an instant. Little wind, get on, see if I can't get you killed dash. The insulted yellow hair almost shouted out these words in anger. Coming from a big family, he had never been favored in smooth, but he had never been insulted like this before. Therefore, anger got the better of him, and almost without hesitation, he gave a dead order for a violation. The Wind Fire Hound, which was originally a wind-type ability and fast, was like a dark red arrow that opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and flew out the moment it sensed its master's mind. What? Don't ah! The owner and the crowd's exclamations of surprise rang out almost at the same instant. The owner, who witnessed the two arguing, was numb by now. What's all this about? It's okay for customers to make noise in the store. How dare they let their foreign beasts out? Although this was the secret realm of the Misty Mountain Range, with a wide variety of alien beasts in the mountains and a large area, even if there was really a case of human life, it would be difficult for the official personnel to manage it. But that's not the way it is out here on the shopping streets. This is a large commercial street outside. Everywhere is people coming and going. The sound of people. There are a lot of management personnel and the Bureau of Alien Energy personnel inspections. In front of so many people still dare to indulge in their contracted beasts to hurt people? This is purely illegal and criminal behavior. The owner of this is really sweating it out. He doesn't want his store to have any fatal cases in the middle of the day. But how could one stop the sharp-toothed, sharp-clawed Wind Fire Hound when one was unarmed? Boss, all this thinking happened in a flash of lightning. In the next second, the flight trajectory of that imposing, dark red figure with a sense of oppression was suddenly and violently pressed to a strong stop. Surprisingly, it's Tun Tun. Just the moment the Windfire Hound flew out, Tun Tun took up a fighting stance, and with one hand, he took the incoming Windfire Hound, and pressed it down to the ground. Yes, it's just a field dog, just a paw outstretched, and the Grade 2 Windfire Hound, in a very insecure position with his belly in the air and his limbs flailing, is pinned to the ground. What? Yellowhair lost his voice and screamed. How can that be? That's a level 2 Fae. To know their own level from the second level, there is still a long way to go. It own parents. I do not know how much effort spent, and is a foreign energy potion, and a variety of combat skills teaching. It is not easy to lift their Wind and Firehound on the second level, and now you're telling me that I'm being held down by the paw of some unknown hyena? That's bull After the incomparable surprise, Huang Tianji felt a cold sweat that soaked his back. Pressing his hound to, exposing his most vulnerable neck and stomach, was merely a demonstration. Although the opposite side is just a dirt dog, but to say it suddenly burst up, to their own little Wind torn into two halves, Huang Tianji believed that the other side absolutely dry out this thing. But, just like that, the person across the street who can't see his strength, but whose aura is inexplicably powerful, hasn't even made a move yet. Once again meeting Lin Peijuo's black eyes that were like the eyes of a Vajra, bloody and murderous, Huang Tianji only felt a thrilling sense of fear explode in his tailbone. No, don't touch my windy clothes, all for you, all for you. Huang Tianji almost uttered these words in a crying voice. A colorful person like Huang Tianji, the more ferocious he screamed on the surface, the faster he would only wimp out when he met someone stronger. As soon as he met Lin Peijuo, who was even stronger than himself, he quickly lost his arrogant look and begged for mercy. Really? Make me spare your contracted beasts. On what grounds? Lin Peijuo stared tightly at Huang Tianji and spoke through gritted teeth. You started it in the first place, and you started it. Why should I let go? Yes, I'm sorry, you'll be an adult and spare little Wind. Huang Tianji shook like a sieve, trembling and begging for mercy, tears falling from his eyes. The little Wind is after all from a very young to follow his foreign beast, has been very emotional. Now the little Wind because of his own untamed by others to hold. He heart is not good. This honored guest, you see, have to forgive others. You like this? Although you are in possession of reason, but later on the Alien Energy Bureau's inspectors came, then it will not look good. At this moment, the store owner hurriedly whispered his advice beside Lin Peijuo. You see, today this matter is also our store hospitality is not good. This way, this set of battlesuit I give you a 10% discount. I will help you wrap up, not even if it's discounted. If you're paying, then use this. Lin Peijuo coldly withdrew his gaze and also pulled up his sleeve, revealing his S-Class bracelet. Just use my S-Class bracelet. What? This boy, who doesn't look very old, actually has an S-Rank bracelet. This. I've never seen an S-Rank bracelet before. Gosh, now I feel yellow hair is not handsome, or black hair is a little more handsome. A louder whisper resounded from the surrounding stores, and at that moment yellow hair, along with his hound still under Tun Tun's paw, was shaking even harder and couldn't straighten his body. Chapter 58, Accepting the Quest. S-Rank bracelet. The moment they saw the bracelet appear, many of the customers present exclaimed in shock. It's actually really an S-Class bracelet. Gosh, no wonder he dared to choke against that A-ranked yellow hair originally because he was S-ranked. Much more powerful than that yellow hair. This is too good. A clamor over a burst of sound. More word for word fell into the ears of Huang Tianji, more so that his face, from shock, fear of pale, into shame, embarrassment reddened. This is something that is really embarrassing beyond his imagination. Huang Tianji had been accustomed to riding roughshod over others based on his decent family background, and when he saw Lin Peijuo, he thought that he would be able to rely on his money and the strength of his foreign beasts to suppress others. I did not expect. This moment money cannot be pressed, but also by the people's S-Class bracelet pressed head, strength is even more humiliating. By the people's family's earth dog pressed on the ground, cannot move. Shame. A complete and utter disgrace. Huang Tianji's face burned so much that he couldn't even hang on to it. Luckily, at this time, the store owner appeared again and relieved him. Mr. Lin, look, the battle suit you asked for has already been packed for you and sent to the hotel you're staying at. Look, is there anything else you need? The store owner appeared with a smiling face, obviously treating Lin Peijuo as a god of wealth. No thanks. Lin Peijuo simply nodded his head, not even giving an extra look to the ugly-faced Huang Tianji and the Wind Firehound that was still struggling on the ground. He turned around and was about to leave the store. Only, when passing by Huang Tianji, Lin Peijuo purposely used a loud volume that could be heard throughout the entire store to taunt. Talking about looking down on my family's dog, but as soon as he made a move, he was directly pressed to the ground by my family's dog. It seems that someone who boasts of being powerful is actually inferior to even an ordinary dirt dog. It's really in vain to grow so old. Strength and character. Both of them are cultivated inside a dog's stomach. After saying that, and not caring what Huang Tianji's reaction was, Lin Peizhou directly raised his head and left. Tun Tun, who was still showing his teeth with the wind and firehound, knowing that his master had bought him his favorite battlesuit, also happily loosened his claws and left happily with Lin Peizhou. The original clamor of the store, the crowd of hilarious spectators also gradually dispersed, but all the mocking, secretly look at the joke of the eyes, still from time to time fell on Huang Tianji's body. This was definitely a humiliating experience that Huang Tianji had not experienced in his 18 years of life. Within a few short minutes, Huang Tianji felt like he had lost all of his face for more than a decade. His face turned from white to red, and soon to a bloodless greenish-purple, and his lips trembled, almost as if fleeing for his life. Huang Tianji fished out the windfire hound on the ground and covered his face to escape the store that had suffocated and humiliated him. The bustling battle dress store quickly resumed its usual flow of people, as if the sword fight between Lin Peizhou and Huang Tianji just now had never existed. However, for Huang Tianji, this scene had turned into a humiliating mental imprint that he could not forget without chaos. How to cure his heart disease? Huang Tianji almost hesitate to run to a secluded corner and make a phone call. Hey, help me check out a person with an S-rank bracelet. Yes, it's in the Misty Mountain Range secret realm. Lin Peizhou, who had no knowledge of all this, was, at this moment, strolling around the neighborhood of Commercial Street with Tun Tun without any psychological burden. Huang Tianji's eyes did not affect one person and one dog white horse shopping mood. Lin Peizhou with Tun Tun in the Commercial Street to take a good big circle, to buy all the things to buy, but also to find another restaurant to eat a meal of foreign beasts. A change of taste. Change of tastes. During the meal, Lin Peizhou also didn't forget to order a bunch of dishes made of exotic plants for the phoenix who had been hard at work cultivating inside the space, and after packing them back up, Lin Peizhou and Tun Tun returned to the hotel with satisfaction. Tun Tun, who had eaten and drunk enough and consumed a lot of money, as soon as he returned to the hotel room, he dizzily plopped down on the soft cushion that the hotel had specially arranged for him, and with his eyes closed, he happily and contentedly slept through it. On the other hand, Lin Peizhou, who was still awake, studied the situation on the large screen inside the hotel room. A-rank mission, C-rank mission, E-rank mission. Which one am I going to accept? Master. As Lin Peizhou pondered, he heard the sound of a phoenix calling from space. I've finally gotten through the last chapter of the soul-burning secret shadow cultivation secret method. Woohoo! Thank you, Master Dash. The excited Lin Qiyan, raising his crimson wings, excitedly flew around and around in space. Not bad. To be able to learn an S-rank secret technique in such a short period of time is quite impressive even amongst humans. Red Flame deserves to be called a smart little bird. Lin Peizhou was very surprised and hurriedly opened his mouth to praise Lin Qiyan. Ha, that's for sure. Don't even look at who I am. Ha dash. Hearing the praise, Lin Qiyan became even more complacent, holding his head high and proudly, flying round and round under the black velvet-like sky of space. The next thing we need to do is to take the theoretical knowledge we've learned and apply it in practice. This way, we'll be able to know how well we've learned. Looking at the excited Lin Qiyan, Lin Peizhou was also very happy for it. I wonder if Lin Qiyan is considered to be the first fey beast that reads and learns the secret skills on its own? Looking at it this way, Lin Qiyan is indeed making history. Okay, Master, are you looking at the quests we're going to take? I want to come out and see it too. The happy Lin Qiyan directly flashed out of the space with a flash and bounced over to the big screen. Level E mission, collect 500 kilograms of splendid splendor, mission bounty of 10,000 yuan. Class C mission, hunt and kill one two-horned snake, carcass intact, blood loss under 20%, mission bounty 4 million. While listening to Lin Qiyan reading out the words on the big screen while looking at them like a child, Lin Peizhou couldn't help but feel amused. Lin Qiyan, you've really improved now. Not only have you learned the skill secret technique, you even recognize more words. This time around, you're no longer blind with your eyes open. Lin Qiyan looked at the screen while revealing an expression of pride like that of a small child. Now I'm the most cultured phoenix in the world. Ha dash. Lin Peizhou was amused by Phoenix's self-confidence. That's right, Master. Suddenly, the phoenix collected its laughter, waved its wings and tapped a spot on the big screen, calling out eagerly to Lin Peizhou. Master, take a look at this quest dash. Level B mission, collect 500 G of phoenix tail bamboo fruit, mission bounty of $5 million. Let's take this mission. Lin Qian's golden eyes looked at Lin Peizhou expectantly. A B-ranked mission. Why do we have to take this B-ranked quest? Lin Peizhou asked curiously. Because I want to eat. Lin Qiyan bowed his head and shrank his feet. Even his two big bright red wings were a little embarrassed to put away. Well, why? Is it because you weren't happy with the meal I bought you? You don't like the food? Lin Peijiu was a bit puzzled. These two pets of their own can be very different when it comes to eating. Needless to say, in Lin Peijiu's home for more than 10 years, simply is the gluttony carved into their DNA. Everything is eaten. Everything is gluttonous. Whether it is dog food, human food, beast meat, not to mention not eating is not tasty. As long as it can be stuffed into the abyss of its huge mouth, that Tun will have to taste a little bit. Even a few years ago, when Lin Peijiu was sick and took medicine, Tun had to greedily come up and try to taste a bite, and thought that Lin Peijiu had secretly eaten something delicious behind his back. As for Lin Qian, is completely the other extreme. As a bird with high requirements in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, Lin Qian strictly enforces the rule of better to be scarce than to have too much, and is quite restrained. If it is not good water, then do not drink. If it does not happen to Lin Peijiu every day to prepare him water of life, Lin Qian can really refuse to drink water for a few days. It's not a good place to be. That is, you can't even sleep. You can't wait to nestle up in a sycamore tree and not come down every day. Not a good thing. Then do not eat. Before hiding in the Qing city, Lin Qian is not much like to eat. To the Misty Mountain Range secret realm, Lin Peijiu finally have a way to get a little bit of foreign plants. Lin Qian is also finally willing to open the golden mouth to eat a couple of mouthfuls. It wasn't a lot of food, but compared to before, that was pretty good. One can only say that Lin Qian is indeed the kind of bird that runs a long way out of his old home and comes to Chaowu Mountain for a mouthful of food. Although it is said that foreign beasts, especially Lin Qian, this kind of once reached a relatively high level of foreign beasts, can already be cultivated to a level close to the grain, and unlike human beings who need to eat 3 meals a day, and occasionally a period of time without eating, will not have a great impact on the body. However, this did not mean that they could not consume energy while constantly cultivating and fighting, especially Lin Qian, who had already dropped to the 3rd level due to the failure of Nirvana. It was exactly the time when he needed to replenish his energy through food, so how could he still be picky about what he ate? However, such a picky bird, suddenly said he greedy. Lin Peijiu is quite surprised. You mean, that Takemitsu? The phoenix does not live unless it is a sycamore tree, does not eat unless it is a bamboo fruit, and does not drink unless it is a sweet spring. Is that so? Yeah. Finally talking about the plants he was interested in, Lin Qian's eyes lit up, his golden pupils sparkling in the dark night. The exotic plants that master bought these days are all of good quality, and I usually eat a little bit of them, but my favorite food is still the bamboo salad, especially the bamboo solids of the phoenix-tailed bamboo. I had thought that my master and I could go to the mountains together to find some phoenix-tailed bamboo, and after completing the gathering task, we could also transplant some inside our space. So it is. Lin Peijiu nodded with a big smile. It's rare that you have something you want to eat, otherwise I'd be constantly worried that you'd starve yourself. It's fine to take this quest. I originally saw this quest and thought it was good too, even though it's just a simple gathering quest, and it's not like other hunting quests that see blood. There's such a high reward. That's not necessarily true. This gathering quest, it might be difficult. Hearing Lin Peijiu's words, Lin Qian suddenly shook his head fervently. First of all, the mutant-crested bamboo is supposed to be a very rare plant that is only found in places off the beaten path. Secondly, it is inherently rare for bamboos to bear bamboo fruits. Bamboos only blossom once in a lifetime, and only produce a few bamboo fruits at a time, and once they blossom, the bamboo dies, so bamboo fruits are inherently difficult to see. Lastly, this quest also requires 500 g of bamboo solids. Although 500 grams doesn't sound like much, bamboo solids are small and light, and there's no telling how much you'll have to find in order to come up with 500 g. So it is. Lin Peijiu nodded as he came to a realization. Although bamboo nuts are difficult to obtain, I think we can also use human experience to help us narrow it down. Lin Peijiu patted his head, quickly opened the computer, logged in at a website, Misty Mountain's Secret Exchange Forum. Yes, this is it. This forum, which could only be logged in through the access bracelet of the Misty Mountains, ensured the authenticity of the information exchanged by the characters inside. In the next few moments, Lin Peijiu searched carefully in this forum and finally saw the information he needed. Misty Mountain Range Zone 2, near a place called Drinking Horse Creek, was once found to have a lot of bamboo. The photo looks to be phoenix-tailed bamboo. Oh, it's still possible. Seeing the internet that he hadn't seen, Lin Qian was quite curious and came up. Well, humans have their own way of solving hard problems. What a godsend. Important information on the internet in one fell swoop. Lin Peijiu was very happy. It just so happens that this place is in the 2nd district, which is exactly where he wants to go, and there is also a reward of $5 million, so it is even more compelling to go. Well, in that case, we've decided. Lin Peijiu nodded his head with great pride. Tomorrow, set out for the Misty Mountains drinking Horse Creek. Chapter 59, Entering the Mountain Range. Tun Tun, don't sleep, the sun is shining. It was another early morning, and early in the morning, Lin Qian couldn't wait to wake everyone up. At the thought of entering the Misty Mountains in search of what he wanted to eat, Lin Qian was very excited early in the morning and couldn't wait to wake up Lin Peizhou and Tun Tun as soon as the day dawned. Lin Peizhou was lucky. After the college entrance examination, he could still barely maintain the routine of a senior student, woke up early in the morning, and was checking the situation of the items inside his space although there was no space or time restriction there, and Lin Peizhou himself couldn't enter it. Lin Peizhou still used his mind to categorize it into categories and store them away, so that when he needed them, it would be easy to take them out. It was easy to take them out. On top of that, Lin Peizhou also deliberately ordered a few points of good tasting dishes from the hotel ahead of time, and stuffed them together inside his own space. They wouldn't go bad anyway, and could just be eaten when it was inconvenient to cook in the mountains. As for Tun Tun, his state was sleepy as hell, and he never got up. He was woken up in a daze, and followed Lin Peizhou out the door in a daze, until he was accidentally pecked down by Lin Qian's hair, and only then did he get completely pissed off and wake up, chasing after Lin Qian and trying to bite him. A dog and a bird, playing around, or finally welcoming the warm and bright daylight of the summer, officially walking into the Misty Mountains, stepping on the solid ground under the feet. The eyes are green and eye-catching colors. The ears listen to the wind blowing the rustle of the leaves. A walk into the mountains. Lin Peizhou felt a very different atmosphere from the outside world. The commercial street of the management center, which was separated by a hill, was crowded with people, bustling and full of smoke and fire, while here, which was separated by a hill, was overgrown with trees and rare, and the natural flavor of the mountains and forests intertwined with the potential dangers of the foreign beasts, giving Lin Peizhou a special feeling. Trees and shadows. Lin Peizhou opened the map and after determining the direction, he took a big stride forward with Tun Tun and Lin Qian. What comes next is not the safety and comfort of the management center, but the real secret realm where danger and opportunity coexist. And what exactly will be waiting for you inside? Lin Peizhou's heart was beating nervously, and even, there was a hint of vague anticipation. The crowd hadn't taken 2 steps when, suddenly, Tun Tun jerked to a halt, his feet lurching. Tun Tun, what's wrong? Without waiting for the puzzled Lin Qian to finish opening his mouth to ask, Tun Tun suddenly flew out like an arrow off the string. Put! Swallow nimbly leapt into the grass not far away and grabbed a black-scaled snake hiding in the grass with one claw, his sharp claws ripping off the black-scaled snake's neck in one go. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood were blurred. An early grade 2 foreign beast was just directly killed by Tun Tun with a single claw. Ding! Killed one early level 2 black-scaled snake. Exchange points plus 81. The familiar system beep sounded, and a smile bloomed on Lin Peizhou's face. Well done, Tun Tun. That black-scaled serpent was very stealthy, and if you hadn't realized it, I could have easily fallen into his ambush. It's nice to be so sharp, much better than some wind and firehound that only brags. I'll give you an extra meal for lunch today. Woof woof. Tun Tun jumped up and down with excitement when he heard the word extra food. Obviously, the black-scaled snake had given a good start to his trip to the Misty Mountains, and had also made Tun Tun and Lin Qian thoroughly excited. For the rest of the journey, Tun Tun also stuck to its usual method of carefully checking the various situations on the ground in case there were foreign beasts ambushing on the ground and in the bushes with their size advantage and knowledge of the terrain, giving Lin Peizhou an unexpected ambush. Influenced by Tun Tun and hearing Lin Peizhou's compliments, Lin Qian also started to utilize his advantage of being able to fly as if he was competing with Tun Tun and started his scouting journey in the image of a scout. Of course, if any ungrateful foreign beasts were found in the process of exploring the path, Lin Qian had no qualms about it, and once the sharp claws, sharp teeth, and fiery flames were on, he killed the incoming foreign beasts in one go. In the form of Tun Tun protecting the lower road and Lin Qian flying above to protect it, Lin Peizhou hardly needed to spend any effort, and the battle line advanced forward efficiently at a very fast pace. Soon, this one-man, 2-beast squad of Lin Peizhou's encountered some more large and small foreign beasts, thousands of second-grade iron-eating ants. Before they had time to get close to Lin Peizhou, was flying high to see far Lin Qian found, a move of the tried-and-true Phoenix True Fire, directly to the iron-eating ants burned cleanly, and even the old nests did not give people left. The early 3rd level Phantom Inferno Cat was still trying to take advantage of its concealment to get closer to Lin Peizhou. Only before it could release any skills, it was pierced through the heart by Lin Peizhou's sword. As for the 3rd level and above, and groups of greenwood gerbils, is very unfortunate to mess with Tun Tun. Not only was Tun Tun a bite killed several, their grudges Tun Tun also tracked all the way to the lair of the people, and Lin Qian a zoom in. One guarded in the greenwood gerbils on the way of escape to intercept, and soon inside and outside the combination of the whole lair to kill all of the beasts. The supernormal ability, stabbing and slashing. In this secret mountain forest far away from the human world, Lin Peijo seems to be back to the college entrance examination hall, fighting and killing to his heart's content, and waving his sweat. Of course, the Misty Mountain Range also had places that were different from the college entrance exams, unlike the artificially placed alien beasts of the college entrance exams. The alien beasts here were more varied and numerous, properly opening Lin Peijo's eyes. In addition to this, is no longer in a hurry Lin Peijo, finally have time to properly collect the crystals of foreign beasts, with the help of Tun Tun again, and also a very powerful and unrestricted space. Lin Peijo finally tuned the crystals. On the outskirts of the Misty Mountains, the levels of the foreign beasts were all concentrated at level 1 and 2, with only a small portion of the foreign beasts reaching level 3. Among these beasts, there was nothing that could make Lin Peijo and his group take them seriously. Lin Peijo did not need to say much, although his level was only a very confusing early level 2, but his actual ability had far exceeded that level. Even level 3 and 4 foreign beasts could fight with one, let alone level 1 and level 2 foreign beasts. It was almost as if Lin Peijo's one look, one thought, and one lift of his hand, these foreign beasts would be directly deprived of their lives. As for Lin Qian, it was likewise a good hand in over-level combat, probably thanks to its much past combat experience. Lin Qian's quickness, accuracy, and ruthlessness had far exceeded the level of contracted beasts of the same level, coupled with its determination to go back to its past level and resolve to train properly. Its strength was still growing. As for Tun Tun, Lin Peijo also cannot say what level it is. Perhaps this strength is unknown. When strong? On the surface, Tun Tun looked like an ordinary dog, except for being able to eat, slightly larger in size, faster in speed, and sharper in teeth and claws. There were no more special appearance features, nor did it have any psychic abilities. However, Tun Tun does belong to the top of the list in this aspect of vigilance. During the few days that Lin Peijo's group entered the Misty Mountains, every night, they also needed to spend some time sleeping and recuperating. At times like this, in addition to the tents and various outdoor supplies that Lin Peijo had previously purchased at the Secret Realm Management Center, the vigilant Tun Tun was more than necessary to come in handy, keeping a watchful eye on the side while Lin Peijo rested, and succeeding in uncovering quite a few cunning beasts that tried to sneak up on them. All in all, the first days in the Misty Mountains were spent in this relaxing and rewarding feeling. Although Lin Peijo's few people killed low-level beasts as if they were chopping up vegetables, due to the overly vast area of the Misty Mountains, when Lin Peijo actually arrived near the junction of District 1 and District 2, 4 or 5 days had passed. The environment here, compared to the outermost part of the Misty Mountains, was still very different. The trees were taller and the foliage seemed denser, layered in such a way as to almost block out the light of the sky, making the overall setting even darker and more claustrophobic. The number of foreign beasts increased even more, and there were also quite a few higher-grade foreign beasts, using their familiarity with the environment to harass Lin Peijo from time to time, and then after realizing that they couldn't be defeated, they disappeared extremely quickly behind the complicated terrain. Of course, corresponding to the lower and lower numbers of the beasts, there are fewer and fewer traces of human activity in the mountains and forests. While on the outskirts of the Misty Mountain Range, Lin Peijo also found some groups of cultivators from time to time. The other party would always be shocked when they saw a cultivator with a low level and a very young age walking alone in the middle of the secret realm, but they still quickly turned their attention back to their own business and staggered away from Lin Peijo. This was not the case with the area Lin Peijo had now traveled to, the dark woods, almost no road, just to find a clear direction and open up a path. It would take a lot of effort. The surrounding area was more like a paradise for foreign beasts compared to human trails, and the foreign beasts of all levels were more wild and rampant, and in the face of human beings, they showed cruelty and bloodthirsty natures that were beyond imagination. Lin Peijo, on the other hand, returned the favor with even more unforgiving and brutal means of suppression. There is no need to reason with the forces of evil. The only code that operates is that of greater power. Slaughter, advance, and fight again. The more he advanced, the more Lin Peijo felt how right he had chosen to come here to train. Within a few short days, Lin Peijo's experience of fighting against alien beasts in complex terrain, along with the number of exchange points he had, was growing. Even Lin Qian and Tun Tun were growing rapidly at a very surprising rate. This is the kind of valuable resource that can never be learned in a textbook. It's also something you'll never understand by yourself, behind closed doors. Of course, danger coexists with opportunity. Giving up a summer vacation lying comfortably at home, you come to the Misty Mountains and have to face all the dangers here. For example, the current Lin Peijo had run into some trouble. Chapter 60 Blue Shadow Spirit Butterfly. Lin Peijo's face was serious as he stood on a narrow path between the mountains, looking nervously at the scene in front of him. A mysterious ghostly blue color was reflected in his pupils and slowly enlarged. That was actually a large group of blue shadow spirit butterflies. the blue shadow spirit butterfly, an insect-like beast, is known for its huge size and beautiful wings of ghostly blue color. For example, these ones in front of Lin Peijiu can be described as stunningly beautiful. Very large compared to other butterflies, it was close to 40 centimeters, while the top of those open wings were covered with beautiful colors and patterns without a single gap. Gemstone blue as the base color, embellished with navy floral pattern, peacock blue as the pattern. Each butterfly wings on the pattern are not the same, some like neatly arranged spots, some like rippling waves, and some also look like two bright eyes, while all the wings, but the same beautiful, mysterious, mesmerizing, dark blue and light blue interlaced wings, so that Lin Peijiu at the first sight of it, reminiscent of the undulating, unpredictable sea, and like the sky of the stars, the wind treacherous clouds, so that it is easy to be intoxicated. What's even more wonderful is that the blue shadow spirit butterfly is still constantly flying toward Lin Peijiu, and when the butterfly's wings are waving, it will also drop dots of bright light spots, reflecting a mysterious sparkling luster in the daylight, as if it is as beautiful as a shooting star, such beauty that one can't help but stop and quietly admire it as it flies closer and closer, like a poetic and romantic painting. Wait, no, Lin Peijiu, who was still enjoying the spectacle of the strange beasts, was suddenly creeped out. Strange, why do you feel this way? Since the death of his parents, Lin Peijiu for the beasts, is a disgusting, hateful attitude, no matter in the Qiaowu Mountain, or in the college entrance examination hall. Lin Peijiu and the killing of the beasts have no bad mentality, only the thrill of revenge. But this blue shadow spirit butterfly is indeed beautiful, but why do you have this divine mentality? No way, it's absolutely impossible. Biting his tongue hard, the sudden pain and the taste of blood all over his mouth made Lin Peijiu recall the instructions in the corner of the textbook. The blue shadow spirit butterfly is famous for its huge size and beautiful wings of ghostly blue color. However, cultivators must not be coaxed by its beautiful appearance, because the blue shadow spirit butterfly wings emit scale powder, which has hallucinogenic and mind-altering effects on humans and other exotic beasts. Hallucinogenic effects. A thrilling feeling crept into Lin Peijiu's brain. Cold sweat soaked Lin Peijiu's clothes. One's knowledge of the blue shadow spirit butterfly is indeed too little. Is it possible to change your opponent's mind in this way with a short hallucinogenic, mind-altering effect in a textbook? When he himself saw the blue shadow spirit butterflies, not only did he not want to kill them like he had seen the other foreign beasts, but instead, he had a kind of good feeling towards them that he could not bear to hurt. It's horrible. Lin Peijiu, who had just come to his senses from the illusion, wiped his sweat in fear, and just then, he suddenly felt a shadow blocking the sunlight that had been shining directly on his head. Although he didn't react to what it was, the moment he noticed the shadow, Lin Peijiu's fighting instincts violently maneuvered his body and darted to the side. Brush pull. Lin Peijiu only heard a very light thud, like an extremely sharp scalpel, cutting through a muscle, and his own shoulder, suddenly cold. A bright red, piercing blood flower bloomed on Lin Peijiu's pure black battlesuit. What? The sting of hindsight instantly stimulated Lin Peijiu to tense up. Just like a conditioned reflex, Lin Peijiu's body grabbed a reaction before his brain. Grabbing Lin Qiyin in midair with one hand and Tun Tun on the ground with the other, straining to hold the two weighty beasts, Lin Peijiu withdrew several steps backward with a lightning speed until he retreated until he was at a safe distance from the blue shadow spirit butterfly, and Lin Peijiu's gaze quickly locked onto the culprit, a blue shadow spirit butterfly that was hovering in midair in front of it. At this moment, the blue shadow spirit butterfly, which also seemed to be shocked by Lin Peijiu's sudden reaction to his evasive maneuver, hovered in midair and stopped moving forward, cautiously confronting Lin Peijiu. Although hovering in midair, the blue shadow spirit butterfly's wings were still gently swinging to stabilize itself, and between the fluttering of its wings, Lin Peijiu finally had a chance to get a closer look at the edges of its wings. Extremely thin and light wings, not thin as paper, but more like an incredibly sharp scalpel, and the edge of the blue shadow spirit butterfly's wings, also stained with bright red blood, is with the movement of its wings, mixed with the scale powder together, gurgling downward flow. Lin Peijiu's eyebrows were knitted together in death. It's actually releasing a substance that paralyzes people, and then sneaking in while they're not prepared. It's really scary. Not only did I get hit, but even Tun Tun, who has always been very alert and has been protecting my Lin Qiyin, didn't even react. See aside still in a state of confusion Lin Qiyin and Tun Tun, Lin Peijiu's very dry Lin Qiyin body to a slap, and then to Tun Tun kicked a foot. The expression of the two, and once again turned back to the clear, and Lin Peijiu's expression was unprecedentedly grave. At his side, a liquid appeared out of nowhere, gently wrapping around the wound and efficiently stopping the bleeding. It was the divine phoenix water that Lin Peijiu had prepared in advance. A shadowless barrier also silently unfolded, wrapping Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun together. It was the skill Lin Peijiu had taught himself before. Ice crystal shield armor. Lin Peijiu's nerves, as never before. That move of the blue shadow spirit butterfly just now wasn't as simple as just wanting him to hang a color, it was a direct charge at his most vulnerable neck. If he did not react quickly and dodge at once, if he did not recall the reminder from the textbook, I am afraid that he is now already lying on the ground because of excessive blood loss. Everyone be careful. The blue shadow spirit butterfly scale powder has a hallucinogenic effect. Be careful of their sneak attacks. As Lin Peijiu's voice fell, the water-breaking sword was instantly sheathed, and Lin Peijiu's supernatural ability followed suit. An extremely thin ice arrow, with an extremely fast speed, appeared out of thin air in front of the mid-air blue shadow spirit butterfly, violently and ruthlessly and accurately pierced through the heart. It was the sound of the blue shadow spirit butterfly's body being penetrated, and the ice arrow that had disappeared into the blue shadow spirit butterfly's body once again began to be dishonest, piercing, stirring, dehydrating. Lin Peijiu practiced the same old three things many times and once again took the field. The move is no longer new. It just works. As long as these three things strike, even a thick-skinned level 5 weeping demon unicorn whale will have to die, let alone your tiny level 4 butterfly? Ridiculous. Under Lin Peijiu's control, the tiny ice arrows kept making trouble inside the blue shadow spirit butterfly, churning its stumps into a mess, and it soon lost its life. Blue shadow spirit butterfly body, symmetrical beautiful body disappeared, replaced by a broken body. Green and yellow liquid splashed all over, dirtying the original glittering beautiful wings. Lin Peijiu took a step forward and looked at the corpse of this blue shadow spirit butterfly that was beating its head against the wall without any fluctuation in his heart. The tattered and dirty corpses did not arouse his feelings of pity, but rather, as before, only a thrill of revenge. Yes, that's the right kind of emotion. That's the kind of feeling you need to have in front of you against a fae that tries to hurt you with illusions. Red flame, ton. You guys almost got hit too. Be careful. Got it, master. But look across their dash. Lin Qian's mouth swore in assurance, while in its eyes, it showed a little lack of confidence, because, right in Lin Qian's eyes, it clearly saw the scene on the opposite side. Hundreds of blue shadow spirit butterflies discovered the tragic death of their own kind, and at that moment, they simultaneously shook up their blue wings and rose into the air. What a shocking sight it was! The overwhelming blue, like a truly raging sea, surged up in a sky-high wave, forming a deep vortex to sweep everyone into it, or like an unreadable smiley face, raising an eerie grin and swirling up in a tornado-like shape, swooping down. The bottom of Lin Peijiu's eyes reflected a whole range of piercing colors. Hurry, Lin Qian! Aren't wide-range attacks exactly what you're good at? Lin Peijiu's loud roar snapped Lin Qian out of that mindset where he was flustered and overwhelmed and just wanted to submit. What's going on? It's obvious that I've always made other foreign beasts submit, so why do I feel scared today when I encounter these instead? Lin Qian's heart was shocked. However, now at this time, it is not the time to hesitate. Immortal Phoenix True Flame. In an instant, incomparably hot flames erupted. The flames that were so powerful that they could almost devour everything soon tore a hole through the blue shadows that covered the sky. Lin Qian hurriedly renewed his efforts. The tongues of fire lashed forward with an unprecedented attack. The extremely large flame opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the blue shadow spirit butterflies. Within it, prickly la. In the midst of the flames, the fluttering figures of the blue shadow spirit butterflies' attempts to escape flew up and down in chaos, while the original elegance and mystery of the blue shadow spirit butterfly collapsed all at once in the face of this absolute power. I don't know how long it took, but when the phoenix withdrew its flames, the first thing Lin Peijiu saw was the entire forest clearing that had been burned cleanly. This time, it seems that even the surrounding trees and grass were burned clean at once. Phew! Fortunately Lin Qian's alien ability is reliable. Lin Peijiu took a long breath, and just as he lifted his foot to go, he stopped in place as if he were frozen. Before his eyes, a large group of blue shadow spirit butterflies once again appeared. The same deep and light blue tornado, the same mysterious unreadable smile, as if a vortex that sucks the courage of people. Spare the self-proclaimed boldness of Lin Peijiu, but also cannot help but feel a thrill. Never mind. Run first. Lin Qian, who had just released a big move, was already a bit tired, and now he saw the same large group of blue shadow spirit butterflies, and was precisely panicking and didn't know what to do. And it was only when he heard Lin Peijiu's words that he seemed to have just reacted, and hurriedly waved his wings, and as soon as he turned around, it was fixed again. Behind it, identical blue swirls once again appeared, none other than more blue shadow spirit butterflies. The startled Lin Qian, almost as a reflex, spewed out blazing flames. The energy of the Phoenix True Flame was not something to be reckoned with, and Lin Qian had always been confident in his own strength. Only, this time the flames were different. The jet of flame was like a match dropped into the sea, not shaking the blue shadow spirit butterfly at all. More blue shadow spirit butterflies, as if they were endless, swooped up. Panicked Lin Qian, then realized that he was blocked by endless blue shadow spirit butterflies in every direction. No matter left, right, up and down, Lin Peizhou and his group were surrounded. Chapter 61, Butterfly Storm. Blue. An endless blue color, coming up from all sides. Lin Peizhou has never felt that blue, a color he likes very much, is so oppressive. There was no end, no boundary, the whole mountain forest became a spreading sea. And this ocean, it is not like before Lin Peizhou really see the ocean. People feel comfortable, relaxed and happy, but there is to give people endless suffocation. As the blue shadow spirit butterflies flew closer and closer, Lin Peizhou could almost clearly see their light and sharp wings constantly flapping. The sound of thousands of butterfly wings flapping buzzed, piercing Lin Peizhou's brain, swelling and dizzy. In his eyes swollen, countless wings on the scales of the powder fell down one after another, like goose feather snow. Not only Lin Peizhou, on the side of Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun, also revealed an expression of unbearable discomfort. As animals, the level of pain they endured was even higher than Lin Peizhou. Just at this time, self-preservation Lin Peizhou already have no time to care about others. Despair, pain, resignation. No, this is not right dash. In the midst of the extreme pain, a bellowing cry erupted from Lin Peizhou's originally dizzy head. Calm. The more desperate you are, the more calm you must be. How could the things that happened after bumping into the blue shadow spirit butterfly today be so bizarre? It's completely out of character. When I calm down and think about it, there are indeed a lot of suspicions about what happened today. First of all, the Phoenix's ability to attack was absolutely solid. This had been verified in the Gao Kao examination hall, and even shield shadow black spiders that were not of a low level would be easily destroyed by the group. As for his own powers, that really isn't weak either. Not to mention this group of blue shadow spirit butterflies that were mainly rank 3 and 4 and supplemented by rank 5, or even the large creatures of rank 4 and 5 weeping demon unicorn whales. He himself could also battle with one of them. To say that the number of blue shadow spirit butterflies was indeed large, and that he and Lin Qiyan couldn't finish killing them in a moment, that was possible. But to say that Lin Qiyan was about to exhaust his own energy, and hadn't yet torn an opening in the encirclement, that was just not possible. And, what does the textbook say? The blue shadow spirit butterfly belongs to a relatively rare species that lives in groups, mostly in numbers of a few hundred to 10,000 or so. I'm afraid that the number of blue shadow spirit butterflies that have appeared today is going to be far beyond that, right? I'm afraid. It all goes back to the hallucinogenic effects of the blue shadow spirit butterfly. Just, crisis time. Where is the breakthrough? The more he thought, the more anxious, the more dizzy Lin Peizhou almost can clearly hear the sound of his heart thumping because of nervousness. Feel the blue shadow spirit butterfly swooping over. Flapping wings rolled up a gust of storm. Just at this tense moment, Tun Tun, who had been silent, suddenly leaped up. It was not facing the enemy in front of it, but Lin Peizhou beside it, only to see Tun Tun open its mouth and gently bite on Lin Peizhou's calf. Tun Tun's force was grasped quite precisely, and a slight pain penetrated Lin Peizhou's coat, bringing him a moment of clarity without allowing the wound to expand. The slight pain was like a bolt of lightning cutting through Lin Peizhou's brain, clearing his spiritual platform for a moment. Just in this instant, a plan surfaced in Lin Peizhou's mind. I see, is the way to do it. Suddenly realized Lin Peizhou did not make the first time to make any offensive action, but directly closed his eyes. From the blue shadow spirit butterfly's perspective, Lin Peizhou looked like he had given up struggling and swung for the fences. And Lin Peizhou's perspective after closing his eyes became incomparably clear. The field of omniscient perspective and Lin Peizhou's perception of the water element opened up greatly. Omniscient perspective was supposed to strengthen the cultivator's perception and judgment of the entire situation on the battlefield, and Lin Peizhou's perception of the water element undoubtedly strengthened this skill, excluding distractions and interference options of the world, incomparably clear in front of Lin Peizhou's eyes, and the moment he saw it clearly, Lin Peizhou himself was taken aback. Where is the butterfly storm that is sweeping the world? At his rear, about 200 blue shadow spirit butterflies were swooping towards him, while in other directions around him, there were only a few dozen butterflies sparsely surrounding him, vigilantly observing him in case he escaped. The patch of ground behind the blue shadow spirit butterfly, on the other hand, was covered with a large swath of butterfly corpses that were either burnt and messed up or shattered by ice arrows poking at them, something that his previous self hadn't noticed. And the remaining ones, the blue shadow spirit butterflies, seem to be the ones that have been stimulated by their dead companions and are angrily killing towards themselves. Seeing this, the blue shadow spirit butterfly's ruse is calling out. There aren't that many unburnable butterflies. The attack before himself and Lin Qiyan had obviously killed a large portion of the blue shadow spirit butterflies. Only, when the blue shadow spirit butterfly realized that it couldn't be defeated head-on, it began to create an illusion, making Lin Qiyan and Lin Peizhou mistakenly think that there were many enemies in the front. So it frantically amplified its moves towards the front, after consuming the energy of Lin Peijuo's party, it silently outflanked them from the back itself. At the same time, the blue shadow spirit butterfly created countless illusions, causing Lin Peijuo and Lin Qiyan to mistakenly think that their attacks were ineffective, thus causing their minds to collapse. What a vicious trick! Lin Peijuo secretly hated it in his heart, when he thought about how he and Lin Qiyan had just output into the void, disturbing his mind. He became angry. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on that. The corner of Lin Peijuo's mouth hooked up with an imperceptible sneer. Don't you like to make illusions to fix people's minds? Then come and try a skill I've just practiced and haven't tried yet. Just a second before several blue shadow spirit butterflies pounced on Lin Peijuo's body, the space where Lin Peijuo was standing suddenly swirled with an imperceptibly small ripple, as if a very light falling leaf had fallen on the calm water surface. This ripple was too small, too slight, and didn't have any special color, so all the blue shadow spirit butterflies present didn't notice anything wrong here. They just couldn't wait to pounce on Lin Peijuo's neck with their sharp wings, and as the blood spurted out, they impatiently pounced on Lin Peijuo's flesh and blood and gagged Lin Peijuo's flesh and blood with their own mouthparts. Just like many other foreign beasts, the blue shadow spirit butterfly was a carnivorous animal, and humans like Lin Peijuo were one of their delicacies. Even Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun on the side, they also did not let go. One is a high-level foreign beast with a noble bloodline, looks very delicious, the other, although it cannot see what kind of supernormal ability, but after all, even a small fly is meat. Soon, the original Lin Peijuo and his party stood in the position, already cannot see the silhouette, only a covered with blue butterflies of human nature skeleton, still standing in place. Although this situation of being eaten and still being able to stand still is not quite in line with common sense, the small brains of the blue shadow spirit butterflies that have finally gotten their hands on them can no longer afford to think about any more situations, and this also leads to, when the blue shadow spirit butterfly's back also similarly ripples up a tiny ripple when the blue shadow spirit butterflies obsessed with scrambling for food. None of the blue shadow spirit butterflies to find that the situation is not right, and in the ripples that appeared out of nowhere in that space, a crimson and conspicuous figure suddenly poked out. At the same time as this figure, there was also a scorching flame that condensed endless anger and exasperation. Immortal Phoenix True Flame. Although Lin Qiyan had just released several big moves and consumed a lot of energy, the rage-ridden it still exerted a rather terrifying power. Moreover, this time, the flames were no longer aimlessly and haphazardly sprayed, but were precise and incomparably accurate, hitting the blue shadow spirit butterflies directly in the place where they were most concentrated. Stab! The defenseless blue shadow spirit butterfly was directly caught off guard. The crimson flames with rage, carrying endless heat, even vaporized the few blue shadow spirit butterflies in the very center in a flash, not even leaving a single corpse behind. The stabbing sound of the flames burning the body pronounced the death sentence without mercy. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Lin Qiyan, the exasperated Lin Qiyan, flapping its wings, flew to a high place, and taking in the situation below, it mercilessly sprayed out a small fireball, strangling every blue shadow spirit butterfly that tried to escape halfway. The panicked blue shadow spirit butterflies fled in all directions, their panicked movements reflecting even more their inner terror and disbelief. Hadn't this big bird been divided between himself and his companions? Why had it suddenly appeared from the other direction? What a change! Living hell! Blue shadow spirit butterfly's tiny brain really couldn't think clearly about the current situation, and under panic, one butterfly even turned straight into another person's arms. It was Lin Peijuo who was guarding the other road. Finding your own way to the door. What a way to get yourself killed. This blue shadow spirit butterfly, at the end of its life, all it heard was a cold grunt and a ferocious bark, followed by the flash of a sword shadow. Its life. That was the end of it. At the end of its life, it was still wondering, wasn't this human's body already eaten by himself and his companion? Why would another body appear? Had I known that this human was a more evil species than myself, should not have messed with him in the first place. The blue shadow spirit butterfly, who died with endless remorse and incomprehension, naturally didn't know that there was another skill in the world called Mirror Flower Water Moon. Just before the blue shadow spirit butterfly pounced on him, Lin Peijuo used this skill in a moment of haste by grabbing Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun. The effect of this skill is to create an illusion of the user like a water mirror. Don't the blue shadow spirit butterflies like to create illusions? The same trick was offered by Lin Peijuo as is. The blue shadow spirit butterflies that were beautifully starting to eat, naturally couldn't imagine that the food they were eating was all just an illusion, and the real Lin Peijuo's main body had already brought Lin Qiyan and Tun Tun just in time to take advantage of the blue shadow spirit butterflies' inattention, and quietly touched behind them. As for Lin Qiyan, he also learned the truth that he was under siege from Lin Peijuo's intention, and right away, he was so furious that he flew out and directly fought with the blue shadow spirit butterflies. Then, it was the Phoenix True Flame and the water-breaking sword that harvested their lives. Fire and fury. corpses and limbs, soon took over the corners of this mountain forest. In the midst of this chaos, it seems that neither Lin Peizhou, Lin Qian, nor Tun Tun noticed that in a corner they hadn't paid attention to, a blue shadow spirit butterfly of a slightly smaller size, under the cover of a few other companions, quietly flew out of the encirclement and flew towards the deeper parts of the jungle. Chapter 62, Soul-Burning Secret Shadow. The mountain forest, which was calm and silent a few minutes ago, was now already in a bloody chaos. The narrow paths of the mountain forest were densely covered with the corpses of the blue shadow spirit butterflies, dark and light blue wings, mixed with messy yellow-green blood, emitting the stench of corpses throughout the valley. At the head of the mountain forest path, Tun Tun stood here, eyeing the direction where the blue shadow spirit butterfly flew, and as soon as he saw a butterfly trying to escape, he would go up and slap it down with a claw. Among the two beasts present, Tun Tun realized that the situation was wrong even earlier than Lin Qian, which was why he purposely reminded Lin Peizhou. On the other end of the path, there stood Lin Peizhou, who was gravely and coldly watching all of this, holding the water-breaking sword, dancing in the air with a tiger's wind, and chopping the blue shadow spirit butterflies that were fleeing all over the place under his sword. While in the air at the center of the venue, it was Lin Qian flying high in the air, using his height advantage to take in the battlefield, taking a bite of a fireball and erupting into a powerful might with a furious aura, so that even the blue shadow spirit butterflies with a higher level could not escape. In the midst of the chaos, the little blue shadow spirit butterfly that took advantage of the chaos to flee under the cover of its companion's figure didn't seem to attract anyone's attention. Lin Qian, who was flying high above, looked coldly at the scared and panicked blue shadow spirit butterflies below, and once again opened his mouth as if to spit out a fireball like before. But this time, however, it seems that nothing fireballs, nothing flames spit out. Lin Qian flapped his wings and scanned the battlefield that had finally quieted down, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air somewhat tiredly. Finally, after exhausting myself for so long, I finally cleared this damn blue shadow spirit butterfly. This bold blue shadow spirit butterfly. How dare it trick me, Lin Qian's head. Luckily, my master realized that something was wrong and reminded me. Otherwise I really thought that my supernormal ability had failed. Humph. After looking around at his own defeated generals, Lin Qian, who had just taken a breath of fresh air, suddenly lost his breath. Alas, it's still the result of my insufficient power level. If I still have the level I had before, these little tricks can't be hidden from my eyes. Unfortunately, today's pile of blue shadow spirit butterflies just happened to have a few level 4 or 5 ones inside, which just happened to be a little bit higher in level than me. Alas, 4 or 5 level foreign beasts. Once upon a time, I have never placed them in my eyes. Today, I was actually provoked by this low-level foreign beast. Excessive. Too much. Lin Qian pounded his chest, and again looked up to the sky and sighed and cried out to the sky. Ugh, forget it. It's done. No point in talking about it. Shaking his head, Lin Qian finally managed to coax himself into a good mood. If it wasn't for Master's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be alive right now. Not to mention anything about upgrading. The most important thing right now is still to work hard on my cultivation, and get my level and strength up, including the skills that Master exchanged. Also have to learn properly. Finally calmed his mood, Lin Qian, in Lin Peizhou's call, fluttered his wings, flew down to the ground, and Tun Tun together, capricious from a pile of corpses on the ground to excavate the crystals of the, although the win, but the high and proud, but also to their own strict requirements of Lin Qian. Just like this matter has been used as motivation to promote their own agent, ready to start working overtime to cultivate. As for the side of Lin Peizhou, now the mood is also quite calm, though he was now rummaging through a pile of dirty and disorganized corpses. Nevertheless, his mood was not made worse by it, but rather there was a hopeful joy. In his mind, this was not a pile of dirty corpses, this was a treasure mine worth 100 times more. Thinking that he can earn a lot of money from the crystals in here again, the corner of Lin Peizhou's mouth is about to grin to the root of his ear. Growing up in a not-so-wealthy family, Lin Peizhou never experienced the thrill of spending money lavishly. Now he finally has the chance to make big money that his former self once couldn't even think of with his own hard work. How can that not be exciting? The gorgeous Lin Peizhou, holding the water-breaking sword without a trace of disdain, picked through the corpses of the blue shadow spirit butterflies, and after picking out the crystals he also used his own supernatural ability to condense water to rinse the crystals out, and then stuffed them into his storage space. Of course, right now, Lin Peizhou, in his heart, was also reflectively pondering over the battle he had just fought. Although he did win the fight, the psychological shadow that the blue shadow spirit butterfly had just left on himself was indeed real. The reason for this has to be a result of your own inexperience. If he could have reacted earlier and used the skills he had learned, he probably wouldn't have gotten himself into such a dangerous situation. However, This also reinforced the importance of entering the Misty Mountain range for one's own training. Next, you need to work out more and apply the skills you've learned well in reality. Lin Pei-jo, who made up his mind. The hands under him picking up the corpses were more energetic, his right hand holding the sword digging the ground. His left hand was still free to receive the crystals handed over by Tun Tun and stuff them into the space together. Among the three, unlike Lin Pei-jo and Lin Qian's different minds, Tun Tun has always maintained a happy and excited look. A look of wealth, excitedly digging treasure in the corpse. In the midst of this post-battle tranquility, Lin Pei-jo suddenly opened his mouth. "Qi Yan, did you do what I just instructed you to do?" "Of course," Lin Qian assured with a pat on his chest as he carefully hopped around the pile of corpses, not letting the charred corpses and dirty bloodstains dirty his flashy and shiny feathers. "I do things you can rest assured. Definitely do it properly for you." Estimating the time, it's probably almost time now. Before Lin Qian's words fell, he only saw that not far away, in the depths of the jungle, suddenly, a burst of firelight rose up to the sky. "Well done, Red Inferno, now is the time." It was too late to say more words. Lin Pei-jo and his group hurriedly carried their swords towards the place where the flames rushed to the sky. Guided by the eye-catching flames and the thick black smoke burning out, Lin Pei-jo and the others quickly found the place where the flames were burning not far away, only in the depths of the woods. In the center of a huge and thick tree, a violent and bright fire burned, as if the heart of the tree was beating enthusiastically, roaring with fiery killing intent. Around the trunk of the tree, Lin Pei-jo heard the familiar sound of burning corpses. It was the blue shadow spirit butterfly, and deep within this tree trunk was the nest of the blue shadow spirit butterfly. At this time, in the center of the trunk, countless blue shadow spirit butterflies held their heads and hurriedly flew out from their nests inside the trunk, while more blue shadow spirit butterflies, who simply did not react to why their old home suddenly burned up, were burned to death alive in their own homes. With his hand rising and falling, Lin Pei-jo cleanly chopped down a hastily fleeing blue shadow spirit butterfly, the butterfly's thin, nearly transparent wings, and cut it in two in midair. The three of them, Lin Pei-jo, Lin Qian, and Tun Tun, once again dispersed in tacit understanding, laying a dragnet in the three directions where the blue shadow spirit butterfly had fled. None of the blue shadow spirit butterflies, who were already frightened, were able to escape. "Well done, Lin Qian. The first time you use a newly learned skill, you can start such a wide range of flames. Ha 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 ha." It was actually a good reminder from the master. Lin Qian, who had been complimented, spoke with a voice that floated up in delight. "I wouldn't have thought of this trick if my master hadn't reminded me. Deliberately letting a blue shadow spirit butterfly go, just in time to use the Burning Soul secret shadow skill on it, so that the blue shadow spirit butterfly, at the beginning, won't be able to realize that it's been hit. And my soul burning secret shadow is like a time bomb that can blow up when I want it to. After it hastily escapes back to its lair, I can ignite the soul burning secret shadow. In that case, the intense flames will burn in places where the blue shadow spirit butterflies are numerous and closely positioned. We'll also be able to kill more blue shadow spirit butterflies at once." "That's right." A hint of praise for Lin Qian was revealed in Lin Pei-jo's voice. "Also, as soon as the soul burning secret shadow starts to work, we can locate the blue shadow spirit butterflies' lair through the flames and smoke. I should have thought that the blue shadow spirit butterflies at the beginning, having been killed by our skills, would surely have some of them scared and run back to their nests. And that little blue shadow spirit butterfly that sneaked away just now was intent on running back to bring help. I certainly wouldn't let that happen." Lin Pei-jo's voice at this time could no longer hear a trace of temperature, only endless cold killing intent. "Therefore, we have to strike first, catch him off guard. Yes, I will never let a blue shadow spirit butterfly escape my grasp." Lin Qian, who was standing by, quickly swept away his previous fatigue and seriously engaged in the battle, with the regiment of anger being like a bomb that precisely exploded on the blue shadow spirit butterfly's body. The battle situation this time around was completely sideways towards Lin Pei-jo's side. The previous wave of soul-burning secret shadow had taken the blue shadow spirit butterflies by surprise, and most of the blue shadow spirit butterflies that were shrinking in the depths of their own nests did not know what was going on outside. And then they saw one of their companions that had escaped back start to spontaneously combust on their bodies. And the fire was also very swift, and it immediately blocked the escape path of a large number of blue shadow spirit butterflies, and blocked them in the depths of the nest. Even if some blue shadow spirit butterflies managed to escape from their nests, they were faced with Lin Qian's swift and fiery attacks, Lin Pei-jo's merciless sword shadows, and Tun Tun's grimacing moves. Under the sky and the ground, all have long been laid a dragnet. No blue shadow spirit butterfly can escape. It wasn't long before the depths of the woods finally regained their calm once again. Quietly standing together with the corpses all over the ground was none other than Lin Pei-jo and his group. facing the blue shadow spirit butterflies whose military was in turmoil. Lin Peijiu and the others very easily slaughtered them cleanly. Originally shining with a mysterious and moving blue light of the beasts, now all become broken and burnt corpses on the ground. There is not a trace of beauty to speak of. Of course, for Lin Peijiu, the crystals within their corpses that can be sold for a good price are still very beautiful. This war with the blue shadow spirit butterflies, although it had a bad start and Lin Peijiu and the others were almost cheated out of their lives, in the end, it ended with the blue shadow spirit butterflies being completely annihilated and Lin Peijiu and the others winning big. Chapter 63. Who? Drink. Misty mountain range. At night, between the layers of mountains and forests, between a secluded corner, a bright and warm bonfire was lit with a miso sound. Sitting around the campfire was none other than Lin Peijiu and his group. At this time, Lin Peijiu and Lin Qiyan, one sitting in a pitched tent, one perched on top of a tall tree on the side. The two people's expression is the same seriousness, eyes closed tightly, plunged into the endless sea of thinking energy. Yes, even after entering the middle of the real misty mountain range, the Lin Peijiu duo didn't forget their daily cultivation. In the persistent cultivation and everyday opposite the experience of foreign beasts, Lin Peijiu feel their own strength, is one day a kind of rapid upgrading. Only a month had passed since he had broken through to the early stage of the second grade, but just in the middle of that month, his cultivation foundation had become very solid, and next, he could continue to advance and break through to the higher second grade. In the middle of today's cultivation, Lin Peijiu's mind always involuntarily recalled the blue shadow spirit butterfly wing that had slit his shoulder. It's light, understated and unobtrusive, but when it comes out, it's sharp as a tack. Although under the healing of the water of the divine phoenix, Lin Peijiu's previous wounds from the wings had already healed. The blue shadow spirit butterfly's aura that contrasted greatly with its appearance had already been deeply engraved in his mind. The inspiration about the butterfly's wings had also been swirling in Lin Peijiu's mind for the past few days. The blue shadow spirit butterfly's wings were light, thin, and sharp, with a small area of force, displaying a great deal of power. This seemingly small, but actually powerful power seems to be very similar to his own Lord of the Water Liquid ability. Since this was the case, could one's own psychic abilities be cast in such a way? Lin Peijiu's mind, again, suddenly popped up the article he had once read in a popular science magazine. Water jet cutting, also known as water jet, or high-pressure water jet cutting technology, is a machine that utilizes a high-pressure stream of water to cut. Because of its low cost, ease of operation and high yield, water jet cutting is becoming the mainstream cutting method in terms of industrial cutting technology. At the thought of this, Lin Peijiu's eyes lit up. It's just water, but with the addition of high pressure, it can cause a lot of power. In that case, I'll totally try. With Lin Peijiu's thoughts, a high-pressure line of water appeared in midair out of nowhere. Although at first, the water line appeared in midair for a few seconds and then disappeared. However, this at least shows proof that the method works. Inspired, Lin Peijiu was excited to get into a new practice. Holding his breath, the air around Lin Peijiu quickly condensed more and more moisture, converging into a transparent river. A water line. In Lin Peijiu again and again in the practice, more and more thin, but also carries more and more powerful energy, until the last time, this water line effortlessly cut through the wood that Lin Peijiu had put aside. Hoo! Lin Peijiu cried out in surprise. This high-pressure water line is really more efficient than one might think. Not only that, compared to his previous mimic ice, this water line is very thin and inconspicuous, and in the battlefield, it can play the role of concealment. At the thought that he had developed a new skill, or one that didn't rely on existing skill secrets and was completely comprehended by himself, Lin Peijiu felt full of pride. Looks like I'm pretty good myself after all. Ha. In fact, Lin Peijiu himself hadn't realized how terrifying his ability to create his own skills was. In the existing cultivation system, it was a completely impossible thing for someone like Lin Peijiu, who was 18 years old and had only been cultivating for a few years, to be able to rely on his own enlightenment to invent skills.